Chapter 1. Traversing the Beast World. My dear treasures, today I shall demonstrate the art of fishing. Jinjiang Mian, adorned with a straw hat and clad in flip-flops, bore a fish basket slung over his shoulder and held a net for catching fish in his hands. In this guise, even Aunt Zhang next door would surely exclaim, "Excellent." Before him stood a tripod, upon which rested a smartphone, broadcasting live. Once a white-collar worker, his fate took a turn when a petty superior conspired against him, ultimately leading to his dismissal. In a fit of rage, he abandoned his job and walked away. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. However, his subsequent job search revealed the harsh reality of being at a standstill. With no other recourse, he returned to his hometown, intending to cultivate the land and embrace a life of leisure and retirement. It was then that he noticed the popularity of online creators showcasing rural life, which inspired him. He thought to himself that this was well within his abilities, and thus he boldly embarked on a journey of live streaming, sharing his rural experiences with the world. Today, with splendid weather, he ventured out to stream a fishing expedition, eager to showcase his angling skills to his followers. Yet, little did he know, fate had other plans as he slipped. He tumbled directly into the river. With a splash, Jinjiang Mian floundered, filled with regret. What folly it was to show off his skills, only to be humiliated. Had he known, he would have learned to swim. Had he known, he would have refrained from fishing altogether. Hindsight is invaluable, and as his consciousness faded, he lamented that if given another chance, he would choose to disturb a hornet's nest rather than fish. Cherish life and steer clear of perilous waters. In his dazed state, he felt something wrap around his waist, pulling him upward. Oh heavens! Was he being rescued? Survive this calamity, and fortune shall follow, Jinjiang Mian mused, believing his luck was about to change. However, as he choked on the water and regained his senses, the sight of the creature dragging him from the depths sent him into a panic. Good heavens! It was a colossal serpent. His mind reeled in shock, and he promptly fainted. Certainly, that must have been a hallucination brought on by water in his head. When he opened his eyes again, he was met with the visage of a strikingly handsome man. Surely, the earlier encounter was merely a figment of his imagination after all. This was not a tropical rainforest. Where could such a large snake possibly come from? The man possessed enchanting almond-shaped eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. "Are you all right?" the serpent spirit inquired. His voice was melodious and soothing, echoing in Jinjiang Mian's mind with a repetitive, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Such a handsome figure, coupled with a pleasant voice, left even this grown man feeling quite taken. Who would have thought that such a striking individual resided in this humble village? Which fortunate family had produced this remarkable young man? Jinjiang Mian opened his mouth, tears welling up as he stammered, Thank you, kind sir, I'm fine now." The man assisted him into a seated position. As Jinjiang Mian's eyes adjusted to the light, he cast a glance downward and was met with the sight of the man's serpentine lower half, his heart racing as he stifled a gasp. How careless of him! This was indeed a creature of the supernatural. Startled, Jinjiang Mian fainted once more. The serpent spirit, upon witnessing this, displayed a look of dismay. It seemed that no one appreciated serpent beasts, they were even feared. When Jinjiang Mian regained consciousness, he found himself no longer by the riverbank. Once again, the handsome figure loomed before him, the serpent body still intact. This time he managed to remain conscious. The dual shocks had fortified his mental resilience. "Are you all right?" the serpent spirit asked, his tone tinged with sorrow. Jinjiang Mian nodded, swallowing hard as his gaze fell upon the massive serpent tail. It was said that creatures like this required centuries of cultivation to attain human form. This snake must possess at least 500 years of mastery. According to tales he had read, benevolent spirits seldom harmed humans, often abstaining from malevolent acts in their quest for enlightenment. Since this serpent spirit had saved him and showed concern, it could only be a good spirit. "Where are we?" He recalled that this forest bore no caves. As a child, he often roamed this area, searching for wild fruits on the hills, yet he had never encountered any caves. Could it be that the serpent spirit, upon finding him unconscious, had brought him to its dwelling out of kindness? "This is the Silver Moon Forest," I have yet to inquire why a feeble sub-beastman like you would venture alone into such a perilous place. And why had he fallen into the water? Had the serpent spirit not intervened, he would have perished in the river. Jinjiang Mian, stunned, gaped. Where did you say this is? Silver Moon Forest, the serpent spirit reiterated, pondering that the sub-beastman might have poor hearing. The revelation struck Jinjiang Mian like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly despondent. If his deductions were correct, he had traversed into another realm. Based on the serpent spirit's words and the countless novels he had perused, he surmised that he had landed in a world akin to that of beastmen. The tales he had read depicted a savage era, barren and untamed, where protagonists forged empires with their own hands. No wonder he had found the serpent spirit's demeanor so peculiar. It was a creature of this savage beast world. Jinjiang Mian felt desolate. The gravest misdeed of his life was pilfering a watermelon from Aunt Zhang's garden. As a child, he had never committed any other heinous acts. Even if he could not bestow good fortune upon him, he certainly did not deserve to be cast into the wilderness of a savage beast world. Yes, he had showcased the diligent and prosperous side of rural life, but he had never imagined laboring for wealth in a brutal realm. Noticing the sudden pallor of Jinjiang Mian's face, the serpent spirit inquired with concern, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" This sub-beastman was unlike any he had encountered, so pale, appearing more delicate than others. Could it be that he had inadvertently harmed him while carrying him back to the cave? "I am merely feeling melancholic," Jinjiang Mian sighed, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, embodying a visage of sorrow. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the serpent spirit's bewildered expression, realizing that the other party likely did not comprehend the term melancholic. Thus, he explained that it meant feeling down. "Oh," the serpent spirit replied, then quietly exited the cave. Inwardly, the serpent spirit mused that indeed, serpent beasts were seldom favored by their fellow beastmen. Even sub-beastmen appeared to shun serpent beasts. Within mere moments, the serpent spirit had conjured a multitude of thoughts. Unbeknownst to Jinjiang Mian, who was preoccupied with thoughts of returning to his original world, he pondered whether his crossing into this realm was linked to his fall into the water. If he were to leap from the riverbank where he had been rescued, could he return? As he attempted to rise from the stone bed, he discovered that his garments had been changed to resemble those worn by wild folk in television dramas, crafted from animal hides. Had the serpent spirit even changed his clothes? Oh dear! That many had been completely undressed. His face flushed crimson. Since he had gained consciousness, he had never allowed a man to undress him. Then again, recalling that he had been rescued from the river, it was only natural for the serpent spirit to change his soaked attire. With that thought, Jinjiang Mian felt less inclined to blame the other for acting without permission. Walking barefoot outside, he spotted the serpent spirit standing beneath a large tree, gazing away from the cave entrance, lost in thought. The scene resembled something out of mythology. If one could overlook the serpent's lower half, he could easily be mistaken for a celestial being of the savage beast realm. Sensing his gaze, the serpent spirit turned to face him. Upon taking in the entirety of the other's physique, Jinjiang Mian felt a surge of envy. What a striking visage, and what impressive abdominal muscles. Such beauty and physique left many men feeling inadequate. The serpent spirit approached, concern etched on his face. "Why do you not rest a bit longer?" Jinjiang Mian averted his gaze, wiping his mouth discreetly. Fortunately, he had not drooled in envy. "I am fine now. Could you take me back to the place where you saved me?" Jinjiang Mian implored. The serpent spirit nodded, replying, "Very well." Yet, he felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment at the notion that Jinjiang Mian wished to return to his former location to await his kin. With hands clasped together in gratitude, Jinjiang Mian expressed, thank you, kind sir." Jinjiang Mian retrieved the clothes he had discarded, which had been neatly laid out on a rock to dry, donned his sandals, and followed the serpent man. What a noble soul! Not only had he saved him, but he was also willing to return him to the spot where he had fallen. Upon reaching the riverside, the serpent spirit, sensing the absence of other beastmen, cautioned, "You should wait here for your tribe to find you. Shall I stay with you?" "That works, but I need to change first." "Please wait here," Jinjiang Mian said, pondering that if he could indeed return, he ought not to do so clad in animal hides. The serpent's spirit nodded, visibly hurt. Surely, he found the beast hide clothing unappealing? Indeed, the garments he had made were exquisite, crafted from an unknown hide that felt distinct from mere animal skin. Jinjiang Mian donned a new set of attire and emerged, gazing at the river with trepidation. The thought of leaping into the water filled him with dread. What if he were to traverse time and space, only to meet an untimely demise? Stealing a glance at the nearby serpent beast, he inquired, "If I were to jump in, would you rescue me, big brother?" The serpent you looked perplexed. Why would one wish to leap into the river? His mind was awash with confusion, yet he felt a profound shock within. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to jump in, would you save me? Indeed, the serpent you affirmed. With this assurance, Jinjiang Mian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His big brother was indeed a benevolent soul. He hurriedly extolled the virtues of the other's bravery and noble character, showering him with accolades. In essence, he left no stone unturned in his praise. Unsurprisingly, the serpent face flushed crimson. He mused, "Does this little beast man harbor feelings for me?" Before he could collect his thoughts amidst the flattery, a sudden splash echoed as the other plunged into the river. Reading Guide 1. Introduction. The author mentioned in the star rating comment section that this narrative should not be scrutinized for logic, as it is based on a fictional beast world with no logical foundation. 2. Silly style. Expect a plethora of modern references. 3. Caution. If you seek logical coherence, tread carefully. 4. No female lead. This is a dual male lead story set in a beast world, featuring a lighthearted journey with an emphasis on daily life. If you notice common sense errors or logical inconsistencies, feel free to express your thoughts directly without causing yourself discomfort or resorting to low ratings. The author is aware of these inconsistencies. They are crafted to serve the narrative. Moreover, if we were to discuss common sense and logic, then neither time travel nor a beast world would exist. The beast world is inherently fictional, and the narrative brings it to life, albeit with elements that may not align with contemporary understanding but resonate within the context of the beast world. If we delve into such arguments, then all beast world literature is flawed, since its characters can transform into beasts, defying logic and common sense. According to certain readers' logic, perhaps we should forego time travel and beast worlds altogether. The protagonist could simply fall into the water, perish, and the story would conclude there. What more is there to write? This book, which has not gained popularity, is not in need of such scrutiny. Lower ratings will not invite responses, nor will they highlight your superior insight. If you wish to stand out amid a sea of ignorance, share your thoughts under books that are trending, and you will surely find an audience. I shall write as I see fit. If you disagree, take it up with the author through the internet. Bestow a 5-star rating while criticizing the author below. They will likely acknowledge your comment with applause, responding with 666. Well said. Chapter 2. Brotherhood established. Serpent U. What is happening? Someone is actually contemplating jumping into the river? He felt as though he had been frozen in place. In the next moment, before Serpent U could use his tail to pull the individual from the water, Jinjiang Mian stood up in the shallows, where the water barely reached his waist. The sensation of choking on water was truly terrifying. Jinjiang Mian instantly regretted his impulsive decision. He had come face to face with death and realized there was little he could not comprehend. Since he had traversed into this realm, he might as well accept his fate. This was a resignation to reality, a compromise with existence. Jinjiang Mian had read tales of individuals who found themselves in foreign worlds and never returned. Cherishing life, he resolved to avoid self-destructive choices. Feigning nonchalance, he approached the shore and noticed the other in a state of bewilderment. He patted the individual on the shoulder. "Did I scare you?" Indeed, he was genuinely startled. Serpent U wondered if perhaps the other had been abandoned by his kin, succumbing to despair before leaping into the water. Considering this possibility, he felt a pang of sympathy for the little beast man, who appeared so frail and was likely cast aside by his tribe, left to fend for himself. Serpent U, however, refrained from inquiring about the other's family, fearing it might provoke further despondency. "From now on, may I protect you?" Serpent U asked. Jinjiang Mian surveyed the barren mountains, a place where wild beasts roamed, and nodded vigorously. In this environment, a strong protector was indeed necessary, otherwise one might become mere prey for the beasts. Of course, he had no intention of merely being a burden, relying solely on another for protection. He was determined to contribute in whatever ways he could. Having perused Beast World novels, Xinjiang Mian believed that the orc tribes of the primitive era were generally simple and sincere. Seeing Serpent Yu, he was inclined to trust his instincts. "All right, big brother, I shall rely on your protection from now on. It appears we are alone in these mountains. How about we swear a brotherhood?" Xinjiang Mian picked up the beast skin coat lying on the ground and continued, "From now on, we shall refer to each other as brothers. You seem more formidable than I, so you shall be my elder brother, and I shall be your younger brother, Serpent Yu." This was not the meaning he wished to convey. When the other fell silent, Xinjiang Mian declared, "Your silence is tacit agreement. Thus, it is settled." Having gained such a remarkable elder brother for free, he felt fortunate. From now on, he would be sheltered under the protection of his elder brother, Serpent Yu. Very well, let the other enjoy his happiness. This beastman's approach to closeness suggested he did not harbor animosity towards him. In the past, when Serpent Yu visited the tribe to exchange salt, the female beastmen and the younger beastmen regarded him with either fear or disdain. In the beast world, there are three classifications of beings: male beastmen, younger beastmen, and female beastmen. Male beastmen possess immense strength, capable of transforming into their beast forms for combat, honing their skills to elevate their ranks. The higher the rank, the more formidable they become, even possessing the ability to exert dominance. Younger beastmen are a unique category. They share the characteristics of male beastmen at birth, but lack their formidable beastly power and cannot transform, akin to female beastmen. However, they also do not possess the reproductive capabilities of female beastmen, placing them at the lowest tier within the tribe. Female beastmen are weak, yet possess the ability to bear offspring, thus receiving protection under the laws of their world. Serpent Yu had contemplated joining a tribe for stability. Several tribes had previously invited him to join their ranks. Yet, the thought of being bound by various constraints deterred him from accepting such offers. Xinjiang Mian, noticing the other's silence, feared that perhaps Serpent Yu did not wish to acknowledge him as a younger brother. Serpent Yu, residing in the depths of the wilderness, was not the disheveled vagabond one might expect from tales. Rather, he appeared quite well-groomed, with white hair and skin that radiated purity. His smooth hair was simply tied back with a leather strip, with a few strands cascading down to frame his face, exuding an innocent allure. Xinjiang Mian took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, "I am Xinjiang Mian, Jin as in the carp, Jiang as in river, Mian as in slumber. From this day forth, I shall rely on you, big brother, to carve out a path for me. What name do you go by?" After speaking, he turned to face Serpent Yu, awaiting his introduction. Serpent Yu reciprocated with a similar introduction. Upon hearing the other's name, he found nothing unusual about it. He had heard that some races do not name individuals based on their species, opting instead for names that sound pleasant. A name is merely a label, a means of being remembered by others. Gurgle. An awkward sound emanated from Xinjiang Mian's stomach. After all this time, he was indeed hungry. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and pointed to his belly, saying, "Big brother, I apologize, my stomach is rather rude to interrupt our conversation." Upon hearing this, Serpent Yu chuckled softly, a mere upturn of his lips, as he thought, "Xinjiang Mian is truly adorable. I shall take you to find something to eat," Serpent Yu announced, gesturing for Xinjiang Mian to change into dry beast skin garments. The frail younger beastman had fallen into the water. If he did not change into dry clothing promptly, he might fall ill. "All right, thank you, big brother. I shall change at once," Xinjiang Mian replied enthusiastically, scampering into the thicket to change. Upon emerging, he found the handsome figure had vanished, replaced by a magnificent white serpent. He was not frightened by the sight of such a large serpent, for he knew it could transform into a human and was still his protective elder brother. The white serpent flicked its tongue and turned its head, speaking human words. "Climb aboard. I shall carry you." Xinjiang Mian. It was the first time in his life he would ride a serpent had he the means. He would surely share this moment on social media, causing others to envy him greatly. The serpent's surface was cool to the touch, providing a refreshing sensation as he settled upon it. Involuntarily, he reached out to stroke the serpent's body. The icy sensation lacked any slimy texture. Moreover, the serpent bore no unpleasant odor, instead emanating a floral fragrance. Was this serpent accustomed to bathing in water infused with flowers? The white serpent undulated its body and glided swiftly along. Jin Jiangmian had not anticipated such speed. He nearly slipped off the serpent's back. It felt akin to riding a rocket. He quickly exclaimed, "Big brother, could you possibly slow down? I'm about to be thrown off." Upon hearing his plea, Serpent Yu indeed decreased his pace. He found it curious that the other did not seem to enjoy speed. Were not younger beastmen typically fond of powerful, swift male beasts? Such qualities would enable them to capture more prey. "My apologies, I was unaware you preferred a slower pace." Serpent Yu hastily acknowledged, fearing the other might dislike him. "Not at all. Why apologize? You are the elder brother, whatever you do is right. No need to be so formal with me." As he spoke, he gave the serpent's back a friendly pat. The white snake felt the warmth of the other's hand, shivering slightly, and then fell silent. Before reaching their destination, the person on its back urged it to stop. The snake, perplexed, complied. "What's wrong?" Jin Jiangmian slid down from the snake's back and pointed to a certain spot, saying, "There's food over there. No need to search anymore." The snake glanced over, seeing nothing but grass. Had the little beast man become so famished that he wished to consume grass? "Grass is inedible," the snake asserted, preparing to coil the person back onto its back to continue their journey. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian realized that the other was unfamiliar with taro. This was clearly a small patch of taro, the kind that was particularly diminutive. "Brother, do you really think this is grass?" he said, meeting the other's gaze directly. "Yes, it's just withered grass," the other replied with utmost certainty. "Brother, this is a prized delicacy," Jin Jiangmian exclaimed, picking up a twig and beginning to dig. Fortunately, the soil was soft, making it easier to unearth. He dug out one piece and said to the snake, "Unearth the one beneath this. Come on, don't just stand there." The snake, still confused, joined in with its own twig. Much of the small patch was soon excavated. Furrowing its brow, the snake inquired, "Can this be eaten?" "Of course. This is called taro, something I used to eat frequently." As he spoke, Jin Jiangmian crouched down, using vines to tie the bottom of his t-shirt, fashioning it into a makeshift bag. The t-shirt was not white, so there was no concern about stains. The snake felt a pang of sympathy, sensing that the other must have been poorly treated in the tribe, leading to such an unwholesome diet. Indeed, with the low status of beastmen, it was only natural that Jin Jiangmian, appearing so unhealthy, would be overlooked. After gathering the taro, the two returned to the riverside. Once Jin Jiangmian slid down from the white snake, he poured the taro out of his t-shirt. "Brother, could you please wash this clean? I'll go gather some dry twigs." The snake, unsure of the other's intentions but not questioning, proceeded to wash the taro, also cleaning the soiled clothing in the process. It transformed back into its half-human, half-snake form, washing items by the river while occasionally glancing at Jin Jiangmian, who was collecting twigs not far away. Initially, when the snake transformed, it had not assumed this hybrid shape. It was due to a blockage in its power from leveling up that it had taken on this form. In time, it would revert. Jin Jiangmian returned with an armful of twigs and dry grass, placing them on the ground. After forming a circle with stones, he took a twig and carved a small hole in a piece of wood, attempting to start a fire using the method he had seen online. Drilling for fire proved laborious, and after a considerable time, there were still no sparks. Concluding that his speed was insufficient, he called for the snake. "Brother, come here for a moment." Upon hearing this, the snake crawled over, waiting for instructions without asking questions. Jin Jiangmian pointed at the wood, saying, "Brother, let me demonstrate for you. Just follow my actions." "All right," the snake replied, watching intently and mimicking his movements. Before long, smoke began to rise. Jin Jiangmian was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. "Brother, you're amazing. Truly remarkable." At the sound of his praise, the snake inexplicably blushed, even its ears turning a shade of red, as it diligently worked the twig. Soon enough, a flame ignited, and they hurriedly placed the dry grass into the fire to encourage it to grow. The snake was somewhat dazed, watching the others skillfully build the fire, still in disbelief. It was astonishing that something as vital as fire could be created with mere dry twigs and grass, typically a resource only found in medium or large tribes. Chapter 3. The Human Oil. Upon witnessing the scene, Jianjiang waved his hand back and forth in front of him. "Brother, what ails you? Why are you in a daze? How did you conjure fire?" He could not comprehend that fire was a divine gift, a phenomenon only possible when struck by lightning. The beast men would then preserve the ember and return it to the tribe, assigning guardians to ensure its eternal flame. Jianjiang found himself at a loss for words. If he were to explain that it was a matter of friction fire, the other party would undoubtedly inquire about the meaning of friction fire, leading to an avalanche of questions that seemed insurmountable. "Oh dear brother, let's not dwell on this," he interjected, pointing at the taro. "Shall we move the washed taro over?" He hastily shifted the topic to divert attention from the origins of the fire. As he observed the fire reaching an optimal state, he placed the taro onto the glowing embers to roast. Sitting nearby, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a portion of the serpent's body, pondering the beastmen in novels who could transform between two forms. He asked, "What causes you to transform?" Jianjiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him after his inquiry, realizing it may have been too abrupt. The serpent, Yu, interpreted the question as concern for himself. Stirring a faint flutter in his heart, "I encountered a slight issue during my evolution, but it's nothing serious. I shall be fine in due time, though," Jianjiang murmured, his eyes lingering on the serpent's tail. His expression inscrutable. Feeling uncomfortable under Jianjiang's gaze, Yu inquired, "What troubles you?" "I have a question I wish to pose," Jianjiang replied earnestly, as if about to discuss something grave. "Ask away." "Why do you not refer to me as your little brother?" Yu found the question rather unexpected. It wasn't that he was unwilling. Rather, the term little brother felt oddly misplaced when uttered from his lips. He remained silent, his face flushing crimson. "Brother, your face is quite red." Jianjiang remarked. Yu, upon hearing this, immediately turned away, stammering, I tend to blush when near the fire." After saying this, he distanced himself slightly, marking the area before retreating into the thicket. "I shall gather some fruits." Jianjiang was perplexed. Was it truly so embarrassing for the other to call him little brother that he sought refuge in the forest? He sat beside the fire, using a stick to tend to the roasting taro, pulling out the finished ones and placing more onto the coals. At that moment, a black bear burst forth from the underbrush, causing his heart to race. Where on earth did this black bear come from? There's no time to flee now. He surmised that even the slightest movement would provoke the bear to pounce and end his life. To his astonishment, the bear transformed into a humanoid figure. The sight before him felt surreal, as if reality had been obscured. Oh heavens, why is this beast man completely unclothed? It left him, a grown man, feeling quite embarrassed. The man spoke, "Do not fear, I mean you no harm." Jianjiang thought to himself, how akin this was to a pervert assuring a normal person, "Do not be afraid, I am a good person." The man explained his presence, having been drawn by the delightful aroma. Jianjiang surmised the scent he referred to was indeed that of the roasting taro, which, once cooked, emitted a rich fragrance. Some beastmen possessed keen olfactory senses, enabling them to track the scent from afar. "Then please, do not come any closer," he instinctively urged, unwilling to allow the bearman to approach. The fact that he wore no covering was not lost on him. He had no desire to be the subject of unwanted scrutiny. Moreover, the beastman exhibited no semblance of modesty. The bearman, perplexed, glanced at Jianjiang. Bear Daji was brimming with confidence, believing that the female beastmen in his tribe were naturally drawn to his robust physique. This little beastman must be shy, he mused. Noticing the lingering scent of a serpent, he wondered why this little beastman was in the company of a serpent. Had the serpent abducted him from his tribe? Seeing Jianjiang avert his gaze, Bear Daji reassured him, "You need not feel inferior. I would never mock you for your perceived weaknesses." Jianjiang replied, "No, I do not feel inferior. I merely wish to maintain some decorum. I am aware of my strength and appeal. Many find themselves captivated by me." "You are not the first," Bear Daji declared, brimming with self-assuredness. Jin Jiangmian was left speechless, unable to respond. There is truly no need for such confidence. I assure you, I am not enchanted. Rather, I find it difficult to face your unabashed nakedness. It is rather disconcerting, he continued. Bear Daji perceived Jin Jiangmian's voice as the most melodious he had encountered among the lesser beastmen. His skin was fair, and he possessed a striking appearance, albeit slightly weaker than the average beastman. The realization dawned on Bear Daji that Jin Jiangmian's bashfulness stemmed from his own strength. It was no wonder he struggled to confront such an imposing figure. As he observed wildflowers blooming by the riverbank, their beauty captivated him, prompting him to pluck a blossom to present to Jin Jiangmian and the beast world. The male beastmen, particularly those of superior lineage, were often straightforward, passionate, and forthright in expressing their affections. Bear Daji approached Jin Jiangmian, offering the flower. Here, for you. You are as beautiful as this flower, so there is no need to feel inferior in my presence. He boasted, flexing his well-defined muscles. Do you know why I am so strong? It is to protect delicate beings like you. I am fortunate to have encountered you, he added. I have grown heavy with the weight of my feelings for you. Jin Jiangmian thought to himself, this is unbearable. He is so oily, truly a creature of human oil. Why do you not speak? Are you moved by my words? Bear Daji inquired. No, just as he began to clarify. Yu returned, wrapping his long serpent tail around him, pulling him away from the overly confident bear man. Keep your distance from him, Yu commanded, observing the tension between the two. Jin Jiangmian discerned that they were familiar with each other. Bear Daji, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, Is this the little beast man you've abducted? You are doing him a disservice. He belongs in the tribe, where he can be protected, not following you without assurance of safety. Yu pressed his lips together, his tone icy. This is none of your concern. Bear Daji turned his attention to Jin Jiangmian, extending his muscular arm. He adopted what he believed to be a gentle expression. Come back with me to the tribe. It is perilous to accompany a serpent. Yu tensed, anxious about Jin Jiangmian's decision. Given the current circumstances, living in the tribe would indeed be the most prudent choice. However, Jin Jiangmian shook his head. No, I wish to accompany my brother on adventures. When he had arrived, it was Yu who had saved him. Though his acquaintance with Yu was brief, their bond was strong, and he could not abandon his brother for the comforts of the tribe. Bear Daji looked upon him with disbelief, astonished by his refusal. Is he not in his right mind? You shall regret this decision. With that, he transformed back into a bear and departed. Once he was gone, Yu's face broke into a radiant smile, elated beyond measure. I am so happy that you did not choose to go to the tribe. In his eyes, Jin Jiangmian perceived a shimmering galaxy, which made him realize how lonely he had felt in the past. Brother, you flatter me. How can I abandon my sworn brother? I intend to embark on this journey alongside you, he declared, patting Yu's shoulder affirmatively. You mentioned you would fetch fruits, yet you return empty-handed? Jin Jiangmian remarked. Yu felt a pang of embarrassment, for he had truly intended to gather fruits but had found none. I did not find any, he admitted. Jin Jiangmian responded, How straightforward. I cannot counter that, brother. The taro is ready. Let us feast. He rose and sat down, picking up a cooled taro, peeling it, and offering it to Yu. Brother, this first one is for you. Yu felt a surge of joy as he accepted the peeled taro, touched that Jin Jiangmian had reserved the first for him. Did this signify that he held a special place in Jin Jiangmian's heart? He shyly took a bite, savoring the delicious flavor, something he had never experienced before. In his solitary days, he had only hunted and consumed raw meat. His interactions with the black bear had stemmed from trading processed animal skins for salt. Having visited the tribe for that purpose twice, as Jin Jiangmian munched on the taro, he asked, Did you live in a cave before? Yu nodded. The freshly cooked taro was hot, and as he bit into it, he accidentally let out a yelp, licking his lips in response. Jin Jiangmian, observing his actions, found them unexpectedly alluring. Goodness, what was he thinking? How could he describe a man as alluring? After all, Yu was his sworn brother. In a moment of folly, he blurted out, Brother, you are truly handsome. As soon as the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. What had he just said? Yu paused for a few seconds, then returned the compliment. You are quite handsome as well. You are the most handsome individual I have ever encountered. Suddenly, An inexplicable warmth surged within Jin Jiangmian, causing his face to flush with heat. He blushed. Hastily, he turned away and exclaimed, "I merely spoke casually. Let us discuss something else." He felt the urgency to redirect the conversation, as the atmosphere had grown quite uncomfortable. "Have you ever considered not residing in a cave?" he inquired. "Naturally formed caves are not devoid of moisture, and there are unknown perilous species lurking in their depth. He was averse to living in a cave." She responded, "Not reside in a cave? Dig a burrow instead." "But only the rodent tribe digs burrows." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian rubbed his head in contemplation. Indeed, in the age of wild beasts, weren't beastmen known to dwell in caves? Just like the ancestors of humankind, who also resided in caves when they lived in groups. By posing such a question, he was certain the other party would not contemplate residing elsewhere. Chapter 4. Constructing a dwelling. Jin Jiangmian thought. Since there was no way to return, he must devise a plan for how to thrive in this primitive era devoid of modern tools. The essentials of life revolve around clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Particularly in the beastly world where the choice of residence is of utmost importance, in the short term, constructing brick and stone houses was unfeasible, yet crafting wooden houses was certainly within reach. Furthermore, they could utilize materials found in their immediate surroundings, in the forests. Timber was abundant. "We can build a house," he said, leaning in and sketching the blueprint of a house in the dirt with small stones. "This is the house. People can reside within," Jin Jiangmian stated. Shiyu, unable to fully comprehend, merely thought him clever for coming up with such ideas. He wondered if perhaps his kin resided in houses. Although he harbored questions, he refrained from voicing them. Shiyu pondered that the other was abandoned here by his kin and thus would likely not wish to speak of them. Observing the muscular arms of the man before him, Jin Jiangmian remarked, "Brother, look at your strength. You can handle the task of chopping wood." Feeling the warmth radiating from the other's palm, Shiyu became flustered and after a moment, managed to utter a single word, "All right." Jin Jiangmian surveyed the surroundings. Realizing there was no suitable location for constructing a house, he suggested, "To build a house, we must choose an appropriate site. Let us follow the river downstream and see if we can find a suitable place." Shiyu had no objections. After finishing their meal, they gathered their belongings and set off to find a suitable place to build. By the time they discovered an appropriate site, evening had already descended. They could still return to the cave for the night, but Jin Jiangmian was reluctant to waste time in the wilderness. Sleeping in a cave was hardly better than finding a random spot to rest for the night. The stone bed in the cave, even when covered with animal skins, was still uncomfortably hard. "Brother, let us simply find a place to make do for the night, and no need to return to the cave." Shiyu coiled himself, saying, "You can sleep here. It is cooler." Feeling the chill emanating from the white serpent's body, Jin Jiangmian agreed that it was indeed suitable for sleeping. With tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, he said, "Brother, you are truly kind, a true brother." Half reclining, Jin Jiangmian's eyes began to flutter shut, but soon he became puzzled. In the jungle, he had not seen any mosquitoes. During his time in the countryside, he had been slathered in insect repellent, constantly besieged by relentless mosquitoes. Now, without insect repellent, he found there were no mosquitoes at all. Could it be that in this beastly world, mosquitoes did not exist? "I have a question," Jin Jiangmian said. Shiyu, on the verge of drifting off, was roused by his voice. "What question? Have you ever been bitten by a mosquito?" "Yes," Shiyu replied softly, thinking that the delicate-skinned individual before him must surely fear insect bites. "Thus," he replied nonchalantly, "with me around, mosquitoes will not dare to bite you." Mosquitoes, being a lower species, generally prey on beasts incapable of evolution, particularly those below the 6th tier. When he evolved to the 6th tier, an incident occurred, resulting in his half-human, half-serpent form. Nevertheless, his aura and pressure were both at the 6th tier, making him unapproachable to mosquitoes. "Are mosquitoes frightened of you?" Jin Jiangmian's eyes widened in astonishment. Shiyu affirmed, "Indeed," and then, seizing the opportunity, inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" After asking, he felt anxious, his heart racing in anticipation of the response. "You are my elder brother. You protect me. Why would I fear you? Rest assured, I have no other ambitions. Merely wishing to follow you and pursue our endeavors together," Jin Jiangmian reassured, patting Shiyu's serpentine body. With that, both fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Jin Jiangmian awoke to find a serpentine face before him. Complete with flickering tongue, he nearly jumped in fright. "Brother, why are you staring at me so intently? Are you hungry and considering having me for a meal? Brother, I have great utility. I am not worth eating," he responded. "What are you thinking?" Shiyu replied, exasperated. "Oh, so you do not wish to consume me?" Jin Jiangmian relaxed. "Brother, you must be hungry. Let us find something to eat." They ventured to the riverside, where the coconut trees were laden with fruit. Jin Jiangmian swallowed hard, his mouth watering at the sight. "Brother, could you possibly retrieve the fruit from the top?" Shiyu gazed at the coconuts above, seriously responding, "They are quite hard." Having bitten into one, he found the outer shell too tough and the flesh unpalatable. "Brother, coconuts are inherently hard. It is quite strange if they are not hard." "They are too hard for you to bite through," Shiyu added, perplexed as to how he knew the name of the fruit. "Brother, once you try it, you will surely fall in love with it." Jin Jiangmian's gaze was akin to that of a puppy, making it hard for anyone to refuse his request. Shiyu, naturally unwilling to decline, transformed into a great white serpent and climbed the tree to fetch the coconuts. Meanwhile, Jin Jiangmian busied himself by selecting stones by the riverbank. Finally settling on a satisfactory one. In the age of beasts, tools were essential. He aimed to create a set of stone tools for their use. He polished the stone carefully. Once finished, he glanced at a tree nearby, slightly thicker than his arm, and broke into a mischievous smile. The tree mused, "This brother does not seem like a good person." He approached the tree with the newly polished stone, gradually gnawing away at it. Without an iron axe, the task proved more arduous than expected. "Please, grant me a swift end. I truly appreciate it." Once he felled the tree, Shiyu arrived with the coconuts, 20 in total. Shiyu asked, "Is this enough? If not, I can fetch more." Jin Jiangmian nodded, utterly astonished. "This is truly sufficient." Just as he prepared to drag the tree away, Shiyu effortlessly coiled his tail around it and pulled it out without effort. Feeling embarrassed, Jin Jiangmian pondered for a moment before complimenting, "Brother, you possess remarkable strength." Shiyu replied, "Indeed, you are comparatively weak. Thus, it is my duty to protect you." Jin Jiangmian felt the sting of his brother's words. He had only meant to alleviate the awkwardness. The other showed him no mercy. He crouched down, estimating the length, and marked it with small stones before taking a stone to carve the tree trunk into sections. Shiyu curiously watched, puzzled by his intentions. "What are you doing?" "Making a stone axe. It will make chopping trees much easier." "Tell me how to do it and I will assist," Shiyu said, squatting down and seizing the stone. He thought to himself, as expected of my elder brother. He is always the first to grab the reins when work is to be done. Jin Jiangmian pointed to the markings and instructed, "Use this stone to chop the trunk into sections, marking it above." Upon hearing this, Shiyu began to chop vigorously at the trunk. "How difficult! I am being chopped without leaving a whole corpse." Before long, the trunk had been divided into sections. Feeling unsatisfied with his efforts, Shiyu sought to showcase his prowess and scan the area for other trees. "Do we need to chop more? Perhaps we should fell those few trees?" he asked with a smile, the stone in his hand brimming with untamed energy. The tree lamented, "Please, there is no need to showcase your strength by destroying us. Not for now, brother. It would be inconvenient to carve with that stone. Let us first make a stone axe." Jin Jiangmian took one of the wooden sections and began to rub it against a large stone, smoothing the ends before placing the stone intended for the axe alongside to compare. He made markings with small stones. Then, he took the polished stone and began to chisel at the marked spots on the wood, carving it carefully. Once finished, he inserted the stone meant to be the axe head into the wood, filling the carved space tightly. To ensure a secure fit, he added wooden pieces to further tighten the connection between the stone and the wood. Thus, the stone axe was complete. He showcased his creation to Shiyu. "Brother, look at the stone axe I made." "Is indeed impressive." Shiyu replied, "Impressive," though his words were insincere. Truthfully, he had no understanding of the purpose behind the creation of such an item. "Indeed, brother, allow me to broaden your horizons," Jin Jiangmian proclaimed as he approached the pile of coconuts, picking one up and placing it on the ground. "Coconut, are you not polite?" He labored diligently with the stone axe, striking the coconut with fervor, causing its outer shell to split and yield. Were the coconut capable of speech, it would undoubtedly leap up in protest, exclaiming, You are so arrogant, so grandiose, showcasing the prowess of your stone axe by using me as a target. How utterly exasperating. Observing the coconut's state, he turned his attention to another, applying the same vigorous technique. As if he were the most formidable being in existence, a succession of coconuts fell victim to his relentless strikes. Their skins rent asunder. Brother, have you opened your eyes yet? Jin Jiangmian inquired with unbridled confidence. Indeed, my eyes are wide open, came the astonished reply as he struggled to find his voice. Can this be consumed? Once a vibrant green and visually appealing fruit, it now appears quite the opposite. Noticing the other's expression, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, Jin Jiangmian felt a twinge of awkwardness as he surveyed his handiwork. The once pristine green exterior lay in tatters, unrecognizable compared to the untouched coconuts nearby. Well, brother, my strikes may have lacked delicacy and marred its beauty, he chuckled, but fret not, we do not consume this outer layer. Setting the axe aside, Jin Jiangmian beckoned his companion to assist in peeling away the unsightly shell and wash it in the river. Once we uncover the fruit, it will still be a beautifully shaped coconut. Won't it? Shiyu gazed at the hard shell, pondering how to eat it. Upon noticing that his companion had retrieved the stone used for carving, he began to clean it, directing it towards the now exposed coconut. With a series of rhythmic strikes, he created a hole of moderate size, exhaling in relief. This coconut is indeed tough. One must be quite forceful to pierce it. This remark, Shiyu felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, causing him to involuntarily curl his tail. Chapter 5. The delight of coconut juice. Jin Jiangmian set the coconut aside and gathered a few reeds, trimming the ends before rinsing them in the water. Why wash these? Shiyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Patience, brother, you will soon understand, Jin Jiangmian replied. Selecting one reed and breaking it to an appropriate length, he noted its hollow nature. An ideal natural straw. He inserted the reed into the small hole he had carved into the coconut and offered it to his companion. Here, brother, take a sip of the juice inside. Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise. So this fruit was meant to be drunk? Observing the offering and swallowing nervously, he smiled gently, as the elder brother, I should let you go first. Jin Jiangmian hesitated briefly but decided against further insistence. He took a sip of the coconut juice, instantly revitalized. Coconut juice is simply divine, he exclaimed with genuine admiration. Not comprehending the phrase, Shiyu regarded him with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing his bewilderment, Jin Jiangmian explained, it means that the coconut juice is exceptionally delicious. After sharing this, he intended to pass the coconut so that Shiyu might also enjoy it, but hesitated, pondering whether it would seem disrespectful to offer him the one he had already tasted. I shall prepare another for you, Jin Jiangmian offered. Sitting upon a stone, he placed his coconut aside and resumed his vigorous work on another one. Once he had opened a small hole, he inserted the reed and presented it to Shiyu. Here, brother, give it a try. Shiyu accepted it and began to sip the coconut juice, which was sweet and imbued with the unique flavor of the coconut flesh. Though he preferred meat over fruit, he found no aversion to the coconut juice. Sipping from a coconut that Jin Jiangmian had personally prepared, the sweetness flooded his senses and warmed his heart. Jin Jiangmian's eager gaze was unmistakable. So, how does it taste? Shiyu nodded, responding nonchalantly, it is good. Excellent. Allow me to prepare several more, Jin Jiangmian declared cheerfully. Brother, once you finish drinking, you can scoop out the white coconut flesh as well. The tender coconut meat is crisp and sweet, perfect for this warm weather. After satisfying their thirst, the two began to divide their tasks. Shiyu took on the responsibility of felling trees while Jin Jiangmian ventured further from the river to clear a plot of land situated higher than the water level. This way, even in torrential rain, their home would remain safe from flooding. Their dwelling would require 2 bedrooms and a living area, not too small, lest they lack space, yet not excessively large to risk instability. This dwelling would serve as a temporary refuge, and once conditions permitted, they would aspire to construct a more robust shelter. Even if it were merely a provisional haven, it must be sturdy and well constructed. With a vision in mind, he returned to the riverbank to fashion a stone shovel. He sought out an area with soft soil, excavating a mound of earth before proceeding to the chosen location for their home. Clearing away underbrush and weeds, this was a monumental task, demanding meticulous attention to detail. Now drenched in sweat, he felt the evidence of his labor as perspiration streamed down his skin, particularly as several large mosquitoes buzzed around him. He mused that when his brother was nearby, he felt no such heat. The temperature was just right, and there were no pests. Now, however, the oppressive heat weighed heavily upon him, and he was drenched in sweat after minimal exertion. Once he cleared the area, exhaustion set in, and he collapsed onto the ground. Clad in animal hides, with his bare arms marked by red welts, he reflected that inactivity was preferable to this taxing labor. This fatigue reminded him of the days spent harvesting rice, toiling under the sun, drenched in sweat. After completing the clearing, he took his stone shovel to the designated digging site, methodically turning over the soil with each stroke. Life had not been easy, and with no outlet for his frustrations, he found solace in the rhythmic sounds of the earth being turned. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead, and his stomach growled in protest. He recalled his brother's south instructions to remain close to the marked area he had created. It carried his scent, deterring wild beasts from encroaching. Straying too far could lead to becoming a meal for some predator. With hunger gnawing at him, he could not afford to wander elsewhere in search of food. Instead, he knelt by the river, drinking several refreshing gulps of water while washing his hands and face. In this primal wilderness, free from industrial pollution, he drank directly from the river. Regaining some strength, he took the stone chisel and cracked open the unfinished coconut, inserting the reed to savor a few more sips. A taste of coconut juice on a summer day felt like pure bliss. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he noted that his brother had yet to return, so he kept busy along the riverbank, searching for suitable stones. Finally, he found a stone that was slightly concave and smooth. Carrying it back, he sat down and vigorously rubbed it with another stone, deepening and enlarging the indentation to fashion a stone pot. In the shade, he constructed a makeshift stove, placing the cleaned stone pot inside. The emptied coconuts from earlier also proved useful as vessels. Just as he intended to simmer coconut meat, an unexpected delight arrived. Shiyu returned with a chicken and some items from their cave. The wild chicken was large, and Shiyu had dispatched it with great skill, causing it to thud heavily against the ground. "I'm back," he announced, akin to a hunter greeting his wife upon returning home. Shiyu had also brought salt and animal hides. "Thank you for your efforts," Jin Jiangmian remarked, addressing the wild chicken. Shiyu mused, "Why does it feel as though our statuses are indistinguishable from that of food?" Jin Jiangmian examined the sizable stone pot, confident it could accommodate the chicken without issue. With the addition of coconut, he concluded they would prepare coconut chicken stew. Just as he reached for the chicken, it suddenly twitched. The chicken. "I still have half a breath left. I can still struggle." Quick as lightning, he seized a nearby stone and struck, ending its plight in an instant. The chicken. A fragrant farewell. "Shiyu." Jin Jiangmian opened his mouth, then remarked, "Brother, this wild chicken is quite remarkable. I never expected it to cling to life so tenaciously." Chapter 6. Infatuated and mad for my elder brother, Shiyu gazed at the lifeless wild chicken. A tinge of guilt etched upon his face. In the eyes of the beastmen, wild chicken was hardly a delicacy. Its flesh bore an unpalatable taste, far more challenging to digest than that of wild boar, mammoth, or musk ox. This taste, whether consumed raw or roasted, was inescapable, rendering it one of the least favored meats among female beasts. Generally, the female beasts and sub-beastmen preferred the most tender cuts of mammoth, which, after being roasted, lost their gamey essence and proved quite delectable. While chopping wood, Shiyu had concealed his presence and had only spotted the wild chicken. He felt a wave of self-reproach and guilt for not bringing back a more worthy catch. It was a reflection of his inadequacy as an elder brother, having returned only with a wild chicken. Jan Jiangmian promptly countered, "Who says my elder brother is useless? He is indeed capable. My brother is formidable, truly remarkable. I admire him immensely. I am but a humble admirer, infatuated and mad for him." Upon uttering this, he found himself feeling considerably cooler while remaining by Shiyu's side. As the bothersome mosquitoes had vanished, elder brother even brought back prey. How can one claim he is of no use? If he were to venture out hunting, he would simply become a meal for the beasts, rendering him utterly ineffective. "Do you truly believe that?" Shiyu inquired, his gaze intense as it pierced through Jin Jiangmian. "And of course. Look at my earnest eyes. Do they appear to be lying?" He blinked innocently, as if to say, "Do I seem sincere to you?" Shiyu's gaze met his, and a blush crept onto Jin Jiangmian's cheeks, his voice quivering as he spoke. "Oh dear brother, Your gaze makes me feel quite bashful. Oh. Shiyu averted his eyes. Jin Jiangmian urged him to create fire, while he fetched water in an empty coconut shell and poured it into a stone pot. Why are we boiling water? Shiyu questioned, perplexed by the necessity of it. Did he intend to bathe? Female beasts and sub-beastmen alike were often delicate. They could never wash with cold water, only with hot in the absence of heated water. They would have to resort to damp animal hides to wipe their bodies. Elder brother may not know, but scalding the wild chicken with hot water makes plucking its feathers much easier. Jin Jiangmian explained nonchalantly. The wild chicken could hardly fathom that it would not only become someone's meal, but also endure the scalding of boiling water. If the pot contained oil, it would be akin to being thrown into a frying pan, wouldn't it? Shiyu paused, evidently surprised that hot water was necessary for feather removal. He had always plucked them by hand. Suddenly, he felt a sense of anticipation. What would the wild chicken be like after being scalded compared to being plucked directly? The deceased wild chicken lamented. What a stroke of misfortune. Had I known, I would have starved rather than venture out to forage. Who could have guessed that before I could feast, I would be captured and lose my life? She was tasked with preparing the wild chicken while Jin Jiangmian went to the riverside to gather scallions. The scallions were sparse, just a few sprigs, and he dared not take too many. He plucked a few, then opted to pinch off the stems, leaving the bulbs intact for future growth. After washing them clean by the river, he noticed that Shiyu had also finished preparing the chicken, which was being cleaned by the water's edge. Jin Jiangmian approached and, seeing the absence of entrails, inquired, Elder brother, what of the liver and intestines? They were discarded, Shiyu replied blandly. Discarded? How far did you throw them? He could not dare to criticize his elder brother, so he resolved to retrieve them himself, reasoning that washing them could still render them useful. Shiyu gestured, pointing to the discarded entrails. Jin Jiangmian set down the scallions and eagerly hurried over. Upon arrival, he nearly gagged. The scene was gruesome. The feathers and skin were ripped off in a savage manner, with entrails, feathers, and blood all mingled together, resembling the aftermath of a violent slaughter. Ugh! How disgusting! He exclaimed, turning on his heel and scurrying back to the riverbank, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Oh dear, I might just hurl. Noticing his pale complexion, Shiyu inquired with concern, What troubles you? He waved his hand dismissively and said, It's nothing, elder brother. You carry on with your work with that. He crouched to wash the scallions. The fresh scent of the scallions filled his nostrils, invigorating him. Once the scallions were cleaned, Shiyu had also finished processing the wild chicken. Jin Jiangmian selected a flat stone, cleaned it, and requested Shiyu place the chicken upon it. Under Shiyu's watchful gaze, he washed the axe, squatted down, and with a vigorous swing, began chopping the chicken into pieces. Those witnessing the spectacle, whether familiar or unfamiliar, were left utterly astounded. In no time, the wild chicken was reduced to portions and placed into the stone pot. Shiyu tended to the fire while Jin Jiangmian tied the scallions and added them in. Why the greens? Shiyu inquired. Jin Jiangmian chuckled softly, explaining, Elder brother, these are not mere weeds. They are scallions, which help eliminate the chicken's gamey flavor and enhance the aroma. As he spoke, he plucked the leaves, washed them, and added them to the pot. Seeing Shiyu's astonished expression, he elaborated, These are fragrant leaves, also used to amplify the aroma. Upon hearing this, Shiyu was taken aback by how knowledgeable Jin Jiangmian was about various plants. How could such a clever sub-beastman be abandoned by his kin? Was it merely due to his appearance? Observing Shiyu wielding the axe with such strength and beauty, he felt that the tribe had squandered a treasure by discarding him as the wild chicken simmered. Jin Jiangmian poured in coconut milk and added chunks of coconut flesh. Lacking a ladle, he resorted to stirring with a wooden stick. Unavoidably, his gaze drifted toward the bamboo. Oh no, a premonition of calamity. Jin Jiangmian seized the axe and approached slowly. 1 step, 2 steps, cursing the bamboo for not having legs to escape. Shiyu followed suit, taking up his axe. Leave the tree chopping to me, he declared. Then with a few powerful strikes of his stone axe, the bamboo succumbed. Jin Jiangmian watched in awe, giving a thumbs up. Elder brother, you are simply incredible. You felled that bamboo so swiftly. Your efficiency is astonishing. Hearing the praise, Shiyu felt a surge of joy, his ears flushed with warmth. It was nothing, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The two dragged the bamboo over, setting the axe aside. Jin Jiang Mian sat down and began to slice the bamboo into sections. From one segment, he crafted several pairs of chopsticks. He set aside the jointed portion, which was quite aesthetically pleasing, to use as a vessel. After polishing one piece with a stone, he marked it and drilled a hole. Inserting a bamboo-handled eye in this manner, he fashioned a ladle. Due to time constraints, it was somewhat rudimentary, but functional nonetheless. With the chicken nearing readiness, he washed everything thoroughly and brought it over. He sprinkled salt into the stone pot, stirring the mixture to ensure even seasoning, enhancing the flavor. He ladled some into a bamboo bowl and asked Shiyu to taste it. This was his first genuine attempt at outdoor cooking, and he hoped it would not end in disaster. Shiyu took a sip, and the flavor of the chicken soup was exquisite. He had never tasted such delicious broth before. To his astonishment, the wild chicken, which had been deemed undesirable, yielded such a delightful soup. After finishing, he unconsciously licked his lips, an instinctive reaction to the deliciousness. Jan Jiang Mian observed this action, feeling an inexplicable heat rise within him. Oh no! The way elder brother licks his lips is a lethal temptation. I find myself inexplicably stirred. How could I harbor such thoughts about my elder brother? Is it merely his handsome appearance that captivates me? Surely, that must be it. Otherwise, how could a straight man, despite having never been in love, feel so affected by another man? Jin Jiang Mian attempted to rationalize his feelings. There's something on my face? Noticing Jin Jiang Mian's gaze, Shiyu assumed there was something dirty on his face and instinctively reached up to touch it. Jan Jiang Mian shook his head. No, I was just waiting for your opinion on the chicken soup. How is it? Tasty? Delicious, Shiyu replied sincerely. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiang Mian served himself a portion. The flavor was decent, not unpleasant, and bolstered by his hunger. It could barely be deemed delightful. Shiyu's expression suggested he had encountered the most exquisite flavors, as though he were praising Jin Jiang Mian's efforts. Well, if it's good, then drink more, he said, pouring a whole bowl for Shiyu, even adding a chicken leg for good measure. Elder brother, please enjoy. He filled his own bowl and began to sip leisurely. A glance revealed Shiyu had stuffed the entire chicken leg into his mouth, quickly spitting out the bones. Jin Jiang Mian's expression transformed into one of shock, then shifted to disbelief, before ultimately becoming one of sheer astonishment. Wow, impressive! Upon noticing that the other party was eager to directly grasp the meat from the bowl with his hands, he quickly intervened, saying, "Brother, let us use chopsticks instead. It's too hot." He handed over the chopsticks. "How do you use these?" The bewildered Shiyu inquired. "Oh, so you don't know how to use chopsticks, big brother?" He chuckled. Jin Jiangmian smiled as he set down the bamboo bowl and promptly began to teach him. The unexpected proximity made Shiyu's heart race with anxiety. After a flurry of attempts, he finally mastered the art of using chopsticks. Jin Jiangmian felt elated for his brother and rewarded him with a generous piece of chicken. However, just as Shiyu was about to take a bite, he hesitated and proclaimed, I feel like I don't want to eat it." Jin Jiangmian raised an eyebrow, surprised by the other's keen sense of smell, realizing he detected the exquisite flavor and opted to refuse it. "Well, big brother, since you find this piece of meat too fatty and do not wish to eat it, perhaps you should discard it. I, your little brother, shall gladly partake." Shiyu deftly returned the chicken to Jin Jiangmian's bowl. Does this count as attempting to steal the chicken but losing the rice? Jin Jiangmian feigned a tremor in his hand and tossed the chicken aside. Chapter 7. The appearance of the spirit cat, accompanied by a dazzling aura. Oh dear, my hand trembled. What a pity. Just as he cast the chicken aside, an unknown creature darted out, startling him so much that he raised the stone in his hand, ready to strike. Oh, winky face. The spirit cat felt its life flash before its eyes in a moment of desperation. It pleaded, "Wait, spare me a feline life." Jin Jiangmian blinked, his hand still raised but not descending. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very cat that had snatched the chicken moments ago. Its golden-orange fur shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating a reflective sheen. This time, it appeared without the grandiose golden aura. "What are you?" he asked. Looking down at the cat, he thought, if it can speak, it must be a beast man, right? Is this a cat beast man? Surprisingly, upon hearing his words, the cat puffed up in indignation. It leapt and exclaimed, "How dare you question what I am? I, a dignified spirit cat, cannot be described as a mere thing. Such an insult. All right, you are not a thing, Jin Jiangmian retorted with a smirk. The spirit cat proudly lifted its head, adopting a haughty tone. Now that sounds more acceptable, but something feels off. Nonetheless, it dismissed the nagging thought and imperiously asked, now that you know my identity, shouldn't you treat me to something delicious? He glanced down briefly and muttered, you're troublesome, then circled around the cat, continuing to move stones without acknowledging it. This action infuriated the cat. How could this sub-beastman be so oblivious, completely disregarding the presence of a mighty spirit cat? Countless tribes would vie to host it, treating it like a revered ancestor. How could he overlook it? Hey, little sub-beastman, you've successfully captured my attention. The spirit cat continued to approach, saying, I see now. You wish to attract my notice in this manner. Very well, I shall reluctantly stay. Do not be too moved. Just provide me with delicacies. Jan Jiangmian thought to himself, this cat must be out of its mind. Has it crossed into my world after reading too many domineering Gao novels, leading it to believe it is a supreme cat? Ignoring it, he resumed moving stones. The spirit cat pondered its existence. Why was this sub-beastman so dense? Hey, are you deliberately ignoring me, hoping to make me crave your attention? It demanded that I tell you, meow. Who dares to seize my fate by the nape? Just then, Shi returned with 2 bundles of wood. Upon seeing the cat, he immediately set down the wood and rushed forward, lifting the cat with ease. Where did this wild cat come from? Looks like we can have an extra meal tonight. The spirit cat exclaimed, are you serious? I, a noble spirit cat, am destined to become someone else's dinner? Eating a spirit cat would invoke divine retribution. Meow, I am a spirit cat. Why was it facing so many setbacks today? Encountering these 2 beastmen was truly unfortunate. Had it not been drawn by the enticing aroma of their cooking, it would have never approached them. So what? Shi replied indifferently. The spirit cat deflated, realizing its luck had run out. Keep me around. I still have some UIT, pleaded pitifully, completely shedding its earlier arrogance. Jin Jiangmian asked, what can you do? He reached out and stroked the cat's belly, marveling at its silky fur. I can bring good fortune, it said weakly. Hearing this, Jin Jiangmian instructed his brother to release it. Just as the spirit cat thought they recognized its value and would care for it, they actually told it to leave. You may go. We do not need another mouth to feed, he stated. The spirit cat was stunned. Had it misheard? Despite claiming it could bring good fortune, they still wanted it gone. So I leave. The spirit cat repeated. Don't go, Jin Jiangmian said. The spirit cat's heart leaped with joy, convinced that the other was merely playing hard to get and could not bear to part with it. After all, it was a spirit cat capable of bringing good fortune. Who wouldn't want such a creature? What do you mean, leave? Leave more slowly. If you want to run, run quickly, without delay. Get out of here, Jin Jiangmian urged. The spirit cat, feeling perplexed, noticed that the 2 showed no intention of keeping it, swaying its tail. It turned and truly left. If this place does not welcome cats, there will surely be another place that does. Once the cat was out of sight, he turned his attention to Shiyu and asked, Big brother, why are you back? Shiyu replied, it's getting dark, so I thought I'd bring the wood back for you to see if it's enough. If it is, I won't chop any more. Jin Jiangmian nodded and pointed at the 2 bundles of wood, saying, is that all? It's definitely not enough, of course not. I'll go get more, he said, placing his axe down on a stone. Shiyu remarked, if that cat returns, just use the axe to scare it off. Jin Jiangmian nodded, understood, big brother. He then watched as Shiyu departed, musing on the song I Send You Away 1,000 Miles. After saying this, he waved his hand as if the person would not return. This theatrical flair of his had been rekindled by the spirit cat. He continued moving stones, observing as Shiyu brought back an increasing number of logs, which began to pile up around them, leaving no space to place them. How long have you been chopping to gather so much? Impressive. Has it only been a day? Not even machines work this efficiently. How did you manage it, big brother? Shiyu replied modestly. It's not that remarkable, and no need to be so humble. I admire you. Jin Jiangmian continued to flatter him. With his brother's efficiency, the shelter would surely be completed in no time. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, Shiyu wore a frown, eyeing his focus on chopping and moving trees. He had neglected to hunt for food. Would there be nothing to eat tonight? He was fine, but it was Jin Jiangmian who would suffer. Yet, Jan Jiangmian felt no worry. He had already decided what to eat. Before him lay a river, accompanied by coconut trees. Having picked so many earlier, there were still plenty left. He had saved some chicken broth from lunchtime, which he could enhance with a bit of water to cook the coconut meat. As darkness fell, both had their fill. Seated on the grass, Jan Jiangmian's gaze fell upon several bamboo stalks. These bamboo grew splendidly, pleasing to the eye. He found great comfort in their beauty and thought to cut some down to fashion a backpack for transporting soil tomorrow. With such fine bamboo, he could contribute to his housing project, and his heart swelled with joy. Bamboo. No need for such efforts. They were truly overjoyed. The next day, the two of them rose, feasting upon a lavish coconut banquet, and resumed their dedication to constructing their dwelling. He took charge of laying the foundation while Shiyu busily transported the earth. He meticulously marked the ground using a straight branch, then outlined it with stones. Before employing a stone spade to dig the foundation, if only there were a skilled digger present, he wouldn't have to rely on this primitive stone tool to toil through the soil. Like begets like, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and a mouse's offspring will burrow. Yet he lamented his lack of such skills. Shiyu approached, witnessing his vigorous efforts, feeling a pang of sympathy. Following him had led to his own struggles. Though the subjugated beastmen in the tribe held a lowly status, they were spared such arduous labor. Their daily tasks consisted merely of cleaning the pelts stripped from their prey and foraging around the tribe. With their sustenance provided for them, and no need to venture into the wilderness for hunting, they certainly were not burdened with the construction of shelters. Shiyu stepped forward, dumping the earth he had carried, and remarked, "The previous bear man was correct. You are more suited to remain within the tribe, rather than accompany me." "What are you saying, brother?" he replied, perplexed. "We are building a house, and you suddenly become melancholic?" Shiyu, with utmost seriousness, stated, "I mean it if you prefer. I can take you back to the tribe to live." Jinjiamian furrowed his brow and asked, "And what about you? Will you remain in the tribe with me, or continue to wander?" Shiyu cast his gaze downward and replied, "The tribe would retain me for my abilities. At worst, I would merely endure unflattering remarks and ridicule from others." Jinjiamian approached and playfully punched him twice on his sturdy chest. "What nonsense are you spouting? We have sworn brotherhood. You as the elder brother and I as the younger, following you to carve out our destinies. It hasn't even been a few days. And you wish to quit? You are truly unreliable. In a community, one cannot act solely on personal whims. After all, one must adhere to certain constraints." He was merely an ordinary individual, unlike protagonists in novels endowed with golden fingers, capable of establishing empires in a savage beast world. All he desired was to survive in this place. "Brother, you saved my life, and I am wholeheartedly committed to following you, genuinely treating you as my elder brother." As he spoke, he felt a swell of emotion. Chapter 8. Building the house. It was the first time he had expressed such heartfelt sentiments. He wondered if it had touched the other's heartstrings, if he could perceive his sincerity and regard him as family, as a genuine younger brother. "Very well, I shan't mention the tribe any longer," Shiyu acknowledged, realizing he had spoken out of turn. "Exactly, brother, united we stand. Our strength unbreakable. We shall surely thrive in this savage beast world." Jinjiamian inspired him with motivational words. Shiyu nodded, and the two resumed their labor on the house. Once Shiyu had transported an ample amount of earth, Jinjiamian had only managed to dig half the foundation. Seeing Jinjiamian laboring so hard, Shiyu quickly seized the stone spade from his hands. "I shall dig," he insisted. In that moment, Shiyu noticed the blisters forming on Jinjiamian's hands. Shiyu silently observed, his gaze fixated on Jinjiamian's hands. "Brother, your gaze seems intent on boring a hole through my hand," Jinjiamian said awkwardly, hiding his hands behind him. "Please, sit down. I shall handle the rest," Shiyu suddenly declared. Jinjiamian remained resolute in his opposition, his tone firm, in a way. "How can I allow my elder brother to do everything? It would make you appear as if you were the younger brother." After finishing, he playfully patted Shiyu on the shoulder. "I'm not so delicate. It's merely a scrape, nothing significant," he laughed, radiating warmth like a little sun, instantly brightening Shiyu's heart. Shiyu thought to himself that he would likely never forget Jinjiamian's joyful expression. Jinjiamian entrusted the task of digging the foundation entirely to Shiyu and chose the timber for the main beams. He selected several of the thickest logs, stripping the bark with an axe. After marking the tree tops with stones, he diligently flattened both ends of the logs with the axe. Next, he utilized a stone chisel to carve holes into the marked spots on the wood. The holes had to be of a matching shape to accommodate the ends of the beams. Fortunately, he could measure using blades of grass, marking them with the stone chisel. Aside from the larger timber required for the supporting beams, the other wood was not overly thick, just slightly wider than his arms, suitable for constructing walls and the overhead supports. Time slipped away swiftly, and before long, it was time for lunch. Jinjiangmian called Shiyu over. Stating, brother, do you recall the spot where we dug for taro? Shiyu nodded, having marked it previously and thus remembered. Your speed is commendable. Why not go and dig up all the taro? Use a piece of beast hide to fashion a bag for it. Will you not accompany me? Shiyu inquired. There isn't much taro left. It would suffice for you to go alone. I shall remain here to work on the wood. Very well, that sounds agreeable, Shiyu consented. He made his mark and departed with a piece of beast hide. Shortly after he left, the cat reappeared, shimmering like gold as it entered the scene. The entrance was nothing short of spectacular. Man, I have returned, the cat proclaimed, adopting its usual domineering tone. Jinjiangmian felt a vain throb on his forehead, rolling his eyes in response. Could you refrain from such ostentatious entrances next time? Do you truly believe such theatrics are beneficial? What do you mean not beneficial? This showcases my noble status. The cat, with an air of arrogance, lifted its head, exuding an aura of disdain. Indeed, you are correct, Jinjiangmian replied, resuming his task of chiseling the wood. Not sparing a glance at the spirit cat, seeing Jinjiangmian laboriously striking the wood, the spirit cat sauntered over and remarked, "Oh dear, how pitiful! How long must you hammer like this?" As it spoke, it lifted one paw to display its tiny claws, brimming with pride. Unlike you, I possess claws that are sharp and can easily carve holes into wood. Jinjiangmian, unimpressed, glanced at the cat's small claws and retorted, "You are merely boasting. What can those insignificant claws accomplish? You may talk big, but I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't manage and broke your claws instead." With a scoff, Jinjiangmian resumed chiseling the wood. Hey, this little beast man dares to question my abilities? The spirit cat felt a surge of indignation. Was he being looked down upon? When had it ever endured such humiliation? After failing twice with a beast man, it was determined to prove its prowess and showcase its abilities, all while opening the other's eyes. Watch closely, it declared, before enlarging considerably, its tail unfurling into multiple strands. It raised one claw and scratched it against a small piece of wood, leaving behind a deep groove without breaking it. With a flick of its tail, it placed the wood before Jinjiangmian. Did you see that? I did, Jinjiangmian thought, realizing he had indeed witnessed something impressive. The cat could change size and sprout a long tail? The spirit cat, with a satisfied huff, reverted back to its smaller form, tail returning to a single strand. It approached Jinjiangmian, tilting its small head, seemingly awaiting praise. After a prolonged silence, during which Jinjiangmian continued chiseling away without acknowledgement, the cat's posture faltered, confusion clouding its mind. Shouldn't there have been some reaction? Hadn't he witnessed its prowess? Why was there no response? Jinjiangmian glanced up at the cat, feigning astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, you're truly remarkable." His expression was exaggerated, clearly insincere. Upon hearing this, the spirit cat responded with pride, "Of course, I am extraordinary." With its head raised and eyes closed, it basked in the moment. However, after a while without further praise, it opened its eyes, only to find Jinjiangmian engrossed in his work again. Was that it? Just a single compliment? Jinjiangmian, still focused on his task, replied without looking up, "I'm not particularly good at flattery." The spirit cat felt a slight sense of equilibrium restored and then inquired, "What do you think of that snake, beast man?" Jinjiangmian continued to work, effortlessly showering the snake beast man with compliments. He is tall, graceful, charming, and exudes an impressive aura. The spirit cat interjected, "Didn't you just claim you weren't good at flattery?" A lengthy string of praises certainly did not align with his earlier statement. "Oh, did I say that? You just said it? Is that so? I don't recall saying such a thing." The spirit cat, exasperated, thought to itself, not even fish forget things that quickly. I want to hear you praise me." Then wish away, Jin Jiangmian shrugged, indifferent. The cat's desires were of no concern to him. The spirit cat, however, was obstinate, insisting that Jin Jiangmian must praise it. If you refuse to sincerely compliment me now, one day, I shall make you beg for my praise. The spirit cat maintained its domineering tone. Chapter 9. The dominant spirit cat. This cat was truly amusing. The dictums of a domineering figure made the other party comprehend the situation, yet the day of reckoning seems far off. Just then, a terrifying sound erupted from a distance, reminiscent of a beast's roar. The spirit cat's fur bristled, its tail drooped, entering a state of heightened alertness. Jin Jiangmian sensed an imminent danger approaching. He scanned his surroundings for a place to hide, but alas, time was not on his side. The monster swiftly emerged into view. An enormous lizard with crimson eyes, its back adorned with a shell reminiscent of a tortoise. Perhaps a remnant of some aberration during its growth, he was utterly bewildered. What a miraculous species this was! Noting the unfavorable turn of events, the spirit cat suggested, "Let us flee post-haste." However, it was too late. "Aren't you quite formidable? Now is the time to showcase your abilities. Go on, little spirit cat. Pray, let me witness your prowess." Jin Jiangmian gestured invitingly. Yet, instead of enlarging, the spirit cat pressed its tail against the ground. Rising to stand upright on its two front legs, mimicking a human stance, with a resounding clap of its paws, it executed a stunning display. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The sight left Jin Jiangmian in shock. Its gestures were akin to those of a quarrelsome matron. Was this cat truly of no help in a critical moment? The beast, instead of being deterred, seemed rather pleased. It scampered closer, delivering a loving swipe towards the spirit cat and Jin Jiangmian. The spirit cat nimbly evaded, its agile form leaping high, but alas, it was not fast enough and received a solid whack from the beast's tail. Fortunately, it felt no pain, as an energy shield enveloped its body during the attack. Jin Jiangmian, however, was not so fortunate. He was struck with force, sent tumbling several meters away, landing in a most undignified manner. He felt a sharp internal ache, groaning as he struggled to rise. The monster advanced towards him, its mouth agape, tongue darting out rapidly. Quick-witted, Jin Jiangmian seized a nearby stick and swung it toward the creature. The stick was snatched away by the flick of the tongue, but his life was spared. He hastily crawled behind a rock, scanning the vicinity for an escape route. Noticing a wasp's nest on a tree beside the monster, a plan formed in his mind. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the nest, causing the wasps to erupt in a frenzy. Seeing this, the spirit cat climbed the tree, knocking the nest down onto the monster. Jin Jiangmian internally lauded the clever maneuver. Recognizing the perilous nature of their surroundings, he quickly called for the little cat to flee together. The spirit cat dashed over, chiding, "You are running far too slowly." Jin Jiangmian retorted, "You little rascal are of no use, with legs so short. How dare you complain about my speed? If you are so swift, why not outpace me?" The spirit cat, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "All right then." With that, it transformed into a larger form, darting away with astonishing speed. Jin Jiangmian thought, it can indeed grow so large? Why did it not transform earlier to confront the monster? It seems this ability is for escape, not combat. He felt he was beginning to grasp the truth. Fortunately, the spirit cat was not the type to abandon its companion for personal gain. It soon returned, wrapping its tail around Jin Jiangmian and lifting him onto its back. It declared, "Humph, man, you are too stubborn to ask for my help." Jin Jiangmian mused, "This cat's domineering behavior is deeply entrenched. There is no saving it. Just bury it." Together, they navigated through the woods until they arrived at a serene lake. Having put distance between themselves and the creature, the spirit cat set him down, panting heavily, transforming back into a small cat. "Oh dear, it is my first time racing with someone. It has drained my energy. You are far too heavy. Carrying you has exhausted me." Jin Jiangmian pursed his lips, skeptically asking, "Are you certain it is my weight and not your weakness?" The spirit cat retorted, "Look at this silent mouth. It could very well remain closed. Regardless, it was I who led you to safety. I am now your life-saving feline." With its head held high, the spirit cat displayed an air of pride. Jin Jiangmian's lips twitched. He would never forget the sight of it standing before the monster. shouting retreat, retreat, retreat. A truly cringe-worthy spectacle. In the midst of this back and forth, hunger gnawed at him. He washed his hands at the small lake, glancing around for any wild fruits to quell his appetite. Observing his actions, the spirit cat dashed into the woods, declaring, "Wait for my return." Before Jin Jiangmian could speak, the cat disappeared from sight. The spirit cat soon spotted its target, a delectable morsel, a wild chicken, engrossed in pecking at worms. Suddenly shivered, sensing an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. Just as it was about to return to its mate, a golden-orange figure pounced, pinning the chicken beneath its foot. The chicken felt as though a mountain had fallen upon it. What kind of creature was so devoid of honor as to resort to ambush? It clucked indignantly, "You scoundrel! You play dirty with such underhanded tactics." Without hesitation, the spirit cat swiftly dispatched the wild chicken. Before long, it returned to Jin Jiangmian, triumphantly carrying the wild chicken in its mouth. Jin Jiangmian's expression morphed into one of astonishment. The chicken was larger than the cat itself. What a remarkable feat it had accomplished! The spirit cat set the chicken down, brimming with pride. "Quickly, praise my prowess." Jin Jiangmian, not wanting to hold back his admiration, gave a thumbs up but soon lowered it. Taking the chicken to the lakeside, the spirit cat, yearning for continuous praise, was taken aback when Jin Jiangmian offered only 3 words of commendation. "That is rather stingy. How unfair. You dismiss me with just 3 words." Its tail drooped in disappointment. "3 words are already generous, and yet you complain." He placed the chicken down, beckoning the cat over. "You have claws, don't you? Clean the chicken, gut it, and pluck its feathers. Surely, you can manage that?" The spirit cat's pupils widened in disbelief. "What? The esteemed spirit cat is to perform such menial tasks? No way, I refuse to do it," it resolutely declared, yet inwardly conceded, "Fine, but it better be delicious, for the sake of food." Its pride was of little consequence. Previously, it had relished the taste of chicken, though the unpleasant odor had been a downside. Jan Jiangmian gathered firewood and dry grass, digging a pit and arranging the branches. Starting a fire was no easy feat. He toiled for quite some time before finally igniting it. If only his older brother were present, such labor would be unnecessary. Once the fire blazed, he gathered lotus leaves from the lakeside and dug up some earth. Given the circumstances, he could only make a makeshift beggar's chicken. Fortunately, ginger grew along the lake's edge, perfect for masking any foul odors. After washing everything, the spirit cat returned, having prepared the wild chicken. Upon seeing it, Jin Jiangmian was astonished. It was not merely feathered, but the skin had been entirely removed. What a hardship for this cat! In truth, the spirit cat had not intended to skin the chicken. Its claws were not like a beastman's hands, making it impossible to pluck feathers directly. Instead, it had to slice through the skin, inadvertently removing the feathers as well. This resulted in the sight Jin Jiangmian beheld, a skinned chicken, albeit with its innards still intact. Jin Jiangmian wrapped the chicken in lotus leaves, securing it with grass. "You take this and place it far away. Do not toss it directly into the lake." Reluctantly, the spirit cat complied, carrying the chicken away. Jan Jiangmian cleaned the wild chicken, slicing the ginger into pieces to rub over its entire body, stuffing the remaining pieces into the chicken's cavity. He then wrapped it in lotus leaves, binding it tightly with grass, and coated it in a prepared mud paste for extra protection. When the spirit cat returned, Jan Jiangmian was already seated by the fire. Beside a large mound of earth, the wild chicken had vanished from sight. A large question mark loomed over the spirit cat's head. "Where is the chicken?" It mused. "It vanished while I was busy tossing things. Where could it have gone? Surely, this little beast man intends to make me anxious." The spirit cat's mind concocted elaborate scenarios. It feigned curiosity, asking, "Where is the wild chicken?" The spirit cat anticipated that Jin Jiangmian would say something like, "The chicken is lost," causing it to fret. It had even prepared to act anxious. To its surprise, Jin Jiangmian simply pointed at the mound of earth without lifting his gaze. "It is right here." The spirit cat was perplexed. "What? After I went through all that trouble to catch and clean the chicken, it has been buried in dirt? How could you?" It stammered in disbelief. Jin Jiangmian replied, "What is it to you? Speak clearly. You seem to be stuttering after losing something." With that, he moved the unburned firewood aside, adjusting the fire. Place the clod of earth inside, covering it with the pushed-aside charcoal. Finally, relocate the wood back to its original pit. After nearly an hour, a faint aroma begins to waft through the air. The civet, now salivating, has not eaten anything today. Ever since it savored that chicken's rear, it has been enchanted by the flavor of the chicken meat. As for the raw food, it is indeed a challenge to swallow. After Jinjiamian spread out the remaining lotus leaves, he used a twig to poke at the charcoal. Lifting the large clod of earth beneath, he tapped and prodded the hardened mud with the branch, breaking it apart, and the aroma of the lotus leaves mingled with the scent of wild chicken meat wafted forth. With the fragrance of ginger serving as a delightful finishing touch, the civet's mouth watered uncontrollably. Unfolding the lotus leaves, Jinjiamian wrapped the chicken leg in a leaf, tearing it off and placing it on another leaf. "Here, eat up," he said, and then he tore off a chicken leg for himself and began to eat. The flavor lacked a touch of salt, making it somewhat less delightful, but fortunately, the wild chicken's meat was of excellent quality. Chapter 10. Building the house too, even without salt for seasoning, it was still quite enjoyable. Just imagine, if there were salt, it would undoubtedly be delicious. The civet felt that the chicken leg was far tastier than the chicken's rear. If it could indulge in such delectable fare every day, it would be more than willing to stay by Jinjiamian's side. Following the right companion, all the delicious food and drink would be assured. Following the wrong one, even the person it fancied would be absent. No. It must devise a plan to remain close to this young beast man so that it wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. Seeing the civet finish the chicken leg, Jinjiamian tore off a wing and offered it to the civet. The civet immediately responded with exaggerated gratitude. "Thank you, thank you. You enjoy it first. Whatever's left, you can give to me." Jinjiamian placed the chicken wing down, eyeing it with suspicion. Such a gluttonous little cat must have some ulterior motive. "What are you scheming?" "Nothing. How could that be? Do I look like that kind of cat?" It looked him up and down, nodding earnestly. "Absolutely," Jinjiamian remarked. "To be so direct in praising oneself, without any subtlety, is a first for me." Which he could only think. A gluttonous cat without any real utility. The civet retorted, "That's quite hurtful. As a spirit cat, while I may not be of much use in battle, at least I won't hinder you." Casually, Jinjiamian shifted the conversation. "However, if you wish to stay, it's not impossible." Upon hearing this, the civet's tail wagged joyfully. "I'll agree to any terms. That's what you said, and it's quite simple. From now on, you will follow my lead." Agreed. The man and the cat reached a consensus. Soon after, the fragrant chicken was devoured, and Jinjiamian covered the fire pit with earth, extinguishing the flames, leaving no embers behind. He even sprinkled some water over it with lotus leaves. He felt a pang of melancholy. Just like that, they were leaving without leaving any trace behind. He wondered if Shiyu would be able to find him. They had promised to follow the elder brother in their endeavors. They couldn't just part ways like this. He looked at the cat and said, "Carry me back. I want to see." The civet's eyes widened in surprise. "Back? Who knows if that monster has left? If it hasn't, wouldn't we be delivering a meal to the monster after filling our bellies?" Jinjiamian thought. It truly has a way with words. While it was true, it sounded rather harsh. "Let us sneak back and take a peek." The civet firmly opposed returning. It wasn't afraid anymore. But who would care about others when fleeing for their lives? If the young beast man were to be devoured, it would be left without anyone to provide delicious food. Just then, a white snake darted out, smaller in size and stained with blood. Jinjiamian instantly recognized it as his sworn brother. He rushed forward, his eyes filled with excitement. "Wonderful! My sworn brother has come." Seeing the snake covered in wounds, he momentarily felt at a loss. "Brother, what happened to you?" Shiyu, relieved to see the young man unharmed, replied, "Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious." Jinjiamian did not forget to mention the monster. He eagerly recounted the events, only to realize how foolish he was. The injuries on Shiyu were indeed from battling that very monster. This is no mere surface wound. It looks quite severe. Alas, I know nothing of medicine. Shiyu transformed into a fully human form this time. "No longer half-snake, brother." "You?" Jinjiamian gasped, covering his mouth. The sudden transformation into a naked human revealed skin as smooth as jade, with wounds distinctly visible, adding an undeniable charm of battle scars. Jinjiamian pondered, shouldn't the skin of the wild man be a healthy wheat color? Why is his skin so fair? And those abs, good heavens, what a devilish combination. Are you satisfied? Shiyu inquired, concerned about how Jinjiangmian perceived his form. Jinjiangmian, taken aback, was unsure what satisfaction referred to. That he hesitated, thinking that in such uncertainty, the best response was to say he was satisfied. No need to overthink. I'm satisfied. Shiyu beamed with joy and embraced him. Jinjiangmian felt that this was the bond of brotherhood, encapsulating all their feelings within that embrace. He recalled that he had been enjoying roasted chicken here. Wondering if Shiyu had eaten yet, he eagerly asked, "Brother, have you eaten?" Shiyu shook his head. He had brought back Taro and sensed an invasion of his territory, prompting him to quickly drive off the intruders. Afterward, he followed the faint scent to find Jinjiangmian, but had yet to eat anything. "Then I shall return to cook something for you, brother." Witnessing his injuries, Jinjiangmian gathered mugwort, cleaned it, and crushed it on a stone. "This herb will aid in healing your wounds. Here, apply it. One cannot neglect a wound." Shiyu remarked, "I can't reach my back." Implying he needed assistance, Jinjiangmian offered, "I'll help you apply it." As he approached to tend to Shiyu's back, he could feel the gentle touch of his fingertips. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts began to wander. Once finished, lacking cloth for bandaging and unable to transform back into a snake to slither away, Jinjiangmian glanced at the civet, which was licking its paws. Shiyu also looked over. The civet asked, "What are you two plotting?" Throughout the journey, the civet harbored grievances but dared not voice them. Why? Why must it bear the burden of these two beast men on its back? To be treated as a mount was an utter humiliation. Upon returning to their previous location, Jinjiangmian set a stone pot to boil the taro. Once cooked, he peeled it with dogged enthusiasm and presented it with both hands. "Brother, you've worked hard. Please enjoy." Shiyu smiled gently, naturally accepting the offering. He relished the care shown towards him, perceiving it as a form of affection. It was said that when a beast man has feelings for another, they express it by gifting or caring for them in daily life. Jinjiangmian's treatment of him surely indicated affection. Unbeknownst to him, Shiyu silently began to regard Jinjiangmian in a different light. The civet, drawn by the aroma, also wished to partake, and so it sweetly asked, "I want to eat too." Without hesitation, Jinjiangmian fished one out and placed it in a bamboo bowl, pointing at the taro. "Here you go, eat up," the civet complained. "What is this discriminatory treatment? The taro given to the snake beast man is peeled, while mine is just tossed over without a second glance. I am a cat. My little paws aren't suited for peeling." Jinjiangmian shot a glance and remarked, "Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Hurry up and eat." The civet replied dramatically, "Darling, how can I eat if you don't peel it for me?" It feigned a heart-wrenching expression. "I treat you like a treasure, yet you treat me like grass. I am utterly heartbroken. What will you use to repay me for this?" Jinjiangmian sighed. "Help. This cat is so dramatic." He rolled his eyes, took the taro, swiftly peeled it, and placed it before the civet. "Here, is one enough?" Seeing this, Shiyu directly lifted the taro from the pot, peeled several, and offered them if it's not enough. "Tell me that I'll peel more." The civet shivered, quickly responding, "That's enough, that's enough." After a brief respite, Jinjiangmian summoned Ling Miao to assist in carving wood. He meticulously marked the wood with charcoal, instructing Ling Miao to chisel holes according to the drawn positions. Alongside Shiyu, they filled the excavated foundation with stones and then packed it with earth. Once the foundation was established, they measured the dimensions of the wood, using a straight piece of grass to gauge positions, marking them accordingly before commencing the digging. They created 6 half-meter holes, placing the wood within to ensure the wood's stability. They added stones and filled the gaps with earth. Subsequently, they spread out the transported soil, covering the entire foundation, and compacted the earth using flatter stones, ensuring that every crevice in the foundation was filled meticulously. Once the foundation was properly laid, they erected the prepared wooden beams, aligning the tenons with the mortises to facilitate their union. Shiyu transformed into a giant serpent, utilizing his tail to assist in lifting the wood. Jinjiangmian crafted a wooden hammer to reinforce the connection between the tenons and mortises. After a day of labor, the framework of the house stood completed, filling Jinjiangmian with a profound sense of accomplishment. He envisioned soon residing within the house, savoring the secluded life amidst the mountains. Exhausted from the day's toil, Jinjiangmian resolved to prepare fish soup as a reward for their hard work. For Shiyu, Fishing was a trivial matter. In his beast form, he could effortlessly adjust his size. The white serpent shrank his form and entered the river, shortly emerging with several large fish. The fish flailed about, only to find a cat fixated upon them, before being pinned down by a paw fish. I truly am doomed. Originally, Ling Miao had been resting nearby. But Jin Jiangmian approached and seized Ling Miao by the nape, tossing him to the riverbank. He assigned Ling Miao the task of gutting the fish and scraping off the scales, treating Ling Miao as if he were not a rare species. It is worth noting that cats do not fear water. Rather, they detest it. After processing all the fish, Ling Miao caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor on his paws and nearly retched. He lamented that he had become foul-smelling and unclean, his cries prompting others to wonder if he had suffered some indignity. Jan Jiangmian prepared garlic and ginger, placing them in a bamboo bowl. He then gathered some soapwort, dampened it, and lathered it to wash Ling Miao, who finally ceased his lamentations. In Chapter 11, having completed the house, they began constructing tables and chairs. One side had already been set ablaze, and Jin Jiangmian instructed the cat to dry off beside the fire. Shi Yu wanted to assist in cleaning the fish, but Jin Jiangmian refused, concerned that Shi Yu's injuries might worsen from exposure to water while working. He sent someone else to tend to the fire. After boiling the fish, Jin Jiangmian checked Shi Yu's wounds. Shi Yu was healing swiftly, with the scabs darkening significantly. "Brother, do you not feel pain?" Jin Jiangmian inquired. Shi Yu maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of discomfort. Jin Jiangmian admired him, realizing that he would not have been able to endure a full day's labor with injuries without betraying his feelings. Ling Miao, grooming his fur, interjected, "He likely does not feel pain. His strength is formidable, and he heals rapidly. Such minor wounds would mend swiftly if left untreated." Shi Yu cast a cold glance at Ling Miao, finding the cat exceedingly bothersome. It was Jin Jiangmian who should have been concerned for him. Yet Ling Miao had interrupted. Jin Jiangmian blinked and turned to Shi Yu for confirmation. Shi Yu replied, "Do not worry. It is as he says. Then I can rest easy," Jin Jiangmian responded. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, with Ling Miao caught in the middle, feeling out of place. However, as long as he maintained his composure, the awkwardness would be on the others. Ling Miao's fur had dried, and he lay lazily on a rock, occasionally swishing his tail. "Darling, I am hungry." Jan Jiangmian retorted, "Do not call me darling." Shi Yu's icy gaze was sharp as a blade, cutting through the air. "Oh, this cat is starving. Why is the soup not ready yet?" The aroma of the fish soup wafted through the air, tantalizing the taste buds of both human and cat. Once the soup was ready, Jin Jiangmian served it, and the trio feasted heartily. After satisfying their hunger, while the light still lingered, Jin Jiangmian fetched bamboo, instructing Ling Miao to slice it, while he and Shi Yu peeled the strips. The peeled bamboo was bundled and soaked in the river. As darkness fell, it was time to rest. Without a house, they slept on the ground, with the sky as their cover and the earth as their bed. Jin Jiangmian nestled against the white serpent. The next day, after enjoying boiled taro, they resumed their construction efforts. Without a single nail, the basic structure of the house was already established. Next came the reinforcement of the outer walls. After measuring the distance, they laid the wood horizontally on the ground, securing both ends with bamboo strips, firmly binding them to the main beams. They then inserted the wood into the ground and tied the intersections with bamboo strips, thus completing one wooden wall. Of course, they had already left space for doorways and windows before constructing the wooden walls. Once the walls were finished, they would craft bamboo doors and windows for installation. 2 days flew by, and the house was nearly complete, with only the roof remaining. The taro they had dug up was dwindling, reserved for seed. As they could not consume it all for the roof, Jin Jiangmian intended to use palm leaves. He and Shi Yu ventured to gather leaves, laying them atop the roof and securing them with bamboo strips. Finally, additional bamboo was placed to weigh it down, and the house was finished at noon. After enjoying grilled fish, Jin Jiangmian began organizing the creation of basic furniture, chairs, tables, and beds. Shi Yu fetched bamboo, and Ling Miao naturally assisted in cutting it. Jan Jiangmian used a straight piece of bamboo as a measuring tool, marking the lengths needed, while Ling Miao utilized his sharp claws to make the cuts. Among the cut bamboo segments, some were thinner. After measuring, Jin Jiangmian marked the larger segments for holes, inserting the smaller pieces to create the chair's framework. He then laid bamboo strips across the framework, securing them with additional strips to create a rudimentary bamboo chair. Following the same method, He crafted 2 more chairs, ensuring fairness with one for each of them, including Ling Miao, who, though not a beast man, was considered part of the family and thus received a chair as well. With chairs made, it was time to consider a matching table. He followed the same thought process. First constructing the frame, then laying bamboo strips and securing them on both sides, resulting in a rectangular bamboo table. Though it appeared somewhat rudimentary, creating such items without modern tools was no small feat. Ling Miao, seeing these novel objects for the first time, curiously inquired, "Darling, what are these?" Jian Jiangmian cast a sideways glance, responding nonchalantly, "Do not call me darling. Call me brother." Ling Miao retorted, "How vexing. This little beast man dares to take advantage of me. Brother, what brother? Call me what you will. I shall not oblige." Inwardly, however, he swore to himself that he would not miss the opportunity to ask brother, "Just tell me what they are." Ling Miao thought, "This is not submission. This is following my heart's desire." Jian Jiangmian, pleased with his response, affectionately patted Ling Miao on the head and gave his belly a gentle rub. The soft touch was utterly endearing. He pointed to the table they had made and explained, "This is called a chair, where one can sit and rest. The longer one is a table, used for placing dishes and such. In the future, we will not need to sit on the ground while eating." Ling Miao nodded, indicating his understanding. He marveled inwardly at Jian Jiangmian's intelligence, thinking how fortunate he was to have followed him. Otherwise, he would have never encountered such fascinating items. He felt that his fortune was only just beginning. With a table established, thoughts turned to the bed for sleeping. However, as dusk approached, it was time to prepare dinner. Ling Miao appeared famished. Shi Yu returned carrying the last bundle of bamboo, concluding a day of toil. They were to have fish again, but the preparation would differ, by the riverbank. Ling Miao gutted the fish and scaled them, while Shi Yu washed them, and Ling Miao sliced the fish meat. Through their collaborative efforts, the fish were soon prepared. Watching Shi Yu's focused demeanor, his handsome face caught in the fading light, Jian Jiangmian found it difficult to avert his gaze. Indeed, when one is single for too long, even a sworn brother can appear strikingly handsome. "Mian, are you staring at me with such admiration for my looks?" Shi Yu inquired, his tone calm. This question sent Jian Jiangmian's cheeks aflame, realizing he had been caught in his reverie. Oh no, he had been so absorbed that his gaze had been far too indiscreet. Surely, Shi Yu would not misconstrue his intentions? By heaven, he was merely appreciating Shi Yu's appearance, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. "No, I was merely observing how you clean the fish," Jian Jiangmian protested. "How could I dare covet my brother's looks? You truly jest with your little brother." The civet nearly rolled its eyes in exasperation. Having observed with utmost clarity that the little beast man was fixated on the serpent beast, however, it dared not reveal this truth. The one preparing the meal was Jian Jiangmian, and if he were to become displeased and cease cooking, there would be no delectable food left for anyone. That evening, he was making bamboo tube fish. After seasoning the sliced fish, Jian Jiangmian stuffed it into the bamboo tube and filled it with an appropriate amount of water. The fish cooked within the bamboo tube, while the fire roasted the bamboo, infusing the fish with a delightful fragrance. Who could resist such an enticing aroma? The civet exclaimed, "It's absolutely delightful. I never knew such a foul-smelling fish could be prepared this way. No beast man has ever eaten fish before." After saying this, it eagerly rubbed against Jian Jiangmian's hand, asking, "Brother, may I have a petting?" Its fur was soft and plush, and it was pleasantly plump. It emitted a contented purring sound. Meanwhile, Shi Yu observed from the side, narrowing his eyes as a warning signal flickered in the air. The civet, however, was unperturbed, for with Jian Jiangmian by its side, it felt invulnerable. It was abundantly clear to the civet that despite Jian Jiangmian referring to Shi Yu as Big Brother, the ultimate authority lay with Jian Jiangmian. Jian Jiangmian, in turn, indulged in petting the civet, feeling his spirits lift. Shi Yu then nonchalantly scooped the civet aside, remarking, "Wild cats are filthy." The civet retorted, "You are the one who is filthy." Jian Jiangmian thought to himself that Shi Yu was actually not one to complain about cleanliness, as he had not bathed since arriving in the beast realm. If anyone were to be deemed dirty, it would be Shi Yu, with his body emitting a distinct odor of sweat. However, with the daily hustle and bustle, he simply lacked the energy to freshen up before sleep. After a hearty meal, the night deepened. Jian Jiangmian opened his eyes, using the moonlight and the flickering glow of the campfire to slide down from the white serpent. Not wanting to repeatedly create fire from wood, He sought to maintain the flame. Rising, he added some firewood and, taking his clothes, made his way to the riverbank. Jin Jiangmian gathered a handful of soap grass, removed his clothing, and stepped into the water. Lathering the soap grass to cleanse himself, the icy sensation invigorated him considerably. Shiyu awoke shortly after Jin Jiangmian had descended into the water. His vision was unaffected by the night, and he crawled forward. Peering from the grass toward the riverbank, Shiyu felt a twinge of guilt for his actions, yet once his gaze was fixed, it was impossible to look away. Jin Jiangmian, completely exposed, was laid bare to his sight. As the cleansing ritual continued, Jin Jiangmian sensed he was being watched, but upon scanning his surroundings, saw no one. He dismissed the feeling, thinking it was merely a figment of his imagination. In this desolate wilderness, who else could be present? Surely, his big brother would not be watching him. He was not the type to spy. Jin Jiangmian could not fathom the notion that Shiyu, with such striking features, would engage in such prying behavior. Once Jin Jiangmian noticed Shiyu had awakened, he returned to his previous spot, transforming back into human form, feigning a newly awakened demeanor as he casually added more firewood. Jin Jiangmian, upon seeing this act, inquired, "Big brother, how did you wake up? Did you suddenly wake up, or did you go to the river to clean up?" Shiyu's response was a blatant attempt to divert attention from his earlier behavior. Jin Jiangmian, not thinking much of it, assumed it was merely a conversation starter. He nodded, stifling a yawn as he replied, "Yes, the house is finished. After several days of hard work, I felt quite greasy." Chapter 12. Constructing a primitive wooden bed with silence enveloping them. They sat on the grass, neither knowing what to focus on. Feeling the awkwardness, Jin Jiangmian suggested, "Big brother, why don't we lie down and sleep instead of just sitting here?" Shiyu nodded and transformed into a massive white serpent. Coiling up, he swiftly wrapped his tail around Jin Jiangmian, pulling him onto himself. Jin Jiangmian was momentarily taken aback by this action. Was his big brother displeased with his slow ascent? Was this a more efficient means of movement? He thought little of it, as weariness soon enveloped him, and he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, upon awakening, Jin Jiangmian found Shiyu staring intently at him. Through those eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Were those eyes not poised to swallow him whole, bones and all? He gulped nervously and cautiously asked, "Big brother, are you hungry?" Shiyu nodded twice, his meaning clear as he replied, "Yes, I am hungry." Jin Jiangmian shivered and forced a smile. "Big brother, I will get up and prepare something to eat right away." With that, he promptly slid down. Upon landing, he donned his shoes and went to wash his face in the river. The civet approached, its eyes gleaming with a longing for food. The bamboo tube fish from last night lingered in its memory, and it craved more. "Brother, what are we having for breakfast?" Startled, Jin Jiangmian nearly tumbled into the river. What had caused this little plump cat to adopt such a sweet demeanor and call him brother? Was something amiss? Where had the domineering cat gone? Had it transformed into a weak, helpless creature? "Nothing," Jin Jiangmian replied. Using the river water as a mirror, he combed through his short hair. "How could a bad brother make you eat dirt?" Jin Jiangmian pointed toward the fish in the water and asked, "Want to eat? Why not dive in and catch one?" The civet jolted, dropping its pretense. It fluffed up its fur, protesting vehemently, "I can't swim." Shiyu approached, standing protectively in front of the civet. "Mian, let us catch fish together." The closeness of the name startled Jin Jiangmian, momentarily leaving him speechless. Once he regained his composure, he awkwardly replied, "Big brother, please call me little brother from now on." Mian feels strange. Shiyu, unfazed, explained, "It is precisely because I consider you my little brother that I call you this." "Oh, I understand now. You may call me whatever makes you happy, big brother." The civet, hidden behind Shiyu, heard every word in its heart. It scoffed, believing that the serpent beast man had ulterior motives toward the little beast man, while the little beast man remained blissfully unaware. After breakfast, Shiyu marked his territory before heading off to hunt. This was the true domain of a sixth-tier beast man, akin to a private territory. Typically, no foolish beast or animal would dare to attack here. Before leaving, Shiyu instructed the civet to ensure Jin Jiangmian's safety, emphasizing the importance of following his markings. In case of danger, it should run toward the direction of his marks. After enjoying breakfast, Jin Jiangmian felt invigorated enough to rearrange the furniture. Now that a house had been constructed, a bed was essential for a good night's rest. With leftover wood from the house building, he selected a few pieces and set one straight log aside. If wood had feelings, it would surely weep at its fate, first felled, then mercilessly severed into pieces. Jin Jiang Mian measured the dimensions with bamboo strips and marked them with charcoal. The civet, having grown in size, sharpened its claws against the wood, evenly segmenting it. Jin Jiang Mian stripped the bark and marked the wood again. The wood, aware of its grim fate, braced for the inevitable. Any piece that bore markings was doomed. As the civet scratched the wood, it mused, "What would you do without me, little beast man? Speak normally. Otherwise, there will be no delicious food left for you." The civet instantly fell silent, responding with an obedient "oh," and returned to its task. The segmented wood bore the marks of the civet's claws, a testament to its treatment. The wood, resigned to its fate, could only yield to Jin Jiang Mian's whims without resistance. Jin Jiang Mian placed a long piece of wood into the notched position and bound it tightly with bamboo strips, wrapping it round and round to secure the wooden frame, ensuring they would never be separated. After methodically binding the pieces, the bed frame was complete. Jin Jiang Mian fetched some bamboo, measuring the length with the previously used bamboo strips before marking it with an axe. "Little plump cat, stop lounging around and come chop some bamboo." The civet bristled at being called little plump cat, but the thought of food silenced any retort. It swayed its tail and scampered over, cheerfully declaring, "Okay, brother, I'm on it," switching effortlessly between the roles of a domineering cat and a sycophantic one. It swiftly struck the bamboo, segmenting it in half. Once finished, it posed, seeking praise. "Brother, how do you think I performed?" "Quite well indeed." "You are not merely for show. Then may I request a more imposing name?" "Little plump cat simply does not suit me." Jin Jiang Mian pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about Little Orange?" The civet recoiled in protest, exclaiming, "No way. Choose another name." Jin Jiang Mian shook his head mysteriously, saying, "It seems you do not comprehend the profound meaning hidden within that name. Allow me to share a story, and you shall understand." The civet, perplexed, waited for him to continue, utterly unaware of what significance the seemingly rustic name Little Orange could possibly hold. Once upon a time, there was a person named Little Orange who tore a hole in the sky and was punished by being transformed into a cat. Lynx, what a ridiculous tale this is. It's obvious you're trying to deceive me. Are you trying to fool me, dear cat? No, I am not. Pray tell, what do you think of the story I recounted? Utterly dreadful, Lynx replied haughtily. Precisely. I aim to convey that my ability to weave tales is as poor as my knack for naming. Thus, you must bestow a name upon yourself. With that, he gathered the bamboo strips and placed them upon the bed frame, arranging them neatly with the bamboo hearts facing downward, and secured them with bamboo splints. The rudimentary bed, once assembled, still required cleaning and polishing to ensure it would not be prickly to the touch before it could be utilized. He made his way to the riverbank, filled a bamboo tube with water, and used dry grass as a cleaning tool. Scrubbing the bamboo boards before setting them out to dry in the sun. One bed was hardly sufficient, so he set about crafting another with the same method. At noon, Jin Jiangmian used a bamboo pole to knock down coconuts from the tree, while Lynx observed eagerly from below, asking, "Brother, can this be used for cooking as well?" "Certainly, we can prepare coconut chicken. Simmering the meat in coconut milk, which will impart a delightful fragrance to the chicken, making it exceptionally delicious," he replied. Upon hearing this, Lynx's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Brother, are we having coconut chicken for lunch?" "We have coconuts, but no chicken," Jin Jiangmian stated, continuing to strike the coconuts with his bamboo pole. Lynx pouted, feeling utterly dejected. Just moments ago, he was drooling at the prospect, only to be met with disappointment. What a tragic event. "Brother, I shall catch some," he exclaimed, tilting his head with sudden inspiration. "Oh, do not bother. Capturing wild chickens requires time, and that would be quite cumbersome. Let us wait for Snake-You to return from the hunt tonight." Jin Jiangmian advised. With the coconuts in hand, he returned to the front of the house, cracked one open, and after a simple meal, resumed his efforts in constructing the rudimentary wooden bed. Meanwhile, the white snake lay concealed in the trees, camouflaging its presence as it awaited prey. In this particular area, there was a type of grass whose fruit was one of the favorite delicacies of the long-toothed beasts. He crouched nearby, certain of a successful hunt. Suddenly, a long-toothed beast came into view, grunting as it munched on the grass fruit. Little did it know, as soon as it swallowed, the white snake ensnared its body, mercilessly severing its veins, and no need to return home tonight. It was swiftly taken away by evening. The wooden bed was completed, and Snakey returned, bringing with him a wild boar, which he unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Jan Jiangmian approached, surveying the scene, and expressed, "Thank you for your hard work, brother," while giving a friendly thumbs up. The wild boar was sizable, its two prominent tusks particularly sharp, indicating its formidable attacking power. Yet, despite its strength, it had become a defeated foe under Snake Yu's prowess. Jin Jiangmian fetched water to boil, urging Snake Yu to rest. Naturally, Snake Yu refused to let him toil alone, taking charge of the fire instead. Once the water was ready, Jin Jiangmian expertly scalded the boar's hair, scraping its skin with a stone axe, and then roasted the surface over the fire to cleanse it of any remaining hair. Lynx, with its sharp claws, skillfully opened the boar's belly, and the meat was evenly divided. Jin Jiangmian cleaned the backpack and placed the meat inside. That night, they prepared a large pot of boar offal soup. After satisfying their hunger, Jin Jiangmian took the remaining meat from the backpack and placed it on the table. Snake Yu, puzzled, inquired, "What do you intend to do with this?" "We shall cure the pork. This way, even in such weather, the meat will not spoil easily," Jin Jiangmian explained. Snake Yu was taken aback, surprised that his companion possessed knowledge of food preservation. He also learned that the long-toothed beast's meat was referred to as pork in Jin Jiangmian's tribes. "Oh, the long-toothed beast is called a pig beast. This is the first I've heard of such a name." Jin Jiangmian gathered the remaining salt, sighing, "Once this salt is used for curing the meat, it will be gone. We shall exchange for more in the tribe the day after tomorrow." Snake Yu agreed. The two then proceeded to cure the meat, stringing it together with bamboo splints. They also constructed a wooden rack to hang the meat. As they worked together, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another. Jin Jiangmian found it curious. In the past, such casual contact felt entirely normal, yet now it seemed peculiar. Particularly, when the other's hand grazed his, he instinctively felt a surge of nervousness. Chapter 13. The significance of the snake's skin. It felt as though something was subtly shifting within him. Jin Jiangmian forced himself to dispel such thoughts, striving to avoid unnecessary worries. Having hung the meat, he went to wash his hands. However, in his haste, he nearly stumbled over a vine on the ground. Snake Yu, more anxious than Jin Jiangmian, swiftly moved to catch him, preventing a fall. Jin Jiangmian leaned into his embrace. They found themselves in an unexpectedly intimate moment. This surprise heightened Jin Jiangmian's nervousness. "Brother, I am fine now. You may release me," he said. Snake Yu, upon hearing this, quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing. My hand moved too swiftly. Yet his gaze lingered on Jin Jiangmian, filled with unspoken excitement. While he uttered apologies, his heart brimmed with delight. Wishing for more such encounters, Jin Jiangmian promptly extricated himself from Snake Yu's embrace and hurried towards the house. Upon reaching the front, he allowed Snake Yu to choose a room first, for the rooms were all of equal size. Now that there was a bed, he need not awaken each morning to confront the predatory gaze of the great white snake. However, Snake Yu insisted, as the elder brother, "I must set a good example and graciously allow you, my younger brother, to choose first. Then I shall select this room," Jin Jiangmian replied, hastily entering. Since he was not close to Snake Yu, he felt no chill, yet the heat in the air noticeably intensified. The two rooms were separated by a bamboo wall, with a common living area in between. Just as he intended to lie down on the wooden bed to rest, he heard Snake Yu's voice calling from outside, stating he had brought him some animal skin. Jin Jiangmian opened the door and invited him in. Immediately, the temperature dropped upon Snake Yu's entrance, and the stifling heat vanished. "Here," Snake Yu said, handing over a piece of skin. Jin Jiangmian accepted it, discerning its texture in the faint moonlight. It was animal skin, though its origin remained unknown. It was remarkably resilient, smooth to the touch, and even exuded a slight coolness. Snake Yu explained, "This is the skin I shed upon reaching the 6th tier. I thought, given the oppressive heat, you might struggle to sleep, so I brought it for you to lie upon. Oh, not overthink it. I simply wish for you to rest well so that you have the energy for tomorrow's tasks." Having finished his explanation, he left before Jin Jiangmian could respond. The skin shed by a 6th-tier snake beast was not comparable to that of an ordinary snake beast. This skin could effectively withstand certain attacks. For instance, if a wolf were to come, Its claws would not tear through it. The snake beast people regarded the skins shed upon advancing to a new tier as exceptionally precious. They preserved them carefully, using them to express affection for those they held dear. Back in his room, Snake Yu could hardly contain the rapid beating of his heart, his desire to possess Jin Jiangmian almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, Jin Jiangmian, who had not yet expressed his gratitude, thought he would wait until the morrow to thank him properly, as fatigue overtook him. He lay down on the snake's skin and drifted into slumber. The following day, he awoke and opened the door. Upon turning back, he finally beheld the skin's appearance. It was white, devoid of intricate patterns, yet striking in its simplicity. Remarkably, he could not ascertain how Snake Yu had treated it. The scale patterns seemed faint, almost imperceptible upon close inspection. It was a white, resilient piece of skin, thicker than fabric, with a texture surpassing that of modern leather. Its coolness remained constant, never warming even after prolonged contact. Such exquisite skin was truly remarkable. Lying upon it in the summer, one would be impervious to the sweltering heat, far superior to any air conditioning. His elder brother truly cared for him, thinking of him first when possessing such a fine item. Such a brother was indeed one worth following. With a newfound determination, he donned his sandals and stepped out to find Snake Yu. His eyes brimmed with tears as he proclaimed, "Brother, you are too kind to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Rest assured, I shall follow you from now on." Snake Yu's feelings were complex. He was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, for he did not wish for their bond to remain merely that of sworn brothers. "Very well, then, brother, shall I prepare coconut meat for breakfast?" Jin Jiangmian's tone was particularly sycophantic. At the mention of food, Lynx appeared, equally eager. "Brother, make sure to cook plenty." The tone was strikingly similar to how he had previously endeavored to curry favor with Snake Yu. "You may not appear large, but you certainly have quite the appetite," Lynx retorted innocently. "Brother, I can control my size. The meaning is that it can become quite significant." Jin Jiangmian let out a sound, and after freshening up, he carried the meat over to wash it. He used a bone knife, fashioned from the tusk of a wild boar, to chop the meat into pieces on a stone slab. Garlic and ginger were also crushed to serve as seasoning. With the presence of the spirit cat, he no longer needed to use a stone axe for carving. The cat's claws were a natural tool for cutting coconuts, which was quite delightful. As he cooked the coconut meat soup, Jin Jiangmian mentioned the idea of constructing a kitchen. Cooking outdoors posed challenges, especially with the threat of rain. However, Shiyu suggested postponing the kitchen project. Noting that Jin Jiangmian had been working hard, Jin Jiangmian felt deeply touched by his elder brother's concern and smiled, saying, "Brother, please do not underestimate my strength. I am quite capable and robust. The spirit cat can attest to my abilities." The spirit cat, munching on the meat soup in its bowl, chimed in, "Absolutely, brother is right." Shiyu remarked that since Jin Jiangmian had stated his case, further argument might upset him. "Feel free to go hunting. It would be best if you could bring back something alive," Jin Jiangmian suggested. Shiyu nodded in agreement. The clan's beast men could capture living prey, which allowed them to store food for the winter, as fresh meat spoiled quickly. After Shiyu left, Jin Jiangmian began his journey to build the kitchen. The construction was rather straightforward. There was no need for a foundation. He simply needed to mark 4 points in the open space beneath the house and could start digging. "Little chubby cat? Come here," Jin Jiangmian beckoned the sunbathing golden-orange cat. The spirit cat reluctantly approached, rebutting, "I am not a little chubby cat." Jin Jiangmian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh? Have you come up with a name for yourself?" The spirit cat proudly declared, "Indeed. I have thought of a name that is quite imposing. How about I call myself Batian?" "Oh yes, that is indeed quite impressive," Jin Jiangmian replied, choosing not to deflate its pride. The spirit cat was thrilled to have a new name that was acknowledged, and it chirped joyfully, "Brother, you can just call me Batian." Jin Jiangmian playfully responded, "Batian, do you see the 4 circles I have drawn in the ground?" "I do," it replied. "Dig, dig fiercely, like a mouse, and create rounded holes." The spirit cat retorted, "But this isn't tree cutting. How can one dig a mouse hole? If you dig well, when I return from the clan with salt, I will prepare dried fish for you." "How does that sound?" Jin Jiangmian proposed. The spirit cat was indifferent. It had eaten fish before, and while it was fine, it paled in comparison to pork. It wore a dismissive expression. Jin Jiangmian insisted, "This dried fish is different. It is made from a type of fish that does not grow large, cleaned and marinated with spices, then fried in lard. The resulting dried fish is fragrant, devoid of the fishy smell, and deliciously bite-sized. Hearing this description, the spirit cat couldn't help but drool. It settled then. But you mustn't deceive me, Jinjiangmian nodded in agreement. Do your best. With that, he took up his stone hoe and began to dig on another side. He chose a spot with softer soil and started digging like a wild boar. The stone hoe swung tirelessly in his hands, and soon he had dug a hole. He then set down the hoe and began to transport stones to the kitchen construction site, forming a square outline. The spirit cat was also quick to dig. As soon as Jinjiangmian moved the stones, it had already completed the hole. It looked mournfully at its claws and whimpered for compensation for the wear and tear. Previously, when it had not been working, its claws had looked splendid, but now they were worn and unattractive. Jinjiangmian comforted it, saying, "I will prepare a delicious meal for you at noon. You can go rest for now." Instantly, the spirit cat stopped its whimpering, wagging its tail joyfully as it left. Observing this transformation, Jinjiangmian couldn't help but chuckle. The spirit cat seemed to be a glutton, willing to do anything for food, and it was likely that one day it would be easily swayed by treats. Jinjiangmian inserted wooden stakes into the holes, filled the gaps, and did the same for the other 3 holes. Next, he returned with a basket filled with soil and packed it down firmly using a wooden mallet until it was immensely compact. The 4 wooden poles were forked at the top, eliminating the need for extra carving. He placed the poles in the forks and bound them with bamboo strips. He then systematically arranged bamboo rods atop the wooden structure, securing them with more bamboo strips. The frame of the house was not flat but slanted, allowing rainwater to flow more easily during storms. Just then, the spirit cat approached, rubbing against Jinjiangmian and purring, "Brother, I'm hungry." Jinjiangmian, busy with his tasks, suddenly realized that it was midday. He set aside his work and announced, "We will have roasted meat for lunch." Chapter 14. The elder brother truly lives up to his title. The spirit cat was less than enthusiastic. "What's so great about roasted meat?" At the tribe I visited, the other beastmen served roasted meat that was dry and tough, utterly unpalatable. The spirit cat swished its tail and sweetly suggested, "How about we skip the roasted meat and have that coconut meat soup instead?" Jinjiangmian, who had been craving roasted meat due to the blandness of the past few days, thought to himself that since the spirit cat disliked it, he might change his mind. However, he swiftly redirected, saying, "Then we shall have roasted meat." The spirit cat sighed in exasperation at this stubbornness. The method for preparing roasted meat was simple. Slice the meat, smear it with pork fat on a stone, place it on the fire, and it would be ready to eat. Jinjiangmian selected a flat stone from the riverbank and returned to construct a low cooking platform. Seeing the spirit cat lying idly, he pulled it over and placed the cleaned meat on the board for it to cut. "I assure you, this roasted meat is nothing like what you had before." The spirit cat finally found motivation and began slicing the meat. Jinjiangmian cleaned garlic and ginger, crushed them, and added them to the meat for marination, sprinkling salt and mixing it well, with the salt nearly depleted. He was relieved that it would last for another couple of meals. The remaining tasks were of no concern to the spirit cat, which sat aside and watched as the aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air. The spirit cat found itself involuntarily swallowing. It realized its previous misjudgment. It should not have dismissed roasted meat. The scent was entirely different from the roasted meat it had encountered before. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." The spirit cat flattered, eager to please him. "Weren't you just reluctant to eat roasted meat?" "Did I ever say that?" The spirit cat would never admit to such a thing. "You have a terrible memory." "I never said that. As long as it refused to acknowledge it, it was as if it had never happened." After a hearty meal and a brief rest, Jinjiangmian gathered the leftover palm leaves and placed them on the roof. He brought over stones to help him climb onto the roof, where he bundled the bamboo strips to secure the palm leaves. He worked diligently, leaving no room for carelessness. Through his efforts, the rudimentary kitchen was completed. Compared to the dwelling, it was like heaven and earth. With no walls on any side, it was well ventilated. A gust of wind or rain would render this shabby kitchen incapable of providing shelter. Jinjiangmian did not intend to add walls to the kitchen. He descended from the roof, satisfied with the fruits of his labor. In the evening, Shiyu returned, indeed bringing back a sheep. This sheep had strayed from the herd to graze and was captured by Shiyu. It attempted to escape, but ultimately resigned itself to its fate. Jinjiamian quickly fashioned a sheep pin to prevent the sheep from fleeing, using animal hide to create a rope that was tied around the sheep's neck and secured to a tree trunk. Thus, if the sheep struggled to escape, the rope would tighten around its neck, hastening its demise with every futile attempt to flee. After their meal, the two returned to their respective rooms. Time passed, and Jinjiamian found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning until he decided to step outside to enjoy the night view. To his surprise, under the bright moonlight, he witnessed an awkward scene. Shiyu was returning from the river, completely unclothed. Jinjiamian was taken aback. Brother, what's this? Was he witnessing something meant to be kept private? Oh my! In that moment, he felt a surge of embarrassment, realizing he was truly at a loss for comparison. Truly, his elder brother was impressive, well-built, with an 8-pack, and exuding vigor in every regard. Jinjiamian couldn't help but marvel at the sight, turning his face away in embarrassment, and asked, Brother, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Xia felt no shame whatsoever. Rather, she boldly showcased her advantages, in the realm of the beastmen. To capture the attention of one's desired companion, one must display their strengths while skillfully concealing their shortcomings. Allowing the object of their affection to perceive their merits, I had just washed by the river, assuming you were asleep, hence I paid little heed to my attire. Jinjiamian let out a soft sound, unsure of where to direct his gaze. His peripheral vision involuntarily drifted towards that direction, and upon seeing the other's robust form, he felt a pang of inferiority. How could one be so grand? Why are you still awake? Xia inquired with concern. Jinjiamian awkwardly replied, I couldn't sleep. Xia did not press for the reason but gestured towards a patch of grass ahead, suggesting, shall we sit there? No, I suddenly feel a bit tired. I shall return to sleep now. With that, he promptly retreated to his chamber. Xia, puzzled, also returned to his own room. After an indeterminate time, he transformed into a small snake and crawled through the window into Jinjiamian's room. Seeing him in a deep slumber, he nestled close, unable to resist the urge. One must admit, Xia's actions were quite audacious. At dawn, taking advantage of the fact that Jinjiamian had not yet awakened, Xia slithered out through the window. Ling Mao was awake in the living room and, upon seeing the small white snake exiting through the window, shivered, pondering whether he had stumbled upon a secret he should not have. This snake beastman wouldn't he take advantage of the slumbering sub-beastman to expel him, would he? Ling Mao hurriedly declared, I saw nothing and will not speak of it. The white snake snorted coldly. You had best keep your mouth in check. Should you inadvertently reveal anything, you know the consequences. After a brief threat, Xia returned to his room. Ling Mao mused that the snake beastman was being clandestine, undoubtedly fearing that the sub-beastman would discover his covetousness and develop an aversion. He aimed to gradually make the sub-beastman reliant on him. Indeed, the snake beastman was deep in thought. No wonder he felt out of place in the beast world. When Jinjiamian awoke, he found Xia preparing food. He rushed over, anxious that the other might ruin the meal. To his surprise, the coconut meat soup Xia made looked far from a culinary disaster. Brother, how could you take on the task of cooking? It is the fault of your little brother for rising late. Anyone can cook, Xia replied gently. Ling Mao rolled his eyes from the side. The snake beastman truly knew how to put on a facade. He was harsh with himself, but gentle as water with Jinjiamian, mastering the art of duality. Earlier, he had mentioned that they would go to the tribe to exchange salt. Brother, may I accompany you? He had been in the beast world for quite some time and had yet to see what a tribe looked like. Certainly did I intended to bring you along. The journey to the tribe is lengthy, and the back and forth would consume several days. He feared that the marking scent would weaken, allowing some unseeing creatures to intrude. I wish to go as well, Ling Mao interjected. Xia shot a cold glance at him, curtly responding, no. Ling Mao protested, heartless. Why? If you both leave, is it suitable for me, a mere cat, to be left here? He whined, swaying his tail and playfully nuzzling Jinjiamian. Brother, please let him take me along. If both of you are gone, I shall be quite lonely. Most importantly, if he remains here alone, he must hunt for his own food. Tea is not merely about hunting. The crux is that he had grown accustomed to the cooked meals prepared by Jinjiamian. And how could he possibly adjust to raw meat? Xia's reluctance to bring Ling Mao along was equally straightforward. The two should enjoy their time alone on the journey, and bringing a cat along would be far too inconvenient. Jane Jiangmian suggested, brother, perhaps we should take the cat with us. Who knows, the little fellow might find it hard to leave the tribe and we would have some peace. Xia found merit in his reasoning and readily agreed. However, as the sheep bleated from their pen, Jane Jiangmian realized that if no one was home to watch over them, who would tend to their grazing? What if a wild beast came and devoured the sheep? This was indeed a troubling dilemma. If we all leave, who will care for the sheep? Even with ample fodder prepared, without supervision, a wild beast could easily turn the sheep into its meal. He turned to Ling Mao, contemplating whether to leave the cat behind. Ling Mao's pupils dilated in alarm. Brother, you wouldn't consider leaving me here to watch over the sheep, would you? I am indeed contemplating such a notion. Before we depart, we could gather enough fodder and leave it in the sheep pen, while Ling Mao remains here to guard against any approaching beasts. Brother, Ling Mao's eyes glistened with tears. Such thoughts cannot be entertained. Moreover, before we leave, let Xia re-establish his marking, ensuring no beast dares to encroach. Jane Jiangmian countered, but what about the last time when a beast dared to approach? Brother, do you think I could contend with that beast? If another beast of its caliber appears, it would simply deliver the sheep into its jaws. A creature of such rank, it cannot be defeated. The wise cat does not court danger, knowing it cannot win. To engage would be foolish, not brave. Very well, you make a valid point. With consensus reached, it was ultimately decided that they would all head to the tribe, first gathering sufficient fodder to place in the sheep pen. The sheep seemed to express their thoughts. Are we to be left to fend for ourselves? I truly will not survive. Who would believe that two mature beastmen and a cat could be so naive? Before setting off, Xia transformed into beast form, carrying their possessions, and gestured for Jin Jiangmian to join him. Unexpectedly, Ling Mao also enlarged his size, eagerly saying, Brother, sit on me, I shall carry you. Xia shot him a glare. And Ling Mao, too, was unyielding. Ling Mao taunted, You should carry the goods. You are so cold. What if you freeze my brother? Where is my fur to sit upon? You have fleas, Xia retorted blandly. Nonsense. How could I have such lowly creatures? A snake and a cat exchanged barbs, flaunting their respective merits. Ling Mao proclaimed, My fur is thick. It is comfortable to sit upon. I am swift. Nonsense. Dare you challenge me to a race? Jin Jiangmian stood by, unable to interject. Ultimately, Xia allowed Jin Jiangmian to choose. Naturally, Jin Jiangmian chose Xia. He was his elder brother, and he relied on Xia's protection, planning to embark on a venture together. Would he rather choose a cat? Xia felt a swell of pride at this decision. Though he did not display it outwardly, his heart brimmed with joy. Ling Mao scoffed, and before he could start his mockery, he found 2 bundles of animal skins placed upon him. Xia had wrapped the goods with his tail and placed them on Ling Mao. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be the one to carry the goods? So delicate, Xia remarked nonchalantly. Ling Mao sighed, fearing that if Ling Mao grew upset, he would vanish in an instant, unaware of the items falling from him. He tied the goods to his body with vines, ensuring that even if Ling Mao made sudden movements, the animal skins would remain intact. On their journey, Ling Mao suddenly accelerated, racing ahead with a whoosh. This was clearly an intentional provocation toward Xia. Jin Jiangmian hurriedly sought to calm Xia's emotions. Brother, do not stoop to the level of a cat. Let us maintain a normal pace. Very well, Xia agreed, yet he did not yield, quickening his pace. Jin Jiangmian clung tightly to Xia, fearful of losing his grip as the white snake sped forward. This only served to encourage Xia to accelerate further. Jin Jiangmian internally exclaimed, MMP, brother, you are too fast. Slow down, I am going to fall. This was exhausting. His elder brother, usually so composed, was acting like a child, insisting on competing with Ling Mao. Upon hearing this, Xia finally slowed his pace. As the sun dipped in the west, Ling Mao awaited them at a nearby cave, scoffing at the tardy arrival of the snake beast man. How slow you are! Jin Jiangmian slid down from Xia and proceeded to unload their cargo. Do not provoke him further. If he becomes angry, should I take you to the tribe, I shall not speak on your behalf. Once the goods were unloaded, Ling Mao shrank down in size and deliberately rubbed against Jin Jiangmian's leg, smugly flaunting to the white snake, insisting, I came out with you. It has nothing to do with him. If he does not take me, I am still free to follow. The path does not belong to him. Can he truly prevent me from going? Jin Jiangmian gently tapped the cat's head, signaling a desire for harmonious coexistence. Having not brought any provisions, after kindling a fire, the cat and Shiyu ventured forth to hunt, leaving Jin Jiangmian alone in the cave. Before departing, Shiyu marked the cave, instructing him to remain within a certain radius in the wilderness. Jin Jiangmian dared not gamble with his life, so he gathered firewood nearby, no more than 10 paces from the cave. Unexpectedly, a black tiger appeared, a creature he had never encountered before. Instinctively sensing the imminent danger, he turned and fled. The black tiger lunged, and Jin Jiangmian, seizing whatever was at hand, struck the beast with a wooden stick, causing it to momentarily recoil in pain. With a ferocious roar, the black tiger bared its teeth, drool dripping from its open jaws. Jin Jiangmian, wielding the stick, cautiously retreated, realizing the tiger viewed him as a delectable meal. Was it not said that after marking their territory, beasts would refrain from approaching? The black tiger, poised for an attack, sprang forth, knocking Jin Jiangmian to the ground. Quick-witted, he raised the stick just in time to block its jaws, which clamped down on the wood instead. Fortunately, Shiyu returned just then, his tail sweeping through the air to send the black tiger crashing into a tree. As the black tiger attempted to flee, the white serpent would not relent. Its tail swiftly coiled around the beast. Observing this, Jin Jiangmian hurried back into the cave, fearing his presence might distract the white serpent during the battle. With Jin Jiangmian's departure, Shiyu surged forward, his movements becoming increasingly fierce. Before the 6th-tier serpent beast, the black tiger was as powerless as a mere ant, utterly dominated by the white serpent. Soon, the black tiger lay lifeless at its feet. Ling Mao returned with its catch only to find the slain black tiger. Dropping its prey, it expressed confusion. How could a fallen beast appear at such a time? Fallen beasts, as their name implies, are beastmen punished by the laws for severe transgressions, such as the brutalization of female beastmen and newborns, transforming them into these dark creatures. They retain consciousness but can no longer assume human form or cultivate their abilities. Once deemed a fallen beast, any hope for rationality fades. They become akin to deranged gamblers. Shiyu flicked his tongue, casting the black tiger aside. The meat of a fallen beast is cursed, unfit for consumption even by other beastmen. Some wild creatures refuse to eat it, leaving it to the ants and other scavengers. Jin Jiangmian, hearing the silence outside, ventured out to investigate. The battleground revealed the cat, the white serpent, and 2 deceased hares, while the black tiger had vanished, likely driven away. Noticing the white serpent bore no injuries, Jin Jiangmian felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the cave, Shiyu transformed back into human form. Donning a garment made of beast hide, he sincerely apologized to Jin Jiangmian. "I am sorry. I should have been more considerate. From now on, the cat and I will take turns hunting." The unexpected incident weighed heavily on Shiyu's mind. It was difficult to fathom what Jin Jiangmian might have faced had he not returned in time. Jin Jiangmian, awkwardly smiling, replied, "It has nothing to do with you. I was simply too weak." It would be inaccurate to label him weak. In the modern world, an adult man, without any contemporary tools, would indeed struggle against a beast such as a tiger. Encountering wild animals in a tropical rainforest without any modern equipment would leave one no choice but to wield a stick in a life-or-death struggle. Compared to Shiyu, he was undeniably at a disadvantage, yet the species were different, rendering comparisons futile. Shiyu, satisfied that Jin Jiangmian bore no psychological scars, invited Ling Mao to assist him with the hares. Ling Mao, sticking out its tongue, retorted, "No, I refuse to go with you." Unfazed, Shiyu grasped Ling Mao by the scruff of its neck, rendering it powerless. "Let me go, you brute. This isn't fair. You can't play like that." Yet, with its fate grasped firmly, Ling Mao remained silent as it was dragged from the cave. Shiyu held a hare in one hand and the cat in the other, making his way to a nearby mountain stream, where he finally released Ling Mao. "You've gone too far, serpent beast. How could you just throw me on the ground? I am Ling Mao, a being of distinction." Shiyu merely rolled his eyes, unconcerned. "What does that have to do with me?" Ling Mao huffed, finding itself at a loss for words when confronted by a serpent beast. Meanwhile, Jin Jiangmian, resting in the cave, seized the opportunity to ponder the nature of this world. His desire to accompany them to the tribe stemmed from a wish to understand his surroundings. Previously, he had read novels about beast realms where the protagonists, after being rescued by tribespeople, inadvertently healed a sick beast man and were revered as divine emissaries. Thus, the protagonist, unable to transform into a beast form, was not perceived as strange, as it was believed to be a unique trait of the divine emissary. Subsequent protagonists, akin to having unlocked a golden finger, activated systems that propelled their tribes into prosperity, ushering them into the Iron Age, even establishing city-states. The conclusion often depicted the protagonist as a city lord, marrying multiple tribal beauties and living a life of unparalleled grandeur. However, the Beast Realm novels he had encountered did not mention the existence of sub-beastmen. When Shiyu initially referred to him as a sub-beastman, he refrained from questioning it directly out of his own reservations. Arriving in a new environment, especially one that seemed to exist solely in fiction, Jin Jiangmian, an ordinary person, instinctively prioritized self-preservation. To inquire about the nature of sub-beastmen would be akin to asking in the modern world, "What is a human?" A rather peculiar question. Shiyu's initial reference to him as a sub-beastman, without expressing surprise at his inability to transform, indicated that there were indeed others like him in this world. The previous Black Bear Beastman had stated that he was suited for life in the tribe, further affirming the existence of men like him within the tribe. Having deduced these conclusions, his curiosity about the tribe intensified. When Shiyu suggested going to the tribe to barter for salt, Jin Jiangmian resolved to accompany him, determined to find a way to persuade him if necessary. That evening, Jin Jiangmian took on the task of roasting the cleaned hares. Without any seasoning, he roasted them dryly. The taste of the roasted hare paled in comparison to the meals he had previously prepared. Once cooked, he offered a hare to Shiyu, as customary, saying, "Elder brother, you eat first." Without hesitation, Shiyu accepted it, feeling delighted that Jin Jiangmian thought of him first rather than feeding the cat. Jin Jiangmian tore off a hare's leg, placing the remainder on a stone and addressing Ling Mao. "Here, the rest is yours, go ahead and eat." Ling Mao took a bite and grimaced. "It's dry and tough, utterly unpalatable." It couldn't comprehend why it had followed them out. Eating the same dry roasted meat during their journey was no different than consuming raw flesh. It would have preferred to stay home, unburdened and relaxed. Noticing Ling Mao's resentful gaze, Jin Jiangmian shrugged his shoulders. "Just eat it. Otherwise, you'll be hungry on the road, and that won't be pleasant for you." "Without seasoning or salt, I think I did pretty well considering. It's certainly better than eating raw meat, right?" Ling Mao glanced at Shiyu, and upon seeing him relishing his portion, suddenly found the roasted hare less unappetizing. Indeed, after enjoying several delectable meals, it almost forgot that it had eaten this very type of roasted meat in other tribes. With his stomach growling, Jin Jiangmian savored the hare's leg, entirely unpretentious. In truth, if one were to be cast into a desert without water, parched and starving, they would drink their own urine. His current circumstances had not yet devolved to the point of consuming tree bark. What was there to complain about? The next day, Jin Jiangmian awoke to find Shiyu returning from outside, having foraged for wild fruits. They were bright red, resembling snake fruits. Naturally, Shiyu's first offering was to Jin Jiangmian. Ling Mao, noticing the delay in receiving its share, sulked, declaring, "Who cares about some rotten fruit?" With that, it sauntered outside. Once outside, its stomach grumbled audibly. Despite not being fond of fruit, it was not incapable of eating it. Ling Mao, being an unusual cat, could not be judged by the same standards as ordinary felines. It turned back, swishing its tail, and said, "I'm leaving, but I'm back." "Just kidding, didn't he see that coming?" "Did you?" Jin Jiangmian was caught off guard, choking momentarily before breaking into a fit of coughs. Fortunately, Shiyu patted his back until he regained his composure. Ling Mao's unexpected quip hinted at a growing trend toward humor. "You are quite the clever cat," Jin Jiangmian praised, not feigning admiration. "Of course, given my brilliance, shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Ling Mao replied proudly, its eyes clearly signaling its desire to share in the fruit. Shiyu pointed to a nearby stone, saying, "If you want to eat, go fetch it yourself." Upon hearing this, the spirit cat responded with great exuberance. "Excellent." After partaking in some fruit, the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, resumed their journey toward the tribe. They did not arrive until dusk. This was a moderately sized settlement, home to orc inhabitants, fortified with stone walls to fend off wild beasts and other perilous threats. The dwellings within the tribe were constructed from earth and topped with thatch. The entrance was marked by a stone gate, manned by vigilant orc sentinels. The tribe adhered to a strict schedule, closing the stone gate promptly at sunset, only to be reopened under exceptional circumstances. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the sun rose the following day. As Jinjiang Mian and his companions arrived, they coincidentally encountered the gate just as it was about to close. Shiyu approached, conveying their purpose, and the guards, recognizing Shiyu from previous exchanges, permitted entry, particularly upon seeing the spirit cat, who was regarded with great reverence. News of the spirit cat's arrival spread swiftly, prompting the tribe's leader to personally extend a warm welcome. The experience was akin to being adored by a throng of admirers. The leader arranged two accommodations, one designated specifically for the spirit cat and the other for Shiyu and Jinjiang Mian. Thanks to the spirit cat's presence, the leader also graciously provided them with provisions. The following morning, upon awakening, Jinjiang Mian discovered that Shiyu had already left the room, likely to discuss the acquisition of salt with the leader. Keen to explore the tribe, Jinjiang Mian ventured outside. The settlement's development was comparable to that of a rural village in his modern society, predominantly featuring earthen houses. As he wandered, he came upon a tree and contemplated resting on a nearby stone when he noticed two burly men beneath another tree not far away. Jinjiang Mian's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Oh my! Is this truly the scene before my eyes? The two men were in a close embrace, playfully tugging at each other, and shockingly, the more submissive of the two displayed no resistance whatsoever. Jinjiang Mian felt as though his worldview was teetering on the brink of collapse. He needed to cleanse his eyes, lest he suffer from an eye infection. He turned to leave, only to be confronted by another pair of men, equally as robust, hand in hand, seemingly engaged in a deep fraternal bond. This was decidedly strange. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. After greeting the two orcs, he turned his gaze toward Jinjiang Mian. Jinjiang Mian recalled this orc as the one he had previously encountered, whose beast form resembled that of a black bear. What had he introduced himself as? Xiongdaji. Before Jinjiang Mian could further contemplate, Xiongdaji had already approached, launching into a torrent of rustic romantic declarations. Oh, beautiful sub-beast, we meet again. I knew our paths would cross once more, for the beast god has firmly intertwined our fates, and my feelings for you have only intensified since our last encounter. Allow me to be your guardian. Your companion. As Xiongdaji babbled on, Jinjiang Mian felt a chill run down his spine. With an incredulous expression, he inquired, Are you all right? What kind of fanciful dream are you having? What was meant to be a teasing retort was misinterpreted by Xiongdaji, who mistakenly assumed Jinjiang Mian was concerned about him. I'm perfectly fine. How did you know that my dreams are all about you? At this, Xiongdaji blushed and shyly added, Ever since our last parting, I have been unable to shake thoughts of you. Whenever I dream of you, it is always a delightful dream. Jinjiang Mian thought to himself, Goodness, this man truly cannot discern flattery from sincerity. Realizing further conversation would be futile, he circumvented Xiongdaji, wishing to ignore him. Yet, Xiongdaji, lost in his daydreams of romantic possibilities, could not bear to let Jinjiang Mian slip from his sight. He stepped in front of him again, gazing with what he believed to be profound affection. However, to Jinjiang Mian, those eyes only conveyed a brazen lewdness. Would you not like to get to know me better? Not necessary. I have no desire to know you. Jinjiang Mian replied with a tone that remained relatively polite. They were in the orc-s territory, and causing a scene would not bode well. He chose to endure Xiongdaji's ill-timed advances. Puzzled, Xiongdaji asked, Why? Many within the tribe hold me in high regard. Surely, you must feel the same? No, I am an exception. Jinjiang Mian coldly replied. He refrained from further engagement with Xiongdaji and promptly returned to the quarters arranged by the leader. Xiongdaji, unabashedly expressing his affections, caught Jinjiang Mian completely off guard. The young man deduced a disconcerting conclusion. In this world, those who did not transform into beasts but remained in human form were referred to as sub-beast men. Furthermore, sub-beast men, differing from women only in physiological structure, were afforded a comparable status. It now made sense why, upon their first meeting, the male orc had gazed at him with such unseemly intent. He had harbored inappropriate thoughts. At that moment, Shiyu returned, his heart brimming with joy, seemingly unaware of the peculiar encounter. Mian. My discussions with the leader proceeded exceptionally well. The skeleton indicated that if we leave the spirit cat behind, We can obtain a substantial quantity of salt free of charge. Jin Jiangmian subtly evaded the topic before responding. Whether the spirit cat remains is contingent upon its own wishes. We cannot make that decision for it. To be honest, Shi Yu had no desire to disrupt the bond between Jin Jiangmian and the spirit cat. Yet Jin Jiangmian's words left him without counterargument. Then let us inquire about its opinion. Jin Jiangmian nodded. I will ask. Brother, you may remain here. Shi Yu naturally wished to spend more time with Jin Jiangmian, but as he approached, Jin Jiangmian took a step back, revealing his intent to avoid him. Mian, are you avoiding me? Jin Jiangmian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ever since learning of the existence of sub-beast men, he had wrestled with complex emotions. Initially, Shi Yu had regarded him as a sub-beast. Why then did he refer to him as a brother? The underlying implications compelled him to ponder deeply. Brother, Jin Jiangmian considered for a moment before deciding to confront the issue directly. He was far from the type to dilly-dally. As a man ought to voice his doubts directly rather than allow the other to speculate, I wish to ask you something. Do you genuinely wish to regard me as a brother? Shi Yu's face betrayed a hint of discomfort at this inquiry. He hesitated, torn between honesty and the fear that Jin Jiangmian might not accept the truth. If he chose silence, it would merely be deceit. Loyalty to a partner was paramount. I do wish to protect you, but not as a younger brother. Jin Jiangmian understood. From the beginning, Shi Yu had viewed him as a sub-beast. His rescue stemmed from the instinctual desire to safeguard those perceived as weaker. The leniency he afforded him mirrored the dynamic between men and women. Jin Jiangmian found himself unable to accept this. He held no aversion to relationships between two men. However, that did not mean he could easily embrace such a notion. Having lived his life as a staunchly heterosexual man, he had no intention of indulging in such sentiments. His previous experiences with a superior who harbored similar feelings had resulted in his immediate resignation. Leaving no room for ambiguity, you are quite forthright, having laid your feelings bare. This statement was devoid of sarcasm. Rather, it was a sincere acknowledgement. Speaking the truth and being candid was far superior to feigning ignorance while harboring ulterior motives. Through their time together, Jin Jiangmian had come to recognize that Shi Yu possessed a relatively innocent disposition. The untamed beast realm did not mirror the complexities of modern society, and as Shi Yu had lived alone, he lacked the experience of deceit. His kindness was genuine. Then, your feelings for me are not akin to brotherly love, but rather that of a male beast towards a sub-beast? Shi Yu nodded, then shook his head. Mian, I cannot precisely articulate it. My feelings are quite complex. Initially, Shi Yu had believed Jin Jiangmian to be a sub-beast cast aside by his tribe. Some tribes indeed migrated from the north, traversing the Silver Moon Forest. And Jin Jiangmian had appeared the most delicate among the sub-beasts he had encountered, hence his assumption. However, after spending considerable time together, it became evident that Jin Jiangmian did not exhibit the traits of an abandoned sub-beast. If a sub-beast possessed such intelligence, they would undoubtedly be revered as a priest within the tribe. How could they ever be forsaken? Such emotions cannot merely be described as affection. Shi Yu articulated his innermost thoughts, while Jin Jiangmian, listening intently, began to feel that the other harbored more curiosity about him than genuine fondness. That insignificant liking seemed merely a manifestation of a powerful serpent beast's protection over the weaker. Reflecting on this, Jin Jiangmian thought, since they had agreed to become sworn brothers, there should be no conflict that could not be resolved. With everything laid bare, they understood each other well, and their future interactions would not be strained. Since we have cleared the air, let us remain brothers. With you as my elder brother in the future, let us not hide our thoughts. Concealing them only makes our interactions burdensome. Shi Yu nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment within him. However, now that Mian trusted him, it felt worthwhile. Weren't we supposed to ask Ling Miao if he wishes to remain in the tribe? Let us go, elder brother. Jin Jiangmian gestured for his elder brother to proceed first. Ling Miao's dwelling was not in the same area as theirs. Their homes were simple, designated for guests from the tribe, modest and somewhat cramped, with thatched roofs barely shielding them from the sun. If it rained, the roofs would surely collapse. Upon arriving at Ling Miao's residence, they soon understood the stark contrast. Although both were earthen abodes, Ling Miao's was more exquisite, adorned with flowers on either side for embellishment. As they approached, they noticed a crowd gathered before the house. It turned out that the tribesfolk, having learned of Ling Miao's presence, were eager to catch a glimpse of him. Look at that, our little chubby cat is indeed popular. So many admirers. It is far better than when he lived with us. I believe he would prefer to stay here," Jin Jiangmian remarked, contemplating how delightful it must be to be revered and adored. Seeing the throng, Shiyu found it impossible to push through and suggested, "Let us return tonight," agreed. Just as they were about to turn back, a frantic female beast rushed towards them, cradling a child. "Make way! My child is ill and needs the shaman's attention," she cried, but her voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. At that moment, the shaman was inside Ling Miao's house, conversing with him, oblivious to the woman's desperate plea. The female beast, attempting to squeeze her way through, was instead shoved back, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Jin Jiangmian reacted swiftly, taking a few strides to support her. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. The female beast introduced herself as a Mei, explaining that her playful child had gone to the lake, returned, and then fallen ill today. While her husband was out hunting, she had tried to wake the child, only to find him unresponsive and burning with fever. In her panic, she had rushed to find the shaman, only to discover he was with Ling Miao. She had inquired about his whereabouts and hurried over. Jin Jiangmian examined the child, feeling the heat radiating from him. The child was indeed feverish. Being so young, if this fever persisted, it could have dire consequences. Regardless, the immediate course of action was to physically cool the child. He must not be allowed to remain at such a high temperature. Dio not panicked. "If you trust me, return home immediately and prepare warm water for the child to bathe. Afterward, ensure he is thoroughly dried. This will alleviate some of his suffering, and we shall accompany you to have the shaman attend to him." "Where do you reside?" A Mei quickly pointed in a direction, saying, "Over there, the third house is mine." With that, she hurried back, cradling her child. Jan Jiangmian turned to Shiyu and asked, "Elder brother, is there a way to compel these people to part?" The crowd at the doorway numbered in the hundreds, creating an impenetrable barrier. Everyone was eager to see what Ling Miao looked like and to bask in his fortune. Shiyu shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mian, but I cannot manage that." With so many gathered, he was powerless against the noise. He would not shy away from what he could do, but he also would not overreach. However, they could not neglect the fragile life at stake. So he insisted, "We must first see the child." Yes, they made their way to Mei's home. The child was laid upon an earthen bed while Mei stoked a fire outside to heat water. When she saw them approach, her anxiety intensified upon noticing the shaman was not with them. "Where is the shaman?" she implored. "Do not fret. Perhaps I can assist in treating your child. First, tell me how the fever began." Jin Jiangmian chose the term fever, fearing the word illness might be misunderstood. "I wasn't attentive to the little one, allowing him to play by the water. After a nap, he became like this. Several children in the tribe have succumbed to this fever, and I fear." She began to cry. Jan Jiangmian, uneasy at the sight of a woman weeping, hurried to console her, assuring her that he could help. He urged her to bathe the child with warm water, as he had instructed, and then took Shiyu to gather medicinal herbs. In his youth, he had fallen ill, and in the remote countryside of the 1990s, parents typically brewed herbal remedies for their children. His grandfather, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, had passed down some knowledge, and Jin Jiangmian had absorbed some of this wisdom growing up. Treating a common cold or fever was well within his capabilities. Now, however, he could not afford to seek rare herbs. He had to settle for the most common ones. Fortunately, he spotted some hatuinia growing by the small river that ran through the tribe. He quickly dug some up with Shiyu, cleaned them, and took them back. Upon returning, Mei had finished bathing the child. Seeing Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu return was like finding a lifeline. "What have you found?" Mei asked anxiously. Jan Jiangmian handed her the herbs, saying, "This is hatuinia, effective for treating fevers. Please find a small stone pot, clean it, and brew this for the child." He looked around and noticed that Mei was alone, caring for her child, which tugged at his heart. "Where is your pot? I'll assist in brewing it." Mei pointed to a small pot by the side of the house. Jan Jiangmian added, "You still have warm water, right? Take a small cloth, clean it with warm water, and wipe the child's body, repeating this every little while. Remember, always use warm water." After placing the small stone pot on the stove, he stoked the fire, which had not been extinguished. This method, likely devised by the tribe to preserve the fire, involved encircling stones to create a fire pit. Soon, Jan Jiangmian brewed the herbs and poured the liquid into a wooden bowl, watching as Mei fed it to her child. The child's temperature had lessened after the physical cooling, and with the herbal remedy, he should be all right. Jan Jiangmian set aside the remaining hautuinia and instructed. You must brew this for the child every morning and evening until the fever is completely gone. Amei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your help. Without you, I would have been at a loss. Helplessly watching my child suffer, she paused. By the way, I am Amei. You must be here in the tribe for trade, right? I have nothing to offer in return, but I can bring you food tonight. Jan Jiangmian quickly declined, stating that helping was merely a small act, not intended for reward. As a man, seeing a woman with a child in distress would evoke sympathy in anyone. Only someone devoid of compassion would remain indifferent. Amei expressed her gratitude once more, nearly dropping to her knees. Fortunately, Jan Jiangmian was quick to intervene, preventing her from bowing. After they left, the child awakened, weakly calling out for his mother. Amei rushed forward. Oh, my child, you frightened me. You must not run off to play by the water again, do you understand? Upon returning to their residence, Shiyu gazed at Jan Jiangmian with intense admiration. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Jan Jiangmian inquired, Elder brother, why do you look at me like that? It feels as though I have committed a wrongdoing. Shiyu shifted his gaze elsewhere and, once seated, replied nonchalantly, I had no idea you possessed the ability to heal and knowledge of herbs. Is that so strange? It was merely a common fever, Jan Jiangmian replied, but then he realized the gravity of the situation. In this primitive beast realm, even a minor cold could lead to death. What might be considered trivial in modern times could be catastrophic here. The narratives in beast realm novels often depict protagonists earning divine status for curing simple ailments, and such depictions are not exaggerated. All his fault for speaking without thinking, he awkwardly forced an explanation. Because I previously suffered from a fever, which was cured, I know how to treat it, so I merely regard fever as an ordinary illness. Shiyu gazed at him steadily, making him feel uneasy. He chose to give up, saying, Big brother, if you have any questions, just ask. I assure you I will answer without reservation. Shiyu curled her lips and replied, I will inquire after we return. Chapter 18. The choice of staying or leaving as evening fell, the tribal leader brought food. The spirit cat followed closely behind, holding its head high, exuding an air of superiority. Upon arriving in the tribe, it regained its former demeanor. Within the tribe, it was revered by the beastmen, regarded as a supreme being, and its vanity was immensely satisfied. Once its vanity was fulfilled, it became so proud that it lost its bearings. In addition to delivering food, the leader had another intention. He hoped to settle the matter of the spirit cat's stay that very evening. As for the two beastmen, in light of the spirit cat, he was willing to allow them to join the tribe and allocate food for them. Upon noticing the leader's expression, Jan Jiangmian realized that he had ulterior motives for coming. With an unmarked frown, he welcomed the leader inside. He politely said, It is truly an honor for the leader to personally deliver food. I am most grateful. You have gone to great lengths. The leader smiled as he sat down and directly stated his purpose. Besides delivering food, I have other matters to discuss. Please, go ahead, Jan Jiangmian replied. I come to invite you both to join the tribe. You need not worry about accommodation. After joining, I will assign you housing. We have no intention of joining the tribe, Jan Jiangmian said, a smile gracing his face. The tribal leader would not invite them without reason. It was undoubtedly due to the spirit cat's influence. Perhaps the spirit cat wished to stay, reluctant to part with the delicious food it had enjoyed, hence this compromise. By remaining with Shiyu, the spirit cat could bask in the adoration of the tribe while savoring its own culinary creations, a win-win situation. However, Jan Jiangmian was not inclined to join the tribe. Why? Joining the tribe was undoubtedly preferable to being a wandering beast man. Within the tribe, there was safety, free from the constant worry of wild animal attacks. With a faint smile, Jan Jiangmian said, Shiyu and I have grown accustomed to solitude. Thus, we cannot accept a communal lifestyle. Of course, we are very thankful for the leader's generous invitation. The leader wished to continue persuading them. But at that moment, another beast man arrived. A tall man knocked at the door, holding a beast skin bag whose contents were unknown. He was the husband of Amei, and upon his return, she had recounted everything to him. The family was deeply grateful for Jan Jiangmian's healing and had brought a token of appreciation. Amei's husband set down the bag and said, Here are some fruits, crisp, sweet, and juicy, truly delicious. Our family has nothing of great value to offer. So I hope you won't mind, Otto. You are too kind. I merely lent a small helping hand. It was nothing significant. Please take these fruits back, Jin Jiangmian said, attempting to return the bag, only to find it somewhat heavy. After he lifted it, Amei's husband promptly exited, not lingering any longer. The gesture of gratitude had been conveyed, and there was no reason to stay any further. The leader was left perplexed. In less than a day? Had the other party quietly accomplished something significant in the tribe? You also know Amei's husband? He even personally brought fruits. The leader inquired. I do not know him. I merely helped him a little. And out of gratitude, he brought some fruits, Jin Jiangmian replied, clearly uninterested in elaborating. Seeing that Jin Jiangmian did not intend to say more, the leader urged them to reconsider their decision to stay in the tribe. After the leader departed, Jin Jiangmian picked up the spirit cat and placed it on the table. They both stared at the spirit cat, and Jin Jiangmian asked, Do you wish to remain in the tribe? Life here is quite pleasant, with accommodation and food provided, and you wouldn't have to work. If you return with us, life will surely not be as carefree. A fool would know what choice to make. The spirit cat countered, Are you not staying? With me to protect you. I guarantee you will want for nothing in the tribe. Jin Jiangmian shook his head. We will not stay. The spirit cat lowered its head, as if contemplating a monumental decision. Then I shall not stay either. It made a challenging choice, opting for food over vanity. Are you certain you have thought this through? Staying in the tribe means you need not lift a finger. However, returning with us means losing that feeling of being the center of attention. Jin Jiangmian continued to persuade, hoping the spirit cat would not regret its decision. The spirit cat tilted its head and weakly inquired, Brother, you haven't made a deal with the tribal leader, have you? Is that why you are so insistent on having me stay, hoping for some gain from the leader? Jin Jiangmian shrugged, revealing, The tribal leader mentioned that if I could convince you to stay, he would provide us with more salt. The spirit cat exclaimed, What? Am I not as valuable as salt? Is this what love has come to, brother? You would sell me for salt. I am deeply saddened. It whimpered like a forsaken wife. Jin Jiangmian pursed his lips, speechless. Such theatrics were wholly unnecessary. I shall not stay, I won't let you gain any benefits, the spirit cat declared proudly. Jin Jiangmian shrugged, indifferent to the matter. He had never expected to use the spirit cat as a means to acquire salt. The decision ultimately lay with the spirit cat itself. Naturally, if it wished to stay, he would be delighted to benefit as well. The next day, Shi went to trade for salt, and the three of them prepared to leave the tribe. The tribal leader urged them to stay, offering generous conditions, stating that if they remained with the spirit cat, they would receive double the amount of salt and food distribution. Jin Jiangmian smiled and shook his head. No need. The leader wishes to keep us for the spirit cat, does he not? You must know that even if we stay, the spirit cat will not be tied to us. Even if it remains now due to me and Shiyu, one day it will tire of it and depart. When that time comes, our situation in the tribe will become quite awkward. If we cannot keep the spirit cat, will we not incur the tribe's ire? Rather than be in such a passive position, it was better not to stay from the outset. This was Jin Jiangmian's reasoning. In the wild, beastmen were not devoid of cunning. In a tribe where strength mattered, those without power would inevitably seek other means to secure more food. The tribal leader, in his quest for the tribe's betterment and expansion, would inevitably have other schemes. In an era of scarcity, human hearts were the most formidable force. Chapter 19. The cheesy romantic line. Seeing their resolute departure, the tribal leader ceased to insist. He believed that life in the tribe would be better for them, and that one day they would regret leaving. Just as they were about to depart, the previous black bear beastman rushed over, blocking their path with a fervent expression. Oh, my dear, why do you not stay? Why must you leave? My heart is already filled by you. For my sake, please remain. I will protect you. At this moment, he recalled the enchanting night from the previous evening, his eyes gleaming with a greasy glint. My dear, last night's scenery was beautiful. Do you know why? Because it was a night with you. The onlookers, humans and cats alike, were momentarily struck dumb by the man's overtly sentimental display. Yet, the bear remained oblivious, convinced that Jin Jiangmian was moved by his words. He continued to profess what he believed to be profound declarations. My dear, I went to eat today. What did I eat? I wish to entice you to stay in the tribe. My dear, I miscalculated today. What did you miscalculate? I love you more each day. Words need not be spoken. Everything is in the eyes. With that, the clumsy bear winked at Jin Jiangmian. Jin Jiangmian felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching up his meal from the previous day. Help! Anyone, please take this unbearably greasy beast man away. Why was he so excessively oily? At that moment, the spirit cat swayed its tail and remarked nonchalantly, "Dear brother, listening to your words makes me want to vomit. Do you know why? Because I am utterly disgusted." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian silently exclaimed, "Three sixes." The panda on the mountain nearly wept, for all the bamboo shoots had been snatched away by the cat. Truly, it was a panda delivering takeout, with bamboo arriving at home. Bear Daji's expression soured at the rebuttal. "Why, Lord Spirit Cat, I am merely expressing my deep feelings. To say otherwise is to belittle my emotions." The Spirit Cat replied coolly, "Surely not, surely not. Could there be a beast man who confuses greasiness for deep sentiment? To be a beast man, one must possess a certain level of awareness, and you, my friend, are exceedingly absurd. You do not even know what awareness is." Having concluded their affairs, they prepared to depart. Xiong Daji turned to Jin Jiangmian, seeking a response from him. Jin Jiangmian had not anticipated being called upon so swiftly. He observed the sullen expression on Shiyu's face, suspecting it was due to the time wasted by Xiong Daji. Promptly, he straightforwardly declined and urged the other party to clear the way. Xiong Daji left, appearing utterly dejected. As they made their way, Ling Miao recalled his bold stance against Xiong Daji at the entrance of the tribe and inquired of Jin Jiangmian, "Brother, did I not exhibit remarkable bravery at that moment?" Jin Jiangmian pondered for a moment before earnestly nodding. At that moment, a bird flew overhead, the species unknown, and its call was surprisingly a repeated 205. Jin Jiangmian found this quite astonishing, wondering what kind of bird it was. Ling Miao replied, "I do not know." Shiyu added, "Unclear." After returning from the tribe, which took over a week, Jin Jiangmian immediately went to see the sheep upon his return. The sheep, upon seeing him, became quite excited and bleated, "Wonderful! You are finally back. If you had not returned soon, I would have starved." The fodder in the pen had already been depleted, and the grass on the ground had been nibbled away. He quickly called Shiyu and Ling Miao to assist in cutting grass. Once the grass was gathered and placed in the sheep pen, Jin Jiangmian intended to take a bath and rest. But to his dismay, his flip-flops broke. The straps had given way, rendering them useless, as if they had surrendered to neglect, nearly causing him to stumble in a most embarrassing manner. Accustomed to wearing shoes, he found himself in a predicament without any. Thus, he resolved to weave a pair of straw sandals. By the riverbank, there were ample materials available. He could harvest and dry them, ready to be woven the following day. In the absence of shoes, he fashioned a pair of wooden clogs, using vine strips to secure the toe area. Ling Miao approached, eyeing the discarded flip-flops and inquired, "What is this item? I have never seen it before." Jin Jiangmian affectionately patted Ling Miao's head, playfully ruffling its fur. "This is called a shoe, worn on the feet to protect them from injury," he added, pinching the cat's paw pads, "just like the pads on your feet." Ling Miao appeared enlightened, glancing between its own feet and Jin Jiangmian's, nodding contemplatively. Shiyu arrived with some fruit, taking a seat beside him, casting a glance at Ling Miao. The cat, sensing the scrutiny, quickly declared it was off to play with the sheep. Smartly departing, it approached the sheep, engaging in a staring contest. The sheep stood protectively over its food, bleating softly, devoid of any threat. Ling Miao, unimpressed, leapt onto the sheep, finding its soft wool the perfect spot for a nap. After Ling Miao's departure, Jin Jiangmian chuckled, "Why do you always frighten the cat? It runs away at the sight of you." Shiyu remarked that he had not frightened Ling Miao. The cat simply wished to sleep. He then noticed the small scratches on Jin Jiangmian's exposed skin from the grass, feeling a twinge of regret. When he had rescued Jin Jiangmian from the river, he had not seen so many scars on him. His skin had been fair, now marred and slightly tanned. It was a failure on his part as the elder brother, unable to provide better for him. The two sat together, their conversation flowing naturally. Their relationship subtly shifting that evening. Shi, as usual, emerged from the room and passed through the living room, where Ling Miao watched with gleaming eyes, in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. It remarked, "You sneak away every night to sleep beside brother. It is quite immoral." Shiyu dismissed it, questioning whether morality could serve as sustenance. He pointed out that Ling Miao had feigned helplessness to linger near Jin Jiangmian. Coveting the delicious food he prepared, in truth, the oppressive heat worried him. He merely sought to aid Jin Jiangmian in sleeping more comfortably. His intentions were pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon reaching Jin Jiangmian's side, he simply lay quietly without any inappropriate conduct. So how could that be deemed immoral? Ling Miao retorted, claiming it was not solely for the food. Its voice trailed off. It grew increasingly timid, admitting that while food was a factor, it was certainly not the primary reason. The true allure lay in Jin Jiangmian's captivating charm. Unable to outwit Shiyu, Ling Miao chose to withdraw, curling up on the table and falling into a deep slumber. Shiyu transformed into a small white snake, slithering through the window into Jin Jiangmian's room. The little white snake coiled onto the simple wooden bed beside Jin Jiangmian, satisfied as it drifted into sleep. Chapter 20. Weaving straw sandals. The following day, after a hearty meal, Jin Jiangmian busied himself, determined to weave straw sandals for his size 42 feet. Shiyu, taking advantage of the fine weather, ventured out to hunt, hoping to capture a few live prey for future needs. Jin Jiangmian retrieved the ramy fibers he had separated and dried the previous day, settling onto a wooden seat. His posture was relaxed. Exuding an air of command, he secured one end with his foot, twisting the other end in his hands. Repeatedly, the fibers transformed, becoming unrecognizable from their original state. The ramy fibers, akin to hair, were braided into a twist. And with a knot at the end, a braided ramy cord was completed. Continuing the process with practiced ease, he caught Ling Miao's attention. The cat sauntered over, its tail swaying in rhythm. "Brother, what are you making? What purpose does it serve?" Jin Jiangmian replied without lifting his gaze. "This has great utility. It can easily bind you, little kitty." Ling Miao, unimpressed, boasted, "My claws are razor sharp. I can sever anything with ease. Bind your hands, and you cannot cut free." As he worked, he prepared the ramy cord, employing a 4-strand weaving technique to craft the sandals. With both hands and feet engaged, he skillfully wove, and before long, a pair of flip-flops emerged. He admired his handiwork, a crooked yet fulfilling creation. Liu Bei would have readily applauded his craftsmanship. Though the sandals may lack aesthetic appeal, their practicality remained intact, much like an unsightly apple that still tastes delightful. Jin Jiangmian consoled himself inwardly. He proceeded to weave a second pair, growing more adept and efficient in his technique. In no time, the second sandal was complete. Jin Jiangmian tried them on, delighted to find them a perfect fit. He bounced around in his newly crafted sandals, turning to Ling Miao. "See how splendid my sandals are." Ling Miao fell silent, embodying the stillness of tonight's Cambridge. "Your silence speaks volumes. It signifies that you find my sandals quite impressive." Jin Jiangmian mused aloud. Ling Miao, unable to bear the sight of him in those sandals, chose to depart with a flick of its tail. Enthralled by the art of sandal weaving, Jin Jiangmian settled back down to create a different style. He had depleted the ramy fibers harvested and dried yesterday. He fashioned 2 styles of sandals, one for farm work and another for leisure. Wearing his handmade sandals lifted his spirits, and noticing the empty living room, he seized the opportunity before lunch to gather materials and construct a storage rack. He dragged over some wood and called for Ling Miao, the mischievous cat, currently perched in a tree searching for bird nests. Heard Jin Jiangmian's summons and descended, sparing the bird eggs within the nest. Upon returning to Jin Jiangmian's side, seeing him marking the wood, it understood that work awaited. After explaining his plan, Jin Jiangmian tasked Ling Miao with processing the wood. To motivate the cat, he promised, "I previously promised you fried fish. If you work diligently, I shall prepare it for you at noon." Skilled in enticing the feline, he knew that words must be backed by action. Indeed, he utilized leftover bamboo strips to weave a small basket, which he placed downstream in the river. He would return at noon to retrieve it, hopefully filled with fish. Once the time arrived, Jin Jiangmian processed the larger fish, cutting them into smaller pieces. Then, he marinated them with garlic, ginger, and salt. Next, he fetched a wooden jar filled with lard, pouring it into a pan to heat. The marinated fish pieces were then fried, lacking flour or breadcrumbs. The fish did not possess the same fragrance as those fried at home in this wild and untamed land. Enjoying a meal was no small feat, and he sought no divine delicacy. The aroma of the frying fish wafted through the air, drawing Ling Miao, who approached with half-closed eyes, salivating at the enticing scent. Jin Jiangmian, noticing, asked, "Have you finished processing the wood? You have come overdrawn by the aroma." "All done. You can trust me," as the civet cat drooled. It observed Jin Jiangmian skillfully using chopsticks to extract the freshly fried fish pieces and place them into a wooden basin. Seeing this, the civet cat reached out its paw, but Jin Jiangmian swiftly swatted it away, exclaiming, "Little greedy cat, can't you wait a moment longer? It's still hot. Let it cool before you eat." He picked up a piece and placed it into another bowl, saying, "You can have what's in that bowl." The civet cat relished the fried fish, its heart fluttering with delight. Only after finishing frying the fish did he sit down to eat. The civet cat, having feasted to its heart's content, wandered off to bask in the sun. Jin Jiangmian left the remaining fish on the table and began assembling a storage rack. With nimble hands and no modern tools or nails, he expertly constructed a 5-tier shelf using only mortise and tenon joints. Feeling inspired, he grabbed a stone axe and approached the tall bamboo. The bamboo knew that among them, one would surely meet an unfortunate fate. They silently prayed to the beast god, hoping not to be the chosen one. Jin Jiangmian selected a stalk, and with a resounding chop, it fell to the ground. He then set his sights on another, and the sound of the axe striking bamboo echoed through the tranquil forest. After felling 3 large bamboo stalks, he halted. The remaining bamboo avoided disaster, watching as their companion departed. Jin Jiangmian dragged the bamboo back and sought out the civet cat. Upon finding the cat in a deep slumber, he took a deep breath and let out a booming shout, startling the sleeping civet cat awake. It had been dreaming of delicious fried fish and chicken legs, but the sudden, thunderous roar shattered its reverie. Startled, it opened its eyes to see Jin Jiangmian grinning at it, but the smile seemed somewhat off. "Brother, what's wrong?" Without hesitation, Jin Jiangmian lifted the cat and walked it over to the bamboo, saying, "After you've eaten your fill, it's time to work. I've marked the bamboo for cutting. Once it's chopped into sections, cut them into smaller pieces." As he gestured, he instructed, "All right then, brother." The civet cat, not daring to voice any complaints, obediently set to work. In Chapter 21, A Gift of Grass Shoes, the civet cat skillfully cut the bamboo strips, which Jin Jiangmian expertly pulled apart to separate the bamboo fibers, neatly stacking them together. Once the civet cat finished, exhausted, Jin Jiangmian suggested it rest in the living room. After tending to the white sheep, he sat under the eaves, weaving a bamboo basket. As evening approached, he took the marinated meat to the river to wash it. While washing, he contemplated how tedious the back-and-forth trips for water were, realizing he needed a water tank to ease the labor, along with a bucket for fetching water. Determined, he glanced at the bamboo nearby. Formulating a plan, that evening, he prepared stir-fried meat, revisiting the fried fish from lunch. Shiyu's hunt had yielded a decent catch of live wild chickens, which he tied with vines and carried back. The chickens remained notably quiet during the journey, perhaps embarrassed by their predicament. A couple couldn't endure the humiliation and perished along the way. After dinner, Jin Jiangmian set about building a temporary chicken coop, with Shiyu erecting the fence and the civet cat tasked with peeling the bamboo. He wove a cover from bamboo strips to prevent the wild chickens from escaping. Though wild chickens couldn't fly freely like birds, they could easily leap over the bamboo enclosure, necessitating a roof. Once the roof was secured, the chickens would be unable to escape, no matter how much they jumped. For their feed, they would initially be given earthworms. With some free time, he planned to venture out to look for seeds of grain crops, as it was the season to prepare for the autumn planting. After a day of toil, Jin Jiangmian lounged beneath the eaves, and Shiyu approached him. "Big brother, why haven't you rested yet?" Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you still awake as well?" Jin Jiangmian sighed. "I was contemplating how to allocate tasks for tomorrow, you say?" "And I shall follow," Shiyu replied. Turning to face him, Jin Jiangmian's gaze met his. The intensity of Shiyu's stare left him wondering if it was mere coincidence. His ears reddened as the atmosphere grew subtly charged. To dispel the tension, he quickly stood, retrieving a pair of grass shoes. "These are the grass shoes I made today for you. I didn't measure your foot size properly, so I made them a bit larger. I hope they fit." Shiyu beamed with joy, eagerly accepting the shoes, cradling them as if they were treasures. "I'm so happy." "But big brother, isn't it just a pair of grass shoes? If you like them, I'll make you more when I have the time. That it's different. These are hand-woven by you, carrying significant meaning," Shiyu said earnestly. Jin Jiangmian felt a flush of embarrassment. What were 2 grown men doing under the eaves? Sharing such tender sentiments? Fidgeting with his fingers, he muttered, "I'll go wash up and rest. You should too." With that, he retreated to his room to fetch his clothes and headed to the river to wash. While bathing, He also took the opportunity to clean his changed garments. Just as he emerged from the water, clad in nothing but his bare form, Shiyu approached. Caught off guard, Jin Jiangmian hastily donned his clothes. His face flushed. "Big brother, why did you come over so suddenly?" "I just came to wash up and prepare to rest," Shiyu replied, finding a reasonable excuse. "Oh, I see that I'll finish here. You can take your time." After saying this, Jin Jiangmian returned to hang his wet clothes on a bush, then retreated to his room, closing the door behind him, utterly fatigued as he lay on the bed. His body was weary, and his eyelids felt heavy. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to sleep, memories of the day flickered in his mind, reawakening his alertness. Moments later, Shiyu called from outside, claiming he had lost something along the way. Jin Jiangmian rose to open the door, only to find Shiyu holding his shorts, staring at them in confusion. "What purpose do such short pants serve? The attire in your tribe is quite peculiar." Jin Jiangmian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Hastily grabbing his shorts and hiding them behind him, he stammered, "These are undergarments. Nothing strange about them. Big brother, you should head to rest now." With that, he retreated to his room, his heart racing with awkwardness. Peeking out the window and ensuring Shiyu had left, he finally hung his shorts out to dry at dawn. After breakfast, Shiyu transformed into a white snake. Carrying Jin Jiangmian out to search for seeds of grain crops, the civet cat was assigned to guard the home, regardless of its protests. While eating, Shiyu listened to Jin Jiangmian's descriptions and revealed that he knew where 2 of the crops could be found. Having spotted them during a previous hunt, Jin Jiangmian donned a backpack and carried a beast skin bag as he mounted the white snake, setting off in the wild. The nobility did not ride horses but rather experienced the sensation of riding a white snake. Reminiscent of the tales of Lady Bai, unfortunately, the white snake beneath him was merely a man, lacking any resemblance to the legendary figure. Facing the wind, Jin Jiangmian felt the urge to sing. Clearing his throat, he began to showcase his vocal talents. "The riders are valiant, galloping like the wind," he sang joyfully, completely immersed in his own performance. His loud, resonant voice echoed like thunder, even making the larks in the trees concede defeat. The larks mused, "What a wretched voice. It's painfully off-key." After finishing, he turned to Shiyu and asked, "Big brother, how did you find my singing?" Shiyu hesitated, not wanting to answer. Averting his gaze, he thought to himself that criticizing Jin Jiangmian would dampen his spirits, while praising him might encourage further performances. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You sang quite well. Perhaps refrain from singing next time to spare your voice." His response was a perfect blend of praise and concern. Jin Jiangmian fell silent, disheartened, pondering if his singing was truly that poor. He thought it sounded fine, not particularly unpleasant. "Big brother, how much longer until we arrive?" he asked, changing the subject to avoid the earlier topic. "Are you anxious, Amian? If you're in a hurry, I can speed up," Shiyu offered. Chapter 22. The speed of the white serpent. Before anyone could respond, the white serpent hastened its pace. It weaved swiftly through the forest, so fast that Jin Jiangmian could feel the wind brushing against his cheeks. He indeed wished for the other to move a bit quicker, but he certainly hadn't anticipated such a rapid pace. The speed was so intense that it caused jolts, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. He quickly exclaimed, "Brother, could you slow down a bit? I can hardly endure this pace very well." "The serpent," you replied, easing its speed slightly. It had intentionally quickened earlier, eager to hear the other plead with a charming tone. Before long, they arrived at a cornfield. "It was here that serpent you had previously hunted a wild boar." Having visited this place once or twice, the scent of his presence lingered, and it would take some time before the boars would return to forage. Jin Jiangmian gazed in astonishment at the corn before him. When he had described it to Serpent Yu that morning, he had been somewhat skeptical of the existence of such a place. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he found it utterly incredible, in his original world. Corn had been imported from other countries and was not a native product. To his surprise, in this beastly realm, he stumbled upon wild corn. Upon reflection, however, it did not seem so strange. After all, if one could traverse worlds, what phenomenon could truly be deemed implausible? The wild corn was not particularly large, yet its kernels were plump, both yellow and white. "Amian, is this what you referred to as corn?" "Indeed it is," Jin Jiangmian exclaimed with excitement, moving closer to gather several ears. He beckoned Serpent Yu to join him in plucking the corn, pondering whether the beast hide bags they had brought would suffice to hold their harvest. As he gathered the corn, He noticed Serpent Yu twisting the ears off without concern for the stalks. He advised, "Brother, after plucking the corn, we should trample down the stalks. It makes it much easier to break them off. Plus, we won't have to wade through the corn and risk overheating." Serpent Yu mimicked Jin Jiangmian's method, discovering that it indeed made the task simpler. "Amion, you are quite clever," he praised. "Brother, please, do not flatter me. I am nowhere near as astute as you," Jin Jiangmian replied, eager to curry favor. The two exchanged a flurry of mutual compliments, extolling each other to the point of deification. By noon, the sun beat down mercilessly, and even in Serpent Yu's company, Jin Jiangmian could feel the oppressive heat. He wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed to a nearby shade, saying, "Brother, let us take a moment to rest." Harvesting corn was laborious work, and by this point in the morning, Jin Jiangmian felt both exhausted and famished. However, the corn was no longer fresh. Roasted, it would not be palatable. He gestured towards the stream, suggesting, "Brother, let us take a break and go fishing. We can feast on grilled fish." Seeing this, Serpent Yu rose, stating he would fetch some wild fruits. With that, he transformed into a great white serpent and departed. Time passed, and he had yet to return, leaving Jin Jiangmian wondering where he had gone. Thirsty and restless, he approached the stream and cupped his hands to drink deeply. After quenching his thirst, he splashed his face with water, feeling a refreshing relief as the coolness drenched his clothes. That moment, a water snake swam towards him and lunged to bite. Jin Jiangmian reacted swiftly, dodging with agility and sprinting away with all his might. When faced with danger, one's potential is boundless. Yet, as a mere human without extraordinary powers, how could he possibly outrun a formidable serpent? In his bid to escape, he grabbed whatever was at hand to hurl at the creature. A stone struck the snake's dark head, inciting its fury. Perhaps having spent time with the spirit cat had brought him good fortune, as he managed to hit the serpent each time he threw something. The black snake, suspecting that the stones were mocking it, decided to retreat. Little did it know, it would run smack into the returning white serpent. The black snake was swiftly dispatched, its body tossed aside. Serpent Yu transformed back into his human form, rushing over to check if Jin Jiangmian was unharmed. "You weren't bitten, were you? The venom of the black water snake isn't lethal, but it poses a risk if left in the body. I can help draw it out," he said, preparing to lift Jin Jiangmian's shirt for inspection. Jin Jiangmian hurriedly blocked him, insisting, "No, I wasn't bitten. I managed to scare the black snake away. It was merely unfortunate enough to encounter you upon your return." The black snake had hoped for a sumptuous meal, but instead met its demise, descending to the underworld. Serpent Yu was puzzled. During this season, encounters with fallen beasts should have been rare. The black snake had indeed been a fallen beast, and he was fortunate to have returned in time to eliminate it. The presence of fallen beasts in the area posed a risk. He feared that one day, should he not be around, they might boldly invade his territory. Jin Jiangmian's gaze wandered, unsure where to focus. When Serpent Yu transformed into human form, he did so unclothed in this beastly realm. One shed their garments before transforming, lest they risk tearing their clothes. Hence, upon reverting, he bore no attire. Unintentionally, Jin Jiangmian caught sight of something he ought not to have, and his ears flushed crimson. How impressive! He couldn't help but marvel internally. Even though this was not the first time he had seen such a sight, if it were in the present day, encountering such a sight in the restroom would surely cause embarrassment for anyone who happened to glance over. "Brother, you should put on some clothes," Jin Jiangmian urged, his gaze inadvertently lingering on the well-defined muscles of Serpent Yu's abdomen. Serpent Yu opened the beast hide bag, revealing bright red serpent fruits alongside his clothing. After donning his garments, he remarked, "Fortune favored me. I stumbled upon these red fruits. I apologize for making you eat this for lunch. Brother, I am not one to be overly delicate. I have no cause for complaint. It is a blessing to have something to eat," Jin Jiangmian replied cheerfully. He thought to himself that had someone else traversed into this realm, they might not have enjoyed such good fortune. The two proceeded to the riverbank to wash the fruits. As Jin Jiangmian gazed at his reflection in the water, he appeared quite unnatural. Suddenly, a frog leapt from the water, startling him in his surprise. He stumbled backward. Serpent Yu swiftly extended his strong arm to steady him, while the instigator, the frog, had already hopped away, oblivious. "Amion, a mere frog can frighten you. Your courage is lacking," Serpent Yu teased. Jin Jiangmian, still shaken, replied. It jumped out so suddenly. Of course, I was startled. If I had seen it before, I would not have been afraid. He hoped not to encounter that frog again. Otherwise, he would surely catch it to prepare a delicious spicy frog dish. After cleaning the serpent fruits, he handed them to his brother, saying, "Brother, you first." Look how considerate he is towards his elder brother. Chapter 23. Cultivating rice fields. Serpent Yu felt a twinge of discomfort hearing Jin Jiangmian refer to him as brother. What he desired was not merely a fraternal bond, but a deeper connection. Having gathered corn, they still had time, so they ventured to a location abundant with rice. The quantity of rice was evidently greater than that of corn, covering a small patch of land in no time at all. Jin Jiangmian and Serpent Yu used bone knives to harvest the rice, filling a large basket to the brim. The corn was stored in beast hide bags, yielding 3 bags that would provide enough for seeds and some to consume. Jin Jiangmian was elated. On their way home, he burst into song, his voice soaring with fervor. The birds in the trees ceased their chirping, and the summer cicadas fell silent. Serpent Yu felt as though his ears were under siege. Ironically, Jin Jiangmian believed he had improved. In high spirits, he asked, "Brother, do you think I've made any progress in my singing?" Serpent Yu replied, "Yes, you have improved, though there remains ample room for growth. However, Mian, you need not be overly fixated on singing. Everyone has their own strengths." Jin Jiangmian felt something was amiss in his response, but could not pinpoint what was inappropriate about it. That evening, during a casual conversation, Serpent Yu mentioned knowing of another place where rice grew. Jin Jiangmian exclaimed in delight, "That's wonderful. We won't have to wait until harvest time to enjoy white rice." After days of consuming only vegetables and meat without staples, he was on the verge of constipation. He could forego staples temporarily, but not indefinitely, especially now that he had crossed into the beastly realm, making him yearn even more for white rice. Serpent Yu replied, "Tomorrow, I will go to harvest it alone. You and the spirit cat should remain at home." Though Serpent Yu desired to take Jin Jiangmian along, the recent encounter with the black snake made him hesitant. Having spent considerable time in this area, his scent lingered, ensuring greater safety. With the spirit cat's protection, he felt more at ease. All right, the following day, after finishing breakfast, Shiyu set off, and Jin Jiangmian commenced his own bustling day. He intended to cultivate rice seedlings using primitive techniques, without the aid of any modern tools, in preparation for the autumn planting. Ling Miao was tasked with using its paws to cut grass for the sheep, transforming into a remarkably industrious cat. Jin Jiangmian placed the rice he had brought back the previous day into a winnowing basket and set it out to sunbathe. Once finished, he glanced at the stone hoe beside him, donned his grass sandals, and approached to pick it up. After a long period of rest, the stone hoe was finally presented with an opportunity to shine. Jin Jiangmian arrived at the riverbank, scanning the surroundings until he discovered an ideal spot. He tidied up a bit, gathering dry twigs and moving them elsewhere. The stones lying on the ground were also picked up and tossed aside one by one. Before long, he had cleared a patch of land, and he began to dig and weed using the hoe, grunting with effort. Digging was a monumental task, and he cursed himself for not being able to transform into a tractor. It was far too time-consuming and inefficient to use the stone hoe. He needed a more effective method. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of Ling Miao flashed in his mind. And an idea struck him. He called for Ling Miao, who trotted over and inquired, "Brother, what is up? Is there something I can assist with?" Jin Jiangmian pointed to a small plot of land and said, "Help me cultivate this field." Ling Miao shrank back, its tail erect, clearly reluctant to dig. "Brother, it's one thing to let me cut wood or grass, but now you want me to dig? I say that akin to being a mouse? Am I to lose my dignity as a cat?" Jin Jiangmian replied, "Can dignity be consumed as food? Does holding on to your pride guarantee you a meal?" Ling Miao turned its head away. "So, if I dig, I'll have food to eat." Jin Jiangmian assured, "Indeed, that's the case. Allow me to explain. Once this soil is turned, it becomes arable land, and with arable land, we can plant rice. A rice harvest means we'll have white rice to eat. Thus, digging equates to having food." Ling Miao felt somewhat dizzy from the convoluted reasoning, realizing that Jin Jiangmian merely wanted it to help with the digging. "Brother, you're trying to trick me." "Not at all. Just tell me if my reasoning holds any merit," Jin Jiangmian said with utmost seriousness. Seeing this, Ling Miao conceded, "All right, I'll trust you this once." Thus, the pair, one human and one cat, diligently worked together to cultivate the land. Yet, cultivating the land was not enough. They also needed to channel water for irrigation. Jane Jiangmian gathered several bamboo poles, arranged them, and poured soil between two of them, compacting it with his small feet. Once the bamboo was removed, a straight ridge was formed. He proceeded to replicate this process around the perimeter of the field. By noon, he went to gather coconuts and boiled them with meat. Having consumed meat for several consecutive days, he found it rather monotonous and opted to savor just the coconut and its milk. Relishing the coconut flesh, Ling Miao, without a hint of restraint, devoured most of the pot of coconut meat. After finishing, it let out a distinctly feline burp and exclaimed, "Brother, the coconut meat is delicious. Why haven't you eaten more? Don't you like it?" Jane Jiangmian nodded earnestly, declaring, "Indeed, from now on, I shall only consume coconuts and forego cooking. Brother, please don't scare me," upon hearing that he wouldn't be cooking anymore. Ling Miao shivered, fearing it might miss out on delicious food in the future, a significant reason for its choice to follow Jane Jiangmian back instead of remaining in the tribe was indeed the promise of food. "If you diligently assist me without slacking off, I guarantee you'll enjoy delectable meals every day." Ling Miao immediately raised a paw, pledging, "I will follow your arrangements from now on." Pleased with Ling Miao's promise, Jin Jiangmian affectionately ruffled its fur. After a brief respite, he led Ling Miao to dig a small irrigation channel for the field. With the influx of river water, the land transformed into a paddy field. Noticing Ling Miao was fatigued, he permitted it to rest while he continued to dig with the stone hoe. He worked diligently, firmly stepping with his feet until the clumps of soil became loose and perfectly mixed with the water. Once finished, he sealed the entrance of the irrigation channel to prevent further water from entering the field. Jan Jiangmian squatted by the riverbank, washing his feet and hands thoroughly. Upon inspecting himself, he realized his shirt was dirty and he was emitting a rather unpleasant odor from sweating. He returned to where the clothes were drying, retrieved his animal hide clothing, and made his way to the riverbank. With no one around, he felt no shame in placing his garments on a rock and gathering a handful of soap grass. Jan Jiangmian stepped into the cool water's edge, rubbing the soap grass to produce lather, which he applied to his body. After traversing through so many days, it was his first time bathing in daylight. Observing his skin, he noted that the sun had darkened it, rendering it less fair than before his journey. Chapter 24. Envying his muscular build. His current complexion was evolving towards a healthy wheat-toned, a big man. Pale skin did not showcase the allure of masculinity. Rather, a man should possess robust arms. Gazing at his unmuscular arms and flat abdomen devoid of defined abs, he fell into contemplation, pondering when he might attain a physique as perfect as his older brother's. His brother's skin remained fair even under the sun's rays, seemingly unaffected, likely due to his beastly form. Though his brother's skin was fair, he possessed all the requisite muscle, which Jin Jiangmian envied. Even imagining the sensation of toned abs, he shook his head, dismissing any inappropriate thoughts. Surely, his brother's abs were not meant to be casually touched. As if summoned by his thoughts, Shi returned, setting down his belongings and heading toward the riverbank. Jan Jiangmian remained in the water, watching as his brother approached, his body seemingly aglow under the sun. "Elder brother, you're back." Shi nodded and entered the water. Feeling his brother's gaze upon him, Jin Jiangmian felt self-conscious about his physique in comparison. Hastily washing himself and emerging to dress before departing, not even bothering to clean the clothes he had shed, before his brother, he dared not showcase his flat, unremarkable stomach. Looking at his brother, the well-defined and prominent abdominal muscles evoked admiration from anyone who beheld them. Upon reaching the front of the house, he noticed bundles of harvested rice beneath the eaves, envisioning them as white rice rather than mere rice stalks. Without a moment's hesitation, he went to chop bamboo. The bamboo, upon seeing Jin Jiangmian approach, felt a sense of impending doom. "Please, spare us the bamboo." After returning with the bamboo, he skillfully split it in half and then used a stone axe to cut it into smaller sections. The prepared bamboo was stripped of its skin and woven together. Under his skilled hands, the bamboo strips transformed into a large mat. After finishing the edges, he spread the mat out on a clear patch of ground. Just then, Shiyu returned and, seeing Jin Jiangmian preparing to carry the rice, quickly stepped forward to lift 2 bundles with both hands. "Let me help." Hearing this from Shiyu instilled a sense of security in Jin Jiangmian. He instructed Shiyu to spread the rice out on the mat to dry while he carried the winnowing basket into the living area. He squatted down, using his hands to knead and massage the rice within the basket. With his deft technique, the rice grains detached and quietly settled in the basket. He meticulously arranged the rice stalks, binding them together and placing them on a rack for storage. At this moment, Shiyu approached, now donned in animal hide attire, holding Jin Jiangmian's clothing. Mian, let me wash your clothes. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian suddenly recalled a prior incident where Shiyu had held up his undergarments. Asking what they were, his face flushed and he quickly protested, "You can't wash my clothes, just leave it to me." Shiyu believed that helping to wash clothes was a privilege and was more than willing to assist. "What's the big deal? As your elder brother, taking care of you is my duty." With that, he walked away, seemingly having come over just to say that. Jan Jiangmian urged himself not to dwell on awkward memories. Shaking his head to dismiss the uncomfortable images, he lifted the basket and went to the back of the house to winnow the rice. Afterward, he laid it out on the stone to dry. With the sun still high, he recalled his earlier plans to craft a wooden barrel, which had been postponed due to various tasks. If he could create a wooden barrel and a water tank, it would facilitate water retrieval. Without delay, he sought out Ling Miao, who was currently resting and indulging in sweet dreams. Suddenly, feeling someone ruffling its fur, it reluctantly awakened from its slumber. Opening its eyes, it saw Jin Jiangmian gazing at it with a cheerful smile. Without needing to say more, it was clear that it was once again time to put its paws to work. "Brother, please don't tell me we're digging again?" Ling Miao asked weakly. "Of course not. We are going to cut wood." Having finished speaking, he, accompanied by the spirit cat, dragged the wood bought by the other party to the shade of the trees. Using bamboo strips, he measured the length and marked it, then instructed the spirit cat to cut it. The duo, one person and one cat, worked harmoniously together, transforming the wood into equally sized planks in order to facilitate water collection. Jin Jiangmian decided to employ ancient methods to craft a wooden barrel today. He twisted the leftover bamboo strips into a bundle, formed it into a circle, and secured it. Next, he inserted wooden stakes into the ground to anchor the bamboo circle. The spirit cat bored holes into the planks, and wooden pieces were driven into these holes to connect the planks. The bamboo circle secured the exterior, and a layer was wound around the middle and bottom of the barrel. Subsequently, he utilized bamboo strips to measure the width of the base and, employing the same method, fashioned the bottom of the barrel. The barrel was wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, allowing it to be lowered from the top, then gently tapped down with a hammer. The bamboo circle tightened at the base, ensuring it would not fall apart. Thus, a rudimentary wooden barrel was successfully completed. Lacking a handle, he simply lifted it up to fetch water. Once back, he placed the barrel under the eaves and poured the millet from the winnowing basket into it. The floating grains were either empty or poorly developed, which he disdainfully discarded aside. Meanwhile, Shiyu had finished washing his clothes and was now hanging them on a makeshift drying rack. Jin Jiangmian glanced over inadvertently and noticed Shiyu holding his own undergarment. Embarrassed, he approached, saying, "What are you doing, big brother?" "Just drying clothes," Shiyu replied. "What is the point of holding your own undergarment if you aren't going to dry it?" Shiyu asked with curiosity. "Mian, this piece of clothing seems quite peculiar." Jin Jiangmian hurriedly snatched his undergarment back, exclaiming, "What is peculiar about it? Where would such a small piece of clothing be worn?" This question deepened Jin Jiangmian's blush. It was not merely shyness but an overwhelming embarrassment that rendered him speechless. He darkened his expression and attempted to explain the purpose of the undergarment. Jin Jiangmian was quite distressed. He had not brought any extra undergarments when he arrived. Consequently, he had to wash his undergarments every night and hang them out to dry, wearing them again only when they were dry the next morning. What would happen on rainy days? He would be left with nothing to wear. At this point, he was curious about how Shiyu managed when he reverted to human form, whether he too had nothing underneath, and how he had grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, Shiyu appeared contemplative. "So this small piece of clothing is of such significance. To create it, one cannot use ordinary animal hides." He immediately thought of using his own snake skin. Previously, he had preserved the shed skin from his evolution, and if it could be used by a Mian to create such an important garment, he would be more than willing. Even if suitable animal hides could be found, the absence of needles and thread would make it challenging. Chapter 25. Confessions. The style of animal hide clothing was simple, tearing the hide into strips and threading 2 holes together to form a rudimentary garment. The pants were even simpler. Holes were made on both sides and threaded together. tied off to create a skirt-like appearance. When wearing it, one could simply bind it with animal hide strips, much like a belt. Having spent some time here, he had contemplated creating new garments from animal hides but lacked the necessary needles and thread. Furthermore, as a grown man, he had never sewn or mended anything as a child. Seeing neighborhood boys playing with dolls and sewing clothes for them, he had laughed at them, thinking they should be catching loaches or raiding bird nests, nothing resembling a man. Now, he realized how crucial both swordplay and sewing could be. He had a bone needle, but no thread. With that, Shiyu hung up the undergarment and led Jin Jiangmian to his room. He retrieved a leather pouch containing his snake skin and a bone needle. Jin Jiangmian looked at the sturdy needle and said, "No, this is too thick." Shiyu examined the bone needle, puzzled. Thick? He did not perceive it that way. To him, this needle seemed rather slender. It truly is thick. Look, this needle is as thick as your thumb. Such a needle cannot be used for sewing clothes. I'll go and grind it down. Jan Jiangmian hastily interrupted. There's no rush on making clothes. The animal hide garments can suffice for now. We must primarily address the food situation first. Once we have enough food, we can tackle the clothing issue in this primitive world of beasts where productivity was severely underdeveloped. Food was of utmost significance. Only when one was well fed could they muster the strength to attend to other matters. Without resolving basic sustenance, how could one speak of the future? Shiyu nodded in agreement. You are correct. With you around, we can no longer live on raw meat. The bodies of the demi-beasts were frail. Consuming raw meat could lead to illness. As dusk approached, Shiyu announced he would prepare dinner. Jin Jiangmian, needing to craft a few bamboo containers to store items, chose not to partake in the dinner preparations. As the sun set, casting its waning light, the two men and one cat sat at the dining table. Eating, the spirit cat, munching on its meal, remarked, "The food made by someone is truly unpalatable. It's no match for what brother makes." While uttering this, it continued to gnaw on a piece of meat. Despite claiming the food was distasteful, its actions belied its words, as it did not cease eating. Shiyu selectively ignored the spirit cat's comments. When Jin Jiangmian spoke up, he responded more enthusiastically than the spirit cat. Caught in the middle, Jin Jiangmian observed the discord between the two. Fortunately, Shiyu was typically reticent, and after the spirit cat rambled on, he merely replied with a single sentence, leaving the spirit cat parched and seeking water. Now, only Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu remained in the living room. Jin Jiangmian was not one to initiate conversation, especially between two grown men. Finding common ground proved difficult, and the atmosphere grew chilly. Topics that typically bridged the gap between men revolved around food, drink, leisure, and courting women. However, in this primitive world, there were no restaurants, no barbecue stands, no smartphones or computers, and certainly no internet cafes or karaoke venues to foster camaraderie. Would two grown men truly discuss what to eat tomorrow or what to do? With this thought, he sighed internally, just as he was about to inquire about Shiyu's background when Shiyu opened his mouth first. Back in the tribe, a Mian said that no matter what I ask, he would answer truthfully. Does that still hold true? Jin Jiangmian nodded vigorously. Yes, it does. He was struggling to find a topic to discuss. And with the question posed, the atmosphere lightened. What was the place where a Mian lived like? How did you end up in the Silver Moon Forest and fall into the river? This is a long story. If I tell you, you might think of me as an anomaly and find it hard to believe. But please trust me, I have no intention of deceiving you, big brother. Shiyu nodded solemnly. Whatever a Mian said, no matter how outrageous, he would believe it. I actually come from another world. I fell into the water one day and ended up here. The things I know are trivial in my world. Upon hearing this, Shiyu was intrigued and asked about the nature of a Mian's previous world. Jin Jiangmian offered a brief description, summarizing the aspects of daily life. Though he spoke vaguely, Shiyu was profoundly astonished. He had not expected a Mian's former life to be so splendid. Could it be that he resided in a divine realm? A Mian, what you've shared with me, I shall keep confidential. Please do not mention it to anyone else. I fear others might covet you. Jin Jiangmian was taken aback, unable to comprehend why anyone would want to covet him. He asked, "Why? I'm not anything special." Could it be that if others learned of his otherworldly origins, they would consider him an outcast and seek to capture or burn him? In the primitive beast world, where beast gods were revered, superstitions also thrived. If a Mian is as clever as I believe, others will think you are sent by the beast gods. Some tribes would want to capture you to serve their own. Jin Jiangmian shivered in fear, realizing the implications. Yes, this was no longer a society governed by laws. In this primitive setting, the law of the jungle prevailed, where the strong preyed upon the weak and might dictated right. If captured, his freedom would be curtailed, and he would be powerless to resist in the face of absolute strength. Cunning would count for little. Thank you for the warning, big brother. Please continue to look out for me in the future. Naturally, the next day, the sky was overcast, signaling impending rain. Jin Jiangmian awoke and hurriedly retrieved his clothes. The corn and rice he had set out to dry were also brought back inside, for these were foodstuffs that could not be exposed to the rain. Seizing the opportunity before the downpour, he called upon Shiyu and the spirit cat to help construct a temporary thatch shelter for the sheep and chickens. Should it rain, they would have a refuge. Just as they finished building, the rain began to pour. With the rain falling, they could not venture outside. Jin Jiangmian poured out the corn, stacking it in a corner of the living room. Mian, what are you doing? Shiyu approached with curiosity. Peeling corn. Big brother, why not join me? Shiyu nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the spirit cat lounging in the living room. The spirit cat let out a disdainful sound, refusing to budge, curling its tail around itself as it lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Would it go to another room? Not a chance. It was determined not to grant She-Beast-Man and Gu the opportunity for solitude. Chapter 26. Brother, I beg you to spare me after a day of rain. The following day finally dawned clear and bright. Following breakfast, he inspected the waterlogged rice seeds in the barrel. After a day and night of soaking to induce germination, the seeds had sprouted. Jin Jiangmian was elated. He called over Shiyu to share in the hope for the coming year. Brother, our winter food and the seeds for next spring are all contained within this wooden barrel. Shiyu looked over, incredulous. How could these grains, once planted, yield new grains for consumption? Bewildered, he was filled with curiosity about how to transform these grains into food. What do we do next? Shiyu inquired. Nurture the seedlings, came the succinct reply. Jin Jiangmian led Shiyu to the newly cultivated rice field. He drained the excess water and, together with Shiyu, began to dig the soil, preparing a mound for the seedlings. Compacting it with bamboo, before they could even begin nurturing the seedlings, the two men were already covered in dirt from their labors. Unfazed by the mud splatters, Jin Jiangmian lifted his gaze and was taken aback to find Shiyu's face similarly smeared with mud. The stark contrast against his serious expression struck him as hilariously incongruous, prompting an uncontrollable laugh. Pointing at the mud on Shiyu's face, he teased, Brother, how did you manage to get mud on your face? You really putting in the effort. Upon hearing this, Shiyu instinctively reached up to wipe his face clean, only to realize that his hands were just as filthy, resulting in further smudging rather than cleaning. Jin Jiangmian couldn't help but find his brother somewhat endearing in this moment. His laughter echoed through the mountains and forests. At a loss for words, Shiyu attempted to wipe Jin Jiangmian's face instead. Observing this, Jin Jiangmian quickly took a few steps back, pleading for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I won't laugh anymore. Please spare me. It was too late. Thus, in the rice field, one approached while the other retreated. Resembling a playful scene of frolic, the spirit cat, passing by and witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless. Why had it come here? To see these two engaged in playful antics? Shiyu didn't actually smear dirt on Jin Jiangmian's face, but instead mischievously queried, Will you dare to tease your elder brother again in the future? Jin Jiangmian immediately replied, I wouldn't dream of it. Shiyu beamed with delight at this response, then turned and headed to the riverbank to wash up. Also preparing lunch in the rice field, Jin Jiangmian remained. He worked diligently to smooth and level the area for the seedlings, creating an optimal growing bed for the rice seeds. Once satisfied with the preparation, he moved the wooden barrel from the embankment over. He carefully grasped a handful of sprouted seeds, evenly scattering them across the smooth earth. The act of sowing was devoid of technical sophistication or experiential wisdom. It relied solely on the diligence and attentiveness of the individual. Here lay the promise of the coming year, and Jin Jiangmian dared not be negligent. Once he had sown all the seeds, he straightened up, feeling a twinge of soreness. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such labor. This busyness truly tested his aging back. He twisted his waist and, clutching the wooden barrel, made his way to the riverbank to clean up. The spirit cat approached, rubbing against him. Brother, the She-Beast-Man is calling you for lunch. Jin Jiangmian nodded in understanding, donned his straw sandals, and returned with the barrel. At noon, as expected, the meal consisted primarily of meat. Jan Jiangmian found himself yearning for a taste of plain white rice. He ate with little enthusiasm, and Shiyu quickly noticed his lack of appetite. "Is my cooking unpalatable?" Shiyu probed, his tone almost accusatory. Jan Jiangmian hastily waved his hands, a palpable desire to survive evident in his response. "It's delicious, truly delicious. I'm just eating lightly." He added a few more bites of meat to demonstrate his appreciation for the meal. The spirit cat, stoking the fire, chimed in, "Oh, brother just feels too shy to admit that your cooking is lacking. I'm different. I speak plainly. It's really not good." Before he could finish, Jan Jiangmian shot a knowing glance at him. The spirit cat immediately conceded. It quickly adjusted its statement. "It's genuinely good." This was indeed the truth. The food prepared by the she-beast man was undeniably delicious. However, the spirit cat had always taken issue with the she-beast man. Hence its contrarian remarks. Unfazed by the spirit cat's insincere praise, she was only concerned with Jan Jiangmian's thoughts. He could see that Jan Jiangmian's appetite had visibly diminished. Eating the food he prepared, which was not lacking in flavor, left him perplexed about where the problem was until after the meal that Shiyu noticed Jan Jiangmian staring blankly at the handful of grains. That he finally grasped the reason. "Mian, do you wish to eat the grains?" Jan Jiangmian paused for a moment, then pointed at the rice. "These aren't mere grains, they are called rice." Shiyu understood. "If you wish to eat it, why not cook it?" This question was akin to asking a penniless person why they didn't simply buy food to eat. Looking at the mound of rice before him, didn't he desire to transform it into white rice? Alas, the current conditions did not permit it. Rice could not be cooked directly. It required drying, threshing, and husking before it could be prepared. Though Shiyu didn't fully comprehend the intricacies, he sensed the complications involved. Suddenly, he felt a pang of frustration at his own ignorance, lamenting his inability to process the rice. "If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word," Shiyu offered. "All right. How difficult is it to enjoy a mouthful of fragrant white rice in a savage beast world? First, one must spread the rice on a mat to dry, then use a wooden stick to strike it, causing the grains to separate from the husks. For this, Jan Jiangmian would have to craft 2 larger mats to facilitate the threshing of the rice. During this time, Shiyu learned alongside him, assisting in weaving. Under their collaborative efforts, 2 enormous mats were soon completed. Once woven, they needed to clear a large area to lay them out. Together with the spirit cat, they pulled weeds, leveled the ground, and moved away stones, then laid down the mats. After their labor, the 3 of them reclined on the mats, each holding a coconut, sipping the juice through reeds. The spirit cat mimicked them, clutching with its front paws and slurping the coconut water. After such exertion, enjoying coconut water and meat was sheer bliss. The spirit cat, still thinking of the white rice Jan Jiangmian had spoken of, asked, "Brother, can these grains truly transform into the rice you described?" It regarded the seemingly ordinary grains with skepticism, doubting their potential to become something delectable. As Jan Jiangmian had previously described the taste and texture of white rice to inspire the spirit cat's enthusiasm for their labor. The spirit cat was now filled with doubt. "Very soon, do not fret. There's no use in worrying, brother. You said it would be soon before, and I suspect you are merely deceiving me." "How could that be? Do I appear to be someone who would deceive?" Jan Jiangmian blinked innocently, his expression earnest. The spirit cat firmly retorted, "Very much so. That's merely your misperception." "You have mistaken my intentions," Jan Jiangmian countered. After a moment of silence, the spirit cat posed a truth-seeking question. "Brother, are you speaking from the depths of your conscience?" With a tone of incredulity, Jan Jiangmian replied, "Who can truly feel their conscience? Can you?" The spirit cat found itself at a loss for a rebuttal. The heart, nestled within the body, was indeed beyond reach. She remained silent, opting not to engage in the banter between the two. However, when Jan Jiangmian wasn't looking, he couldn't help but express a fond gaze filled with indulgence. The spirit cat noted this keenly, aware that the she-beast man harbored ulterior motives towards Jan Jiangmian. Yet, Jan Jiangmian felt no such sentiments for Shiyu, rendering it a one-sided affair. The spirit cat, disliking the she-beast man, chose not to expose this dynamic. It relished witnessing the she-beast man's unrequited longing. The agony of yearning for something unattainable. If one day the beast man, who considered the she-beast man a brother, discovered such feelings harbored by the latter, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. The spirit cat craved a scene of turmoil but wished to shield Jin Jiangmian from harm. Deep down, it resonated with Jin Jiangmian. Its silence was a means to preserve the current tranquility. After satisfying their hunger, the trio reclined on the mat, and Jin Jiangmian suddenly asked, "Bashianshan, can your claws carve stone?" The spirit cat shuddered, sensing that this issue was far more complex than it appeared at first glance. Previously, the other party had affectionately referred to it as Little Chubby Cat, but now it was addressed by name, which raised significant concerns. "Brother, do my claws look like they could carve stone?" the spirit cat inquired. "Indeed, I believe they can," replied Jin Jiangmian with resolute confidence. "Brother, I beg you to spare me. I truly cannot. A man must not utter cannot. If one cannot, one must create the conditions to succeed. Brother, I am a spirit cat." "Not a beast man," the spirit cat meekly replied. "So, you are a tomcat then?" Jin Jiangmian remarked, observing the spirit cat's drooping ears and gently patting its head. "I was merely making a suggestion, without any ulterior motives. If it cannot be done, then so be it. At this moment, Shiyu expressed concern, asking, "Do you truly wish to carve stone?" Jin Jiangmian affirmed, explaining that further processing of corn would necessitate a stone mill. If the spirit cat's claws could not carve stone, then matters regarding millet and corn flour would have to wait. After a well-deserved rest, Jin Jiangmian took the spirit cat and Shiyu to select suitable containers for pounding rice made from wood. Thus, one tree after another was scrutinized by Jin Jiangmian's discerning gaze. The trees stood upright, refraining from making any rustling sounds that might attract his attention. Eventually, Jin Jiangmian settled on a particular tree, approached it, examined it meticulously, and finally nodded in approval. "You shall do," the tree exclaimed. "Brothers, brace yourselves." Jin Jiangmian, being considerate, entrusted the vital task of felling the tree to the spirit cat, allowing it to showcase its strengths. The spirit cat began to grow in size, lifting a paw and extending a claw that was both thick and long, sharper than any saw. Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu stepped aside, granting the spirit cat the space to perform. Under the spirit cat's deft manipulation, the tree met its untimely end, severed from its roots, leaving only a stump behind. The spirit cat continued to work, trimming away the tree's bark, leaving only the trunk. Shiyu was responsible for transporting the trunk back. Upon returning to their dwelling, Jin Jiangmian marked the location with charcoal, and the spirit cat, understanding the task at hand, proceeded to cut a suitable length from the trunk as indicated by the marks. Jin Jiangmian instructed the spirit cat on how to hollow out the trunk. The tree lamented silently, feeling aggrieved that its body was not only severed but also hollowed out. What a tremendous injustice. After being hollowed out, its body was stuffed with straw, which was subsequently ignited, resulting in its body being scorched. The hollowed-out trunk endured further abrasion. The sensation was both exhilarating and excruciating. The spirit cat, perplexed, asked, "Brother, what purpose does this wood serve?" "The purpose is substantial. It is essential for dehulling rice," Jin Jiangmian replied. He fetched a wooden stick, stripped it of its bark, and instructed the spirit cat to cut it to the appropriate length. Thus, the tool for pounding rice was completed. Meanwhile, Shiyu had already begun transferring the rice laid out on a smaller mat to a newly made larger mat. Jin Jiangmian set down the wooden stick, advised the spirit cat to rest, and joined Shiyu in threshing the rice. The traditional method involved a stone mill, a cylindrical object with a hollow center for inserting a wooden stick, which was then tied with rope. The other end of the rope was affixed to livestock, which would pull the stone mill to crush the rice, causing the grains to fall free. Lacking a stone mill, they were left to rely on manual labor. As Shiyu completed the transfer of rice, he inquired, "What shall we do next?" "We shall strike the rice ears with a wooden stick to release the grains," Jin Jiangmian explained, glancing around as if searching for a suitable stick. The previously chopped wood was too large. They needed something smaller. His gaze fell upon a few bamboo stalks, about 2 or 3 fingers wide. He pointed and said, "Brother, let us cut some bamboo." Shiyu understood immediately and went to fetch a stone axe. The bamboo, sensing Jin Jiangmian's domineering presence, braced itself for what was to come. The once peaceful existence of the bamboo, which had thrived in the forest for years, was abruptly shattered by the arrival of this man, heralding its misfortune. Jin Jiangmian set the spirit cat down and scrutinized the bamboo. After careful consideration, He pointed out a few suitable stalks. The spirit cat, with a swift motion, transformed into a larger form. The claws of the civet cat gleamed ominously as they approached the bamboo, before its sharp talons. No bamboo stood a chance, inevitably succumbing to severance and lying flat. Jan Jiangmian wielded a stone axe to trim off the bamboo leaves, binding the stalks with vines and dragging them back to his dwelling. Upon reaching the eaves, it was once again the civet's time to shine. With a mere glance from Jin Jiangmian, the civet instinctively understood what needed to be done in a flurry of swift movements. The bamboo was cleaved into splinters. Meanwhile, he utilized the stone axe to further process the fragmented bamboo, separating the strips. After meticulously peeling away all the bamboo strips and acquiring a sufficient quantity, Jin Jiangmian commenced the art of weaving. His nimble hands breathed a semblance of life into the bamboo strips, employing a grid-like weaving technique, and before long, he had fashioned the first bamboo basket. Yet, a single basket was insufficient. He proceeded to create several more. Observing the intricate techniques with curiosity, the civet inquired, "Brother, how do you possess such weaving skills? It appears exceedingly complex and utterly incomprehensible. It requires a certain talent." He replied succinctly, "Are you implying I lack such talent? Not at all. What I mean is, one must have hands like mine." The civet retorted, "Your subtle jabs are truly remarkable. You say nothing, yet convey everything." In the wilderness, Shiyu, disguised as a white serpent, concealed himself amidst the grass, masking his presence. This was the very ground where he had previously encountered traces of mammoths. Today, he sought to test his luck. Hoping to capture one, the tender flesh of a mammoth might just whet a Mion's appetite. After a prolonged wait without the sight of a mammoth, he was instead met by a black bear and its companions. These beastmen were part of the tribe's hunting party, as they always ventured out in teams. The black bear soon spotted the white serpent and approached with its allies. "This area is under our jurisdiction. You should hunt elsewhere," declared Xiong Daji. The white serpent, displeased, flicked its tongue, its gaze frosty. "This is not the territory of your tribe. You have no right to drive away any beastmen hunting here. Not leaving? Then? Are you certain you wish to oppose us?" "Absolutely." With that, Shiyu unleashed the pressure of a sixth-tier beastman. This was not the domain of their tribe. Anyone could hunt here. Shiyu had arrived first, and Xiong Daji's group had followed afterward, leaving them with no authority to expel him. When many tribal hunting parties encountered formidable rogue beastmen, they would typically show respect, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Chapter 29. A skirmish. Xiong Daji bore no fondness for the white serpent. Driven by personal grievances, with emotions running high, when they encountered Shiyu hunting alone, they could not resist posturing. "Serpent beast, think carefully. We outnumber you. If a fight breaks out, don't claim we bullied you. Such needless chatter." The white serpent retorted, launching the first attack. Xiong Daji had no intention of escalating into a fight. He merely sought to intimidate. If the serpent could be driven off with a few pointed words, it would be ideal. Now that the serpent had struck first, a confrontation was unavoidable. What did it matter if the white serpent was a sixth-tier beastman? With over 20 beastmen in his team, he doubted they could not overpower a single opponent. Xiong Daji's confidence was misplaced, as reality delivered a harsh lesson. The white serpent's strength was formidable. The numbers of his adversaries did not grant them an advantage. Once engaged in battle, Shiyu fought with wild fervor, his serpent eyes gleaming crimson, growing increasingly exhilarated with each skirmish. The tribal team soon recognized the peril and immediately surrendered. They lay on the ground, wounded and fearful of further action. "It is our fault. We have offended you. We will leave at once and promise never to hunt here again," they pleaded. Xiong Daji, humiliated and frustrated by their defeat, dared not speak further. "Leave," the white serpent commanded coldly. Instead of seeking total annihilation, he chose to show mercy, not out of pity, but with foresight. Xiong Daji's tribe consisted of thousands of beastmen, hundreds of whom were capable fighters. He could not guarantee he could eliminate them all. If even one escaped to report back, the tribe would learn of the encounter. He could handle a dozen or 20 beastmen, but facing over 100 was beyond his capabilities. After weighing the pros and cons, he made the most prudent choice. Those who returned would have learned a lesson. Their pride would deter them from spreading tales of how one beastman had vanquished over 20. Even if they did, the survivors would not be in peril, and their tribe's leader would not take drastic action. They might even regard the incident as a disgrace to the tribe. With all these considerations, she released them to die in the wake of battle. The lingering scent of the beast men would deter mammoths from returning to this area for some time, prompting Shiyu to seek sustenance elsewhere. By evening, he returned home, bearing his catch. The one he longed for rushed to greet him. "Brother, how are you injured? Quickly, set down the wild boar so I can tend to your wounds." Hearing such concern warmed Shiyu's heart, making the pain worth it. Transforming back into human form, the wild boar was unceremoniously dropped aside. The creature, which had hung on to life, now succumbed as it was tossed, meeting its end. That how you show respect? Upon returning to human form, Shiyu presented a visual feast for Jin Jiangmian. With previous encounters as a foundation, this time he felt no embarrassment. All men share similar attributes, though the quality may vary. There was nothing to feel shy about, Jan Jiangmian reassured himself. Yet, each glance at the comparison left him feeling inadequate. "Brother, I'll fetch some herbs." Shiyu promptly interjected, "No need, it's just minor injuries." "Oh, if you say so, then I want tea." Jan Jiangmian ceased his actions. "Brother, go put on some clothes first. I'll handle the wild boar with the little fat cat." The wild boar was substantial and would provide sustenance for quite some time. Jin Jiangmian yearned for steaming white rice, his desire igniting a fervor within. Early in the morning, he eagerly sifted through the rice grains, placing them into a wooden trough. The nearby stick seemed impatient to demonstrate its purpose. Seizing it, he began to pound the rice vigorously. Shiyu, puzzled, approached. "Let me assist you." Jin Jiangmian instinctively shook his head, wary that Shiyu might apply excessive force and turn the pristine rice into powder, ruining his chance at a delicious meal. "Brother, once you're done, could you clear the weeds from the nearby area?" "Very well," Shiyu replied without hesitation, setting to work. Meanwhile, the civet cat reveled in mischief. Stoking the flames, "Brother, doesn't he wish to be too close to you?" "What did you say?" Shiyu advanced, towering over the civet. The civet froze, intimidated by the overwhelming pressure. It dared not repeat its words. "Speak," Shiyu demanded, his gaze sharp enough to slay. The civet shivered. "I said nothing just now." This was not a retreat, but an acknowledgement of fear. Shiyu seized the civet by the scruff, its hind legs curling in compliance. He dragged the civet over to assist in clearing the underbrush. The civet, once capable of a peaceful slumber, now regretted its earlier bravado. On the other side, Jan Jiangmian diligently pounded the rice. After a while, he poured the grains from the trough into a winnowing basket and carried it to a distance to sift. The wind carried the husks away, turning the green grass beneath into a canvas of white. The grass felt rejuvenated by this transformation, declaring it a splendid dye job, though it would prefer not to repeat the experience. Through this process, Jin Jiangmian procured clean, glistening white rice, excitement bubbling within him as he pinched a grain to his mouth. Oh heavens, it's the familiar taste, the beloved recipe. Thus, the entire morning was consumed in the labor of pounding rice. Having toiled diligently, he found himself utterly exhausted. The half-basket of pristine white rice was the fruit of his labor throughout the morning, filling him with immense satisfaction. He poured the remaining unhulled rice back onto the mat to dry, knowing that for the rice to be preserved longer, it required the tender caress of the sun. Shiyu cleared a space and, upon noticing the white grains, picked one up to examine it closely, even tasting it. Detecting no discernible flavor and unable to sense anything particularly unique, he inquired, "Is a Mion having this for lunch?" "Indeed," came the reply. "After toiling all morning, I certainly deserve to indulge in some rice. Without meat, it's not quite as delightful," Shiyu remarked with utmost seriousness. Chapter 30. The fragrant white rice since it hasn't been cooked yet? Shiyu expressed his astonishment. Can those white grains really be cooked? Will they taste good once boiled? Such tiny morsels, how can they be picked up? Will one have to use their hands? He pondered. Acutely aware of his own ignorance, "I don't quite understand," Shiyu admitted. "You'll come to love it once you savor the rice," Jin Jiangmian assured him, giving Shiyu a friendly pat on the shoulder. "And how do we cook it?" "I mentioned it earlier, brother. You might not comprehend. Just watch how I prepare it." "Very well." In his quest for delectable rice, Jin Jiangmian set about constructing a new stove. The previous one had accommodated a large pot, but he needed to build a smaller one this time. He approached the riverbank, searching meticulously, and after a thorough inspection, finally discovered suitable stones. However, The retrieved stones required further refinement before they could be utilized. He squatted by the river, diligently polishing the stones until they met his desired specifications before ceasing his efforts. Shiyu arrived to assist in transporting the stones. The stone pot still lacked a lid. So Jian Mian measured the dimensions with bamboo strips, intending to craft a wooden cover to match it. He marked the wood, summoned the spirit cat to help divide it into planks, and then carefully carved small holes along the edges, inserting bamboo strips to connect them. Before long, the wooden lid was completed. Jian Mian lifted the lid and filled a small basket with the gleaming white rice, heading to the river to wash it. After rinsing the rice, he took the opportunity to fill a bamboo tube with water for the return journey. Upon his return, he found Shiyu had already begun preparing the fire. Jian Mian poured the rice into the pot, added clean water, and covered it, while Shiyu tended to the flames. Concerned that Shiyu might underestimate the fire's intensity, potentially burning the rice, Jian Mian cautioned, "Remember, the fire cannot be too fierce. Reduce it as we proceed." After giving his instructions, he joined the spirit cat to craft a rice ladle and spoon from wood. An hour swiftly passed. The rice cooked to perfection, its enticing aroma wafting from beneath the lid. Jian Mian, having long been deprived of rice, felt his mouth water with anticipation. Once the dishes were prepared, the three of them gathered at the table. Jian Mian served 3 bowls of rice, handing them out one by one. He eagerly took a bite, and his expression transformed instantly. Yes, this was it. The familiar flavor, the comforting taste, oh my, just the scent alone could elevate him to paradise. The spirit cat remarked, observing Jian Mian's peculiar expression. "Is this rice truly that delicious?" It appeared as though he had engaged in some delightful endeavor, eliciting expressions that could easily be misconstrued. Jian Mian found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating how his expression might be so exuberant. Surely, he was simply displaying happiness after tasting the rice. What was there to misinterpret? Such nonsense, he thought, rolling his eyes at the spirit cat's teasing. He then offered a piece of meat along with the rice. Observing that Jian Mian had provided meat for the spirit cat but not for himself, Shiyu's gaze shifted towards the spirit cat. "Mian, let me serve. You focus on eating." Typically, once the dishes were prepared, the food would be portioned into the spirit cat's bowl without the need for additional serving. Today was different, as the spirit cat's bowl contained only rice. With no dishes shared, the spirit cat, feeling obstinate, insisted, "I want my brother to serve me." "Are you certain?" "I was merely jesting." Upon meeting Shiyu's gaze, the spirit cat instantly wilted. "That's more like it," Shiyu said. Serving a piece of meat, the spirit cat found itself in a quandary, unsure whether to eat or not. Oh dear, can life continue like this? After the meal, during the afternoon rest, Jian Mian went to inspect the cleared plot of land. In pursuit of a better life, cultivating the land was essential. He needed to plant more crops. Only by ensuring a stable food supply could he attend to other matters. Shiyu approached silently, startling Jian Mian when he turned to see him. "When did you arrive?" "Just now." "Mian, what do you intend to do with this plot of land? You seemed so lost in thought that I approached without you noticing." "To cultivate, we can plant various crops and no longer worry about food shortages." Jian Mian pondered an inconsistency. The territory they had visited previously boasted fertile land and a flowing river, making it ideal for farming, yet the inhabitants had not cultivated anything. Such rich soil lay waste. Did they not realize that crops like rice were edible, hence the lack of cultivation? Surely, the beastmen were aware of which fruits were consumable. And growing fruits was also a viable means of obtaining food. Mian is quite astute. Recognizing that food can be procured through cultivation, Shiyu complimented him. "Had you not considered planting crops before?" Jian Mian queried. "Not at all. Prior to your arrival, I too was unaware that those grass seeds and roots were edible." Mian possessed knowledge of numerous grasses and whether they were consumable. Even this alone would incite competition among the inhabitants of other tribes. "Oh, so my understanding of plants must remain concealed." Jian Mian gulped, recalling Shiyu's earlier warning, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, Jian Mian gestured with an OK sign and retrieved his stone hoe, extending it towards Shiyu. "Here, brother, let's cultivate some land." Shiyu hesitated but accepted it, observing how Jian Mian operated. He emulated him, raising the hoe high and bringing it down forcefully. Perhaps he wielded too much strength, as the hoe broke apart. Shiyu stood frozen in place, equally stunned. Brother, you might want to control your strength a bit. No need to be so forceful. The tool is not robust enough, Shiyu explained sheepishly. Indeed, the stone hoe is rather fragile, Jin Jiangmian concurred. The stone hoe? Is it my fault for being too fragile? Are these two gentlemen polite? If it were weak, why did the other stone hoe remain intact? I'll use a stick instead. Brother, please use mine. I'll repair the damaged one. As he spoke, he handed over his stone hoe. Shiyu accepted it, perhaps intentionally brushing against Jin Jiangmian's hand, causing a secret thrill to surge through him. His previously expressionless face softened, becoming more amiable. Had the spirit cat been present, it would certainly have internally scoffed. This Shiyu truly possesses a cunning mind, taking advantage without leaving a trace. Jin Jiangmian took the piece of wood from Shiyu's hand and picked up a stone lying on the ground. Brother, you start cultivating while I sharpen this. Sharpen what? Shiyu inquired. Chapter 31. Oh Chili, how spicy you are. The stone. What else would it be? Did you think I meant something else? No, you go ahead. Shiyu replied, a hint of unease flashing across his face. It was not surprising that Shiyu harbored such thoughts. During spring, solitary beastmen often found ways to relieve themselves. Thus, upon hearing Jin Jiangmian's remark, he couldn't help but overthink. Jin Jiangmian walked away in confusion, heading to the riverbank to set down the stick. He began sharpening the stone against another stone, creating a sharper edge through friction. The spirit cat returned from somewhere, its golden-orange fur matted with numerous wheat awns. If it had been a few strands, it might have gone unnoticed, but the sheer volume of them was striking. Had it been rolling around in a wheat field? Jin Jiangmian suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Wonderful, with wheat, how far could fluffy white buns be? He eagerly inquired of the spirit cat. Where did you get all that stuff stuck to you? The spirit cat pondered for a moment. Over there. I was chasing butterflies and stumbled into a patch of strange grass. Once I emerged, I felt an intense itch. Jin Jiangmian patted its fur, saying, you should shake it off vigorously to see if you can get it to fall off. The spirit cat replied, I've already shaken, but it still feels like there's more. Then you must endure. Once this stuff clings to fur, it's quite difficult to remove, brother. Don't scare me. Am I going to be itchy forever? Shall I help you rub it down? Yes, please hurry, brother. The civet cat assumed a posture that suggested it was resigned to being toyed with. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, it assisted in grooming its fur. Under its diligent ministrations, wheat awns began to tumble from its coat. The civet was uncertain whether it rather enjoyed this gentle kneading, as it emitted a contented purring sound. I asked, this kneading comfortable for you? It inquired. Purr, purr, very comfortable, came the response. Little chubby, you aren't coming into heat, are you? Absolutely not. I am Batian, the mighty Batian, not little chubby. The civet instantly bristled with indignation, recalling how, during lunch, it had remarked on the other's expression as one of thrilling delight. Clearly, it had taken note of that comment and now mocked itself with similar words. Self-inflicted woes are the worst. Fine, then take me to see where the wheat awns are stuck on you. It relented. The civet was not keen on spending time with Shiyu and protested, can't it just be the two of us? Why bring along that stinky snake beast? The color of the grass is beautiful. It would be sufficient for just the two of us to go and admire it. The civet pondered why it was being urged to bring the other along. After some contemplation, it recalled that the other was knowledgeable about this particular grass. And the thought of its beauty piqued its curiosity. If it's just the two of us, we will be the only ones to harvest. When the time comes, if you end up with wheat awns in your fur, I want to assist you in removing them. Upon hearing this, the civet, realizing they were headed for work, happily agreed to take the snake beast along. Jin Jiangmian set aside his task of repairing the hoe and called for Shiyu. They each carried a basket, armed with a bone knife, following the civet to the wheat field. There, a small patch of wheat stood, already ripe for harvest. Upon spotting the wheat, Jin Jiangmian's eyes lit up as he envisioned various buns, steamed bread, and noodles. To his surprise, he also discovered some peppers, a delightful bonus. Some peppers had already wilted, while others lay scattered on the ground. Jin Jiangmian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed towards the peppers. But just as he reached out to pluck one, Shiyu seized his hand. Danger. Touching this could result in poisoning, Shiyu warned. Jin Jiangmian was taken aback. But this is merely a pepper. How could touching it be poisonous? Could it be that the peppers here are different? Toxic? He examined the peppers closely, unable to discern anything unusual about them. They appear to be quite ordinary. Brother, this is just a pepper. How could it be poisonous? Touching this will cause an unusual sensation in your hand. Moreover, consuming these fruits will make your mouth and throat feel particularly uncomfortable, akin to poisoning. Jane Jiamian pondered for a moment, thinking that perhaps Shiyu had indeed experienced the spiciness of peppers before, leading him to believe they were poisonous. Brother, have you ever mistakenly eaten a pepper? Yes. You must have been spiced out, not poisoned. Brother, could you please release my hand? It was only then that Shiyu realized he had been holding onto Jin Jiangmian's hand for quite some time. He quickly let go, feeling as though his hand was now empty. Jin Jiangmian reached out and plucked a pepper, holding it triumphantly. See? It's not poisonous. Let us take some back. Only when Shiyu saw him unscathed did he feel reassured. And they both proceeded to gather peppers. Afterward, they harvested the wheat as well. That evening, Jin Jiangmian took to the kitchen, stir-frying the green peppers with meat to create a spicy dish. Concerned that Shiyu and the civet might not handle the heat well, he prepared an additional dish of meat without peppers, at the dining table. Jin Jiangmian proactively offered some pepper shreds to Shiyu for him to taste. Upon taking a bite, Shiyu felt utterly unwell, his mouth ablaze and accompanied by a sharp sting. The taste was far from pleasant. He hastily shoveled down a few bites of rice and gulped down water from a bamboo tube to recover. Jin Jiangmian was momentarily stunned before bursting into suppressed laughter. So, you can't handle spicy food? The sight of Shiyu struggling with the heat was simply too adorable. Who would have thought his elder brother possessed such a charming side? Jin Jiangmian turned to the civet and asked, "Would you like to try the taste of these pepper shreds?" Seeing the transformation in Shiyu after tasting the peppers, the civet naturally declined. No, brother, I think I'll pass. Curiosity gnawed at it, wondering what flavor could evoke such a dramatic reaction from the sixth-tier snake beast. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. For the sake of its own safety, it would be wise to avoid such perilous food. You two are behaving as if you're facing a grave threat. It's merely a pepper. After all, is it really that serious? Jin Jiangmian thought that Shiyu was simply unaccustomed to spicy food, and thus was unable to tolerate the heat. As a person who relished spicy dishes, he surely wouldn't find it overly hot. With unwavering confidence, Jin Jiangmian picked up the pepper shreds and began to eat. Initially, he chewed calmly, but soon he could no longer contain himself. How can this pepper be so spicy? It rivals the devilishly hot peppers I've encountered. He scrutinized the shape of the peppers to deduce their variety, concluding that they were merely ordinary air Jingtiao peppers. Green air Jingtiao peppers shouldn't be this spicy. Upon hastily swallowing, he reached for the bamboo tube to drink, gulping down the water that had been boiled during cooking. After cooling, it retained a delightful rice flavor, making it quite refreshing. He drank profusely, alleviating the fiery sensation. How could it be this spicy? Could it be that the peppers in this world are different? Chapter 32. A wall slam? The civet laughed heartily from the sidelines. Brother, your expression after being spiced out is utterly ridiculous. Ridiculous, you say? Jin Jiangmian feigned amusement. He promptly offered the pepper shreds to the civet. As the saying goes, we share both hardships and blessings. Such a delicious dish cannot be missed by you. The civet shook its head vigorously. No, brother, such a delectable treat should be yours to enjoy. Ah, as a brother, how could I forget you when there is something delicious? Isn't that right, Batian? The civet felt like crying, regretting its earlier schadenfreude. Now it was merely a case of shooting oneself in the foot. This is too hard. Woe is me, brother, I admit my wrongs. I shall no longer laugh. Jin Jiangmian ceased his teasing and consumed the pepper himself. Though the peppers were indeed spicy, they could not diminish his love for them. The exhilarating heat, the delightful taste, being brought to tears by spiciness while craving more. Who could truly understand such an experience? Throughout the meal, Jin Jiangmian oscillated between agony and ecstasy. Later that evening, he found himself afflicted with a bout of diarrhea, and soon enough he was rushing into the woods. As he dashed into the underbrush, leaves were inevitably torn asunder. After several trips, Jin Jiangmian felt utterly drained, his backside ablaze. He envisioned the ominous words "Welcome to the hospital's proctology department." Just as he lay down, his stomach churned again, and another wave of urgency hit him. Who could endure such a predicament? Once more, Jin Jiangmian clutched his stomach and stepped outside. Upon returning, he noticed Shiyu waiting for him at the base of the house. Seemingly concerned for his well-being, Jin Jiangmian awkwardly greeted him. "Brother, why are you up at this hour?" "I was worried about you," Shiyu replied earnestly. Jin Jiangmian didn't dwell on it, oblivious to any ulterior motives his brother might harbor. "I am fine. Your complexion is pale, brother. How can you see my complexion so clearly in this darkness?" He could barely discern the path ahead, relying on the moonlight to catch glimpses of figures. "The night doesn't impair my vision," Shiyu stated. "What? So you possess the eyes of an owl? You consumed an abundance of peppers at dinner. Your stomach must be in distress," he observed, reaching out as if to comfort him. Jin Jiangmian instinctively stepped back. "Brother, are you trying to take advantage of me while I'm unwell?" Shiyu clarified. "I merely wish to help alleviate your pain. It's only a stomach ache. Previously, a sub-beastman perished from a similar ailment. I'm concerned for you." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian felt a pang of anxiety. "What are you saying? A stomach ache could lead to death, brother. Please don't scare me." Shiyu maintained a serious expression. "Do I look like I'm trying to frighten you?" Jin Jiangmian shook his head, reassured by his brother's earnest demeanor, though he still found it hard to believe. "Then, brother, if you rub my stomach, will it cease to hurt?" Shiyu wasn't endowed with miraculous powers. Merely rubbing his stomach wouldn't make the pain vanish. "It can alleviate it. Oh, I'll manage on my own." "Thank you, brother. I'm quite skilled at this." In an unexpected move, Shiyu swiftly pinned Jin Jiangmian against the wall. This scene resembled something straight out of a romantic fantasy novel, albeit with two male protagonists, creating an odd sense of dissonance. With expert hands, Shiyu began to massage Jin Jiangmian's abdomen. Within moments, Jin Jiangmian awkwardly exclaimed, "Brother, I feel much better now. Thank you for your concern." Rather than feeling honored, he was left with a sense of unease, as if something were amiss. "Really feeling better?" "Yes, much better." Jin Jiangmian hurriedly extricated himself from the encirclement of his companions, hastily proclaiming his intention to retire for the night, and retreated to his chamber, where he reclined. Upon the break of dawn, Jin Jiangmian arose to freshen up, washing his face and rinsing his mouth, and even prepared a pot of porridge. Lacking toothpaste and a toothbrush, he resorted to gargling with salt water, perpetually feeling a sense of uncleanliness in his mouth. As a modern individual, he could endure a short period without brushing his teeth, yet the thought of a prolonged absence from such hygiene was unbearable. However, he lacked the means to craft a toothbrush and, after finishing his porridge, he ventured to the riverbank, where he plucked some willow branches, stripped them of their bark, and struck them against a stone repeatedly until they became fibrous. He then employed the willow twigs to brush his teeth. The spirit cat observed this peculiar act and exclaimed, "Brother, are you out of your mind? Why are you poking a branch into your mouth?" Jin Jiangmian, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, explained, "I am brushing my teeth, maintaining oral hygiene." The spirit cat retorted, "Brother, the motion of brushing your teeth, in and out of your mouth, is rather odd." "What is so strange about it?" Jin Jiangmian challenged. "Just think about it for yourself." Just as the spirit cat was about to voice another thought, Shiyu approached. The spirit cat, swaying its tail, took its leave. "Mian, what are you doing?" Shiyu inquired, noticing Jin Jiangmian poking a branch into his mouth. At that moment, he envied the branch, pondering how splendid it would be if it could be replaced with his own hand or something else. "Can't you tell? I'm brushing my teeth." Jin Jiangmian mumbled indistinctly. "Is it toothache?" "Why do you need to brush?" Shiyu wondered, suspecting it might be due to consuming spicy peppers. "Of course, I am maintaining the cleanliness of my teeth." "How do you orcs keep your mouths clean without brushing?" Jin Jiangmian quizzed. "We gargle and chew herbs regularly." "Herbs?" Jin Jiangmian questioned, perplexed. "Can herbs really be used to maintain oral hygiene? Or does the herb you speak of differ from my understanding?" "It's a type of grass that freshens the breath," Shiyu elucidated. Jin Jiangmian nodded, continuing his unconventional toothbrushing, refraining from further inquiries about the appearance of said herb. Once he had completed his morning rituals, Jin Jiangmian set about drying red peppers, splitting the dried ones he had gathered from the ground and placing the seeds into a bamboo bowl. Shiyu joined him, stating, "Let me handle this. Peppers can irritate the skin." "Nonsense, I am not that delicate," he replied, flexing his unimpressive muscles that were nearly imperceptible. "Though my muscles may not be prominent, they are indeed quite sturdy." "Yes, I can see that." "Sturdy indeed." Flattered by the compliment, Jin Jiangmian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Handling pepper seeds did not require the assistance of two people, so Jin Jiangmian took the opportunity to repair the hoe that had yet to be fixed. He ventured into the land he had cultivated, loosening the soil to create a patch for the pepper seeds to germinate. Naturally, he selected fertile soil, even taking the initiative to scoop some silt from the river to mix with the dry earth. Enhancing its nutrient content, he then evenly scattered the prepared pepper seeds, covering them with a thin layer of soil, eagerly awaiting the day when he could transplant the seedlings. Having planted the peppers, he was reminded of the exhausting ordeal he had experienced last night in the restroom. Chapter 33. To maintain decency in nature's call, he constructed a latrine. How could one maintain dignity while relieving oneself in the untamed wilderness? This posed an essential question, for one cannot live without the basic necessities of clothing, food, shelter, and the inevitable biological functions. Mian, what are you thinking about so deeply? Shiyu queried, noticing his faraway gaze. I am contemplating the construction of a latrine, he replied. A latrine? Shiyu was at a loss, his knowledge failing him. What is that? It is a place for defecation, Jin Jiangmian answered succinctly. That topic is rather pungent. Shiyu remarked. Do you want me to help you choose a location? Is it necessary to select a spot for the latrine? Shiyu asked, perplexed. Of course. It cannot be too far, nor too close. Ideally, it should be near a place where we can cultivate fields in the future. Though Shiyu was only partially understanding, he was nonetheless profoundly impressed. The two then equipped themselves with tools and ventured into the woods to select a suitable location. Once the site was determined, they commenced clearing the underbrush to make way for the construction. Jin Jiangmian utilized a method of human measurement, drawing a quadrilateral in the dirt with a branch. The two then began digging at the corners of the shape, first employing a stone hoe to create a pit, then using wooden sticks to further excavate a deep hole. After laboring for the better part of the day, they managed to dig a pit over a meter deep just in time for their meal. However, excavating the pit was only the beginning. Further construction was required. Shiyu suggested they return for a meal and resume their work in the afternoon. The spirit cat returned around mealtime, having strolled outside. Upon entering the house, it looked around, puzzled by the absence of both Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu. Where could they have gone? It's time to eat. Yet no food is prepared. After a brief wait, the two emerged from the woods, walking side by side. The spirit cat's mind wandered to other thoughts. Oh dear, my brother and this snake man alone together. They wouldn't be engaging in something inappropriate, would they? My brother's face is flushed, as if he has been ravaged, while the snake man appears quite pleased with himself. Unaware of the spirit cat's wild imaginations, Jin Jiangmian would have surely given it a reprimanding blow had he known. After their meal, Jin Jiangmian went to the riverbank to wash his face and rinse his mouth. While the spirit cat approached, brother, what were you two doing all morning? Surely it wasn't anything scandalous. Without lifting his head, Jin Jiangmian replied, what nonsense fills your mind? I was building a latrine with Shiyu. A latrine? What is that? The spirit cat inquired, having never heard of such a thing. With a slight smile, Jin Jiangmian responded, it is a place for defecation. Would you like to know more? The spirit cat, at a loss for words, awkwardly walked away. In the afternoon, Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu returned to the site to continue building the latrine. The deep pit was already excavated, and now it was time to construct. This would require timber, and the poor trees, having enjoyed a brief respite, were now about to face the axe. Shiyu sought out the spirit cat, as its claws would make the task of chopping wood considerably easier. In no time, they had gathered the necessary materials. Jin Jiangmian began constructing above the deep pit, leaving an opening and covering the wood with earth. He then smoothed the surface of the wood to create a polished area, with a hole left in the center, the purpose of which was self-evident. Jin Jiangmian even tried squatting down. It felt just right. The smooth earthen surface, while functional, lacked aesthetic appeal, so Jin Jiangmian, Shiyu, and the spirit cat ventured to the riverbank once more to collect pebbles, embedding them into the earthen surface. Thus, when squatting, one could enjoy the gentle massage provided by the pebbles, significantly enhancing the comfort of the experience. With the pit constructed, a thatched hut was necessary to shield against the elements, ensuring privacy and protection from rain or sun. Jin Jiangmian used 4 sturdy logs as support beams for the roof. Firmly securing them in place, he measured the height and width, placing smaller logs atop and binding them with bamboo strips. The 3 walls were constructed from wood, with bamboo securing the joints, leaving only minuscule gaps between the pieces. Jane Jiangmian then retrieved thatch to cover the roof, ensuring it was tightly secured on both sides with bamboo strips. The roof was sealed so thoroughly that even the heaviest rain would not leak through. After an entire day of labor, the latrine was finally completed by nightfall. It was neither too large nor too small, ample enough for a person to comfortably squat in the future. Having a designated place for such natural calls would not only provide comfort, but also a delightful foot massage. To further enhance the experience of using the latrine, Jin Jiangmian contemplated constructing a pathway. The following day, armed with a bone knife, he set to work, clearing the grass from the intended path. The sheep in the pen bleated, seemingly offering encouragement. Did you think they were cheering him on? No, they were merely hungry, reminding Jin Jiangmian to hurry and cut grass for their feed. Immersed in his task, Jin Jiangmian was undistracted by other matters. When he called out to Shiyu, the latter promptly took the cut grass to feed the sheep. Additionally, the wild chickens, having been confined, had settled down and no longer flitted about, waiting each day for their share of rice and corn. Life was quite comfortable and fulfilling. Make the path easier to traverse and provide a comprehensive foot massage experience. Jin Jiangmian also worked the soil to pave the pathway. The mighty hammer he had previously crafted came into play, being used to compact the earth with firm strikes, ensuring the surface was solid and durable. The two then gathered smooth pebbles from the river to fill their baskets. While at the riverbank, Jin Jiangmian's straw sandals, unable to bear the weight, failed him, causing him to stumble. Shiyu, quick on his feet, swiftly grabbed the collar of Jin Jiangmian's shirt, stabilizing him just in time to prevent a fall. Be careful! With a voice of warning, Shiyu reminded that the shoes had become slippery and untrustworthy. The riverbank was treacherous. You go rest. I'll handle the moving, he insisted. I don't know. That would be too much trouble. Jin Jiangmian hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Shiyu gently nudged him aside, asserting, I am the elder brother. You must heed my words and take a break. All right then, big brother. Jin Jiangmian relented without further hesitation and truly went to rest. After toiling for most of the day, he was indeed weary, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Staying beside Shiyu was not hot, yet the labor had taken its toll. He settled down beneath the shade of a tree for a while. Observing the mighty, Shiyu effortlessly carried 2 full baskets onto the narrow dirt path. Chapter 34. Caring for the weak, Jin Jiangmian was the type to follow through when told to rest. He sat beneath the tree's shadow, watching Shiyu lift the baskets filled with pebbles with ease. Once the pebbles were transported, Jin Jiangmian embedded the stones into the earth to enhance the aesthetic appeal. Providing a gentle massage for his feet as he walked along the little path, he felt immensely satisfied, removing his shoes to stroll about. His enthusiasm was palpable, as he even wanted to invite Shiyu along. Walking together on the same path felt like traversing a flowery road on their wedding day, the scene radiating harmony. Shiyu felt the greatest joy, yet he would be even happier if they could hold hands while walking. That evening, Jin Jiangmian sought a conversation with Shiyu, wishing to delve deeper into the world of beasts. He had previously confessed that he was not from this beastly realm but hailed from another world. Knowing little about it, after a lengthy discussion, he learned that the beast world resembled a primitive era, distinct from his understanding. This place, despite being hot in summer with a climate akin to a tropical rainforest, transformed into a winter wonderland come snow season, with white snow blanketing the hills and peaks. During this time, prey dwindled and all vegetation withered. Even the durian and bamboo would succumb to the harshness of winter in the beast realm. As temperatures plummeted and conditions worsened, food became scarce for the beast men, leading many to perish before the winter's end. Jin Jiangmian could not help but reflect on the brutal survival conditions of the savage beast world. Far more challenging than mere survival in the wilderness. Without Shiyu, even if he managed to survive in the beast world, once winter arrived and without Shiyu's protection, he would undoubtedly become a target for other beasts and fallen beast men in this desolate wilderness. Big brother, you must look after me. I rely on your protection, he said, his tone suddenly obsequious. Indeed, it is the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak, Shiyu thought inwardly, believing that protecting those he cherished was the true duty of a mighty beast. He had never considered protecting anyone when he had been a wandering beast man, but everything changed with Jin Jiangmian. Big brother, maintain this mindset, and you'll be a great hero. I have faith in you. Jin Jiangmian continued to flatter. The ensuing exchange was filled with various compliments, praising Shiyu's handsomeness, strength, and ability to take on 5 opponents effortlessly. Listening to this, Shiyu felt elated and, in a playful gesture, ruffled Jin Jiangmian's hair. This is the love of an elder brother for his younger sibling. Jin Jiangmian thought, what kind of love is this? I certainly do not desire to be patted on the head. Although Shiyu emphasized it was affection for his younger brother, Jin Jiangmian still sensed something amiss. To thrive in the wilderness, cultivating grains was essential. Among the collected grains were rice, wheat, and taro, complemented by flavoring plants such as chili, garlic, ginger, and bay leaves. However, this was far from sufficient. A greater variety of grains was needed in the primitive beast realm. Diversifying crops was crucial to ensure enough food for winter. Thus, after finishing breakfast, Jin Jiangmian proposed a stroll to gather more seeds. Originally, the spirit cat intended to accompany them, but Shiyu quickly dampened its enthusiasm, instructing it to stay home. The spirit cat was displeased, sensing that Shiyu wished to enjoy a moment alone with Jin Jiangmian, hence excluding the bothersome feline. Shiyu proceeded ahead, shedding his clothing to stow in a piled basket, transforming into a great white serpent, coiling the basket with his tail. The markings of the Beastman runes on the white serpent were strikingly apparent. Exuding the aura of a 6th-tier Beastman, he glanced back at Jin Jiangmian, signaling him to mount. Jin Jiangmian, unreserved, climbed aboard and steadied himself on the basket. The great white serpent slithered forth, maintaining a steady pace. Providing a smooth ride that was quite comfortable, at this moment, he felt the urge to burst into song. His voice, akin to a broken gong, was eager to showcase its abilities. Clearing his throat, he prepared to sing. The king calls me to patrol the mountains. However, Shiyu interjected, Mion, do you wish to sing? The forest is home to many wild beasts. Too much noise could attract them. This subtly discouraged him from singing. He did not directly criticize the quality of Jin Jiangmian's singing, aiming to spare his feelings and avoid the auditory assault. Jin Jiangmian, reflecting on why his singing had not improved over time, found himself engulfed in self-doubt and fell silent. To enhance their living conditions and ensure a steady food supply in the future, Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu searched for wild crop seeds in the mountains. He urged Shiyu to slow down so he could examine their surroundings for any wild crops. Suddenly, he spotted a potato, his eyes lighting up. Jin Jiangmian quickly directed Shiyu to approach. Sliding down to dig up the potatoes with a stick, with a bit of effort, the potatoes emerged. Potatoes, also known as tubers, were a valuable resource. In some regions, people relied on them as a staple food. While they also served as a vegetable, they were highly nutritious and easy to cultivate. Even those lacking farming skills could grow potatoes. Mion, what is this? Shiyu inquired, astonished that beneath the delicate grass roots lay something resembling a fruit. He had only seen fruits growing on trees, never beneath the ground. This is a potato. It's delicious when stir-fried with meat, Jin Jiangmian explained. Shiyu scrutinized it further, pondering why fruit would grow underground. These are meant to be stir-fried, Jin Jiangmian clarified. Mion, do you know a great deal about plants? Often, we overlook these unassuming plants. Jin Jiangmian nodded, declaring, I have an eye for treasures. His familiarity with such plants stemmed from being raised in a modern rural setting. The potatoes were few in number, and after a short while, Jin Jiangmian had excavated all he could find. Wherever he went, he left no desired item behind. The two continued to roam the mountains. Jin Jiangmian's keen eyes caught sight of a great treasure, ripe loofah, which he promptly plucked. He eagerly introduced it to the great white serpent, saying, This is called loofah. Once ripe, it is inedible but can be used as a dishwashing tool. Chapter 35. If danger approaches, I will flee. First, Jin Jiangmian unceremoniously tucked the green loofah into his collection. However, further searches yielded little of value. They had strayed quite far from their dwelling, and returning now would allow them to reach home before nightfall. Yet, how could one venture out without encountering peril? They were in the treacherous beast world, where dangers lurked and the law of the jungle prevailed. As expected, they soon encountered a monstrous creature. Before them stood several enormous beasts, aptly termed monsters, as Jin Jiangmian had never seen such creatures before. They bore resemblance to elephants but exhibited a color combination of brown and red, their size exceeding that of an elephant. Their trunks were capable of stretching and contracting at will, adorned with massive tusks. Most notably, their thick skin had formed a shell-like armor. What kind of monster was this? Shiyu cast aside the basket, urging Jin Jiangmian to seek safety. In this situation, his focus would be compromised, impacting his performance. All right, brother, you must do your best. Upon finishing his words, Jin Jiangmian truly dashed away at an astonishing speed, even swifter than a rabbit. The Serpent Lord witnessed him vanish without a trace, a terrifying aura emanating from him. On either side, neither party exhibited any signs of cowardice. This peculiar creature was known as a mutated mammoth. Distinct from its ordinary counterpart, the mutated mammoth was notably more ferocious, attacking upon sight of orcs. Unlike typical herbivores, the mutated mammoth preyed upon orcs, particularly favoring the young ones, which constituted one of its preferred delicacies. The mammoth's transformation was intricately linked to the orcs' relentless hunting. Orcs prized mammoth meat, compelling the mammoths to devise means for their species' survival. Such mutations were merely a facet of evolution. When confronted with danger, Jin Jiangmian would indeed heed the call to flee. He would not linger at the scene, espousing notions of shared fate. Faced with imminent peril, a frail individual like him would only exacerbate the situation by remaining. Thus he opted to escape, allowing the Serpent Lord to act without concern. He found refuge in a cave, seeking a moment's respite, utterly fatigued from his flight. However, he had scarcely evaded the jaws of one predator when he stumbled into the den of another. A few orcs had also entered the cave. "Brother, there's a sub-beastman here," one wolf orc remarked upon discovering him, speaking in human tongue. Jin Jiangmian quickly discerned that this was a wolf beastman. The presence of orcs was preferable to that of wild beasts. At least he could maneuver around these beings. Were it a wild beast, he would have no choice but to fight for his life. The wolf beastman was rather handsome. One of them spoke up. And as they did, several wolf beastmen scrutinized Jin Jiangmian with unabashed gazes, their expressions rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. He pressed his lips together, choosing silence to avoid conflict with these wolf beastmen. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, he, as the weaker party, could not afford to act bravado. This was not cowardice, but rather a strategy for survival. The elder wolf beastman approached him, inquiring, "Sub-beastman, where are your kin? How did you come to be alone in this cave?" Jin Jiangmian contemplated his response, seeking a way to dissuade the wolf beastmen from harboring any inappropriate intentions. He answered without much deliberation. "I accompanied my kin to gather resources, but feeling overheated, I sought refuge in this cave. Shortly, my kin will come to retrieve me." The elder wolf, however, appeared skeptical and persisted. "Why do you carry the scent of a snake beastman? Most snake beastmen are wanderers." "Indeed, you mention most. I was gathering alongside a 6th-tier snake beastman, who is quite formidable. Our tribe has even extended an invitation for him to join us," Jin Jiangmian deftly countered. The elder wolf's brow furrowed in surprise. A 6th-tier snake beastman was no trivial opponent. Their hunting party had divided into smaller groups, and the few accompanying him were insufficient to confront such a formidable presence. He resented the idea of being at a disadvantage against a sub-beastman, particularly one as appealing as Jin Jiangmian, whose eyes seemed to entice. He thought to himself that a sub-beastman would likely escape the retribution of the laws, emboldening him. The elder wolf retreated to the cave entrance, leading his comrades out. "Brother, what are we doing out here? Were we not to ascertain the situation of this sub-beastman before indulging ourselves?" One of the wolf beastmen inquired. "Indeed, brother, that sub-beastman looks quite enticing." Another chimed in, their banter dripping with base intentions. Such remarks were possible only because the sub-beastman held the lowest status in the tribe, incapable of transforming into a beast form for hunting, nor able to reproduce, rendering them powerless in the savage beast realm, forced to rely on the mightier beastmen for survival. The elder wolf quickly chastised them. "Silence. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. That sub-beastman carries a potent scent of a snake beastman. That snake beastman is a 6th-tier. Do you believe we can contend with him? With such a strong scent, it is evident that the sub-beastman has had close contact with the snake beastman. Should they become entangled, what fate awaits us? The snake beastmen are vengeful. None dare provoke them lightly." Once the wolf beastmen departed, Jin Jiangmian breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not invoked the name of the 6th-tier snake beastman? He feared his innocence would not have been preserved. At that moment, he acutely felt the sub-beastman's lowly status. Previously, he had only heard the Serpent Lord speak of it, unable to imagine the reality until now, which left him apprehensive. The wolf beastmen had regarded him with such brazen intensity. Had he not said something to instill caution? they would not have left. Outside, a sub-beastman was vulnerable to bullying. Meanwhile, the Serpent Lord traced Jin Jiangmian's scent to the cave, where he detected the repugnant odor of the wolf beastmen. Mian, are you all right? Is everything fine? Noticing Jin Jiangmian's unusual demeanor, he immediately feared the worst. Did those wolves bully you? I shall assist you at once. Before he could finish, Jin Jiangmian hurriedly interjected, No, they did not harm me. He felt a wave of compassion wash over him, relieved to have encountered the Serpent Lord upon his arrival. Had he found himself within the tribe? His plight would have been unimaginable. Jin Jiangmian quelled his melancholic thoughts, surveying the great white serpent. The serpent bore no injuries and exhibited no abnormalities, having returned with 2 baskets full of goods, evidently having dealt with the monsters with ease. Let us return, Jin Jiangmian suggested. Chapter 36. Planting potatoes. One fine morning, after finishing breakfast, Jin Jiangmian prepared to resume his labors. Having entered the savage beast realm, he understood the critical importance of sustenance. He needed to cultivate sufficient crops before winter descended to ensure survival through the harsh season. Thus, armed with the potatoes he had retrieved, he wielded a stone axe to cut them open, ensuring that each sprouting segment remained unharmed. Today, he aimed to plant potatoes in the freshly tilled fields. After cutting the potatoes, he fashioned a basket from bamboo strips. His nimble fingers worked quickly, and soon the basket was complete. The spirit cat strolled over, curious about his newly crafted item, and lay down within it, finding it quite comfortable. Could it be that this was a bed made for it? Brother is truly kind. Knowing it is uncomfortable to sleep on the ground and crafting a cozy nest for me, it mused, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship. Is this a gift for me? Jin Jiangmian playfully lifted the cat, replying, What are you thinking? This is called a basket, meant for collecting refuse. Oh, the spirit cat said, feeling quite embarrassed. Did you not go tilling with the elder brother? Why are you here? I completed my share. And the remainder belongs to the snake beast men, the spirit cat proudly declared, having finished its assigned area first due to its speed. You're impressive, Jin Jiangmian praised. The compliment, though sincere, felt somewhat insincere to the spirit cat. Yet it was nonetheless pleased. Consequently, it joined Jin Jiangmian in planting the potatoes. Jin Jiangmian filled the basket with a heap of charcoal ash, placing the cut potatoes inside. The ash, collected from their cooking fires, had been saved for a time such as this. Though it appeared worthless, it served as excellent natural fertilizer, ideal for cultivation. Carrying the basket to the field, he utilized a stone hoe to dig small holes in the loosened soil, placing the potatoes within and covering them back up. You needn't just watch. Come help with the planting, he urged the spirit cat, who was observing from the sidelines. The spirit cat, feeling a bit wronged, replied, Brother, I'm a cat. Have you ever seen a cat planting? I have not encountered a cat quite as greedy as you, Jin Jiangmian teased. You needn't plant. Simply dig small holes in accordance with my spacing, and ensure they are neat. As he spoke, he reached out to stroke the spirit cat's fur, soothingly adding, Be good, and after we finish, I shall fry you some fish. I know you have been craving it. Delighted by the promise, the spirit cat eagerly began to dig holes. Jin Jiangmian followed suit, placing the potatoes inside and covering them with soil. With the spirit cat's assistance, the potatoes were swiftly planted. Jin Jiangmian then took the basket to the creek to wash off the dirt before heading downstream. The previous night, he had overheard the spirit cat express a longing for the fried fish he had made. So while washing, he decided to set up a fish trap in the branching waterway. He hoped for a bountiful harvest so he could prepare fried fish. If not, he would dig a small pond to keep the fish until he had gathered enough to fry. Brother, when did you set the fish trap? The spirit cat inquired curiously. Last night, Jin Jiangmian replied succinctly. It was because you, greedy cat, spoke so fondly of my fried fish. The spirit cat felt touched. It was grateful that Jin Jiangmian had remembered its mention, feeling valued and cherished. Are you not moved? Jin Jiangmian asked. Moved, very much so. Following brother, I shall enjoy a life of indulgence. With a morsel of food in my possession, I would never allow you to go hungry. If it came to that, I would feast on meat while you subsisted on mere dirt, so long as you were filled to the brim. Upon hearing this, Ling Miao felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Brother, are you trying to deceive me? How could that be? I never deceive anyone. Yet he was indeed deceiving the cat. Ling Miao, however, was indifferent to whether Jin Jiangmian was truly deceiving him. All that mattered to him was that there would be fried fish for lunch, a dish specially prepared by Jin Jiangmian himself. Filled with pride, he ventured into the fields to boast to Shiyu, who was busy tilling the soil. "Brother treats me well, specially making fried fish for me. Look, brother would never go to such lengths to prepare a feast for you." "Are you envious?" Shiyu retorted. "Is that why you've come here to flaunt your luck? If you're so idle, why not just dig the earth?" Ling Miao swayed his tail, brimming with self-satisfaction. "I've already dug my share, and I'm faster than you. My efficiency surpasses yours." "Oh, a competition?" Shiyu's tone was icy. Ling Miao instantly shrank back. "A competition? That's out of the question. My opponent is a 6th-tier serpent beast man, immensely powerful. Competing with him would be akin to courting death. I'm not a foolish cat. Why would I challenge someone I cannot defeat?" "So you refuse to compete? Do you dare to strike me?" Shiyu queried. "You've never encountered such a brazen demand before," he said, raising his stone hoe and swinging it towards Ling Miao. The cat nimbly dodged, retreating far away. "What are you doing? Are you actually attempting to murder Ling Miao? You shall face divine retribution. You asked for a hit, so why run?" Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Ling Miao, utterly infuriated, had merely been boasting, yet the other party had taken action. He thought to himself that it was best to avoid confrontation and thus displayed a haughty expression, before scampering off to torment the white sheep. Ling Miao realized that his status here was not particularly high. At noon, Jin Jiangmian prepared fried fish, stir-fried meat, and fragrant white rice. Seated at the table, Ling Miao spoke considerably less, perhaps recognizing that engaging in a war of words with Shiyu was futile. He had learned to be wise and avoid trouble. Jin Jiangmian was pleasantly surprised at the harmonious atmosphere during lunch. After the meal, Shiyu volunteered to accompany him to the river to wash the dishes. While washing, Shiyu suddenly remarked, "I haven't had chicken in a long time. Shall we make spicy stir-fried chicken tonight?" "Sure," Shiyu responded cheerfully, thinking that Jin Jiangmian would indeed make it for him. Once the dishes were cleaned, as Jin Jiangmian returned to his room to rest, Shiyu approached Ling Miao, who was napping under the eaves. Suddenly feeling a chill, Ling Miao opened his eyes to find the serpent beast man standing before him. "What do you want?" Ling Miao asked, his tone unfriendly. "I just told a Mian I wanted chicken." "And?" Ling Miao was perplexed. What did that have to do with him? Why come all the way to tell him? "A Mian said he would make spicy stir-fried chicken tonight, specially for me." Ling Miao thought to himself, this serpent beast man is definitely toxic, the kind that is extremely poisonous. After Shiyu spoke, he felt quite pleased. Chapter 37. Midnight toilet visit. He cheerfully returned to his room. Ling Miao was left speechless, finding Shiyu utterly childish. Just because it had previously flaunted something in front of him, Shiyu now came to boast to him in return. This wouldn't he do. He had to retaliate. In the afternoon, Jin Jiangmian intended to craft a wooden tub and entrusted Ling Miao with the task of cutting the wood. Ling Miao seized the opportunity to showcase his strengths. It grew larger, extending its claws to slice through the wood in no time. It completed the task assigned by Jin Jiangmian. It approached him, seeking praise. After some thought, Jin Jiangmian lavished compliments upon Ling Miao, who then flaunted its sharp claws before Shiyu. "Brother just praised me, saying my claws are truly a formidable weapon, indispensable. You lack claws and cannot assist, brother." It was flaunting its position in Jin Jiangmian's heart, certainly ahead of the serpent beast man. Shiyu, on the other hand, found it impossible to compare with Ling Miao. After all, a snake had no claws, and he had to concede that. When Jin Jiangmian was about to carry the water tub to the river for washing, Shiyu simply picked it up and carried it there. After Jin Jiangmian finished filling it with water and returned, he too did not back down, effortlessly carrying the filled tub. Once he set it down, he asked, "A Mian, am I impressive?" "Impressive, truly impressive. Brother's strength is remarkable." "Is that all? Just strength?" Shiyu raised an eyebrow, finding the response somewhat unsatisfactory. Jin Jiangmian, thinking Shiyu desired more compliments, rambled on, ultimately declaring that nothing could be done without him. Shiyu listened with delight, even raising an eyebrow at Ling Miao. Ling Miao, however, felt that the serpent beast man was exceedingly juvenile, lacking any semblance of maturity or composure. He thought this to himself, but could not voice it. His pride held him back from expressing such sentiments. Later that evening, he saw Shiyu exit his room. Typically, he would turn a blind eye, pretending not to see. However, today, He was resolute in seeking trouble and blocked Shiyu's path. Do you believe I will truly inform brother? If I do you think brother will still regard you as the elder brother? Shiyu shot him a sidelong glance. Are you courting death? You can't kill me, but I can throw you out. I can return on my own. I am of use to brother, and you cannot drive me away. Thus, a standoff ensued beneath the eaves, with Shiyu lamenting the precious time slipping away. Each passing second was a moment stolen from his time with Jin Jiangmian, every instant invaluable. Annoying cat. Shiyu attempted to lift the cat, but Ling Miao swiped at him with a paw. Stinky snake, brother. What are you two doing out here in the middle of the night? Jin Jiangmian opened the door to find the two of them in a standoff. He had awoken suddenly due to a stomach ache, having indulged in far too many spicy chili strips during dinner, which had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He had risen to relieve himself and had not anticipated finding Shiyu and Ling Miao engaged in some sort of confrontation. Brother, the serpent beast man is trying to chase me away. Ling Miao seized the initiative. Turning into a green tea cat, he rubbed against Jin Jiangmian and accused Shiyu of wrongdoing. Jin Jiangmian felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Precluding any further discussion, he hastily interjected, whatever it is, tell me when I return from the toilet. With that, he hurried down the narrow path, clutching his stomach. The plants lining the path suffered greatly, as Jin Jiangmian carelessly pulled off their leaves. As for what he intended to do with the leaves, those in the know would understand. After a tumultuous session, Jin Jiangmian emerged from the toilet feeling relieved, leisurely returning along the pebblestone path by the moonlight. Noticing the continued standoff between the cat and the serpent beast man beneath the eaves, he inquired, "What's going on? Do tell." Ling Miao jumped in first. "Brother, the serpent beast man has a heart of stone. Plotting to chase this cat away while you slept. Oh, how pitiful I am." Shiyu felt his head throb at these words. "Brother, that is not true." Jin Jiangmian, too, found it hard to believe that his elder brother would unjustly target a mere cat. He assumed it was all playful banter. He patted Ling Miao's head and asked, "Why would brother want to chase you away?" Ling Miao pursed his lips, feeling a sudden chill as his gaze met Shiyu's fearsome stare. It felt as if the serpent beast man would end him if he dared to speak. Filled with fear, he sensed a deep-rooted terror emanating from that gaze, a submission that was inexpressible. Before Ling Miao could finish his thought, Shiyu interrupted, "Mian, he is just being raucous. He is probably in heat. With excess energy to expend, he is making a fuss. Perhaps we should find him a female cat." Ling Miao retorted, "Listen, is that how a person speaks?" Jin Jiangmian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ling Miao can go into heat? I thought you were unique, immune to such things." He had overlooked the recent changes in Ling Miao. No wonder Ling Miao had been acting strangely these past few days. It turned out he was in heat. "Mew, this cat does not need a female cat. I am not in heat." Ling Miao, in a fit of rage, cast aside his fear and declared, "Brother, he wants to chase me away because I saw the serpent beast man sneaking into your room while you were asleep." Not knowing what he intended to do, Jin Jiangmian froze for a moment, unable to respond. "Brother, you?" He misunderstood. "I suddenly remembered something I needed to discuss with you, so I came to see if you were awake. I merely approached the window to take a look and was spotted by him. Saying he would chase me away was just a joke, a scare tactic." Ling Miao regarded the serpent beast man with incredulity. How on earth does this serpent beast man manage to lie with such calmness and a straight face? Jin Jiangmian also reassured Ling Miao, "He was just joking. He doesn't want to chase you away." Afterward, he turned to Shiyu and said, "Brother, little fatty is timid. Please don't frighten him. You both should retire for the night." Jin Jiangmian yawned and returned to his chamber, while Shiyu glanced at Ling Miao before heading back to his own room. The following day, Jin Jiangmian awoke, still in bed, while Shiyu had already risen. He was preparing porridge, his expression devoid of emotion. "Brother, why are you up so early?" Jin Jiangmian inquired as he approached the busy Shiyu after opening the door. "I am accustomed to rising early," Shiyu replied gently. Upon returning from freshening up, Jin Jiangmian noticed the absence of Ling Miao and mumbled, asking Shiyu, who was cooking, "Brother, usually at this hour." Xiao Peng would emerge and announce his hunger. "Why hasn't he appeared this morning?" Shiyu smiled and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps he has gone in search of a female cat. It is that time of year." Chapter 38. The charcoal-making Jin Jiangmian was momentarily taken aback, finding the notion somewhat absurd. After all, Ling Miao, being a sentient creature capable of speech, could not possibly venture out for a female due to a mating instinct. Brother, you certainly have a knack for humor. Seeing his disbelief, Shiyu chose not to elaborate further, stating, a Mion need not worry excessively. Beastmen cannot harm Ling Miao. He is far safer than you are. Those words struck a chord. In the beast realm, the status of sub-beastmen was quite low. Zhanjiang Mian had gleaned some understanding of their plight during his visit to the tribe, and suddenly felt that living outside the tribe was not so unfavorable after all. At least there were fewer restrictions, and he need not live under the scrutiny of others. Were he to reside within the tribe, he and his brother would likely be subjugated. Meanwhile, Ling Miao was in the woods, pursuing wild chickens with vigorous effort. The wild chicken lamented, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. I ventured out for food only to be chased by a cat. Yet, Ling Miao's thoughts were consumed with exhaustion. I'm utterly spent. How can this plump wild chicken run so swiftly? Ling Miao had no desire to hunt wild chickens. Rather, he longed for fragrant rice and crispy fish. Unfortunately, his gluttonous nature had led him to this predicament. Despite knowing the prowess of that serpent beast man, he still charged headlong into danger. Now he faced the consequences, tasked with hunting wild chickens. He had been warned that if he failed to capture a sufficient quantity, he would not be allowed to return. Ling Miao wished to resist, yet the oppressive force against him was simply too formidable. Unable to fight back, he could only sob as he chased after the wild chickens. With Ling Miao absent, Zhanjiang Mian busied himself with land cultivation. Little did he know, his stone hoe had ceased to function effectively, frequently falling apart during the process. After much repair, he realized how time-consuming it was. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he need not worry about food, then it was time to upgrade his tools. Though he had never smelted iron before, he understood the principle. How could he know if he did not attempt it? Zhanjiang Mian surveyed the stones on the ground and tossed aside the stick in his hand. Shiyu, thinking he was frustrated with the malfunctioning hoe, quickly consoled him. It's no trouble if the hoe is broken. A wooden stick can suffice for digging, brother. I suddenly thought of smelting iron. If we make the hoe from iron, it won't break so easily. Iron? What is that? Shiyu queried, having never heard of it. I cannot explain it all at once. Once the iron is produced, you will understand what it is. With iron, they could create not only various tools but also weapons. With weapons in hand, this frail human would have a means of self-defense. With determination, Zhanjiang Mian set to work. To smelt iron. Charcoal was essential. The wood he had chopped previously was still available, making it the perfect material for charcoal production. He selected a suitable location and measured a rectangular shape on the ground. He and Shiyu began excavating according to the drawn outline. Before long, a rectangular pit emerged. He placed the wood into the pit, covered it with straw, and then sealed it with earth. He approached the entrance, ignited a fire, and broke off some leaves to fan the flames. Throughout the process, Shiyu remained puzzled, uncertain of the purpose of these actions. Could this truly lead to the production of the iron Zhanjiang Mian spoke of? A Mian, are you smelting iron? Of course not. Smelting iron is not that simple. I am making charcoal to use in the iron smelting process. As he explained, she was likely still filled with questions, perhaps unaware of what charcoal truly was. Zhanjiang Mian patiently elucidated the significance of charcoal. Upon hearing this, Shiyu marveled. I had no idea charcoal was so useful. With charcoal, winter will be more bearable. A Mian, will you be all right during winter? Winter was harsh, and many sub-beastmen perished from the cold. The sub-beasts in the tribe were already frail, and most animal hides were reserved for females and younglings, leaving little for the sub-beasts. Lacking sufficient hides for warmth and with food scarce, even a campfire could not withstand the relentless chill of 3 long months. A Mian, let us produce more charcoal to save for winter. Brother, are you still afraid of the cold? Shiyu shook his head. I fear you may not endure it. Speaking of winter piqued Zhanjiang Mian's curiosity. Shiyu's beast form was that of a serpent, which hibernated during the cold months, and he wondered if Shiyu needed to hibernate as well. Brother, do you need to hibernate in winter? Yes, but a Mian need not worry. I have broken through to the 6th tier, which is half my hibernation time. Once I reach the 7th tier, I will no longer need to hibernate and can protect you during winter. Then I wish for you to break through to the 7th tier soon and elevate your strength. Understanding the dangers of the beast realm, Zhanjiang Mian felt an even stronger urge to smelt iron and forge a large sword for self-defense. The wood in the pit was now burning on its own, requiring no further attention from him. His task was to construct a furnace from the clay. Meanwhile, Shiyu had to prepare lunch. Jiang with his backpack, set out to dig clay, wetting it with water to create a slurry, which he then piled up to form an iron smelting furnace. The construction of the furnace consumed considerable time, and before long, it was afternoon. Ling Miao had also returned, appearing somewhat dejected, his once glossy fur now looking disheveled. He bore 3 robust wild chickens on his back. Upon seeing Jiang approach with tear-filled eyes, he dropped the chickens onto the ground and began to lament his struggles. "Brother, I feel so disheartened. I only caught 3 wild chickens. I am utterly useless." Life was challenging, and he needed to cling to his brother's support to secure his sustenance. "Did you not vanish for the entire morning to hunt chickens?" "Yes, I typically do not contribute much, so I thought I would try hunting to make some contribution." "Who knew it would be so difficult?" "Boo-hoo," he refrained from mentioning that Shiyu had punished him by sending him to hunt, opting instead to frame it as a selfless act of contribution. This made him appear understanding and grateful. By the end of his tale, he burst into tears, a pitifully considerate cat. Jiang sighed. "Who says you have not contributed? Your claws are sharp. They not only help with woodcutting but also with digging. Your contribution is significant. Without you, how could we have constructed the house and table so swiftly?" He comforted the cat, wishing to stroke its fur, but his hands were muddy and unsuitable for touching Ling Miao. Just then, Shiyu approached, announcing that the meal was ready. When he looked at Ling Miao, his gentle expression shifted dramatically. Jiang gazed at the 3 lifeless wild chickens on the ground and said, "Brother, we should tend to these wild chickens first. It is hot, and leaving them like this will cause them to spoil." Chapter 39. Together in washing, whoever caught them should handle them. Ling Miao, with his claws, would find it easier to process the wild chickens. Ling Miao, hearing this, mentally cursed Shiyu's ancestors. Readers, what say you? Is this what a human would say? How could you, serpent beast man, make me work after toiling all morning without offering me a meal? He then turned to Ling Miao with a pitiful gaze. "Brother, I'm hungry." Jiang had no resistance to such adorable, furry creatures, especially those that could speak. He replied, "Then let us eat first before processing. Tonight we shall feast on fragrant baked chicken. The furnace will surely be completed before nightfall, and then we can use it to prepare the baked chicken in the afternoon." After a brief rest, Jiang resumed constructing the furnace, and before long, it was completed. He surveyed his work with satisfaction and went to wash his hands in preparation for dinner. Strolling downstream along the river, he gathered lotus leaves, ensuring they were clean before returning. He cleaned Ling Miao and Shiyu, then retrieved the wild chickens stored in the basket. He had previously instructed that, after processing, they should be marinated with ginger, garlic, chili, and salt to enhance the flavor. The wild chickens he took out were already marinated. Jiang sliced ginger, minced garlic, and shredded chili, mixing them with salt, which he then stuffed into the chicken's cavities and spread over their surfaces. He wrapped them in lotus leaves and secured them with rice stalks, adding another layer of lotus leaves before binding it all together. Following the same method, the 3 wild chickens were quickly prepared. He then brought the wrapped chickens to the side of the furnace, using the remaining clay to encase the lotus leaves. Once securely wrapped, he set them aside. "Mian, what are you doing?" At that moment, Shiyu approached, wielding a wooden stick for digging, preparing to make a clay oven chicken. "Brother, have you finished tilling the land?" Shiyu nodded, glancing at the 3 clumps of mud on the ground, aware of what the other intended to do. "Though you require my assistance with something unfamiliar to you." Jiang waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, if you are done, you should rest. If you find it hard to relax, perhaps you could gather more grass and place it under the eaves to feed the white sheep." As he spoke, he sighed and jested, "It's a pity we only have 1 sheep. I wonder if it feels lonely." He lamented the fact that all the wild chickens they caught were roosters, wishing for hens to lay eggs and produce chicks, thereby providing a continuous supply of chicken meat. He was merely expressing a thought, yet Shiyu took it to heart and resolved to hunt for hens the next day. There's no need to rush. Capturing hens is essential, but it can wait. Now is a prime time for hunting. We should seize the opportunity to gather more game before it becomes scarce, Shiyu explained. After a while, as the leaves turn yellow and begin to shed, it will become increasingly difficult to hunt. Then, brother, you can confidently go hunting tomorrow. With me and the spirit cat at home, nothing will go awry. With that, he urged Shiyu to rest, he ignited a fire in the furnace, adding wood once it was well ablaze, and placed the 3 mud clumps inside, covering them with kindling. Next, he fetched flat stones to cover the top and went to wash his hands by the river. In the evening, he retrieved the stones and, at the exit, took out the rice dumpling. Upon seeing the mud clumps, the spirit cat recalled the clay oven chicken Jin Jiangmian had made previously and immediately salivated. "Brother, I can already smell it, but I haven't even removed the outer layer of mud yet." "How can you smell it?" Jin Jiangmian replied, knocking off the encasing mud and using bamboo tongs to place the wild chicken wrapped in lotus leaves into a basket, which he then carried back. He laid the items on the table, untied the rice straw, and peeled back the lotus leaves, revealing the succulent chicken beneath. "It smells so delightful," the spirit cat exclaimed, unable to resist extending its paws to grasp a chicken leg. A mere glance from Shiyu made it retract its hand in fright. Jan Jiangmian first pushed a piece toward Shiyu, respectfully stating, "Brother, please eat first." He then took a chicken leg from one of them and placed it in the spirit cat's bowl. "Here, little greedy cat, enjoy." He too began to devour a chicken leg. After seasoning, the clay oven chicken was far more delectable than the previous clay oven chicken he had made. His appetite surged, and soon he had finished one chicken leg. He reached out for a chicken wing, preparing to pull it apart when he caught sight of the spirit cat's sparkling eyes. He then pushed the remaining chicken toward it, saying, "I want to help you with the rest. This one is all yours." Jin Jiangmian had a small appetite. One chicken leg and a large wing sufficed for him, especially when paired with a bowl of rice. The spirit cat, however, had a much larger appetite, consuming most of the chicken and 2 bowls of rice before finally licking its fur, satisfied. Shiyu, with an even greater appetite, devoured both clay oven chickens, still appearing unsated afterward. He anxiously asked, "Brother, are you full? If not, I can stir-fry the leftover rice with the remaining meat for a late-night snack." "That I'm full," Shiyu replied, though he wasn't entirely satisfied and could still eat more. However, he refrained from voicing this to avoid troubling Jin Jiangmian. After finishing the meal and sitting for a while, Jin Jiangmian yawned. "Brother, I'm going to take a bath and then rest." With that, he stood up to leave. "I'll go with you." Shiyu said, "Is that appropriate?" Jin Jiangmian felt uneasy. It wasn't out of shyness. They had become brothers, both being men with nothing to feel embarrassed about, yet he feared he might feel inadequate. "What's inappropriate? I'm considering your safety. It's getting dark. If a wild beast appears, I can't protect you." The spirit cat, licking its paws nearby, internally scoffed at Shiyu. Here, in this area rich with the scent of 6th-tier beastmen, wild beasts would never dare to venture, as Shiyu marked the territory daily. Clearly, he was trying to take advantage of the situation. How insidious of him, however. Jin Jiangmian, who had been here for so long, had not seen any wild beasts while bathing at night. "I'm just worried about unforeseen circumstances," Jin Jiangmian said. What could he say? He could only silently agree. The two walked to the river together, and Shiyu, though bold, stripped off his clothes and entered the water. "Mian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and get in." "Oh." Jan Jiangmian responded, trembling as he entered the water, his clothes still intact. Shiyu felt a tinge of displeasure at this. Why didn't Jin Jiangmian undress to bathe? Was it because he didn't wish to reveal himself in front of him? This thought weighed heavily on Shiyu's heart. If Jin Jiangmian was unwilling to expose himself, it implied a lack of affection towards him, while Shiyu took pride in displaying his form before Jin Jiangmian due to his fondness. "Mian, you don't need to undress to bathe," Jin Jiangmian awkwardly replied. "I think this way is sufficient." He felt overwhelmed by Shiyu's excellence in every aspect and didn't want to be compared unfavorably. "How can you wash properly without undressing?" Shiyu countered. "I believe I can wash clean this way." Jan Jiangmian lathered soapgrass, creating foam, and then rubbed it beneath his clothes. "See, this way I can get clean, right?" After a moment of silence, Shiyu devised a clever solution. He also took some soapgrass, lathering it to produce foam, then smiled gently and said, "Mian, let me help you. No need," Jan Jiangmian exclaimed, quickly blocking the gesture. "Thank you, brother, but I can manage." He hastily scrubbed himself a couple of times before rising from the river. "Brother, I'm done. Take your time with that." He grabbed his clothes, donned his grass shoes, and hurried back, leaving Shiyu momentarily stunned by his reaction. Meanwhile, the spirit cat, hidden in the shadows, was secretly delighted to see Shiyu flustered. Back in his own dwelling, Jin Jiang Mian's heart raced. The earlier scene replaying in his mind. How embarrassing! He realized that a bathing area must be constructed to avoid future awkward encounters. He changed out of his wet clothes and hung them out to dry before lying on his bed, contemplating the design while gradually drifting into sleep. To enhance his bathing experience without the discomfort of embarrassment, he resolved to build an outdoor bathing hut. He selected a location by the river, marking a square on the ground. Using wooden sticks, he dug a shallow foundation and surrounded it with timber. Palm leaves were cut and used as walls, securely tied to the wood to ensure privacy. Thus, the bathing area was constructed, albeit rather rudimentary. Being open to the sky, it still provided sufficient cover from view, serving its purpose of modesty. Positioned by the river, it would also facilitate water access. Presently, he lacked a wooden tub for bathing, so he called upon the spirit cat to assist in making one. The spirit cat, still craving the clay oven chicken from the previous night, asked eagerly, "Brother, what shall we eat tonight?" Its eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What do you wish to eat?" Jin Jiang Mian inquired, continuing his work as he assembled the wooden handle, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The clay oven chicken from last night had been delicious, and the spirit cat nearly drooled at the thought. "Oh, but we need to let our domesticated wild chickens breed. We can't kill them just yet." Upon hearing this, the spirit cat wagged its tail and declared, "Brother, I'm going hunting now." It was quite eager when it came to food. "Go ahead," Jin Jiang Mian urged. Jin Jiang Mian gently patted its head, and the spirit cat swiftly darted into the Shaolin temple. He then took his basket to select stones, knowing that iron must be extracted from iron ore, which has a reddish-brown surface. The deeper the color of the stone, the more iron it contains. He sifted through the stones, collecting a basketful to bring back and pour in front of the furnace, before continuing his selection. Since he was merely experimenting with iron smelting, he refrained from bringing back an abundance of ore. Fearing that failure would render his efforts futile, he crushed the iron ore into smaller pieces with stones, gathered them, and stored them in the basket for tomorrow's use. After a busy half-day, he washed his hands and prepared a meal. Just as the spirit cat returned, carrying 5 wild chickens, it shook its body, causing the 5 chickens to tumble to the ground, one still flopping about, giving the impression of a creature that had met its demise but was still being subjected to indignity. The spirit cat emitted a contented gurgle, not out of hunger, but out of sheer delight at its own size. "Brother, I have captured 5 wild chickens. Let us prepare them for dinner tonight." Jin Jiang Mian glanced over and noticed that one was still barely alive. As if experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality, attempting to rise and flee. The spirit cat was too swift. It pounced with a single paw, ending the chicken's life on the spot, showing no mercy. The wild chickens were left speechless, undoubtedly harboring a myriad of curses towards the spirit cat in their hearts. Oblivious to their silent rage, the spirit cat proudly declared, "Fortunately, my speed is unmatched. Otherwise, it would have escaped." Jin Jiang Mian responded with enthusiasm, giving a thumbs up in praise. That evening, when she returned, Jin Jiang Mian had already placed the wild chickens on the grill. He returned with a chicken coop, which indeed contained a hen. Jin Jiang Mian approached, placing the wild chickens into the coop and scattering some rice to feed them. "Big brother, you're back. You've worked hard. I have something wonderful to show you." With that, he led him to the open-air bath he had constructed. Shiyu, perplexed, did not anticipate the purpose of this roofless little structure. "What is this for?" he inquired. "It's for bathing. Look, there's a large wooden tub filled with water. You can wash inside without fear of being seen." Upon hearing this, Shiyu's expression softened slightly, though he appeared somewhat displeased. He contemplated whether to find a moment to discreetly dismantle this little house, suggesting it had been toppled by wild beasts. As he entertained this thought, a smile graced his face as he gently remarked, "Ah, Mian, your thoughtfulness is commendable. That, of course, I must enhance our quality of life." Jin Jiang Mian replied. The spirit cat, eavesdropping, felt a surge of satisfaction. Now, the serpent beast man could no longer sneak a bath in the river, thus unable to take advantage of Jin Jiang Mian. Surely, the serpent beast man must be feeling quite disgruntled, yet he could not voice his discontent. It was as if he was a mute, suffering in silence. Shiyu finally understood the feeling of being trapped, reflecting on whether he had perhaps overstepped the previous day, in the dark of night. As he descended the steps, the spirit cat inquired, "Oh, you're not climbing through the window tonight?" surprised to see him heading outside. It was taken aback. Silence, Shiyu reprimanded softly. The spirit cat licked its paw. Watching as he made his way towards the riverbank, it had assumed that the serpent beastman had changed his ways and would not sneak into Jin Jiangmian's room. However, it was not long before he returned, transforming into a small white snake and slipping through the window. The spirit cat remarked, "A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement." The next day, as Jin Jiangmian rose to wash by the river, he was astonished to find that the bathing area he had constructed had collapsed. "What is happening? Was the wind particularly strong last night? Why did my shower area fall? It shouldn't have, as I would have woken if the wind had been that fierce." He had slept soundly, not stirring at all, leading him to suspect that perhaps wild beasts had been responsible. Just then, Shiyu arrived, and he pointed at the fallen bathing area, his expression serious. "I suspect wild beasts are lurking. Did you hear any unusual sounds last night?" "No," Shiyu replied, shaking his head. "I'll ask the spirit cat later. If there are indeed wild beasts about, this place is not safe. We must set some traps." Jin Jiangmian brushed his teeth with willow twigs, washed his face, and returned to the house. He asked the spirit cat if it had heard any strange sounds or seen any wild beasts. The spirit cat shook its head. It was still puzzled as to why Jin Jiangmian was asking such questions. With the presence of a sixth-tier beastman, ordinary wild beasts would not dare approach. If it were not an ordinary beast, they would surely have attacked. How could the night have passed so peacefully? That is strange. If there were no wild beasts, how did my bathing area collapse? Could it have been the wind that blew it down? Did I sleep so deeply that I missed the howling winds? The spirit cat's expression shifted. It recalled that last night, the serpent beastman had walked towards the river and returned shortly after, leading to the realization that he had gone to cause mischief, so cunning and crafty. Bah! Yet, it dared not voice this thought, as the serpent beastman's gaze was far too intimidating, instilling a sense of dread that silenced it. "Perhaps I slept too soundly last night and missed any commotion," the spirit cat suggested. Shiyu sat down, attempting to smooth over the situation. "Amion, do not dwell on it. Bathing can be done directly in the river. If it has collapsed, so be it. It is of no consequence. All right then, I shall not dwell on it. Although it has fallen, the materials remain. I can easily reconstruct it shortly." Shiyu felt a wave of exasperation as he pondered why he had kept the materials instead of tossing them into the river to be washed away. What a miscalculation! The spirit cat discreetly observed Shiyu's expression, feeling a sense of delight. To further irk him, it added, "Brother, let me assist you in rebuilding. Why claws can help you carve the wood. This time, we shall construct a more sturdy one, so the wind cannot blow it down." Shiyu harbored doubts about the spirit cat's intentions, suspecting it was deliberately trying to provoke him. The spirit cat, too, sensed the serpent beastman's gaze and chose to avert its eyes. As long as they did not meet, it would not feel fear. After breakfast, Jin Jiangmian and the spirit cat set out to repair the bathing area, leaving Shiyu to tend to the wild chickens and the sheep. Upon reaching the collapsed bathing area, the spirit cat began to clear the space, even suggesting using stones for reinforcement. The duo worked in harmony, swiftly restoring the bathing area. Next, they set about igniting the charcoal they had previously prepared. He took a stone hoe and a basket to gather the charcoal. Shiyu joined him, and together they removed the dirt, revealing the well-prepared charcoal beneath. After securing the charcoal, they could finally commence the iron smelting process. To elevate the temperature within the furnace, they would need a bellows. He fetched a large bamboo stalk, instructing the spirit cat to cut it, leaving one end intact to serve as a joint. They hollowed out a cavity in the joint to allow a straight stick to pass through effortlessly. The next task was to create a mechanism to produce airflow. He retrieved the chicken feathers he had saved and went to collect pine tree sap to use as adhesive. Subsequently, he had the spirit cat cut a round wooden board with a small hole in the center. They adhered the chicken feathers to the board before placing it inside the bamboo tube. Then, they inserted the stick through the hole, securing it with the pine sap, thus creating a small piston structure for the bellows. He stoked the fire in the furnace, adding charcoal and layering crushed iron ore on top, followed by another layer of charcoal. With the bellows blowing air, the fire blazed brighter and hotter with each pump of the piston. Shiyu watched intently, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, feeling a rush of heat and discomfort. Jin Jiangmian, feeling fatigued, paused for a moment and looked up to find Shiyu's gaze deep and contemplative. unaware of what occupied his mind. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" Shiyu snapped back to reality and shook his head. "Nothing, I'm going to take a bath." With that, he made his way to the river, shedding his clothes and transforming into a white snake, slipping into the water. Just moments before, he had been preoccupied, while Jinjiang Mian was diligently working. He chastised himself for losing focus. However, the thought of that particular matter brought him an undeniable thrill. Especially being here with Jinjiang Mian. This is troublesome. The blood is rushing again. How unfortunate. Shiyu transformed into a white snake to evade confronting the arousal he felt, allowing him to hide his physiological responses from view. Jinjiang Mian paused, pondering why his brother had suddenly decided to bathe. With Shiyu's departure, he sensed the rising heat from the furnace, soon breaking into a sweat. The spirit cat, unable to remain, made its way to the riverbank. Closer to the white snake, it felt the refreshing coolness. Confused, the spirit cat asked, "Why the sudden need for a bath?" Shiyu flicked his tongue, his gaze icy. The spirit cat, sensing the shift, wisely fell silent. Initially intending to call Shiyu over out of concern for his discomfort, it had completely forgotten its purpose. After a prolonged silence, it finally remembered to say, "You should hurry to brother's side. The fire from that furnace is hotter than the stove. He might just roast alive." Upon hearing the words, Shiyu transformed back into his human form, swiftly rising to don his garments and approach. Jinjiang Mian sensed the temperature of the airdrop, instantly aware that Shiyu stood behind him. "Mian, allow me to take over. You should rest." Jinjiang Mian shook his head in response. "This is my first attempt at smelting iron. I wish to be hands-on. Then I shall accompany you." Time seemed to slip away, and soon the furnace had achieved a qualitative leap. Jinjiang Mian could hardly contain his excitement as he removed the product from the smelting furnace. The iron block shimmered with an otherworldly glow, dazzlingly brilliant. "Wow, it's so radiant." This was merely a figment of Jinjiang Mian's imagination. In reality, the iron block was unsightly and marred with imperfections. "Is this truly iron?" Shiyu inquired, perplexed by the unattractive object and its purpose. "Indeed," Jinjiang Mian replied, yet there was no denying that he had failed. The iron he had forged was too brittle, shattering upon impact. Such a material was unsuitable even for crafting a hoe, let alone a weapon. Chapter 42. The failure of iron smelting and the upgrading of the chicken coop and sheep pen. Jinjiang Mian sighed in disappointment. Shiyu, puzzled, asked, "What troubles you?" "I have failed," Jinjiang Mian admitted, feeling the weight of disappointment despite having anticipated it. "No worries, take your time." "It's all right if it doesn't work out, brother. You remain quite optimistic." Jinjiang Mian forced a smile. The setback in iron smelting did not diminish his confidence. He resolved to wait a while before attempting again. The charcoal's temperature was insufficient, but perhaps when he found coal, he could succeed in the future. The following day, after freshening up, he fed the wild chickens with rice. Observing the growing number of chickens in the coop, he thought it necessary to construct a better chicken house to realize his ambitions in poultry farming. After breakfast, Jinjiang Mian and Shiyu sought out a clearing, clearing the ground of weeds. Jinjiang Mian marked the foundation's outline with a stick, laboriously digging into the earth to establish the base. Before long, the foundation was completed. The construction of the chicken house was akin to building a house, requiring the establishment of the main beam. Together, Jinjiang Mian and Shiyu secured the main beam into the earth, using bamboo as the walls, inserting each piece with care. Yet that was not all. To ensure the wall's stability, they mixed mud and plastered it onto the walls, forming an earthen barrier. After a morning of toil, the walls were finally erected. Jinjiang Mian stretched his back, a contented sigh escaping his lips, particularly enticing to those nearby. Shiyu, captivated by the sound, felt a stirring within him, pondering how delightful it would be to hear a Mian's voice every day. This thought, however, remained unspoken, as his expression betrayed none of the tumult within. While they worked side by side, Shiyu unconsciously inquired about Jinjiang Mian's future plans. Jinjiang Mian patted his shoulder, stating, "I have no grand ambitions. I simply wish to lead a better life alongside you, brother." Shiyu's heart swelled with joy at this sentiment. Living in this place, a Mian had no one to rely on but himself. As they spent day after day together, he nurtured the hope that one day, a Mian would accept him. There was no rush. The future stretched long before them. "We will surely thrive," Shiyu spoke softly, his words laden with deeper meaning. At that moment, Ling Mao approached, seemingly in a frenzy. Brother, why are you two so close? What of it? Jin Jiangmian replied, puzzled. Ling Mao fell silent. Even if he spoke, Jin Jiangmian might not believe him. I merely wished to inquire when dinner would be served. Jin Jiangmian chuckled. So you came just for food? Embarrassed, Ling Mao turned and walked away to at lunch. Jin Jiangmian served dishes to Ling Mao, who contributed a stream of corny compliments, oblivious to whether they were taken seriously. Brother, I seem to have gained weight lately because your presence weighs heavily in my heart. What would I do without you? I cannot eat without you. Do you know how I have fared all these years? I think of you constantly. The two at the table exchanged glances, speechless. Jin Jiangmian even speculated whether Ling Mao had been possessed by someone. For if he could traverse realms, it would not be far-fetched for another to inhabit a cat's body. How else to explain Ling Mao's drastic change? Are you all right? Jin Jiangmian asked with feigned concern. I have an ailment, one that manifests as a longing for you. You are my antidote. Jin Jiangmian retorted, Are you jesting? Shiyu slammed down his chopsticks, casting a cold glare at Ling Mao, causing the latter to shudder in fear, realizing he had overstepped. Your utter nonsense suggests you truly are unwell, Shiyu remarked nonchalantly, his tone devoid of any emotional shift. Ling Mao turned to Jin Jiangmian, eyes brimming with tears, adopting a strategy of feigned innocence. Brother, how difficult it must be to be around such a fierce being. If you were with me, I would never tire you. Your cooking is exquisite. Unlike that of the beast man, I relish every bite, and I would never toss my chopsticks while dining with you. Ling Mao's transformation from a domineering character to a coy one was nothing short of remarkable. Jin Jiangmian, taken aback, marveled at Ling Mao's untrained finesse, impressed by the prowess displayed. Enough jesting. Let us eat, he urged. Brother, you should eat as well. In the afternoon, Jin Jiangmian resumed work on the chicken house. Seeking palm leaves to cover the roof, with deft hands, he bound the bamboo strips tightly, ensuring no gaps remained, so that even during rain, the wild chickens would remain sheltered. Bai Yong, upon witnessing the chicken's abode and then glancing at his own humble pen, felt a stark contrast. Without comparison, there is no pain, he thought, shedding envious tears. Jin Jiangmian, observing the sheep pen, realized that while the chicken house had been upgraded, the sheep pen required attention as well. Fairness demanded a similar enhancement. The next day, after the chicken house's transformation from a rudimentary structure to a luxurious one, he set about upgrading the sheep pen to prevent Bai Yang's envy. Taking Ling Mao along, they ventured to chop trees, returning with their bounty. They marked out a larger square for the sheep pen. Together, they dug holes and inserted the cut wood into the ground. Next, they laid horizontal beams and secured them with bamboo strips to form a fence. However, merely having a wooden fence appeared inadequate. Jin Jiangmian followed suit, applying clay to the surface to create an earthen wall. He left a doorway on one side, fashioning a simple wooden door, and topped it with a thatched roof, allowing Bai Yang to seek shelter during sunny afternoons. Upon completion, Jin Jiangmian dismantled the inner wooden barriers, unveiling a more spacious sheep pen. Bai Yang bleated in gratitude, clearly content with the new living arrangements, hoping only that he would not meet a fate of becoming dinner. Jin Jiangmian affectionately patted the sheep's head, provoking Ling Mao's jealousy as he approached, lamenting, Brother, you've changed. What do you mean? Jin Jiangmian asked, confused. You used to only pat my head. Now you're petting Bai Yang too. Jin Jiangmian mused. Is Ling Mao expressing jealousy? How amusing. With a huff, Ling Mao turned away, leaving Jin Jiangmian feeling like a fickle-hearted individual. As the sky opened up with a light drizzle, Jin Jiangmian hurried back indoors, lamenting the untimely rain that had come so suddenly after a dry morning. Shiyu, too, returned, bringing in their belongings. The rain was accompanied by thunder and lightning, prompting Ling Mao to curl up in Jin Jiangmian's embrace, seeking comfort. How surprising that the mighty Ling Mao fears thunder. Jin Jiangmian teased, I am not afraid. I merely sought to comfort you. Ling Mao retorted, I am not frightened. Brother, you need not pretend. I know you are scared, Ling Mao declared, snuggling closer, his body betraying his words. Shiyu, observing this, cast a knowing glance. Had looks been weapons, Ling Mao would have been struck down. Mian, set him down. He should practice overcoming his fear, Shiyu suggested. Brother, do not heed his words. The civet did not engage in a direct confrontation with Shiyu. Instead, it sought to curry favor with Jin Jiangmian. In this household, the civet was acutely aware of who held the highest status. Big brother, it's timid. Just let it nestle in my embrace. It's no trouble at all. There was uncertainty as to whether a torrential downpour would follow, and whether the seedlings could withstand such a deluge. Jan Jiangmian's greatest concern was for the nurtured seedlings, which lacked protective film. Without safeguarding, a heavy downpour could prove catastrophic. A single storm could obliterate all the seedlings, and no need to fret. The rain outside is light, Shiyu reassured, patting Jin Jiangmian on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Though his true intention was to seek some physical contact, Jin Jiangmian did not perceive this, interpreting it merely as a reassurance. The civet, meanwhile, was internally mocking. Good heavens, this snake beast is truly cunning. Taking advantage of Gu without a hint of flaw. What a sly creature. Bah, what are you glaring at? No matter how you stare, I shall not leave Ji's embrace unless I plead for my father. Ha! The civet contentedly curled up in Jin Jiangmian's arms, relishing the warmth, indifferent to Shiyu's scrutinizing gaze. Shiyu was undoubtedly envious of the civet's freedom to be so unrestrained in Jin Jiangmian's presence. The civet's actions inadvertently sparked an idea in Shiyu's mind. Mian was notably gentle with harmless or weaker creatures. If he were to find a way to bridge their relationship, thoughts raced through his mind, and suddenly he devised a plan that could bring them closer together. Jin Jiangmian remained oblivious, unaware that he was about to step into someone else's scheme. He was preoccupied with the rain's intensity. Fortunately, after a considerable time, the anticipated downpour did not materialize. The thunder was loud, yet the raindrops were sparse, and the torrential storm remained a mere figment of imagination. Once the thunder ceased, Jin Jiangmian set the civet down and prepared to venture outside to assess the situation. However, just as he stood, Shiyu suddenly exhibited signs of distress, grimacing in apparent agony. Big brother, what's wrong? Please, do not frighten me. Jin Jiangmian exclaimed, panic gripping him as he witnessed Shiyu in such torment. He was frantic, utterly bewildered as to why Shiyu had suddenly changed. Mian, Shiyu struggled to speak, but before he could elaborate, his human form could no longer be sustained, and he transformed into a small white snake. Jan Jiangmian was left dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the diminutive white serpent. What on earth? He thought, bombarded by questions. Big brother, how did you become such a tiny snake? Shiyu tilted his head weakly, responding, I forcibly regained my strength during the battle with the monster, but now the backlash has struck. Jin Jiangmian, unsure of how to assist, inquired, then how can I help you return to your former self? A period of rest will suffice. There is no need for concern. For now, I can only maintain this state. Shiyu reassured Dado, that is a relief. Big brother, do not worry. I will take good care of you. In an unprecedented gesture, Jin Jiangmian reached out and gently stroked the head of the white snake. The small white snake, in its transformed state, appeared rather endearing, its body cool to the touch, devoid of any sticky sensation. Big brother, you and the civet stay indoors. I will check on the seedlings. With that, he stepped outside. The civet scrutinized the small white snake, pondering whether Shiyu was merely deceiving him. The earlier expression of agony did not seem feigned. Could it be that Shiyu truly had transformed into a powerless little white snake? That would indeed be a cause for celebration. If the small white snake had weakened, it would imply an inability to contend with him, right? With this thought, the civet felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. Contemplating how to teach Shiyu a lesson before Jin Jiangmian returned, the civet and the small white snake exchanged incredulous glances. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? The civet remarked, extending its sharp claws. What do you intend to do? The small white snake retorted, unperturbed. What do I intend? Naturally, I seek to avenge the grievances you inflicted upon me. Upon hearing this, the small white snake's icy gaze swept over, exuding the pressure of a sixth-tier beast, suppressing the civet. You may attempt it. The civet immediately backed down, intimidated by the chilling tone, which seemed devoid of pretense. Could it be a ruse to elicit sympathy from Jin Jiangmian? Are you pretending? The civet asked incredulously. Shiyu offered no reply, instead climbing onto a chair. You are merely putting on an act. Do you believe I won tell Gu? The small white snake, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, go ahead. In his current state, Jin Jiangmian would undoubtedly be incredulous of any pretense. Tio draw Jin Jiangmian's attention more keenly and advance their relationship, employing a few tactics seemed harmless. The male beasts of the Peacock clan were known for their vibrant displays to attract mates. Was it so wrong for him to use a few methods to seek affection? The civet's pupils constricted as it internally raged. This snake beast is utterly devoid of honor. That night, after a long day of toil, Jin Jiangmian lay down to rest, ready to close his eyes. The small white snake slithered through the window, calling out to him, "Mian, I feel anxious. May I speak with you?" Jin Jiangmian sat up at the sound, catching a glimpse of the small white snake in the dim light. "Big brother, perhaps we can talk during the day? Is it that you do not wish to talk to me, or do you despise my current form?" "No, big brother, how could I ever despise you?" Jin Jiangmian hurried to clarify, he thought to himself. Big brother must be feeling quite distressed after suddenly transforming. It was likely due to this inner turmoil that he found it hard to sleep. Chapter 44. The bed is too small. "Big brother, come up here." Jin Jiangmian shifted over to make space. The small white snake, feeling delighted, climbed up beside him. If one could see the snake's expression, it would surely depict a mix of joy and mischief. "How wonderful! Mian has invited me to share the bed," she thought. "With you by my side, I feel secure," he expressed earnestly. "I, too, feel at ease with you here." Jin Jiangmian responded, merely echoing Shiyu's sentiment, devoid of deeper intention. Shiyu was adept at capitalizing on such moments. With a little encouragement, he could shine brightly. With just a touch of color, he could become resplendent. As soon as Jin Jiangmian's words faded, Shiyu seized the opportunity, suggesting, "Since Mian and I share the same thoughts, why not make it a habit to sleep together? Sharing a bed would provide greater comfort, without the fear of danger." Jin Jiangmian quickly declined, "Big brother, I really don't think it's necessary to sleep together. The bed is too small. I barely have room to turn over as it is, and adding a little snake would only complicate matters." "What? Does Mian find me undesirable?" Shiyu inquired, tilting his head. "No, big brother, please hear me out. It's not that I find you undesirable. It's just that the bed is too small to accommodate more than one." Shiyu flicked his tongue. "That's simple. Look, I've transformed into a little snake. I take up hardly any space. Even so, that's not acceptable." "Why not?" Shiyu asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "The bed is too small. It's difficult to turn over. If I were to fall off, it wouldn't matter much, but if I were to accidentally crush you, that would be catastrophic." Jin Jiangmian was particularly restless at night, and given the bed size, he feared he might inadvertently harm the small white snake. "That is easy. Just bring my bed over, and we can combine them into one large bed," Shiyu joked. "Big brother, you truly have a penchant for jest." Jin Jiangmian was at a loss for how to respond. Thankfully, fatigue soon set in, and he yawned, saying, "Big brother, perhaps it's best you return to your own room to rest. I, too, need to get some sleep." Shiyu chose not to insist. He understood that such a move would only backfire. Thus, he acquiesced with a tone of profound melancholy, slithering down from the bed to depart. Upon hearing the despondency in his tone, Jin Jiangmian felt a surge of inexplicable guilt. Big brother had suffered a backlash, and he was feeling unwell. Yet he had failed to comfort him and had even sent him away, which felt rather inconsiderate. Jin Jiangmian pondered over this and resolved to prepare some delicious food the next day as a means of recompense. Having transformed into a small snake due to the backlash, and feeling anxious, Jin Jiangmian was determined to create a dish he had never made before to soothe Shiyu. Early the next morning, he cooked rice porridge, and after finishing breakfast, he went to tend to the sheep and wild chickens. After completing these mundane tasks, he soaked some rice and set out with the civet in search of suitable stones for a stone milled. Shiyu attempted to follow. Jin Jiangmian stopped him, saying, "Big brother, your health is compromised. You should rest at home. Mian, I wish to assist you," Shiyu replied, flicking his tongue. "There's no need. It's not a difficult task, just finding stones. I'll manage with Xiaopang." With an unassailable tone, he insisted that the small white snake stay home. The civet chimed in lazily, "Gu is right. Your body has suffered a backlash. You should rest well. Ji is concerned for your health. So you should heed his words." On the surface, the words seemed perfectly acceptable, leaving no hint of impropriety for the listener. Yet, in the heart of Shiyu, it is a matter of schadenfreude. Ling Miao is well aware that his body is perfectly fine, having not suffered any backlash. However, he cannot afford to reveal the truth just yet. He still hopes to elicit sympathy from Jin Jiangmian by feigning weakness. Big brother, rest well. We shall return shortly. With that, Jin Jiangmian took Ling Miao and departed. She watched their retreating figures, a sudden feeling of having made a blunder washing over him. He had acted impulsively. Employing such a method was ill-conceived. Now, the distance between them had not lessened, and he could not venture out with a Mian. By the riverside, the water surged rapidly. Jan Jiangmian ventured downstream in search of stones, sifting through many without finding a suitable one. The millstone was generally cylindrical in shape, yet he found nothing fitting on the ground. After a considerable distance, he finally spotted a suitable stone. Having walked such a long way, he decided to sit and rest before devising a plan to transport the stone back. It was rather large, and although Ling Miao could alter his size, it might not be able to carry it back, brother. That fish is quite peculiar, Ling Miao exclaimed in astonishment, positioning himself beside Jan Jiangmian. Following Ling Miao's gaze, he observed an enormous fish tail protruding from the surface of the river, with the rest of its body submerged. This was his first encounter with such a wondrous fish, which, astonishingly, had its tail exposed to the sun, basking in the warmth. Could it be a fish that enjoys sunbathing? Ling Miao erupted into laughter, unabashedly exclaiming, "Brother, this fish is utterly foolish, ha ha." Perhaps the fish had keen hearing and could comprehend human speech. Upon hearing Ling Miao's words, it swiftly retracted its tail. Then a whirlpool formed on the water's surface, and a column of water surged upwards, launching an attack toward the toot. Sensing danger, Ling Miao immediately enlarged his form, shielding Jin Jiangmian behind him. "Brother, it's dangerous." The water column struck Ling Miao but was thwarted by his natural shield. Observing this, Jin Jiangmian furrowed his brow, eyeing the vastness of the beastly world. Wonders abound. Could that fish tail belong to some aquatic beast, akin to Ling Miao and possessing sentience and understanding human speech? We should evade, Jin Jiangmian suggested. Faced with danger, his instinct was not to confront it head-on, but to ensure their safety first. However, Ling Miao's comment seemed to have provoked the unknown creature. The water surface began to churn violently, resembling a deluge, and no matter how the water attacked, Ling Miao remained unscathed. It must be said that Ling Miao's defenses were remarkably formidable. At that moment, an unidentified creature emerged from the water. Its appearance was dazzling, shimmering with a bright blue light. Wow, what an extraordinary being! Jin Jiangmian shielded his eyes from the brilliance, his imagination racing. Yet, as the red light faded, a pearl-like orb floated toward them. The orb was hollow, with an opening at the top, filled with water. "You foul cat! You dare insult me!" A voice emanated from within the orb, followed by the emergence of a small, multicolored carp, predominantly blue and shimmering with a ghostly blue glow. Goodness! What a peculiar variant of a carp! It was evident that the small carp was acquainted with Ling Miao. "What are you doing here?" Ling Miao exclaimed, his temper flaring. "Why can't I be here? It's been ages since we last met, and you still act so haughty." The small carp retorted, delivering a heart-wrenching blow. "After all this time, you remain as unattractive as ever. You dare say that? You are the ugly one, utterly useless, only good for eating." Ling Miao shot back defiantly. "You are the one who is all show and no substance. A worthless fish." They exchanged insults, their quarrel growing increasingly heated. Jin Jiangmian observed the escalating dispute, exasperated by the childishness of their bickering. "Enough. What deep-seated grievances do you have? Why are you squabbling?" The small carp huffed. Sizing up the one who interrupted their quarrel, with an air of disdain, it directed a scornful glance at Ling Miao. "How disappointing. You are associating with a sub-beastman." Before Ling Miao could respond, the orb drifted toward Jin Jiangmian. "Greetings, sub-beastman. I am the small spirit fish, capable of bringing good fortune, far more useful than Ling Miao. Keep me and discard him." Ling Miao was rendered speechless, wanting nothing more than to leap up and kick the insufferable fish away. Just moments ago, it had displayed disdain, and now it sought to usurp his position. "Pa, devious little fish." "No," Jin Jiangmian firmly rejected, just as he had initially turned down the idea of adopting Ling Miao. "Why not?" The spirit fish exclaimed incredulously. "I am a spirit fish, capable of bringing auspiciousness, luck, and prosperity. The creatures of the sea would kneel in reverence, yet you, a sub-beastman, treat me with disdain. I do not keep fish. You hold no value for me. Ling Miao's claws can assist in cutting wood, but what use is a fish? You cannot chop trees or hunt. Bringing you back would simply mean adding another mouth to feed. Quite possibly a troublesome one at that. Why would I want to invite trouble upon myself? I am a spirit fish, capable of bringing good fortune to the tribe, luck, and prosperity, the spirit fish reiterated. Still incredulous, I am a solitary beast man, not a member of any tribe. What? You do not dwell within a tribe? The spirit fish was left questioning the very essence of its existence. A sub-beastman was typically weak, lacking the protection of a tribe. How could one survive in the wild? Any wild beast could easily devour him. Ling Miao reveled in Jin Jiang Mian's refusal to take in the spirit fish, joyfully proclaiming, "Did you hear that? Brother won't take you in. You might as well return to the sea." The spirit fish, momentarily infuriated, displayed an air of aloofness, its expression clearly one of indignation. Should it have been able to display emotions? It would certainly convey. It left with a parting remark, "You will regret your choice today," before drifting back into the river. The spirit fish, originally from the sea, had ventured here as this river ultimately flowed into the ocean. Following the current, it had arrived at this spot. After the spirit fish departed, Jin Jiang Mian turned to Ling Miao and inquired, "You know that fish? Alas, it is a tragic tale." Ling Miao feigned sorrow, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, adopting a somber demeanor. "Do tell," Jin Jiang Mian urged, settling onto a nearby stone, shielded from the sun by the shade of a tree. "Why, memories are a blur. I only recall that I once pawed at it, and it has harbored a grudge ever since. In truth, Ling Miao had no real recollection of the incident. So much time had passed that no one could remember such trivial matters. Cats and fish were inherently at odds, and their bickering stemmed from their very natures. "How did you paw at it?" he asked. Ling Miao pondered deeply for a moment before recounting. At that time, the spirit fish had just been created, still essentially a juvenile. Naturally, I needed to take good care of my new companion, so I approached the orb and extended my paw to retrieve the spirit fish from within. The spirit fish, having been plucked from the water, flailed about in a most comical manner. The newly created small spirit fish could not speak, only managing to emit sounds akin to a babbling infant. Ling Miao's paw rested upon the spirit fish's body, a grin spreading across his face. It wasn't until a hand seized him by the scruff of his neck, lifting him away, that Ling Miao curbed his mischievous tendencies and became obedient. The spirit fish was liberated from his clutches, and thus began their enmity. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiang Mian inquired, "Who created you both?" Ling Miao looked up, his expression transforming into one of pride. "Of course, it was the great beast god who created me." "What does the beast god look like?" Jin Jiang Mian continued his questioning. "I have no idea." Ling Miao only knew that the beast god had created him, but had no recollection of the beast god's appearance. "How can you not know? From your earlier account of your feud with the spirit fish, you must have encountered the beast god and spent time together." "How would I know? I cannot remember everything." Jin Jiang Mian sighed, having grown weary of this line of questioning. "Let us not dwell on this issue. We should focus on finding a way to transport the stone back. Brother, what more is there to consider? With me here, I can carry it back." "Which stone are you referring to?" Ling Miao replied confidently, believing that moving a stone was a trivial task. Jin Jiang Mian pointed to a large stone, saying, "That one. Go and carry it." Ling Miao glanced in the indicated direction and confidently declared, "Oh, such a small stone. There is no need to contemplate how to transport it back. I can effortlessly carry it." Jin Jiangmian stood up, pointing at the large rock beside him, and said, "This is the one I meant." Ling Miao's expression froze entirely. The height of the stone reached Jin Jiangmian's waist, yet its width was comparable to that of Jin Jiangmian's legs. The stone was heavy. Should Ling Miao transform to carry it back, it would be quite a feat. Although Ling Miao could change size like a beast man, there were limits to this transformation. The strength gained from enlarging was equivalent to the latent power within his body. "Brother, you need to think this through. This is beyond our capability to move. Perhaps we should ask the snake beast man to assist. They are all at the 6th rank, possessing unmatched strength. Coiling this stone back would be as effortless as drinking water." Ling Miao suggested to the contemplative Jin Jiangmian. Chapter 46. The Thoughts of the Snake Master. "What are you saying?" My elder brother has transformed into a little white snake. What should we do? Ling Miao suddenly realized he had nearly let slip too much, but fortunately, he could cover it up. Let us wait for the snake beast man to recover before moving it back. However, Jin Jiangmian pondered. But then my rice will be soaked for nothing. Thus, he could only seek a smaller stone to bring back for the stone mill. After some searching, they finally found a suitable one upon returning. The little white snake emerged, coiling around Jin Jiangmian's leg. Mian, why have you tarried outside for so long? Jin Jiangmian felt a chill at his leg, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Brother, get off my leg. The little white snake, feeling cold and with a touch that made one tremble, stubbornly continued to coil upwards. Mian, are you disdainful of your elder brother? Snake Master adeptly seized upon this, and Jin Jiangmian found himself at a loss for words. In haste, Jin Jiangmian replied, No, brother, you are overthinking it. How could I ever disdain you? He thought to himself, the sudden backlash must have struck my brother hard. Otherwise, he would not be so concerned about whether he is being disliked. After enjoying his advantage, Snake Master decided not to press further and unwound himself from Jin Jiangmian's elegant eye. In truth, he yearned to maintain contact a little longer, yet the more he coiled upwards, the more he struggled with his impulses, fearing he might do something that would cause Jin Jiangmian to detest him even more. Thus, he managed to restrain himself. After descending, Snake Master mentioned needing to wash himself and hurriedly slithered away, disappearing in a flash. Diving into the river, he finally found solace. His skin was icy, yet within, he burned with heat, experiencing the torment of an ice and fire dichotomy. He understood the sensation of fiery warmth encased in coldness, a feeling that ensnared him and magnified his innermost desires. Snake Master craved Jin Jiangmian, not as a brother but as a partner, a lover, a beloved. Transforming into his human form, he soaked in the river, closing his eyes and allowing the water to wash over him, his hands idly stirring the currents. Meanwhile, after the little white snake had left, Jin Jiangmian did not pursue but instead took a wooden chisel and began laboriously carving the stone block he had dragged back with Ling Miao. Ling Miao's claws proved useful as well. Once the rudimentary form of the stone mill was completed, he sat down and beckoned Ling Miao to join him for a moment, eyeing the basket on the shelf. There are dried fish in a bamboo bowl. I saved the leftovers from last time. You performed well today, so this is your reward. Upon hearing this, Ling Miao scampered off to enjoy the dried fish. Jin Jiangmian then rose and took the animal skin bag to the riverbank to wash it. To his surprise, he saw his elder brother had returned to human form, bathing in the water. He rushed over, astonished. Brother, you've reverted. As Jin Jiangmian's voice rang out, Snake Master opened his eyes, trembling, and ceased all movement. He appeared thoroughly exhausted, devoid of spirit, and his complexion had turned pale. Seeing this, Jin Jiangmian felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that I interrupted my brother's cultivation, causing him to suffer backlash again? Brother, your face is so pale. Are you all right? Jin Jiangmian hurriedly set down the bag, waded into the water, and supported him. Brother, let me help you up. Don't move, Snake Master weakly replied. His body leaned against Jin Jiangmian, reminiscent of one utterly drained of strength. Jin Jiangmian dared not shift, allowing his brother to lean against him. Holding him without uttering a word, he could feel his brother's warm breath against him and the rhythm of his heartbeat. The intimacy of this position was too suggestive. Had Jin Jiangmian been more aware, he would have sensed something amiss. However, his sole focus was on his brother's condition, leaving little room for other thoughts. After a moment, Snake Master's weak voice broke the silence once more. I've regained a bit of strength, but I still feel quite weak. That's good, brother. You scared me. I thought something terrible had happened to you. Once Snake Master steadied himself, he no longer leaned against Jin Jiangmian. His gaze deepened, a flicker of hope shimmering in his eyes. Mian, are you worried about me, concerned for my well-being? Of course, you are my sworn brother. If I don't worry about you, who else would I care for? Snake Master was not satisfied with this answer. His earlier act of feigning backlash and transforming into a little white snake was intended to draw Jin Jiangmian's attention, to have him focus more on him. However, when Jin Jiangmian followed Ling Miao outside, leaving him to rest at home, he realized this tactic was futile. Thus, he adjusted his approach, contemplating a facade of weakness that would elicit concern from Jin Jiangmian without leaving him alone at home. Mian, do you truly not understand my feelings? What's wrong, brother? It's nothing. Let us head back. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian immediately assisted Snake Master onto the shore. He washed the bag in his hands. And together they returned to the house. Brother, you should rest well. I will take care of everything, Mian. I'm nearly recovered. I'm fine now. Jin Jiangmian was puzzled. Do beastmen recover so swiftly? Just moments ago. He looked so weak, and now he seemed fine. Brother, perhaps you should still rest. More rest will aid your recovery. With that, Jin Jiangmian stepped outside, where he found Ling Miao licking its paws contentedly under the eaves. The fried fish is truly delicious, Ling Miao remarked, letting out a satisfied burp. Jin Jiangmian approached the shelf, took down the basket, and found it empty of dried fish. Goodness, you truly are a glutton, little orange cat. You devoured it all. Thankfully, he had not kept that colorful spirit fish, or he would have faced the challenge of feeding yet another mouth. Jin Jiangmian emerged, patting Ling Miao. Once you're full, it's time to get to work. He instructed Ling Miao to enlarge and assist with the stone mill, grinding the rice into a paste. Below, he placed a wooden bucket, ready to hold the clean animal skin bags for the rice paste. The rice paste needed to filter overnight, so he hung the bags on the shelf, with the bucket positioned below to catch the dripping water. The following day, Jin Jiangmian awoke and retrieved the filtered rice dough, placing it on a wooden workbench to knead. Snake Master was tasked with starting the fire and heating the pot. The fragrance of pork lard wafted through the air as Jin Jiangmian dropped the kneaded dough into the pan, flipping them with a wooden spatula until the rice pancakes were ready. The aroma brought back memories of childhood celebrations, a nostalgic scent wafting through the air. Chapter 47. The Foolish One. After breakfast, Snake Master ventured out to hunt, while Jin Jiangmian remained at home, preparing to construct a pig cage. With a pig cage, Snake Master could bring back any live catches he made. He glanced at the sunbathing cat. A smile creeping across his face, a smile akin to discovering gold, his eyes shimmering with delight. Ling Miao shivered, standing up and taking a step back. Brother, what are you planning? Jin Jiangmian's smile remained. Oh, nothing much. I just need a small favor from you. Ling Miao instinctively pressed its tail against itself, wanting to refuse. The next moment, it found itself scooped up, its belly fur ruffled vigorously. Little chubby, your fur is so smooth. With that, he carried Ling Miao into the mountains. To craft a pig cage, he would need bamboo. Poor bamboo brothers, having barely found a moment of peace, thought they were finally safe from the beastman's fears. Little did they know, today, the humans had returned. Jin Jiangmian, cradling a cat, walked with a slight waddle, looking quite comical. He surveyed the bamboo, his gaze reminiscent of a rogue admiring a beautiful woman, even reaching out to inspect them. He set Ling Miao down, pointing to a few stalks. These will do. The unfortunate bamboo had no chance to resist as Ling Miao ruthlessly severed them. Look, there's a beast man. Suddenly, sounds echoed through the forest, and several men emerged into Jin Jiangmian's line of sight. Here, the presence of sixth-tier snake beastmen was palpable. These beastmen were not supposed to approach. However, upon reflection, considering the formidable strength of the snake beastmen, why wouldn't they extend an olive branch and invite him to join their tribe? These beastmen belonged to other tribes, distinct from the one that had previously ventured to trade for salt, and thus they were unaware of Shiyu's temperament. They presumed that the snake beastmen would be eager to invite someone into their fold, welcoming their arrival with open arms. Yet, to their surprise, upon approaching, the first sight that greeted them was not the snake beastmen, but rather the sub-beast. Accompanying the sub-beast was a cat. As the men drew closer, they realized that the feline was a spirit cat. Heavenly Lord, a spirit cat was actually beside the sub-beast? Who are you? Jin Jiangmian inquired, his voice laced with caution. As they neared, his wariness intensified. One of the men, named Guawazi, spoke up. Greetings, sub-beast, I am Guawazi. We have come to invite the stray beastmen here to join our tribe. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian could hardly contain his amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. What on earth, Guawazi? What a peculiar name. Is there really someone named Guawazi? How utterly amusing. Oh, thank you, but we are not interested in joining a tribe at this time. Jin Jiangmian replied. Listening to the melodious voice of the sub-beast, Guawazi felt his heart flutter. He couldn't help but step forward, wanting to catch a whiff of the scent. As a hyena beast man, Guawazi had a keen sense of smell. Even from a distance, he could detect the alluring fragrance of the sub-beast. intoxicating him instantly. Why not? Joining the tribe would provide you with better protection. Honestly, you are the most fragrant sub-beast I have ever encountered. And I find you quite appealing. Why not come with me? I am quite formidable. As soon as Gwazi finished speaking, he lifted the hide of his garment, a grin plastered across his face. Jane Jiang Mian was taken aback. This fellow was truly something else. To strip off his clothing over a mere disagreement? He frowned, his gaze shifting elsewhere. Are you out of your mind? Gwazi, oblivious to the insult, misinterpreted Jin Jiang Mian's words as concern. Are you worried about me, sub-beast? Fear not, I am robust and quite capable. I do not fall ill. Jin Jiang Mian thought to himself that the man's tone hardly conveyed any sense of concern. The other party was simply overthinking things. Noticing the sub-beast's silence, Gwazi continued, Sub-beast, you were quite taken aback when you saw my prowess, weren't you? Come back with me to the tribe. Jin Jiang Mian was astounded. Was it typical in the beast world for beastmen to be so open? To profess their affections in such a manner right off the bat? Thankfully, his elder brother was not so perverted. No, I refuse, and I am not interested, Jin Jiang Mian stated bluntly. How could that be? You were clearly astonished when you saw my prowess. Gwazi was exceedingly confident in his endowment. Jin Jiang Mian felt exasperated and retorted, your self-awareness is lacking. That tiny thing, no bigger than a fingernail, indeed left me astounded. Gwazi, upon hearing this, grasped that the other was mocking him about his size. Internally crushed, he left with the other beastmen. Arriving at the riverbank, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water, consulting his companions. He even compared sizes, and after confirming his own superiority, his confidence surged once more. Gwazi was convinced that the sub-beast had merely been shy, hence the remark about size. After the beastmen departed, Jin Jiang Mian, along with the spirit cat, began transporting bamboo back. They stripped the leaves and cut the bamboo into segments with the spirit cat's claws. Utilizing stones to inscribe markings, the spirit cat handled the cutting while Jin Jiang Mian peeled the bamboo strips. Drawing from his memory, he deftly wove a large pigpen, a task he accomplished with great skill. The spirit cat tilted its head and asked, What is this? As it poked its head inside to inspect, Jin Jiang Mian replied, A pigpen, used for containing pigs. Upon hearing this, the spirit cat hurriedly exited. Why didn't you say so earlier? Well, you didn't ask, Jin Jiang Mian retorted as he continued weaving. When midday approached, he set down his work to prepare a meal. Little did he know, the beastmen had followed the enticing aroma and arrived. Gwazi, upon seeing the sub-beast's dwelling and the fire, was astonished. Stray beastmen had fire. Why was their dwelling better constructed than those in the tribe? Jin Jiang Mian furrowed his brow, glancing at the spirit cat. Chase them away. I'll prepare fried fish for you tomorrow. All right, brother, the spirit cat immediately responded, blocking the beastman's path. What do you want? Gwazi, though respectful towards the spirit cat, stated, We have come to invite individuals to join our tribe. The spirit cat retorted irritably, Didn't we already decline? Why are you back? With a grin, Gwazi looked around, noticing the absence of the 6th-tier snake beastmen. Gaining a bit more confidence, he said, Our tribe is also considering the stray beastmen. Joining the tribe would make winter easier to endure. Enough with the nonsense, leave at once, or I want to be polite. The spirit cat bared its claws, adopting a fierce demeanor. Gwazi, however, was unafraid. They posed no threat to the spirit cat, whose power was not formidable enough to intimidate him. Chapter 48. Teske, he was uncertain. The spirit cat's tone lacked any real intimidation. Seeing this, Jin Jiang Mian approached, brandishing a wooden stick menacingly. What are you barking about here? You were told not to join the tribe. Now be gone. Jin Jiang Mian's audacity stemmed from the backing of Shiyu. They would think twice before attempting anything with a 6th-tier beastman watching over. At that moment, Shiyu returned, and without hesitation, he swiftly drove the beastmen away. Brother, you're back? Shiyu nodded, saying, Apologies for not returning sooner. I'll handle these intruders. Perfect timing, Jin Jiang Mian replied, glancing at the pig lying on the ground. The wild boar had lost its vitality, its eyes wide open. Unblinking, it had been peacefully munching on corn when unexpectedly ambushed by the 6th-tier beastman. Meeting its demise, brother, let us eat first and deal with the pig later. All right. Shiyu transformed into his human form, exposing himself to Jin Jiangmian's gaze. Jin Jiangmian swallowed hard, uncertain of his feelings. He wanted to caution the other to be more modest, but Shiyu appeared entirely unbothered. As if nothing were amiss, if the other was not shy about being naked, why should he feel embarrassed? Jin Jiangmian, lost in thought, failed to watch his step and nearly stumbled. Oh no, he was about to fall flat on his face. Losing all dignity, fortunately, he was caught just in time, enveloped in Shiyu's embrace. Shiyu's voice carried a tone of reproach and concern. How can you be so careless? The close proximity allowed Jin Jiangmian to feel the warmth of Shiyu's breath against him. The intimate sensation stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. Shiyu, possessing a naturally cool demeanor, did little to alleviate the heat in the air. Jin Jiangmian's face flushed crimson. Unexpectedly, Shiyu asked, "What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" "And no." Jin Jiangmian quickly extricated himself from Shiyu's embrace and darted back to the stove. Shiyu, perplexed, donned his clothing and went to assist with cooking. As Jin Jiangmian sensed Shiyu's approach, his body stiffened, his mind racing with images of Shiyu's perfect physique. Each sculpted abdominal muscle was exquisite, and he thought about how it would feel to touch. Ugh, what was he thinking? How could he entertain such strange thoughts? After all, this was his sworn brother. How could he harbor such indecent notions? "Mian, let me help you," as the serpent approached the individual. He spoke gently, the distance between the two a mere inch, where a careless movement could easily lead to physical contact. The serpent's intention was to create such contact, relishing the closeness with Mian. Sometimes even doing so intentionally. For instance, while foraging for vegetables, he would deliberately reach for the same wild plant, seizing the opportunity to brush against the hand of the person he cherished. This small thrill was enough to keep the serpent in high spirits throughout the day. Similarly, during mealtime, he would purposefully scoop rice together, again allowing for an unintentional brush of hands. Such encounters inadvertently caused Jin Jiangmian's cheeks to flush, as if a certain emotion was quietly undergoing transformation. In the afternoon, the two worked together to dismember a wild boar, preparing smoked meat for preservation. During this time, Jin Jiangmian found himself avoiding the serpent's gaze, unable to meet his eyes. By evening, as he lay in bed, tossing and turning, he could not find rest, his mind replaying the day's events, causing his face to redden inexplicably. Frustrated and sleepless, he decided to rise and sit outside for a while. Seeking the cool breeze to calm himself, to his surprise, he found the serpent beneath the eaves, and he froze, unsure whether to retreat back to bed or to remain outside. The serpent stood there, bare, his silhouette conveying a sense of solitude. "Brother," Jin Jiangmian called softly. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Mian, why haven't you gone to bed?" Jin Jiangmian approached, his eyes scrutinizing the serpent's form. "Why are you not wearing any clothes?" He sat down beside him. The serpent raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's sweltering. What need is there for clothing?" Jin Jiangmian opened his mouth, but no words escaped. It was indeed difficult to refute the serpent's logic. Previously, when he lived in a rented room without air conditioning, he too had roamed about unclothed in the heat of summer, with only a fan for relief. "Are you afraid of me?" the serpent inquired, voicing his inner doubt. "No," Jin Jiangmian replied. "I sense you are avoiding me." Jin Jiangmian found himself at a loss for words. "You're overthinking it." "Brother, did I ask that so?" The serpent stood, looking down at Jin Jiangmian. The moon that night was particularly round and bright. Bathed in its light, Jin Jiangmian could clearly see the serpent, every detail laid bare before him. The imposing figure once again overwhelmed his senses, causing him to swallow hard before averting his gaze. The serpent lamented, "Mian claims he is not avoiding me, yet he cannot meet my eyes. Clearly, Mian does not regard me as a brother." Jin Jiangmian immediately defended. "How could that be? I definitely see you as my brother. Is that so? Then prove it." Jin Jiangmian was momentarily stumped, unsure how to demonstrate this. How can one prove such a thing? True feelings are revealed in times of hardship, but we have not yet faced such trials. How can I provide proof? The serpent replied nonchalantly. "It is quite simple. Brothers are candid and share a deep bond. If Mian is willing to partake in an intimate act with me, that would suffice as proof." Jin Jiangmian was perplexed. What intimate act do brothers engage in? Taking a bath together, for instance, the serpent suggested. In their world, It was common for a group to assist one another in cleaning by the river after a hunt. Yet Amion seemed to resist this notion. I do not understand why Amion is so averse to such a commonplace activity. In the world you spoke of, did brothers shy away from one another? Jiang Mian instinctively shook his head. In modern times, it was entirely normal for several men to embrace camaraderie, even comparing themselves in their youth to establish pecking orders. If the serpent were living in the present, he would undoubtedly be the alpha. Then why this reluctance? Is it not out of fear or disdain for me? Jiang Mian found himself unable to respond, recognizing the fallacy in this reasoning. He could not simply equate his discomfort with animosity. Despite wanting to counter the serpent's assertions, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The serpent continued, if you wish to prove your brotherly bond, let us bathe together. But we have already bathed, Jiang Mian protested. It matters not. One can always wash again. The serpent's eyes dimmed slightly as he added, of course, if Amion is unwilling, I shall not impose. Jiang Mian felt speechless. Though the serpent claimed not to force him, it seemed he had little choice in the matter. How could he escape this predicament? Very well, let us wash together with that. They made their way to the riverbank in an effort to affirm that he truly regarded the serpent as his brother. Jiang Mian suppressed his shyness and pretended to undress casually before entering the water. The serpent, in contrast, appeared entirely at ease. Once in the river, the serpent drew close to Jiang Mian. Brothers assist one another in washing. I shall begin with you, and you can help me afterward. Jiang Mian contemplated refusing, but in the spirit of proving his bond, he reluctantly acquiesced. This was precisely the outcome the serpent sought, akin to a skilled hunter setting a trap, anticipating the arrival of his prey. The serpent took soap, lathered it into bubbles, and gently applied it to Jiang Mian's skin, treating him as though he were a precious treasure. He began by kneading Jiang Mian's shoulders, saying, Mian, you appear to be afraid, so tense and rigid. I just wash like this, Jiang Mian countered. How could he not be tense? When had he ever allowed someone to scrub his back? He was a grown man, after all, and felt embarrassed. Now, he merely wished for the serpent to hasten his movements. There's no need to massage my shoulders. Just get on with it, he urged. The serpent replied unhurriedly. Why the rush? Is Amion so eager to finish, wishing to escape my company? The tone carried a hint of melancholy, leaving Jiang Mian at a loss for words. Then, brother, do as you please. The serpent continued to wash Jiang Mian's back, his hands moving to the front. Upon feeling the serpent's hand on him, Jiang Mian shivered and instinctively grasped the serpent's wrist. I can wash this part myself. You see, Amion is still resisting me. If we are to help each other wash, there is no need for shyness. We are brothers, are we not? Brothers share an intimate bond, even willing to lay down their lives for one another. The serpent's expression betrayed a sense of disappointment, leading Jiang Mian to fall silent. The serpent's scheme had succeeded, bringing him great satisfaction. Although he masked it well, time slipped away, and Jiang Mian eventually yawned. Shall we sit over there for a while? The moonlight is quite lovely. Jiang Mian, feeling too bashful to refuse, agreed. As they sat together, an awkward tension enveloped them. Jiang Mian struggled to think of a topic to discuss. He was not one to converse freely, and the silence felt uncomfortable. Yes, getting late. Perhaps we should return to rest. In earlier times, he would have been glued to his phone at this hour. So early? Is it too early? Do you not wish to spend time with me? No, you are overthinking it, Jiang Mian replied with an awkward chuckle. I'm just tired, and thank you for earlier. It's what brothers do, the serpent responded. Brother, do not hold back. Whatever it is, speak it plainly, and let us resolve our conflicts together. Jiang Mian nodded in agreement. Shiyu continued, therefore, do not refuse your elder brother's assistance. Shiyu had successfully grasped Jiang Mian's state of mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian gradually lowered his psychological defenses. When reason ebbed, he found himself unable to concentrate on discerning right from wrong. Jiang Mian's position became increasingly tenuous, and Shiyu supported him while reaching for the animal hide on the riverbank. Mian, let us sit down. What followed? No details, no imagery. Time passed. It was finally over. Jiang Mian's rationality began to return, and he found himself overwhelmed by complex emotions regarding the recent events. Was this truly permissible between brothers? He sensed something was amiss, but dared not inquire further. Why did it feel as though he had been ensnared? Elder brother, Something feels off. After much inner turmoil, he finally voiced his thoughts. Shiyu smiled. What seems off? That is merely your illusion. Jian Jiangmian found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly an illusion? Aware that he should not rush, Shiyu said, I understand, Mian, that you need time to process this. Tea is late. You should return and rest. Yet, when Jian Jiangmian's words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he could not bring himself to articulate them. It is nothing. Shiyu stood, gesturing for the other to return. Jian Jiangmian did not linger, rising with a tumult of emotions as he departed, back in his room. He lay down, exhaustion washed over him, and soon he drifted into slumber. The next day, Jian Jiangmian noticed that Shiyu did not mention the previous night's events, and naturally, he would not bring them up either. He thought to himself that, in Shiyu's mind, what transpired was merely a typical occurrence between brothers. His awkward demeanor only served to confirm his own overthinking. His elder brother regarded him as a true sibling. Yet here he was, lost in unnecessary musings. How inappropriate! Chapter 52. Too close for comfort. Jian Jiangmian chose to dismiss those errant thoughts, focusing instead on how to thrive in the wild beast realm. With crops now sown, the only missing element was vegetables. To expand his agricultural endeavors and diversify his food sources, today he planned to venture out once more with Shiyu in search of seeds to cultivate. If corn could be found in this beastly world, perhaps vegetables could be unearthed as well. This time, they did not follow their usual path. Jian Jiangmian, with a basket on his back, perched atop the great white serpent. As the serpent quickened its pace, he found himself struggling to maintain his grip. Elder brother, your speed is too swift. Slow down a bit. You are faster than a horse. Jian Jiangmian called out, urging the creature to decelerate. His tone, tinged with urgency, took on an unexpected pitch, inviting all manner of interpretations. Yet, to his dismay, the great white serpent seemed oblivious to his plea, continuing unabated in its speed. When he inevitably slipped off, he adjusted his position to cushion the fall. The coolness of the serpent's body alleviated the heat, stirring within him a peculiar sensation. He couldn't help but recall the absurdity of the previous night. In truth, setting aside reason, he found himself rather nostalgic for it. No, no, no. How could he entertain such thoughts about another? After all, the other was his sworn brother. Truly a transgression. Elder brother, please stop. We are far enough from home. Let me down so we can search for vegetables together. Upon hearing this, the white serpent finally halted at a Mian. I will slow my pace. You may continue to sit upon me and scan the surroundings. Once you spot some vegetables, you can dismount to gather them. Shiyu enjoyed having Jian Jiangmian seated upon him. In the beast realm, bearing someone he cherished was a matter of great honor and pride. Elder brother, I still wish to walk on my own. Jian Jiangmian opted to dismount, unwilling to let that strange feeling cloud his thoughts. He slid down but, in his haste, lost his footing and nearly fell. Fortunately, the serpent's tail caught him in time, preventing his tumble. Look at you. How careless. If it weren't for me, a Mian would have fallen. Elder brother, that was merely an accident, Jian Jiangmian explained as he urged the creature to retract its tail. The great white serpent had not donned any animal hide and was completely unclothed in its human form. Jian Jiangmian, noticing the sun's intensity, expressed concern. Elder brother, why did you not prepare clothing in advance? I believe clothing is unnecessary outdoors, Shiyu replied nonchalantly, appearing unfazed by the sun's rays. Next time we venture out, do bring some clothing. Being naked is rather unbecoming. Unbecoming or not, did the other not feel the heat of the sun? Jian Jiangmian's eyes landed on rapeseed flowers, now bearing fruit, their leaves shriveled. He approached, rubbing the seeds from the flowers, revealing mature rapeseed. He placed the seeds into his basket, continuing his search for other seeds. Mian, what is the purpose of this grass? Shiyu, unfamiliar with rapeseed, broke the silence with a question. These are rapeseed seeds, a vegetable that can be stir-fried. Mian is quite knowledgeable. Seizing the opportunity to flatter, Shiyu began to draw closer to Jian Jiangmian. Elder brother, you are getting too close. Chapter 53. In life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost. The space between them vanished, their bodies pressed closely together. Yet what Shiyu sought was far beyond mere proximity. He desired Jian Jiangmian's acceptance in his heart, to become partners, and perhaps even closer. He leaned in further, asserting, we are brothers. Is this not how it should be? While placing a hand upon Jin Jiangmian's shoulder, he could not refute the normalcy of such brotherly gestures. He suppressed the strange feelings that arose within him, choosing not to reject such behavior. What followed was an ambiguous series of actions, whether intentional or not, wherein Shiyu's hands engaged in subtle mischief behind Jin Jiangmian's back. Even on level ground, one could stumble. Shiyu feigned a fall, inadvertently causing both to tumble into his embrace. "Ouch!" Shiyu exclaimed, feigning pain. The act was so seamless that it elicited Jin Jiangmian's concern. "Elder brother, are you all right?" he inquired, worried as he found himself sprawled atop Shiyu, who had become his makeshift cushion. Hearing the muffled sound of the other's feigned discomfort, "I will get up now, Amion. Do not move just yet. Behind you lies a massive green serpent." What? What should we do?" Jin Jiangmian's hair stood on end. He dared not stir, aware that serpents were sensitive to movement. One wrong move could provoke an attack in their current position, with him above and Shiyu below. They were vulnerable should the serpent decide to strike. Could it be that these unfortunate brothers were to meet their end at the jaws of the green serpent? He had no desire for such a fate. He was merely in his 20s, a young man with aspirations yet unfulfilled in the beast realm. Should he really face an untimely demise? Jin Jiangmian lamented inwardly, unaware that Shiyu had deliberately misled him. "Do not worry. I shall release my pressure as a 6th-tier beast man. The green serpent will not dare to attack as long as we remain still. It will not strike in time. The serpent might even lose patience and pursue other prey." Jin Jiangmian listened to Shiyu's reasoning, finding it sound, and so he remained atop him, refraining from movement. Anxiety coursed through him, rendering his body tense, fearing that even a slight shift might provoke the great serpent behind them. "Amion, do not be afraid. I am here to protect you. Relax a little, elder brother." Jin Jiangmian felt tears welling up. His fear was overwhelming, making relaxation seem impossible. His heart could not match Shiyu's calm demeanor, which allowed him to remain composed even in the face of danger. Shiyu had lived in the perilous beast realm for so long that he had grown accustomed to such threats, maintaining his composure even in dire situations. But Jin Jiangmian was different. He had only recently arrived in this realm, having encountered nothing more ferocious than a tiger on television or in a zoo. He had never seen such colossal serpents in reality. How could he possibly relax? He had only just begun his journey in the beast realm, with much left to learn. "Amion, fear not. Even if I must sacrifice myself, I will ensure you remain unharmed." Upon hearing Shiyu's words in this moment of danger, Jin Jiangmian felt a surge of emotion. Truly, what a good brother he had. Even in peril, he had no thought of abandoning him. "Elder brother, you are too kind. From this day forth, I shall regard you as my own. In life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost." Chapter 54. A Bountiful Return. Shiyu selectively ignored the earlier words, focusing instead on the latter declaration. "You are mine. You are yours." When it comes to nitpicking, Shiyu was unmatched. No one dared to challenge him. The two individuals remained motionless in close proximity for an extended period, causing Jin Jiangmian to feel an unbearable stiffness in his body. If he did not move soon, he feared he would be incapacitated. As the saying goes, there are 3 urgent matters for a person. And the most pressing issue was not the stiffness of his body, but rather his urgent need to relieve himself, which was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. "Brother, has the green serpent departed? If it doesn't leave soon, I may very well perish, the kind of death that results from holding in one's bladder. Upon meeting the king of hell, should one inquire about the cause of his demise? It would be too embarrassing to admit that he died from bladder retention. It has left," Shiyu remarked, giving him a gentle push to allow him to rise. Jin Jiangmian took advantage of the support to stand up, though he was unsure if it was due to lying still for too long on the other person that his legs had gone numb. As he attempted to walk, he nearly stumbled. Jin Jiangmian hurried to a nearby spot, discarded his animal hide trousers, and without a thought for shame, relieved himself on the ground. At such a moment, who could afford to concern themselves with a shred of dignity? Comfort was paramount. As he released, a satisfied sound escaped him. Once tidied up, he turned to find his brother gazing at him with an ambiguous expression. Feeling a sudden rush of embarrassment, his ears flushed crimson as he weakly explained, "I couldn't hold it anymore. How awkward." So awkward he felt he could use his toes to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. "I am quite pleased. Amion no longer shies away from me. Jin Jiangmian, unsure how to respond, found it difficult to continue the conversation. The other seemed delighted that he had not avoided the act of relieving himself in his presence. What could he possibly say? Perhaps next time he could invite the other to join him in the act. Brother, let us search for other locations to see if we can find further treasures. Jan Jiangmian deftly shifted the topic, not wishing for the conversation to revolve around him. Very well. Shiyu transformed back into a great white serpent, inviting Jin Jiangmian to sit upon him. They traveled a considerable distance before arriving at a vast expanse of grassland. Had it not been for the visible mountain peaks, he might have mistaken it for a grand prairie. Jan Jiangmian slid from the serpent's back and rushed towards a small patch of peanuts he discovered. Brother, come quickly. Shiyu approached and, upon inspection, admitted unacquaintedness with the plant. Jan Jiangmian explained that it was a peanut and elaborated on its uses. He proceeded to uproot the peanuts, shaking off the soil before placing one into his backpack. He also spotted ripe pumpkins, their green fruits concealed beneath the leaves, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Amion. What is this fruit? Shiyu had never noticed such a fruit before and found it quite novel. This is not a fruit, it is a pumpkin, a type of vegetable. However, Jin Jiangmian's primary goal was not the green pumpkins. After inspecting the area, he discovered a large yellow pumpkin. This pumpkin was ripe, and he intended to take it home to extract the seeds for planting, ensuring a steady supply of pumpkins in the future. He harvested the yellow pumpkin, along with the green ones and the pumpkin seedlings, leaving nothing behind. Like a bandit raiding a village, he filled 2 backpacks to the brim, returning triumphantly. By the time they returned, it was already afternoon, nearing dusk. Jin Jiangmian's stomach began to grumble audibly. He cleaned the pumpkin seedlings he had brought back, preparing them to cook alongside some pork. Chapter 55. The pumpkin fool approaches again. Jan Jiangmian prepared 2 large bowls of stir-fried pumpkin seedlings with meat, inviting Shiyu and the spirit cat to join him for a meal. Perhaps due to his hunger, he savored the dish immensely, declaring the stir-fried pumpkin seedlings an absolute delight. Just as they were enjoying their meal, an uproar erupted outside, causing Shiyu to furrow his brow. I will go see what it is. Upon investigation, he discovered that the pumpkin fool, who had been previously chased away, had returned, defiantly claiming to be back with sincere intentions to invite them to the tribe. The pumpkin fool proclaimed, "We must prepare food for the winter. Join our tribe for security. Otherwise, what will become of the underlings during winter?" He spoke this deliberately to apply pressure on the snake beast men, believing that the underlings were their Achilles heel. The snake beast men were only at the 6th tier, and during winter, they would require hibernation for half the season. That time. Would it not leave the underlings alone to face the dangers of winter? If they did not consider this, it would indicate a lack of care for the underlings. It is not your concern, Shiyu retorted coldly, his tone laced with impatience. The repeated disturbances from these individuals were becoming tiresome. However, since they were merely extending an invitation to join their tribe and had not been offensive, he refrained from using force. Acting without justification would mean making an enemy of a tribe. When he was alone, he felt no fear, but now with Amion, he had to consider the consequences of his actions and whether he could bear them. Sneaky snake beast man, you cannot be so selfish. Do you not care about the underlings? The pumpkin fool continued to exert pressure by referencing Jin Jiangmian. Hearing this, Jin Jiangmian emerged from the house, stating, "Are you all going to yap like a dog endlessly?" He glared at them and continued, "Brother, you need not worry about me. Do not let them manipulate you." Upon hearing this, the pumpkin fool immediately replied, "I am only considering you, underling." Jan Jiangmian did not trust such unsolicited kindness. How could a tribe possibly take in a wandering beastman without ulterior motives? It was even less likely they were doing it for the sake of the underlings. He was well aware of the underlings' status. Among all beastmen, they held the lowest position. To survive, they could only rely on the strong beastmen. Clearly, the other party had a purpose, albeit one he could not discern. Apologies, but I am inherently rebellious and will not accept any benefits. Please leave and do not disturb us again. If you continue to intrude, do not blame us for being impolite. With that declaration, should they return again, it would be clear that they were in the wrong. Upon hearing this, the pumpkin fool had no choice but to lead his companions away. Once they had exited the marked territory, one named Lao Lu spoke up, "What shall we do? 6th-tier beastmen and spirit cats are vital to the tribe." The pumpkin fool shot him a glare, wishing to kick him. Just moments ago, Lao Lu had been silent, and now that they were outside the snake beastman's territory, he decided to speak, which was quite irritating. Did he not understand the importance of spirit cats and sixth-tier beastmen? Even if he did, it was evident they had already been rejected. If they disturbed them again, it would provide a reason to drive them away, leading to conflict. At such moments, he would be the one to question why Lao Lu had not spoken up earlier. The pumpkin fool was infuriated, raising his hand to strike. Chapter 56. Truly, what a talent. Brother, calm down, calm down. Lao Lu was anxious, as their tribe needed the inclusion of sixth-tier beastmen and spirit cats. Among them, one named Baba also intervened to analyze the current situation. We cannot approach the snake beastman's territory for a while. It would be better for us to return and discuss alternative strategies. The spirit cat is crucial to the tribe. With that, the pumpkin fool finally calmed down and refrained from striking Lao Lu. Once the others departed, Jin Jiangmian returned to the living room, where he found the spirit cat contentedly eating, seemingly indifferent to the commotion outside. Its sole focus was on food, regardless of the circumstances. Nothing could deter it from its meal. Little fatty, you are quite composed, not even curious about what transpired outside. The spirit cat flicked its whiskers and replied, if one is not enthusiastic about eating, one must have a problem with their intellect. If your mind wanders during a meal, it suggests you lack proper faculties. Jin Jiangmian had never felt so speechless as he did at that moment. The next day, Shiyu went hunting, bringing along the pig trap he had crafted. Jin Jiangmian organized the seeds he had collected the previous day. Aside from the rapeseed, the rest needed to be sun-dried. He took a stone hoe to till the soil in the cultivated area, turning it over several times before heading to the river to gather silt. Did he appear to be playing with mud or catching loaches? No, he was filling buckets with the silt to transport back and spread over the tilled earth, enhancing its fertility. With such agricultural expertise, Jin Jiangmian truly excelled as a cultivator. The village elders praised him, and the village matriarch even contemplated taking him as a son-in-law. The spirit cat observed, then politely inquired, is there anything I can assist you with, brother? The implication being, if there was nothing to assist with, it would rather indulge in play. Go cut some grass, little fatty. Please call me Batian. Do not refer to me as little fatty. The spirit cat was quite particular about its name. What is the matter? Is little fatty not affectionate enough? Jin Jiangmian believed the term sounded more endearing. Humph, underling, you are trying to attract my attention with such tactics. Congratulations, you have succeeded. The spirit cat suddenly adopted a different tone. From now on, little fatty shall be the term of endearment you use for me. And I shall only allow you to call me that. Isn't that quite touching? It added, winking playfully at Jin Jiangmian. His expression transformed into one of utter bewilderment. Oh, underling, why have you fallen silent? Have I dazzled you with my charm? The spirit cat continued to wink. No, I am merely overwhelmed by your absurdity. You truly are a remarkable character. What kind of emotional journey led the spirit cat to rediscover its true self and once again become a being of this world? Is it love? Oh, beast of the wild, what are you saying? This cat cannot comprehend. Are you praising me? To Jin Jiangmian's insincere agreement, this cat knew all along that the beast was coveting it. Since you care so much for me, I have decided to indulge you from this day forth. Are you not moved? No need to be touched, beast. Your good fortune is yet to come. Jin Jiangmian expressed that he did not desire such fortune. He raised his hoe high, asking, are you going to cut grass? The spirit cat felt a tremor in its body, its tail bristling. Chapter 57. The cultivation of rapeseed seedlings. Brother, we can discuss matters amicably. How can one resort to violence so easily? It is utterly lacking in martial virtue. Faced with the stone hoe hovering above, the spirit cat opted for speed. This was not cowardice, but rather a heartfelt choice. Readers of this text, do you understand this cat? Oh, you do not. Or else you would have left a 5-star review. The spirit cat scampered off to cut grass, leaving Jin Jiangmian alone in the field. After preparing the mud, he took the extracted rapeseed and evenly scattered it over the surface. Once he finished his tasks, time had flown by. He hastily ate a lunch and went to check on the seedlings. The seedlings were thriving, and in no time, they would be ready for cultivation. He proceeded to irrigate the fields, using his little feet to loosen the soil. One day, the fields beneath him would transform into fertile lands, freeing him from the worries of food. He aspired to be the first man in the beast world to achieve a modest prosperity. After inspecting the seedlings, he did not forget to check on the chili seedlings. He filled a bucket with water and brought nourishment to the young plants. Upon closer inspection, he pulled out the weeds that had dared to grow among them. The weeds, which had thought they could go unnoticed, were ruthlessly uprooted and discarded to the side. For this, the weeds could only lament. What terrible luck! After clearing the weeds, he contemplated preparing a pigsty in case his brother returned with a live wild boar. It would be ideal if he could bring back a whole family. Once Jin Jiangmian had an idea, he set it into motion. He first surveyed the land and, after selecting a location, used a bamboo pole to measure the area. With a call, the spirit cat rushed over. "Hemph, beast, were you thinking of me? It has only been a short while since we parted." Jin Jiangmian raised the bamboo pole, and the spirit cat immediately shrank back. Brother, what is the matter?" "There is a task. I have marked the area for you to dig the foundation. Tomorrow, I will prepare fried small fish for you." The spirit cat pouted, expressing its grievance. "You promised to fry small fish for me last time, and it has yet to be fulfilled." Jin Jiangmian sheepishly scratched his head. "Wasn't I just too busy last time? This time, I'll make sure to prepare a generous portion." "Brother, you are not deceiving me, are you? Do I look like someone who would deceive you?" "Yes, you look exactly like one of those con artists who mislead the ignorant youth. Just wait a couple of days. I will make it happen." With that, Jin Jiangmian raised his finger to the sky in a promise, and the spirit cat ceased its doubts. Jin Jiangmian thought of the wild boar's enormous tusks and the need for a sturdy structure. Wood would not suffice. He needed to build a stone wall to prevent the wild boar from breaking through and escaping. He first used a basket to carry back blue stones, placing them into the furnace he had constructed. After stoking the fire, he went to the riverbank to gather stones for the pigsty. With each round trip, there were still not enough stones for his needs. Once he had collected a sufficient amount, he returned to the furnace to add firewood and continued gathering fine sand from the river. The river surged, causing him to shed tears, for he had never encountered a person like this, gathering stones and sand tirelessly. Jin Jiangmian went back and forth, transporting the mud and sand. By evening, Shi returned, bringing back a wild boar that was unfortunately deceased. Shi said, "I apologize, it was my brother's fault." The wild boar had put up a fierce resistance, refusing to yield, and some had even charged into trees, knowing they could not escape. Such a valiant wild boar was indeed commendable. Chapter 58. A joyous occasion yet, even the most valiant wild boar could only become cured meat hanging from a rack. That night, after a hearty meal, Jin Jiangmian had just arrived at the riverbank to fetch water for a bath when Shiyu approached. The atmosphere shifted as Shiyu stopped Jin Jiangmian from fetching water. Setting the wooden bucket aside, "Let us bathe together, Donwai brother. Is that really necessary? Must we bathe together?" "Mian, we are good brothers. It is quite normal." Jin Jiangmian felt that there was no fault in Shiyu's words and found himself unable to refute them. With his brother's invitation, how could he refuse? Thus, he followed his elder brother, shedding their clothes and stepping into the river. The gentle flow of water washed over their bodies, carrying away their fatigue. She was quite attentive, helping to scrub Jin Jiangmian's back with a gentle touch that was faultless. Jin Jiangmian praised him. "Well done, brother, you have improved." Shiyu smiled, his expression carrying an unspoken depth of emotion. Indeed, it is not just this aspect that has improved. At first, Jin Jiangmian did not grasp the meaning, but after a moment, he suddenly realized, "Mian, you have worked hard today, moving so many things." Shiyu took the initiative to help massage his shoulders, aiding in his relaxation. Jin Jiangmian truly felt himself unwind. Relishing the shoulder "Are you beat?" as the massage continued. Something felt amiss. Jin Jiangmian, being carefree, was initially oblivious to the discomfort. When he finally became aware, it was too late. His mind was consumed with thoughts. Should he leave directly, or scold his brother, or remain silent? As Shiyu continued to influence his thoughts, Jin Jiangmian found it impossible to think clearly. Brother, what are you doing?" "Helping you." Shiyu's words were succinct. After uttering those two words, he worked even more diligently. "No, brother, you need not help me. I just want to sleep early tonight. Rest can come after being tired." Jin Jiangmian could not stop Shiyu's actions and thus resigned himself to the situation. Due to past experiences, he had developed a psychological cushion. Coupled with the fact that Shiyu had indeed improved, He felt the intensity of the moment was much stronger than before. The night breeze rustled the leaves, unable to conceal the enchanting melody of a late summer evening. Brother, 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 Amion, your brother is here. Your brother is fond of you. Brother, Amion, what do you wish to say? Speak your mind. Do not suppress yourself. Brother, I am so happy. That is just as it should be. Between brothers, such honesty and intimacy are essential. Amion, your brother is also very happy. As the spirit cat strolled by, taking a leisurely walk and digesting its meal. It could hear the sounds coming from across the river. It licked its paws, murmuring, autumn is approaching. Today's chrysanthemums must be blooming beautifully. After bathing, Jiangmian changed into clean clothes and intended to take his dirty garments back. Shiyu interjected, Amian, just leave your clothes here. Once I finish washing up, I will wash them for you, and no need. I will wash them myself in the morning. Amian, we are sworn brothers. Given our current relationship, why are you still being polite? Your brother just helped you. Before Shiyu could finish speaking, Jiangmian hurriedly interrupted. All right, brother, thank you. With that, he quickly dashed back to his room. Shiyu smiled as he watched Jiangmian disappear from his sight, his gaze intense. Chapter 59. Constructing the pigsty. After Jiangmian left, Shiyu looked at the dirty clothes left behind, his thoughts intertwining and colliding before he ultimately reached out with a sinful hand. Amian, Amian, Shiyu murmured repeatedly, losing himself in a haze of desire. When would he be able to have Amian wholeheartedly accept him? He would no longer need to mask his fervent feelings behind the guise of brotherly affection. Amian, I love you. After the low growl, tranquility returned, and Shiyu transformed back into his usual indifferent demeanor. His leather garments had been meticulously cleaned and set aside. He rose, donned fresh attire, and washed the clothes he had just changed out of, subsequently hanging the pristine garments on the makeshift rack he had constructed. The following day, Shiyu ventured out to hunt while Jiangmian remained home, diligently constructing a pigsty. This would be the future abode for the wild boars, requiring utmost precision. Any misstep could result in the boars escaping, necessitating his meticulous attention to detail. He began by extracting the prepared lime, mixing it thoroughly, and incorporating it into the sand, adding water with a harmonious coordination of hands and feet. As he mixed evenly, he filled a wooden bucket with cement and poured it into the foundation excavated by the civet cat. After laying a layer of cement, he carefully placed stones atop it, a task demanding both skill and accuracy. Drawing from his limited experience with the irregular stones and the cement he had crafted himself, he constructed walls that were slightly taller than his waist, deliberately omitting a doorway, sealing the square stone walls entirely. This height would facilitate the future feeding of the pigs and the cleaning of the sty. With the pigsty completed, he knew he needed a trough as well. After washing his hands, he noticed the civet cat cleaning its paws while grooming itself. He approached and scooped it up. Brother, what do you intend to do? It questioned playfully. Haha, of course, I'm going to roast you for dinner. Look at all this fat you've gained. When the civet cat first arrived, it was not nearly as plump. It had a robust physique. Its flesh was more sinewy. Now, however, it sported a sizable belly, a clear indication of overindulgence. Brother, spare my life? It pleaded. I was merely jesting. Jiangmian replied, carrying the civet into the woods to select a suitable tree for a trough. He was unaware which tree would catch his eye today, but soon enough, he found one, chopping it down with a series of decisive strikes before bringing it back. He chose a section of the trunk and communicated with the civet, which then used its claws to carve out the wooden trough. Jiangmian was delighted and rewarded the civet with a few affectionate pats. Together, they transported the trough back to the pigsty, completing the future home for the wild boars. He had not forgotten his promise to the civet to prepare fried fish. Grabbing his fishing gear, he set it up in the river bend downstream, then returned to weave several baskets from bamboo strips. When the time came, he retrieved the fish baskets, filled to the brim with their catch. The civet took charge of cleaning the fish while he prepared them at the stove, seasoning them for marination. During the marination, he busied himself alongside the civet, returning with large bamboo stalks. These sizable tubes would serve as containers for future use. So he prepared them in advance. He fashioned lids that fit perfectly atop the bamboo tubes, sealing them flawlessly. The newly crafted bamboo tubes were cleaned and placed in the sun to dry before being stored on a shelf, awaiting their destined purpose. Chapter 60. Not shy, but ashamed, he fried the fish in lard, storing them in the bamboo tubes, with the lard also poured in for future culinary endeavors. This was pure, natural wild boar lard, far more aromatic than modern blended oils. In fact, the oil rendered from indigenous pigs made for the most fragrant stir-frying. Yet in contemporary urban settings, blended oils had supplanted the use of lard. Once the fish were fried, he set about cooking rice, eagerly anticipating Shiyu's return to enjoy a fragrant meal together. He felt akin to a devoted wife awaiting her husband's arrival home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the great white serpent appeared within Jin Jiangmian's sight. Today's haul had been bountiful. He had captured a family of wild boars. Jin Jiangmian approached to greet him, watching as the great white serpent unceremoniously dropped the pig cage onto the ground. Neatly arranged within were 5 wild boars, a sow, a boar, and 2 piglets. The entire family had been captured by Shiyu. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. You managed to catch the entire family?" Transforming back into human form, the great white serpent stood unabashedly before Jin Jiangmian, unadorned and facing him directly. True warriors dare to confront the harshness of life, he thought, while Shiyu boldly faced the one he cherished deeply. "Fortune smiled upon me. I was fortunate to catch them," Shiyu said, drawing closer to Jin Jiangmian. Jan Jiangmian felt his cheeks flush as he stammered, "Brother, perhaps you should return to your room and dress." Shiyu dismissed the notion. "We are brothers. What is there to feel embarrassed about? Is a me on feeling shy? How could I possibly be shy? It's just that in the presence of your perfect physique, I feel somewhat self-conscious. So that is the case. But why is a me on blushing?" Jin Jiangmian instinctively touched his face, feeling its heat. He quickly defended himself. "I am not shy. I feel ashamed." "Why should you feel ashamed?" This question left Jin Jiangmian momentarily speechless. How should he respond? Should he admit to being embarrassed by his own lack of muscle, or that he was too fragile to be self-sufficient? In comparison to his brother, he felt woefully inadequate. As he spoke, he discreetly swallowed hard, glancing at Shiyu's physique. "I envy your sinewy build. How long will it take for me to attain such a perfect form?" Yet, Amion was astute, the cleverest person he had ever encountered. Jan Jiangmian felt his cheeks redden at the compliment, awkwardly urging Shiyu to dress. Meanwhile, the wild boars were in a state of despair. Not only had they been captured, but they were also subjected to scrutiny, as they were placed into the cage. Their tusks were bound with vines, rendering them immobile. Thus, they could not act recklessly. Jan Jiangmian waited for Shiyu to join him before they lifted the wild boars into the pigsty, releasing them from their cage. The piglets, still tender and young, would first be confined to the sheep pen, while the makeshift trough was carried over. The newly captured wild boars retained their wild nature and fierce temperament, necessitating a period of hunger before their wild instincts could be tamed. The piglets, however, having been raised in comfort and without want, would gradually lose their untamed spirit. "Brother, what happened to your arm?" Jin Jiangmian only then noticed a distinct scratch on Shiyu's arm. The wound was minor but visually alarming. "Brother, how could you be so careless and not mention your injury?" "It requires attention. It's nothing, just a small wound," Shiyu replied, concealing the fact that he had intentionally inflicted it to elicit concern from Jin Jiangmian, thereby drawing them closer. "Even a minor injury requires care. Let me apply some herbal ointment," Jin Jiangmian insisted, fetching plantain leaves to cleanse and crush. Applying the juice to Shiyu's wound. Shiyu winced, suppressing a pained sound. Jin Jiangmian, noticing, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll be more gentle." He then carefully applied the ointment, and as Shiyu watched, his heart raced with tumultuous emotions. The suppressed feelings he harbored surged forth, and he longed to be with Jin Jiangmian in a moment of bliss. He struggled to contain the fantasies swirling in his mind, and when Jin Jiangmian's gaze met his expression returned to normal. "All done. Let us eat, brother. You've toiled all day." Jan Jiangmian had never envisioned a day when he would stumble upon a stunning beauty. After enjoying his meal, as was his routine, he went to the river to fetch water for a bath. To his surprise, he caught sight of something by the riverside. The sun had completely set, and the light was no longer blinding. As he squinted, he initially misjudged the figure, believing it was not human. Upon approaching, his initial judgment proved erroneous. There lay a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, dressed in ancient attire that was clearly of the finest quality. How could such a woman be found here? given the current civilization of the beast realm, they lacked the means to produce such clothing. This woman must have traversed from another time, oh heavens. Could it be that fate has taken pity on my single plight and sent this enchanting beauty to rescue me from solitude? He mused, yet he questioned why it had to happen at such a perilous time. In this treacherous beast realm, he relied on his brother for survival. Adding another burden would only increase his brother's hardships. The woman, garbed in delicate ancient clothing, appeared fragile and incapable of self-sufficiency. He truly felt ill-equipped to care for her. Such a delicate flower, accustomed to the warmth of a greenhouse, was ill-suited for survival in the harshness of the beast world. Just as Jin Jiangmian debated whether to rescue her or simply walk away, the woman stirred. She opened her eyes, coughed softly, and her melodious voice rang out. "Did you save me, noble sir?" Upon hearing the tone of the other party's voice, Jin Jiangmian discerned that she was not a woman of the modern age. She might very well be a refined young lady from ancient times, akin to himself, who had unwittingly arrived in this desolate place. "No, I am beyond salvation," Jin Jiangmian stated candidly. The woman was evidently taken aback by his response. Momentarily rendered speechless, "I truly cannot rescue you. When I discovered you, you were already lying on the riverbank." The woman glanced around, her delicate voice quivering with inquiry. "Where is this? Are you acquainted with Lord Liu, the intendant of Jingzhou? I implore you to escort me to Liu Manor, and I assure you, there will be ample rewards." Jin Jiangmian's assessment was accurate. The woman had indeed traversed through time. "You cannot." Jin Jiangmian outright rejected her plea. "This is the age of savagery. It is no longer a realm in which you can dwell. You cannot return." The woman's pupils dilated, as if she had been dealt a staggering blow. Sobbing softly, she resembled a pitiful creature that had been wronged. At that moment, Shiyu approached and inquired, "A Mian, who is she?" Upon seeing his elder brother arrive, Jin Jiangmian felt a glimmer of hope. He stepped closer and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "She, like me, has accidentally found herself in this world. Her current state is too much for her to bear." Shiyu understood and turned away. Such a woman could not remain here. However, since she hailed from another realm, she undoubtedly possessed intriguing stories. Her attire was unique, and bringing her to the tribe could lead to her being regarded as a messenger of the beast god. The tribe would surely welcome her warmly. In due time, whatever a Mian showcased would not invoke fear, as it could simply be said to be learned from the divine envoy. Lu Ruxin wept for a while, then raised her gaze to Shiyu, her eyes brimming with admiration. She had never before encountered such an exquisite man, and words utterly failed to capture his beauty. Was this a divine blessing? Had fate orchestrated her arrival in this place, leading her to him? With a fragile voice, she asked, I cannot return home. May I beseech you to take me in? I can serve you." This last statement was directed at Shiyu, her gaze earnest and imploring. Who could resist such a plea? Yet, Shiyu was different. His heart was solely occupied by Jin Jiangmian, leaving no room for another. The sound of her voice only heightened his agitation. Especially as she cried, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Jin Jiangmian also perceived the woman's interest in his elder brother and found himself inexplicably displeased. He was astonished by his own emotions. Could it be that after years of solitude, he felt discomfort at the thought of the sole female presence being drawn not to him but to his brother? "Elder brother, you decide," Jin Jiangmian suggested. Retreating to his room, Shiyu regarded the woman and said, "This place is perilous. Wild beasts frequently attack. In a few days, I will escort you to the tribe." Lu Ruxin sobbed, expressing her willingness to remain there, unafraid of any danger, though it was evident she was merely infatuated. She remained silent, allowing her a few days to decide. He arranged for her to stay in his room, provided her with animal skin garments, and advised her not to wander about at night before departing. When Jin Jiangmian emerged from his room and saw Shiyu, he pursed his lips and headed toward the riverbank with the clothing in hand. Shiyu immediately followed, asking, "Mian, what troubles you? You appear to be in low spirits." Jin Jiangmian shrugged and stubbornly insisted he was fine. "But your demeanor suggests otherwise. Elder brother, you are mistaken. I am perfectly well." His tone resembled that of a petulant wife. "Because I took in that female beastkin that you are unhappy." Jin Jiangmian felt exposed, not wishing to engage further, and quickened his pace. "Mian, You have yet to respond. Indeed, I shall soon have a sister-in-law. I could not be happier. A Mion. I have no intention of keeping her. Shiyu hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhangyan felt a flicker of delight. He masked his happiness and inquired, if you do not plan to keep that girl, what do you intend to do? Surely, you cannot cast her away. I plan to send her to the tribe in a few days. She belongs there, as no one here can care for her. Jian Zhangyan pursed his lips and replied, but will the tribe accept such a burden? She is so frail. Surely they will reject her. Fear not, the tribe will treat her well. She hails from another world, possessing unique skills, and as a female beastkin, she will undoubtedly receive the finest treatment. Hearing this, Jian Zhangyan's heart felt unburdened. Since the woman would eventually be sent away, there was no reason for him to feel discontent. Wait, he had never truly been discontent. Did his elder brother not feel a spark of attraction toward her? After all, she was strikingly beautiful. He himself had marveled at her like a celestial being. I prefer someone stronger, Shiyu explained. In truth, what Shiyu wished to convey was far from this statement. He longed to say, I favor a Mion. Upon arriving at the house, Shiyu initiated, a Mion? See, she occupies my room. Without a room of my own, I must share one with you. Jian Zhangyan glanced at the small bed in his room and replied, but the bed is too small. Sharing a bed with his brothers was not an issue. They were all men, sworn brothers, akin to siblings. However, he felt that the bed was too confined for two people. Not a problem. We shall simply squeeze together. Surely, a Mion would not be so heartless as to make me sleep on the floor. That would not be the case. If elder brother does not mind the tightness, then we may share the bed. Very well. Shiyu readily agreed. Now, there would be no need for furtive midnight escapades. Instead, they would openly share a bed. Shiyu's intention to delay sending her to the tribe was not merely to provide Lu Ruxin with a transitional period. Rather, it was because his room was occupied, allowing him to share a room with Jian Zhangyan. During these days, he hoped to foster their relationship, ensuring that when he finally expressed his feelings, a Mion would not find it difficult to accept. Shiyu was indeed strategic. With his own considerations in play, he successfully shared a bed with a Mion, and when they lay down, Jian Zhangyan left a considerable portion of the space open. Yet, to his surprise, Shiyu pressed close, embracing him. Elder brother, what are you doing? This is a bit cramped. I fear a Mion might fall off. Sleep now, a Mion. Jian Zhangyan's heart raced. He could distinctly sense Shiyu's breath. Steady and rhythmic. It was his first time sharing a bed with his sworn brother, and sleep eluded him, especially with Shiyu's embrace and breath cascading against his neck, leading his thoughts astray. Jian Zhangyan's face flushed crimson. Oh, elder brother, please do not cling to me. Let us lie flat. I cannot sleep like this. The bed is too small for that, Shiyu offered as an excuse. In a softer voice, he whispered close to Jian Zhangyan's ear, is it really so wrong? Is it so inappropriate? Jian Zhangyan thought, a Mion does not regard me as a brother, as a true elder brother. This was an utter injustice. A grievance greater than that of Doi. How could he not see Shiyu as a brother? He revered, respected, and honored him. He would gladly prove his sincerity by crashing into a wall. Yet was that not sufficient to regard Shiyu as a brother? Were they not akin to true siblings? Elder brother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you with your unspeakable needs. Then why? Shiyu inquired, puzzled. Just now, a voice echoed in my mind, warning me that aiding you would incur the wrath of Shen He. Shun He? Who is he? Why does his voice resonate in your mind? Shun He is a formidable individual. Should we engage in any inappropriate activities, we would be confined to a small dark room. She was taken aback, unable to fathom that the person he cherished most was under the threat of another. He needed to grow stronger to protect a Mion, ensuring he would no longer be vulnerable to that individual. Understood. Let us rest, Shiyu concluded, and neither made further movements as they embraced and drifted into slumber. Akin to affectionate partners. In the morning, Jian Zhangyan awoke to find Shiyu gazing intently at him, his eyes filled with unspoken messages. Jian Zhangyan hurriedly exclaimed, Stop! Cease your boundless thoughts. Though we are sworn brothers and helping one another is entirely natural, I still cannot assist you. Shiyu, visibly frustrated, asked, Why? Is it still because of that Shen He? A Mion, please tell me, where can I find him? This time, it is not because of Shan He, Jian Zhangyan replied sheepishly. Then what is the reason? How can you even ask why? The author informed me in a dream last night that, in order to grant you a favor and fulfill one of your wishes. Chapter 63 was revised a total of 4 times before it was approved. She wept bitterly in my dream, expressing that you harbor some colorful thoughts, and she lamented daily in my dreams, preventing me from sleeping soundly. She did not comprehend the author's intentions and inquired, "Who is the author?" "Amion, what troubles you? Why do you keep mentioning unfamiliar individuals? You need not concern yourself with the identity of the author. All you must know is that they are quite formidable and impressive." Upon hearing this, Jane Jiangmian gazed at the person with a pitiful expression and asked, "Surely, you do not wish for me to endure nightmares every day?" Shiyu shook his head and replied solemnly, "I do not." He would never wish for the one he cherishes to suffer such torment. "Then it is settled. Do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts." However, the elder brother genuinely desired such thoughts, for it is a natural phenomenon. Amion awoke in the morning. Did it not occur to him as well? Jin Jiangmian, following the other's gaze, lowered his head. His face instantly flushed. "I can endure that, Amion. We need not articulate our desires. If we do not express them, they shall not exist, correct?" "I have yet to try that," Jin Jiangmian replied. "Let us experiment, Amion." Thus, the two embarked on a series of indescribable endeavors. As for what transpired, it cannot be expressed. It simply cannot. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two finally arose. Jin Jiangmian's face was crimson, while Shiyu appeared triumphant and elated, as though he had been thoroughly satisfied. The two proceeded to the river to wash up and returned, where Lu Ruxin emerged from her room. She evidently bore the signs of a restless night, her spirit dazed yet enchanting. Jin Jiangmian approached and inquired, "Are you accustomed to it?" Chapter 65. To the tribe, he posed this question merely for the sake of formality, devoid of genuine concern. It would be quite impolite to leave a young lady unattended after she had stayed for several days. Yet Lu Ruxin misconstrued his inquiry as an expression of concern, believing she had captivated him with her beauty. She subtly leaned towards Shiyu, responding in a soft, delicate manner, "I am quite well." Lu Ruxin embodied the essence of fragile beauty. Yet in this savage and beastly world, such beauty went unappreciated. One could only lament that Lu Ruxin had traversed into the wrong era. "If you require a wash, you may go to the river. I shall prepare the meal. If you need assistance, seek out Shiyu." After Jin Jiangmian finished her statement, she set about making breakfast. Lu Ruxin then cast a meaningful glance towards Shiyu. Unfortunately, Shiyu, being rather oblivious to romantic signals, failed to notice the emotional exchange in her gaze. Lu Ruxin pouted slightly, clearly displeased with Shiyu's reaction. "My name is Lu Ruxin. May I call you elder brother?" "Of course not. In our conversation, there is no need for such titles. There is no requirement for formalities when speaking with someone unfamiliar. Such titles are reserved for those with whom one shares intimacy." "Oh," Lu Ruxin lowered her eyes, looking pitifully vulnerable. Why did his tone seem so cold? Was he attempting to gain her attention? Lu Ruxin found her thoughts wandering. As they approached the river, Lu Ruxin feigned a fall, aiming to tumble into Shiyu's embrace. Surely, by creating physical contact, he would become infatuated with her. Lu Ruxin was confident in her beauty. In the past, who among the noble gentlemen had not pursued her for her captivating allure? Yet, to her surprise, Shiyu deftly evaded her, causing her to tumble to the ground. "Oh dear." She fell, looking innocently up at him, her expression mingling innocence with accusation as she questioned, "Why did you not catch me just now?" Shiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, his face devoid of expression as he replied, "I did not notice." He spoke a blatant lie, having intentionally dodged her. Such an obvious action was evident to Lu Ruxin. Yet she succumbed to self-deception, convinced of her own narrative. After all, she was a woman whose mind followed her looks. This man was handsome, and she liked him. She cared little for anything else. Meanwhile, Shiyu contemplated that this female beast could not remain in their midst, for her presence posed a threat. Each passing day with her would mean an increase in danger. Thus, after breakfast, Shiyu declared, "Today, I shall take her to the tribe." Jin Jiangmian was taken aback and asked, "Did you not say she could stay here for a few days? Why must she leave today? If she remains here, she will accomplish nothing. We have no one with the time to attend to her. We cannot simply let her fend for herself." When Shiyu spoke of fending for oneself, his tone was particularly emphatic. as if his refusal would result in her immediate expulsion. Lu Rushina's eyes brimmed with tears. She dared not speak. She did not understand why she was being sent away. Why was he so heartless? The spirit cat also seemed to harbor disdain for Lu Rushine, remaining silent during their meal and departing shortly after. Before their departure, Jianjiang Mian baked a few flatbreads and placed them in a basket for her. Lu Rushine accepted them with reluctance, weakly asking, "Did not your elder brother say he would escort me? Where is he?" She glanced left and right, failing to spot the person she wished to see. "He shall arrive soon." "Please wait." That moment, Lu Rushine was suddenly startled, pointing behind him in panic, exclaiming, "Ah, a snake." Chapter 66. Wild Boar. "Are you not polite?" Jianjiang Mian turned with calmness. "That is my brother's beast form, which shall carry you to the tribe. What is there to fear? As for the customs of the beast world, my brother will explain them to you along the way." Lu Rushine, despite hearing this, remained fearful. All her admiration for Shiyu dissipated. How could such a handsome man be a snake? It was too terrifying. Shiyu, indifferent to her feelings, swiftly coiled his tail and departed, as if eager to reach the tribe and deliver her there. Jianjiang Mian watched in bemusement as the enormous white snake vanished in an instant. How could he be so hasty? With a whoosh, he was gone. Jianjiang Mian clicked his tongue, then went to feed the chickens, sheep, and pigs. The young wild boars, consuming raw pig grass, were not gaining weight quickly. He had to ensure they received adequate nutrition. He slung a basket over his back, armed with a bone knife to cut pig grass in the woods. He stumbled upon bamboo shoots and silently cursed himself for not having thought to dig them up for food sooner. Determined, Jianjiang Mian resolved to return tomorrow to harvest bamboo shoots, transforming them into dry delicacies for long-term storage. After finishing the pig grass, he procured a large stone pot, which he could not carry back. So he set up a makeshift stove and cooked the pig grass. The spirit cat, seeing him preparing food, assumed he was cooking something delicious and hurried over to rub against his leg. "Brother, what delectable dish are you making?" A culinary delight of the human world. Upon hearing this, the spirit cat immediately leaned forward in curiosity. The pot was filled with green grass, nothing but grass. "What earthly delicacy is this?" "This is not fit for human consumption, brother. We shall not be eating this for lunch, will we?" Jianjiang Mian suddenly decided to tease the cat, replying, "Indeed." The spirit cat's ears drooped instantly, its orange-golden form flopping to the ground in despair. "Do not make me eat this. I demand something delicious." The spirit cat rolled about in protest. "If not this, then what will you eat?" "I would rather starve than consume this." Jianjiang Mian lifted the cat and set it aside. "I was merely jesting." He fetched a wooden bucket, scooped half a bucket of pig grass from the pot, added some leftovers, stirred it a bit, and brought it before the young wild boars, who were eagerly awaiting their meal. Upon seeing the food, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Jianjiang Mian poured the pig feed into their trough, and the two little wild boars began to eat joyfully, completely forgetting their parents, who were starving. He then took an empty bucket to the enclosure where the two adult wild boars were kept, tossing in a few strands of raw pig grass. "Eat up," the wild boar responded. "Is this little bit enough for anyone?" Seeing the wild boars remain still, Jianjiang Mian poked the pig grass with a stick. "If you do not eat, it will be gone." "Starve, then?" the wild boar retorted. After finishing his antics, Jianjiang Mian tossed a handful of raw pig grass into the enclosure. This little pig grass was, of course, insufficient for the wild boars. He merely intended to tease and awaken their wild instincts, making them easier to raise later on. After feeding the pigs, he returned and took out some peanuts. Sitting under the eaves to shell them, the spirit cat came over and lay beside him, embodying a tranquil and contented demeanor. The spirit cat was aware that the snake beast man would be absent for several days and was cheerfully animated, speaking far more joyously. With Shiyu gone, Jianjiang Mian felt a tinge of longing. He asked the spirit cat, "Tell me, with Shiyu's speed, how long before he returns?" The spirit cat, wishing fervently for Shiyu's absence, retorted, "Brother, do not concern yourself with that snake beast man. Perhaps he has been welcomed by the tribe and will not return." Chapter 67. The Great Deceiver. "Do not speak such nonsense. My elder brother is not the type to abandon his kin. He and Shiyu are sworn brothers, not seeking to share the same day of birth, but rather to share the same day of demise. My elder brother would never abandon him, leaving him here." "That may not be the case. The snake beastman is not favored by the tribe. Should another tribe be willing to take him in with ample benefits, would he not be tempted to remain? The words of the spirit cat pierced the heart, leaving Jinjiang Mian utterly speechless. Brother, I wager that if the snake beastman does not join the tribe, I shall refrain from consuming dried fish for the rest of my life. Conversely, if he does, you must prepare dried fish for me daily, each with a different flavor. Let us place this bet. Jinjiang Mian is unafraid. He skillfully shells peanuts and, armed with a hoe, heads to the newly cultivated land to plant. Observing the carefree spirit cat, a pang of unease grips his heart, prompting him to summon the spirit cat for assistance in digging trenches. Upon arrival, the spirit cat displays its claws, now roughened and far from pristine due to the toil. Brother, look at my claws. They have suffered. I beseech you to spare me. A whole winter without work? Spare you. Do you not desire to savor the tastier dried fish? What does that have to do with frying dried fish? The spirit cat queries, puzzled, harboring doubts about Jinjiang Mian's intentions, yet lacking evidence to confront him. You do not comprehend. Allow me to elucidate. Jinjiang Mian pinches a peanut and explains. Do not underestimate this humble seed. It has the potential to yield peanut oil. Utilizing peanut oil to fry dried fish is far more fragrant than using lard. The spirit cat swallows, as if it can already scent the aroma. Is it truly so? Indeed, it is. Would I deceive you? Do I strike you as a deceiver? Moreover, if this peanut were utterly useless, why would I plant it? The spirit cat contemplates, realizing that this unassuming peanut indeed has value. For otherwise, Jinjiang Mian would not cultivate it, brother. I trust you. Precisely. Follow my lead, and you shall enjoy delightful feasts. Jinjiang Mian affectionately pats the spirit cat on the head, his spirits lifted as the earlier gloom dissipates. Indeed, deception brings joy that evening. He lies in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He wonders if the snake beastman has arrived at the tribe, and he finds himself reminiscing about the events of the morning. This thought stirs strange emotions within him, and he casts his gaze downward, engulfed by longing and sorrow. He silently berates himself for entertaining such peculiar sentiments. After all, he is a man of steel. Bonded as a sworn brother with his elder brother, how can he indulge in such nonsensical thoughts before drifting into slumber? Is he being true to his brother? To the care his elder brother has shown him? He forces himself to sleep, but upon awakening, he senses something amiss. Awkwardness washes over him. Good heavens, could it be that he has wet the bed? Surely not. He is far too grown for such an incident. Could it be a dream? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Jinjiang Mian covers his face with his hands, exclaiming, "Oh, heavens above, earth below! How mortifying!" After calming himself, he tears off the bedding and heads to the riverbank to wash it. "Brother, what are you washing?" the spirit cat inquires as it approaches. Jinjiang Mian's ears flush red, and he awkwardly replies, "I'm washing the animal skin mat. Brother, why are your ears so red?" "They are not red." "You must be mistaken, you've just awakened. Your eyes are still adjusting." Chapter 68. The egg. The spirit cat blinks, ensuring it is not mistaken. "Brother, your ears are truly red." Jinjiang Mian ignores the spirit cat, hanging the freshly washed mat on a bamboo pole before proceeding to cook porridge. Once the fire is lit, he scatters some rice grains to feed the chickens. As soon as the grains are scattered, the chickens rush over to feast. His keen eyes catch sight of an egg. Has the hen laid an egg? Oh, heavens! This is the very first egg he has seen since arriving in the beast world. Jinjiang Mian, filled with excitement, enters the chicken coop and, taking advantage of the hen's feeding frenzy, retrieves the egg and exits. When the hen finishes eating and looks back, it discovers its egg is gone. Who is responsible for this? Which scoundrel has dared to steal its egg while it was preoccupied? Brother, what do you have in your hand? You look so pleased. The spirit cat approaches curiously, observing Jinjiang Mian grinning foolishly while holding the egg. An egg. Oh, can we eat the egg? The spirit cat's primary concern remains food. Jinjiang Mian shakes his head. Not yet. It must be incubated to hatch chicks. This is the first egg he has encountered. And he is merely thrilled to see it in a while. He will return it so that the hen can incubate it. This means we can eat it later, right? The spirit cat catches on. Why do you think about eating all day? I'll tell you, little glutton, do not steal the egg. If you wish to eat, consume your own. With that, It gathers some straw, enters the chicken coop, and crafts a nest for incubating the egg. Placing it in the center, the spirit cat, absorbing the words, shivers and instinctively looks down at a certain part of itself. Its own egg must not be eaten. The hen, unable to find its laid egg, pecks at the rooster in frustration, only to turn around and discover its egg has returned. It hurries over and sits down. Hen. Oh, my precious little one. I'm so glad I didn't lose you. After breakfast, he heads out to tend to the corn. Planting corn requires careful attention. He uses a stone hoe to dig holes, the sun beating down on him, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his back. With his elder brother absent, the temperature rises, and he yearns for the days when his brother was by his side. He notices the spirit cat still chasing butterflies and calls out, startling the spirit cat, which nearly stumbles. It scurries over. Brother, what is the matter? Jin Jiangmian points to the hole he has dug. Do you see this hole? Yes, brother, you're amazing. The hole you've dug is truly beautiful. The spirit cat's fawning makes Jin Jiangmian momentarily speechless. Stop flattering me. What is flattering? The spirit cat inquires, confused. It is clearly praising him. How does it become flattery? Your previous actions were merely flattery. Upon hearing this, the spirit cat experiences an epiphany. I understand now, brother. You're saying you are the flattery. Jin Jiangmian falls silent, raising the hoe high. Though you see this stone hoe? It is exquisitely crafted and quite hard. A strike from it would be quite painful. The spirit cat freezes, its fur standing on end. Brother, do not be impulsive. Speak less and act more. Jin Jiangmian replies coolly. All right, brother. Whatever you say, I will obey. Just continue digging according to the holes I've made. Once you've completed this section, you may take a rest. As Jin Jiangmian speaks, he gestures to indicate the area. Understood, brother. I shall dig right away. As soon as the civet's words fell, he earnestly began to dig. In Chapter 69, The Law of True Delight, Jin Jiangmian set down his hoe and picked up a small basket. Commencing to plant from the first pit, for each hole, he placed 2 kernels of corn. Then with his fragrant little feet, he gently covered the seeds with soil. His movements were fluid and practiced, clearly showcasing him as the most capable young man in the village. With such nimble actions, an upright posture, and a diligent demeanor, who could witness him without exclaiming praise for this industrious and handsome lad? After planting the corn, he washed his hands by the riverside and noticed some river snails nearby, which sparked thoughts of dinner. He returned, carrying a basket on his back. As he crouched down, he spotted a river crab attempting to escape, but it inadvertently collided with a stone. He carefully picked it up, inspecting it thoughtfully, pondering the abundance of river delicacies available: fish, crabs, and river snails. However, today's target was not the crab. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it back into the river. After tracing a parabolic arc, the crab plopped into the water. If the crab could speak, it would undoubtedly express heartfelt gratitude to its ancestors. Nearby, the river snails watched the scene with keen interest until they suddenly felt a chill. Sensing impending doom, a large hand descended, and the snails were swiftly scooped into the basket. The other snails, witnessing their brethren being taken, found escape too late, as Jin Jiangmian's relentless grip gathered them all together to meet their kin. He scoured the riverbank, collecting a substantial number of river snails before pausing. Crouching by the river, he submerged the basket, vigorously rubbing the snails within. The snails felt as if they were in a tumultuous sea, nearly retching. After multiple rinses, Jin Jiangmian poured the snails into a wooden bucket, filled it with clean water, and allowed them to expel the mud. Of course, simply keeping them this way for 3 to 4 days would cleanse them thoroughly. However, he had a trick to expedite the process, and within half a day, they would be nearly clean. He brought in dried chili and garlic, placing them into the bucket with the snails, and moved it to a shaded area. While the snails expelled their mud, he set about preparing the ingredients for a delicious snail dish. Jin Jiangmian, with the basket on his back and a bone knife in hand, made his way toward the graceful bamboo. The bamboo trembled in the wind, its leaves rustling softly. Here he came again, this rascal returning to cut bamboo. However, contrary to the bamboo's expectations, Jin Jiangmian did not chop the bamboo itself this time, but instead swung the knife toward the bamboo shoots. The large shoot was severed, bidding a tearful farewell to its brethren. Jin Jiangmian returned, peeled the outer layer from the bamboo shoots, sliced them, blanched them, soaked them in clean water, and sprinkled a pinch of salt. This method ensured the bamboo shoots would not taste bitter. By evening, Jin Jiangmian retrieved the snails, drained the water, placed them back in the bucket, and sprinkled salt for a final rinse as he cleaned. He used his bone knife to remove the snails' tails. Ling Miao's stomach grumbled, prompting it to come over to see what delicious meal was in preparation. Upon observing the foul-smelling and seemingly unappetizing ingredients, it raised its whiskers and remarked, "Brother, are we having this for dinner?" Unless you desire something else," Jin Jiangmian replied, raising an eyebrow. "Seriously? This stuff smells awful. I, as a cat, would rather starve than eat a single bite of this. Are you truly serious?" Jin Jiangmian asked lightly. "Absolutely serious." "Very well, we still have the fried fish from last time. You can have those for dinner." Upon hearing this, Ling Miao's spirits lifted. "Brother, I'm starving right now. Just wait a moment." Chapter 70. Don't move. Jin Jiangmian hurriedly completed the preparation of the snails, setting the basket down at the stove before first feeding the cat and then preparing his own dinner. Once the ingredients were ready, he heated the stone pot, added lard, and upon heating, tossed in ginger, chili, garlic, and bay leaves, stirring them until fragrant. He then added a splash of water, quickly stirring in the snails, and finally added the bamboo shoots, seasoning with salt before stir-frying over high heat until ready. The delectable dish of stir-fried snails with bamboo shoots was complete. Jin Jiangmian inhaled the aroma, swallowing hard, as he brought it to the table. He eagerly picked up a snail with his chopsticks and began to savor it. Just then, Ling Miao had finished its small fish and, enticed by the smell, leapt onto a chair, swallowing hard. "Brother, what is this? It smells so good." "Snails, the very same foul-smelling things you mentioned." Jin Jiangmian placed one before Ling Miao. "See, I wasn't deceiving you. It's exactly what you described." This revelation left Ling Miao speechless. All it could do was swallow as it watched the snails disappear into Jin Jiangmian's mouth. The sound of Jin Jiangmian savoring the dish heightened Ling Miao's anticipation, making it all the more tempting. Next, he picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and placed it before Ling Miao, explaining, "This is bamboo shoot, infused with the essence of the snail broth, making it incredibly delicious." Under Ling Miao's watchful gaze, he savored it, exhibiting a look of divine delight. Ling Miao's expression mirrored his own. "I'll go serve the rice," Jin Jiangmian announced, rising to fetch it. Ling Miao could no longer contain itself and extended its guilty little paw. Before it could steal a bite, a hand swiftly pinned its paw down. "Ah, little fat one. What is the meaning of this?" Ling Miao hurried to explain that its paw was sore, needing a stretch to ease the discomfort. Jin Jiangmian placed a wooden plate in front of Ling Miao, scooping a couple of spoonfuls into one of the dishes. "You can't eat the shells, just enjoy the flavor." Ling Miao's eyes sparkled as it deftly used its sharp claws to extract the snail meat, consuming it in one bite. The initial taste was not too spicy, but after devouring a few, it felt the heat surge to its head. The delightful spiciness was utterly irresistible, so delicious, so tasty. Jin Jiangmian returned with 2 bowls of rice, observing Ling Miao enjoying the meal and teasingly remarked, "Who was it that said they would rather starve than eat this?" He sat down and pushed a bowl toward Ling Miao. "Who knows? Who uttered such words?" Ling Miao feigned ignorance. "I recall it was a certain orange-golden cat who said that." Jin Jiangmian continued his playful banter. "Brother, that cat is utterly clueless. Clearly, I am the more sensible one, right?" Jin Jiangmian teased. "In terms of shamelessness, Ling Miao, you are truly in a league of your own." That night, Jin Jiangmian awoke to use the restroom and upon returning, found something wrapped around his waist, pushing him against something. A deep, raspy voice spoke, "Don't move, or I'll take your life." Jin Jiangmian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, suppressing his inner excitement as he replied calmly, "Big brother, is it really necessary to scare me like this upon your return?" Upon hearing this, Shi released his tail and transformed into human form. "Mian, I merely wish to surprise you." In the moonlight, Jin Jiangmian turned to see the other person standing before him, completely unclothed, their proud figure on full display. Chapter 71. Temperature dropped. Jin Jiangmian's gaze inadvertently fell upon a particular area, and he dared not look directly. His mind swirled with thoughts, his cheeks flushed a vibrant red. "Mian, what is wrong? You've suddenly turned so red." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian hurriedly covered his cheeks. "I am just hot. That's so? I have a way to help you cool down." After saying this, Shiyu pulled him into an embrace. Being a snake beast man, the closer they were, the cooler the temperature became. This embrace indeed provided quick relief from the heat. No, big brother, please let go. Jin Jiangmian struggled against the hold. Yet, Shiyu held him too tightly, and he couldn't break free. With their bodies so close, Jin Jiangmian's heart raced. Big brother noticing the silence from the other, Jin Jiangmian called out again. Shiyu did not release him, holding tight until after a while he finally loosened his grip. Sensing that something was amiss with Shiyu, Jin Jiangmian took the initiative to inquire, "What's wrong, big brother? Are you thinking of something troubling?" Shiyu shook his head, remaining silent. The two stood there in silence for a while. After some time, Jin Jiangmian stated that he was feeling sleepy and intended to return to bed. Shiyu grasped him, asking, "Together?" Jin Jiangmian wished to decline, but when his gaze met the other's pleading eyes, he found himself unable to utter the refusal. He thought about how Shiyu had escorted Lu Ruxin back to the tribe and the conflicts that must have arisen there. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so wounded. In this moment, big brother's heart was fragile, and he needed the companionship of his brother. Jin Jiangmian nodded. All right. The two retired to the room together, lying down, with Shiyu refusing to release his hold. This posture, this scene, appeared intimate to both those who saw it and those who did not. "Big brother, please don't hold me so tightly. The bed is small. I might fall off." Why does that reason sound so familiar? Have I heard it somewhere before? Jin Jiangmian sighed deeply, but this way, I can't sleep that I have a way for Mian to sleep soundly. Would you like to try? What method? If you're tired, you will fall asleep. Shiyu's words were double-edged and ambiguous. Jin Jiangmian was puzzled. What? Mian, do you want to try? Then let us give it a shot. And thus, the summary is, various actions ensued at a rapid pace. Not interested in a summary? Craving the details? Wanting intricate descriptions? The author inquires whether Shunhe would grant his request, to which Shunhe coldly responds with two dismissive words. No way. The author, left with no choice, can only attempt to awaken Jin Jiangmian's mind, advising Shiyu not to overstep his bounds. Big brother, I'm here, Jin Jiangmian murmurs. He contemplates resisting, but his reason crumbles too swiftly, and recalling past experiences, he soon acquiesces. Moonlight streams through the window, casting a luminous glow upon the two. The following day, Jin Jiangmian awakens and attempts to turn over, only to find himself tightly embraced, rendering him immobile. He swallows hard and nudges the person beside him with his elbow. Big brother, are you an octopus? Shiyu stirs leisurely, eyes still closed, replying, let us sleep a little longer. Big brother, you can sleep, but please let me go first. Shiyu acts as though he hasn't heard, refusing to release his grip. Listening to the steady sound of breathing behind him, Jin Jiangmian feels a wave of exasperation. Has he fallen back to sleep? He stretches out his hand to pry Shiyu's arm away, freeing himself and rises to his feet. Gazing at Shiyu's sleeping visage, Jin Jiangmian finds himself engulfed in a mix of emotions. He heads to the riverbank to wash up, unwittingly recalling the events of the previous night. It had indeed been quite wild. Big brother helped me, and I helped big brother. A mutual exchange. He finds it difficult to look at his own hands now. The mere thought of the size he couldn't even grasp with his hands sends a shiver through his heart. All the while pondering how others measure up, as a proud son of Huaxia, he feels he has not embarrassed his fellow men. While he may not have the length that wraps around the waist, he certainly exceeds the average, not being one to lag behind in comparison to Shiyu. He feels like a cherry tomato against a large tomato. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and one mountain is always higher than another. He lingers in thought for too long, leaving the willow twig he was using to brush his teeth stuck in his mouth, motionless. Only when someone taps his shoulder does he realize he has been brushing his teeth. He hastily removes the twig and discards it, rinsing his mouth. Mian, what were you daydreaming about just now? Jin Jiangmian avoids Shiyu's gaze, subtly creating some distance. Just thinking, he replies. Shiyu notices the deliberate evasion, raising an eyebrow in confusion at the sudden shift in Jin Jiangmian's demeanor. Just last night, they had been inseparable, their bond deepening, yet today it feels as if last night was merely a beautiful dream of his own making. Be careful by the river. It's easy to slip and fall in. Shiyu warns that I know, big brother. Jin Jiangmian responds, increasing the distance between them. With a furrowed brow, Shiyu directly inquires, are you avoiding me? Mian? No, Jin Jiang Mian answers, a hint of guilt in his tone, now even less willing to meet Shiyu's eyes. He isn't intentionally avoiding him. Rather, his mind is in disarray. With a heavy heart, he quietly states, Big brother, I would like some time alone to think. Please handle breakfast. After saying this, he walks away to sit on a stone beneath the tree. Jin Jiang Mian's complex emotions stem from the realization that his feelings are no longer pure after last night. He never imagined that someone he liked would also be a grown man. Having been straight for so many years, suddenly finding himself drawn in this direction is a struggle to accept. It seems Big Brother doesn't harbor any such thoughts either. Otherwise, he wouldn't so casually speak of the brotherly bond and mutual support as if it were something commonplace, if Shiyu can be so at ease. It implies that he harbors no ulterior motives, while Jin Jiang Mian finds himself muddled with conflicting thoughts. Gazing up at the sky from a 45-degree angle, he appears melancholic. He concludes, he is no longer straight. It must be because of his sworn brotherhood that he has changed. What a calamity, what a twisted fate. Ling Mao observes him, coming over to assess his state. Brother, what do you see up there? Go away, I'm contemplating life, he replies. But brother, you look so pathetic, Ling Mao retorts. Just then, a bird flies by, squawking, 250, 250. Both man and cat fall into silence. Why is that bird so annoying? Ling Mao eventually breaks the silence. What? If you can't figure something out, just let it go. Perhaps in a few days, you'll understand it, Ling Mao suggests. Or maybe in a few days, you'll forget about it altogether? Ling Mao, who never seems to have any worries, has a simple philosophy. Forget the unresolvable and move on. Jin Jiang Mian gazes at Ling Mao in astonishment, surprised that it can articulate such philosophical thoughts. You speak so profoundly, little fatty. Today, you are quite different. Ling Mao, flattered, ponders, have I become even more handsome? Let us skip this topic. Jin Jiang Mian interjects. Ling Mao, well-intentioned in his advice, finds himself unexpectedly wounded by Jin Jiang Mian's words. Brother, you've truly hurt my feelings. Oh, little fatty, you are handsome, immensely so. Humph. Ling Mao haughtily turns away. Choosing to set aside his unresolved thoughts, Jin Jiang Mian no longer deliberately distances himself from Shiyu during breakfast. Instead, he takes the initiative to say, today we will be planting rice. Planting rice? Shiyu asks, puzzled. Jin Jiang Mian senses the oddity in the way Shiyu separates the words. Planting rice refers to cultivating paddy fields. Didn't we clear the water fields earlier? They are meant for growing rice, he clarifies. Ling Mao, remaining silent, internally sighs. Brother, Shiyu has ulterior motives. He doesn't mean planting rice, so be more aware. After breakfast, Jin Jiang Mian and Shiyu head to the seedling area, where the adjacent fields are nearly ready for planting. They retrieve a large bamboo pole, tying it with ramie rope to create a rudimentary plow. Jin Jiang Mian loops the rope around Shiyu's neck. Shiyu, confused, questions, what is this? We're plowing the field. Without a water buffalo, I have no choice but to enlist your help. The field has been cleared. So just drag the bamboo pole back and forth. Jin Jiang Mian explains, so, you're treating me like a buffalo? Shiyu quips. Come on, big brother, after you try it, you'll come to love farming. Only through hard work can we reap a bountiful harvest. Go for it, big brother. Shiyu thinks to himself that while he might not enjoy farming, he does appreciate the toil. Jin Jiang Mian doesn't watch Shiyu plow but instead focuses on the seedlings. Gently uprooting them with care, afraid of breaking any, he gathers the seedlings into clusters, tying them with rice stalks and setting them aside. Once Shiyu finishes plowing, he expertly tosses the seedlings into the field. Executing a flawless parabolic arc. If the seedlings could speak, they would surely commend him on his politeness. Jin Jiang Mian stands at the edge of the water field, picking up a handful of seedlings. Shiyu, eager to learn, attentively observes Jin Jiang Mian as he demonstrates how to plant the seedlings. He carefully inserts one into the waterlogged earth, all the while explaining, when planting seedlings, they shouldn't be too deep or too shallow. If they're too deep, they won't survive. If too shallow, their roots won't hold in the soil, and rain could easily wash them away, rendering the planting futile. Shiyu nods, seemingly lost in thought. Jin Jiang Mian plants a small handful and continues, just plant them like I do, maintaining a similar spacing as I have here. After finishing, he straightens up and asks, Big brother, have you got it? Shiyu nods. Great, let us each take a side. You go over there. Shiyu moves to the designated spot and begins planting seedlings with a semblance of skill. Jin Jiangmian returns to the task with practiced ease. Maintaining perfect spacing between each seedling, it's clear that his proficiency in planting seedlings is the result of years of practice, honed since childhood. As mealtime approaches, Jin Jiangmian calls out, "Big brother, let us take a break for now and continue planting in the afternoon." With that, he heads toward the riverbank. To his surprise, Shiyu catches up swiftly, blocking his path. Jin Jiangmian, startled, cautiously asks, "Is there something wrong?" Shiyu, deep in thought, appears troubled. From Jin Jiangmian's perspective, Shiyu's expression is darkened. Shiyu senses that Jin Jiangmian's gaze towards him has shifted. Being attuned to the feelings of those he cherishes, he cannot help but notice. Thus, upon realizing that Jin Jiangmian harbors some affection for him, Shiyu feels a surge of joy within. What he cannot comprehend, however, is why Jin Jiangmian chooses to avoid him despite this budding affection. Upon a mere moment's contemplation, one can discern that the other party wishes to retreat into a shell, avoiding confrontation with their innermost thoughts. Naturally, they would not permit such evasive behavior, which is why he stepped forward to intervene, laying bare his intentions. She was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Following that night of heartfelt discourse, he realized that he could not pursue his partner in the manner typical of the beast world. He feared that if he directly revealed his feelings, Jin Jiangmian would react vehemently, resisting him, or perhaps even distancing himself to the point of leaving this place entirely. The prospect of his emotions extinguished from the outset was daunting. However, the circumstances had shifted. Mian's feelings were likewise not as pure anymore. To Mian, let us not merely be brothers, but partners. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian was left utterly speechless. What was that? What on earth had his elder brother just said? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and then he heard Shiyu confessing and reflecting upon himself. "What I have always desired is not to be your elder brother, but your partner. Your beast husband, I admit my actions were despicable, approaching you under the guise of an elder brother." As he spoke, Shiyu knelt before him. He explained that in the beast world, to atone for one's misdeeds, one must kneel before the person they are apologizing to, thus demonstrating sincerity. Jin Jiangmian's initial reaction was anger. He had genuinely regarded the other as an elder brother, only to discover ulterior motives. The thought made his lips twitch. Well, he was no different from Shiyu. He had sworn brotherhood with him out of a desire for protection in the perilous beast world, hastily proposing the bond. It was true that he had sincerely regarded the other as an elder brother, but from the beginning, his motives were far from purely fraternal. Reflecting on this, he felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. Both had impure intentions. There was no reason for one to mock the other. With a stern expression, Jin Jiangmian said, "Shiyu, please rise, do not kneel, I was wrong." "Kneeling is appropriate," Shiyu replied, maintaining his composure. "In my previous life, we knelt before heaven and earth, before our parents, and even for the deceased. Do you wish for me to become your father? Or do you wish to curse me to death?" Upon hearing this, Shiyu immediately stood, not pausing for a moment. "Mian, I want you to be my partner. I want to be your father," Jin Jiangmian blurted out, releasing pent-up frustration. Had Shiyu not previously heard such relational talk, he would have gleefully inquired what father meant. Yet, he was not angered by Jin Jiangmian's words. Instead, he leaned closer, his deep, alluring gaze ensnaring Jin Jiangmian entirely. "Mosquito, you have gained a brother," the steel wool retorted. "Nonsense, that is my brother." Jin Jiangmian surrendered, raising his hands in front of him, signaling the other not to approach. Naturally, Shiyu disregarded this, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he softly said, "If Mian wishes for me to call you daddy, have you considered the corresponding compensation?" Jin Jiangmian hurriedly shook his head. I am not. I did not mean it. I was just joking. Heaven help him." Shiyu's gaze was utterly captivating. He could hardly bear it. "Shiyu, do you understand? His face is already breathtaking. I am serious, Mian." With that, he leaned closer to Jin Jiangmian's ear and whispered 2 words. Jin Jiangmian froze in place, his face flushing crimson. "Mian, does that sound pleasant?" "Pleasant. Help, help. Shiyu is too skilled. I cannot withstand it. I cannot endure it." Fortunately, at that moment, the spirit cat arrived, exclaiming, "Brother, I am hungry," rescuing Jin Jiangmian from his predicament just in time. Shiyu's eyes bore into the spirit cat as if to say, "You are doomed." The spirit cat shivered. "Is my feline life about to end?" Thankfully, Jan Jiangmian turned and said, "You are hungry, right? Brother will prepare something delicious for you." The spirit cat, tail twitching, quickly backtracked, saying, "Brother, I suddenly feel not so hungry. You two continue your conversation, and I shall return once you are done." With that, it dashed away, not daring to linger even a moment longer. After mentally encouraging himself, Jan Jiangmian turned and said, "Let us try dating. What do you think?" "What if?" "There is no what if," Shiyu asserted firmly. Although they were not yet partners, he would utilize his kindness to ensure that a Mion could not bear to part from him, fully accepting him so absolute. A Mion was skeptical, I can swear. Seeing Shiyu's serious expression, Jin Jiangmian sensed the gravity of the situation. Cautiously, he inquired, "Is it true that in your realm, failing to uphold a vow results in punishment?" Shiyu nodded. Jin Jiangmian promptly covered his mouth. Realizing he must refrain from making casual oaths in the future, he had a tendency to speak without thought, and one careless utterance could lead to dire consequences. If such a rule were applied in the 21st century, how many would suffer divine retribution? Jin Jiangmian habitually thought to call him elder brother, but given their current status as partners, it felt inappropriate. Thus, he reframed his address. "Shiyu, shall we wash our hands and prepare lunch?" Shiyu nodded, and they walked side by side, resembling a long-married couple completing their daily chores. After being intimidated by Shiyu's gaze, the spirit cat felt indignant. How could it be so cowardly? Trembling at a mere look? Where was its dignity? How could a proud spirit cat be frightened by a mere beast man? Word of this would surely invite ridicule. To reclaim its authority, it resolved to take action against the wild boars raised at home. The wild boar grumbled, "Thanks a lot." The spirit cat leaped onto the stone wall, eyeing the two wild boars and brandishing its claws. The spirit cat held some sway over these lesser creatures, who trembled in fear. Its confidence surged. "I am a dignified spirit cat. How dare a mere snake beast man act with impudence? You should promptly bow and plead for mercy, and I may overlook your transgressions." The spirit cat boasted before the two wild boars. Unbeknownst to the spirit cat, the wild boars had no understanding of its words. "What is this creature barking about, dear?" the sow inquired. "I have no idea. It seems to have lost its mind." "Let us keep our distance," the boar replied. After a moment of silent agreement, the two wild boars retreated a few steps. Suddenly, the spirit cat felt a grip on the scruff of its neck. Lifting it into the air, "How dare you? Who would be insolent to me?" it yowled. Jan Jiangmian brought the cat down gently, tossing some pig feed into the pen. The wild boars stared at the meager offering. Bewildered, I asked, "This a joke? Do you think such a paltry amount will tame us? Do you look down upon us?" The wild boar grumbled but couldn't resist the delicious food. "This is truly delectable. Oh, I could eat more." Jan Jiangmian tossed another handful of pig feed, then looked down at the spirit cat and said, "Ah, these days have been too comfortable. Little fat one, your fur must be itching." The spirit cat giggled. "Brother, you see, the wild boars are difficult to train. I am helping you train them. I ask, that so? How is your training progressing?" The spirit cat replied sheepishly, "Alas, the wild boars remain disobedient. Perhaps we should starve them a little longer." Had the wild boars comprehended the spirit cat's words, they would have charged in with a smooth series of attacks in the afternoon, after a refreshing rest. Jin Jiangmian resumed planting rice seedlings. This time, he and Shiyu engaged in a friendly competition. The loser would have to prepare dinner. Jan Jiangmian, confident in his skills, swiftly completed his assigned section. He approached triumphantly. "You cannot keep up, Shiyu." With a gentle smile, Shiyu replied, "Whether I can or cannot, a Mion has yet to find out. I meant planting rice seedlings." "What are you thinking?" "What I meant was planting rice seedlings." Shiyu emphasized the first word with a pause. This absurdity, and Shiyu's ability to navigate such a conversation with ease, left Jin Jiangmian flustered. He realized that Shiyu's striking appearance made it hard to associate his words with anything inappropriate. This further confirmed that one's perceptions often follow their physical attractions. In any case, you lost? You will cook dinner." Afraid that the other might say something inappropriate, Jin Jiangmian hurriedly changed the subject. "Fine, I will cook. It is just dinner after all. I can do it every day." Jan Jiangmian felt that this statement sounded rather awkward, yet he could not pinpoint why. "Stop boasting. You could never cook every day." What I meant does not necessarily refer to just meals, Shiyu retorted. Jan Jiangmian paused, suddenly realizing the implication, his face flushing crimson. You can plant here. Jin Jiangmian shyly departed from the rice fields. Heading to the riverbank to wash his hands in the evening, after dining, he went to fetch his clothes, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. Typically, at this hour, she would undoubtedly be accompanying him. Chapter 77. Banter. However, this time there was none. Shiyu merely instructed him to leave the discarded clothes in a certain spot, assuring him that he would wash them later. Jin Jiangmian was momentarily astonished, incredulously asking, "Not together?" Ling Miao interjected, "Brother, you're playing with fire." Shiyu immediately cast a glance his way, and Ling Miao promptly retreated, eager not to disturb the two. Jin Jiangmian teased, "Brother, could it be that your patience is lacking?" As he spoke, his eyebrows arched, brimming with a playful insinuation. "Mian, my patience may be insufficient, but my endurance is ample." Jin Jiangmian's thoughts took a mischievous turn, and he exclaimed, "I'm out of here." After Jin Jiangmian left, Shiyu's expression bore no trace of tenderness, as if his affection was solely reserved for Jin Jiangmian. Later that night, the two conversed beneath the eaves until Jin Jiangmian yawned and suggested, "Let us retire for the night. We shall dig for bamboo shoots tomorrow." Shiyu nodded in agreement and rose to head to his own room. Jin Jiangmian paused, evidently taken aback that Shiyu had not suggested they sleep together. In the past, before their relationship blossomed, Shiyu had concocted various excuses for them to share a room. Now, however, he seemed to have grown more reserved. Even during their showers, Shiyu hadn't initiated the idea of washing together. Something felt amiss. The next day, he joined Shiyu in digging for bamboo shoots. The bamboo, upon seeing Jin Jiangmian, trembled in fear. Once it became apparent that he bore no interest in them, they sighed in relief. Alas, the poor bamboo shoots could not escape Jin Jiangmian's clutches, still crying for their mothers. The bamboo waved their leaves, producing a rustling sound that was uncertain whether it was a farewell or a send-off. "Child, go in peace," the bamboo seemed to whisper. That moment, Ling Miao discovered a rather large creature. It had its paw pinned on a bird that had swooped down to catch insects, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, you peculiar little fellow, you resemble me quite a bit." Jin Jiangmian approached and realized that the bird was none other than an owl. The owl's feathers were predominantly silvery white, with vibrant colors at the tips of its wings, creating a striking yet harmonious appearance. "What species of owl is this?" he pondered. The owl opened its beak and squawked, 250, 250. At last, Jin Jiangmian understood the source of the bird's cries. "Brother, let us roast it for dinner." Ling Miao drooled, tears of hunger escaping his lips. The owl seemed to comprehend, struggling fiercely and emitting a series of distressed coo sounds. "You little rascal, you intend to roast my nest? Just wait until I escape. I'll give you a good swipe." Anger fueled the little bird's strength, allowing it to break free from Ling Miao's grasp and soar into the sky, still calling out, 250, 250. Brother, why didn't you catch it?" Jin Jiangmian shrugged and replied, "I didn't have time to react." That bird looked quite delectable. Just as Ling Miao finished speaking, something fell from the sky and landed on his head. "Feathers!" Ling Miao jumped up in indignation. "This wretched bird, if I catch it, I will pluck every single feather." Jin Jiangmian remarked, "Well, you were just about to roast it. It narrowly escaped, so consider this a little revenge." As the sun reached its zenith, the trio returned laden with bamboo shoots, which lay beneath the eaves, awaiting their final destination. The bamboo shoots lamented, "Wah, Mama, I want to go home." Jin Jiangmian began to stir-fry, and midway through, Shiyu approached from behind, wrapping his arms around him. His tall frame pressed against Jin Jiangmian, resting his chin atop his head, exuding an overwhelming desire to remain close at all times. "Mian, I seek comfort," Shiyu murmured in a low voice, his tone lingering with unspoken implications. Instantly, a phrase flashed in Jin Jiangmian's mind. "The temptation of home. What's wrong?" he inquired. Shiyu shifted his hands lower, adopting a slightly aggrieved tone. "While feeding the pigs earlier, I was butted and it hurt terribly." Ling Miao, passing by, witnessed Shiyu feigning vulnerability and internally scoffed. "Pa, scheming snake beast. Oh, where does it hurt? Let me see." Jin Jiangmian urged, pushing Shiyu away to inspect the injury. Ling Miao, ever the killjoy, interjected, "Brother, you needn't worry. He is a sixth-tier snake beast. What wild boar would dare but him? Even if one did, how could he possibly be injured so easily?" Shiyu shot a cold glare in Ling Miao's direction, as if to say, "Are you tired of living?" Ling Miao merely pouted and fell silent. Jane Jiang Mian hesitated, saying, "Are you trying to elicit sympathy?" Shiyu quickly denied it, lifting his animal hide shirt to reveal a large, swollen area. "Look, it's quite red and swollen, Mian. It hurts terribly." Upon seeing the injury on Shiyu's waist, Jane Jiang Mian immediately comforted him. "That must hurt. Once I finish cooking, I'll prepare some herbal ointment for you." As he spoke, he returned to stir-frying in the pan. The pork within the pan felt utterly dejected, having been turned into bacon, only to be stir-fried once more. The key ingredient was already in the pan, yet the couple remained engrossed in their affectionate banter. Shiyu leaned closer, murmuring, "Mian, you're wonderful." Ling Miao grimaced, "Ugh, I feel nauseous. The tone of this snake beast is so syrupy. Brother, can you please change him? Go for a fresher type." Naturally, Ling Miao could not voice this sentiment directly, only daring to mutter it in his mind. Once the meal was prepared and served, Jane Jiang Mian urged Shiyu and Ling Miao to eat first. Ling Miao eagerly agreed, but upon meeting Shiyu's gaze, quickly amended, "Brother, we should wait for you. No need for formality. We're all familiar here. It's just a meal," Jane Jiang Mian insisted, stepping outside to gather mugwort and crush it. Upon returning, he found Ling Miao with his head lowered, looking woefully pitiful. As soon as he saw Jin Jiang Mian, he whined, "Brother, the snake beast is bullying me. He is so fierce, brother. Let us find someone gentler." Jin Jiang Mian sighed in exasperation. "Such words are not to be spoken." "Humph, I'm magnanimous. I forgive his rudeness." Ling Miao sought to excuse himself. Right. I'll reward you with extra meat later," Jin Jiang Mian replied, passing a bamboo jar to Shiyu. Lifting his shirt slightly, Shiyu feigned shyness. "Isn't this inappropriate? Mian?" Ling Miao's eyes widened in shock, stuttering, "Brother, if you wish to be intimate, do be mindful. I'm still here. Don't act as though I'm invisible." Jin Jiang Mian's face flushed with embarrassment, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you thinking?" Chapter 79. Applying herbal ointment? He intended to apply salve to Shiyu's bruised area, yet this peculiar dynamic between the two, one human, one cat, seemed utterly off-kilter. Both Shiyu and Ling Miao appeared equally out of sorts, creating an atmosphere of discomfort for Jin Jiang Mian, who was far too earnest, rendering him conspicuously out of place. He placed the bamboo jar down, blushing furiously. "You apply it yourself, Mian. Let us go to the room. You can help me apply it." Ling Miao interjected, "Oh, come on, it's just herbal ointment. A few swipes will suffice." Casting a disdainful glance at Shiyu, he continued, "Brother, only you would believe he is genuinely injured. That swollen area will heal on its own without any treatment." Shiyu remarked, "It's chilly. The cat should leave." When Jin Jiang Mian wasn't looking, Shiyu shot a dark glance at Ling Miao. Ling Miao felt a twinge of fear but maintained a brave facade, defiantly staring back, "Mian, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just jealous that you treat me well," Shiyu earnestly defended. Jin Jiang Mian, understanding Shiyu's subtle intentions, realized he simply wished for a moment of closeness. With such carefulness, how could he possibly refuse? He retrieved a plate, serving rice and meat together, adding some dried fish to a new plate. He presented it to Ling Miao, saying, "Eat first. I'll help Shiyu with the ointment." Ling Miao, seeing that he wouldn't be hindered from eating, eagerly replied, "Sure thing, brother. You go ahead. Take as long as you need. I won't mind." Jin Jiang Mian realized that Ling Miao's earlier contention with Shiyu stemmed from a desire to eat without delay. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Shiyu promptly stripped off his shirt. Jin Jiang Mian gasped in astonishment. "Shiyu, why are you taking off your clothes?" "To apply the ointment," Shiyu replied, feigning innocence. "This makes it more convenient. What are you thinking?" "Mian? No, I meant just the ointment." "You sit down," Jin Jiang Mian stammered, swallowing hard. He poured the crushed mugwort juice onto his hands and gently applied it to Shiyu's injured area, lightly massaging to promote blood circulation. Once done, he set the bamboo jar aside, saying, "All right, let us go eat." Shiyu suddenly grasped his hand and said, "We'll eat later. Please help me." It was then that Jin Jiang Mian noticed that Shiyu's gaze was decidedly unsettling, far more than usual. The nature of the assistance he sought was all too apparent, and having received aid from Shiyu before, he immediately comprehended. Amion, I beg you, Shiyu implored, his eyes brimming with a sense of desperation that left Jin Jiangmian utterly unable to refuse. Who could possibly deny a breathtakingly handsome figure, especially one who was their significant other? I'll help, but the rest of his sentence, consisting solely of the phrase "just with my hands," was left unspoken, as he was swiftly kissed, rendering him incapable of articulating further. The encounter was indescribable, devoid of details, leaving much to the imagination. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the two finally emerged to wash their hands and partake in a meal. Ling Miao opened his eyes, yawning, and remarked, "Oh, you two are just now coming to eat. How slow." Jan Jiangmian found Ling Miao's words innocuous at first, but the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. "Go to sleep, you little glutton." Ling Miao licked his paws and closed his eyes once more. As Shiyu served Jin Jiangmian some dishes, he mentioned, "Mian, our food supply is scarce. Ling Miao has been consuming far too much." Chapter 80. The making of dried bamboo shoots. Ling Miao suddenly jolted awake, fully alert. "Shiyu, how could you be so careless with bamboo shoots?" His mind was already berating Shiyu. "You, the snake beast man, have dug up bamboo shoots to excess. If it weren't for the fact that I can't contend with you, I would show you my true nature." Ling Miao promptly approached Jin Jiangmian's legs, exclaiming, "Brother, the snake beast man has ulterior motives." Jin Jiangmian, observing this, inquired with confusion, "Weren't you just asleep?" Ling Miao replied pitifully, "Thanks to the snake beast man, I sensed something was off and awoke suddenly. Brother, please don't listen to the snake beast man. I am your treasure." Jin Jiangmian gently pushed Ling Miao aside, jesting, "Being able to eat is a blessing." Ling Miao glared and continued to lament, "He just wants to send me away. The snake beast man is cunning." Jin Jiangmian, feeling cornered by Ling Miao's antics, finally relented, saying, "As long as you wish to stay, you may remain for as long as you like." With those reassuring words from his brother, Ling Miao settled down to sleep, drifting into a sweet slumber. In the afternoon, Jin Jiangmian sat beneath the eaves, peeling the outer layer of bamboo shoots. When the bamboo shoots reached his hands, they were stripped down to perfection, almost shyly. Who peels them like this? Just digging them up is one thing, but peeling their skin too. At this moment, the bamboo shoots remained blissfully unaware of the dire fate awaiting them. Soon, not only would they be skinned, but they would also be sliced into strips, blanched in hot water, and sun-dried until they transformed into withered dried shoots. Jan Jiangmian, deft in his technique, peeled faster than Shiyu. He couldn't help but boast verbally, "Shiyu, you're not up to par." Shiyu raised an eyebrow, a dangerous smile playing upon his lips. "Mian, how capable am I, as your hands have surely experienced." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiangmian was momentarily taken aback, his face visibly reddening. "I was speaking of peeling bamboo shoots. Where are you going with this?" Shiyu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "I was also referring to peeling bamboo shoots. Is it not done by hand?" Jin Jiangmian, unconvinced, sensed the clear implication behind Shiyu's words. His face, lacking the thickness of the other's, could not withstand the teasing. Thus he buried his head in peeling bamboo shoots, opting for silence. However, in his haste, he accidentally cut his finger on the bamboo shoot's skin, blood oozing forth. "Ouch!" he winced, causing the bamboo shoot to tumble to the ground. Shiyu hurriedly set down his bamboo shoots, grasped Jin Jiangmian's hand, and brought it towards his mouth. "What are you doing, Shiyu?" Jin Jiangmian exclaimed, astonished, clearly not anticipating that Shiyu would put his injured finger into his own mouth. His hands were still dirty from peeling bamboo shoots, and now they were about to be filled with bacteria. "You're hurt. Let me treat you." Shiyu released his finger and stated earnestly. To Jin Jiangmian's astonishment, he found that the small cut had healed, leaving only a faint trace behind. "Good heavens, does your saliva have such medicinal properties? How extraordinary! Your saliva is essentially akin to a wound-healing ointment." "It's not that remarkable. It can only remedy minor injuries," Shiyu explained. "Oh, can your saliva reduce swelling? Did Mian sustain any injuries?" Shiyu asked with concern. Jan Jiangmian shook his head, marveling at the fact that Shiyu's saliva could heal minor cuts. "I was merely asking. It cannot?" Shiyu replied seriously. "Oh." Jan Jiangmian awkwardly chuckled. The ensuing silence stretched, both of them engrossed in peeling the bamboo shoots. Once they finished, Jin Jiangmian fetched a large cutting board and began slicing the bamboo shoots. However, Shiyu interjected, "Allow me, Mian." He reached for the bone knife from Jin Jiangmian's grasp. Shiyu was clearly teasing, deliberately brushing against Jin Jiangmian's hand while flashing a smile. Jan Jiangmian's heart raced, pounding furiously, clearly entranced. Internally, he panicked, "Oh no, Shiyu is far too charming. I'm going to fall." Hastily retracting his hand, Jin Jiangmian stammered, "Big brother? I'll go wash the pot." He hurriedly scampered towards the kitchen. After cleaning the stone pot, he filled it with water, added the sliced bamboo shoots, and a pinch of salt, boiling it for about 10 minutes. He skimmed off the foam and drained the shoots in a bamboo basket, then spread them out on a sieve to dry under the sun, transforming them into dried bamboo shoots that could be stored for an extended period. When it was time to eat, one could simply soak a handful in warm water to rehydrate them for stir-frying. That evening, before retiring for the night, Jin Jiangmian voiced a lingering question. "Shiyu, after you confirmed our relationship, why have you become less intimate with me?" Shiyu appeared bewildered, unable to fathom why Mian felt this way. How could Jin Jiangmian even think such a thing? Jin Jiangmian began to enumerate his points. "You see, prior to confirmation, we would bathe together and even share the same room." "Indeed," Shiyu nodded. "But after we became a couple, you seem to be keeping your distance. Why?" Jin Jiangmian was eager to understand. He nodded emphatically. Shiyu grasped his hand and inquired playfully, "Do you understand now?" Jin Jiangmian shook his head, utterly perplexed. "What on earth is this?" Shiyu gazed at him, his expression tender. "Previously, I feared you would despise me, so I restrained myself. Now that there are no constraints, I worry I might lose control." He leaned closer, whispering just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "When I lose control, I may act irrationally." Jan Jiangmian's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively pulled his hand back. His heart raced, overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Mian, what's wrong? Do you still wish to be with me?" Jan Jiangmian shook his head vigorously. No, big brother. Such matters require mental preparation. When necessary, let us continue to assist one another as we did before." Shiyu's eyes glinted with desire as he leaned closer, whispering in Jin Jiangmian's ear, "Right now, I need your help." Jin Jiangmian exclaimed in surprise. As he stared blankly, Shiyu queried, "Is Mian unwilling?" As they spoke, Shiyu's hands began to wander, and before they knew it, they found themselves inside the house. Jin Jiangmian's voice was weak as he protested, "Again? Midday is midday. Now is now. Does Mian think he can skip dinner just because he ate at lunch?" This reasoning was somewhat convincing, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he felt the analogy was flawed. Chapter 82. Planting chili peppers. Mian, if you're distracted while helping, you shall be punished. Punished? What punishment? Jin Jiangmian was utterly bewildered. While he was lost in thought, Shiyu had already knelt before him. What are you doing kneeling? Punishing Mian. To Jin Jiangmian's shock, Shiyu began to peel off his animal skin clothing, and then, the details were indescribable, left to the imagination. Jin Jiangmian was left astounded. "This is clearly a benefit for me. How can this be considered a punishment? Is this assistance by mouth?" Time seemed to fly by, and after an indeterminate period, Jin Jiangmian, dazed, headed for a shower. The cold water washed over him, helping to clear his muddled mind. The next day, Jin Jiangmian chose to selectively ignore the events of the previous night, as long as he is not shy. It is others who feel bashful. When facing the serpent, he remains completely composed and unembarrassed, while the serpent's ears grow increasingly red, perhaps lost in reminiscence. Today, the serpent must venture out to hunt, with the intention of capturing as many live prey as possible to sustain through the winter. He is meticulous about preparing food for the cold months, fearful that upon awakening from hibernation, he may find his provisions insufficient, and the useless spirit cat will only serve as a hindrance. Thus, before the onset of early autumn, he must endeavor to gather as much prey as he can. After the serpent departs, Jin Jiangmian returns to the spot where he had nurtured the chili seedlings. The seedlings are thriving, and today he must leave the nurturing base to transplant them elsewhere. He retrieves a hoe and begins to dig hole after hole. Upon returning to the chili seedlings, he reaches out with a large hand and uproots them from their warm bed before they even realize what is happening. The seedlings, bewildered, lament, "We've been deceived. Once we thought him a good person, but now we see he is but a false benefactor. The seedlings tremble as they watch that unfeeling hand mercilessly pluck them from their nurturing environment. In fact, some of their brethren, caught unawares, were lost in the process. Jan Jiangmian carefully places each seedling into the holes he had dug, one by one, and tenderly waters them. In an instant, the seedlings reconsider, perceiving him once more as a good person. Much like a weather vane swaying in the wind, indecisive and fickle. After completing his task, Jan Jiangmian does not forget to water the rapeseed seedlings, offering them his diligent care. The young plants still believe him to be a good person, unaware that once they mature, they too shall find their fate in his belly. At that moment, the spirit cat returns, its size akin to that of a tiger, carrying a bundle of grass. It sets the grass down before the sheepfold and addresses Jan Jiangmian, who has just arrived. This morning has been quite the ordeal. Each day I must cut grass for this wretched sheep. Just look at how I've withered away. Jan Jiangmian glances over, noting that despite its apparent diminishment, the spirit cat still possesses a plump belly, rendering the term thin quite the misnomer. The spirit cat seems to misunderstand the notion of being slender. It approaches and pats its belly, saying, "Look at this belly. If you didn't know I was a tomcat, you might think I was pregnant. How dare you say I am thin? Nonsense, it's all bones, just skin over bone, devoid of meat." The spirit cat insists with wide eyes, "Then it must be soft bones." Jan Jiangmian quips. The spirit cat, feeling a surge of indignation, thinks, "I would love nothing more than to swat that mouth shut." Chapter 83. A miscommunication. From now on, all the delectable treats will depend on Jan Jiangmian, yet the spirit cat only contemplates this. Go raise a paw? It lacks the courage. This is not cowardice, but a matter of principle. Since it does not wish to cut grass daily, why not resolve the issue of the grass-eating sheep? A bold idea forms in the spirit cat's mind. The ram feels a chill run down its spine. Sensing it has become a target, "Brother, how about we have lamb for dinner tonight?" A change of flavor. The ram does not comprehend the words but senses the intent. It bleats desperately, scolding the spirit cat in a fit of exasperation. "You've got to be kidding. You devious creature with ill intentions, think what you like, but this sheep is not on the menu right now." Jan Jiangmian gently pats the spirit cat's head, and upon hearing the frantic bleating of the sheep, tosses some grass into the pen. That poor creature, how famished it must be, bleating incessantly, he muses. The sheep gazes at the grass that has been thrown in, a silence falling over it as it turns its gaze to Jan Jiangmian. What does he mean? To let it gorge itself before its demise? With tears in its eyes, the ram nibbles at the grass, living a day filled with trepidation. After feeding the sheep, Jan Jiangmian fetches a bucket to scoop cooked pig feed for the piglets. The wild boar couple watches their offspring feast so heartily, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "Children, do you remember the suffering your parents endured?" The piglets are blissfully unaware, enjoying their meal, having completely forgotten that they are now captured. Confined to a small section of the sheepfold, the two wild boars in the pigsty do not share in such bountiful fare. The raw pig feed is tossed into their enclosure, and they can take it or leave it. The wild boars think they have endured enough of this humiliation, yet their bodies betray them, for when the pig feed is thrown in, they eagerly rush to devour it, the sounds of their feasting echoing loudly. Ah, how fragrant! In order to provide the piglets with a better living environment, Jan Jiangmian resolves to construct a larger pigsty. He first measures the area next to the existing pigsty, then, accompanied by the spirit cat, clears away the grass and shrubs. Using bamboo to gauge the dimensions, he assigns the spirit cat the task of digging the foundation while he, as before, heads to the river to gather stones and sift sand to transport back. The new pigsty takes 2 days to complete, divided into 3 sections, accommodating the anticipated increase in pigs. He herds the piglets into their new home and dismantles the divider in the sheepfold, restoring the space to its original size. The ram is quite pleased, not only having escaped the dinner menu but also enjoying a living space equal to the previous one, no longer having to coexist with the pigs. The chickens in the coop, however, are less than pleased, for their territory has been invaded by uninvited guests, the wild ducks. These were the live prey newly captured by the serpent, and with no other place to house them, they have temporarily taken up residence in the chicken coop. As days pass, the chicken coop grows lively. The wild chickens cluck, goo goo goo. While the wild ducks quack, 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 quacked, a cacophony ensues, with neither side understanding the other's language. Yet each striving to outdo the other in volume. During the day, the noise is manageable, but come nightfall, the commotion continues unabated. As Jin Jiangmian attempts to sleep, he is serenaded by the sounds of quack quack and goo goo. Each louder than the last, he rises to find the serpent has also emerged. Their gazes meet, and he shyly turns his face away. You, too, were disturbed? Yes, the serpent replies. I was thinking of putting the ducks in a cage and moving them to the empty pigsty. All right, as you wish. In truth, the serpent harbors thoughts of silencing the ducks for good, wishing to eliminate the source of their noise once and for all. Regrettably, the first night with the wild ducks has proven to be quite vexing. The incessant clamor is not merely bothersome, it is downright grating. While he may endure sleeplessness, he cannot allow Jin Jiangmian to be disturbed. Thus, the serpent contemplates dispatching the ducks, planning to capture quieter prey the following day. However, upon discovering that Jin Jiangmian has also awakened, he realizes he cannot take advantage of the moment to eliminate the noisy ducks. They work together for a while, finally relocating the wild ducks to the pigsty. Jin Jiangmian and the serpent wash their hands, standing close enough that their eyes inevitably meet. Jin Jiangmian is the first to shyly divert his gaze. Let us return to rest, he says, his cheeks flushed. Not yet. I have something to discuss with you. The serpent draws closer, enveloping Jin Jiangmian in his embrace. Then speak, but do not come so close. Jin Jiangmian's voice is barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz, as his gaze falls upon the river, attempting to steady his racing heart. The serpent captures Jin Jiangmian's hand, placing it over his own heart. Do you feel it? Ah, Mian? At that moment, the serpent's heart blazes like a roaring fire, intense and passionate, capable of consuming all in its path. Jin Jiangmian finds himself unable to look at his own hand. He can not only feel the serpent's strong heartbeat, but also realizes that their heartbeats are in sync, both racing in disarray. It appears that the serpent is not as composed as he appears. When faced with Jin Jiangmian, he, too, experiences a quickening pulse and a tumultuous heart. Do you need assistance? Jin Jiangmian inquires, taking the initiative. I do, the serpent replies, gazing intently at him with tenderness. Will you help me as I did for you yesterday? Jin Jiangmian feels as though his mind has been shattered. He stands there, completely taken aback. This? I seem unable to help. Are you saying you cannot? Then answer me, do not just remain silent. Is it impossible? Ah, Mian, do you find me distasteful? The serpent's expression reflects a wounded heart. Jin Jiangmian hastily responds, No, no, serpent, do not think that way. I absolutely do not harbor any disdain. Upon hearing this, the serpent gazes at him with utmost sincerity. Jin Jiangmian's face flushes deeply, his mental defenses having long succumbed to the serpent's charm. Then, does a Mian dislike me? Not at all. How could that be? Jin Jiangmian quickly denies. Then why will you not assist me? Very well, I will heed your request. Let us return. The serpent smiles, lifting Jin Jiangmian's face to meet his gaze. The depth of his affection is unmistakable, his beautiful eyes causing Jin Jiangmian to avert his own gaze. The serpent cradles Jin Jiangmian's face, compelling him to look into his eyes. Suddenly, the serpent leans in, planting a gentle kiss, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, before releasing him. Mian, I love you. Who could resist a handsome man with such heartfelt sentiment? Jin Jiangmian finds himself utterly overwhelmed, his composure crumbling. I do too, he murmurs, his voice so soft it is nearly inaudible. There is no one else here but us. Shall we not return? Is that all right? The serpent whispers softly in his ear. Jin Jiangmian. Oh, is this a jest? Here? What is happening? Ah, Mian. Why the silence? Are you joking with me? Shiyu. Be a person. Although it is the dead of night and the only company here, apart from myself, is Shiyu, there is still a cat around. That cat, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, just happened to come by, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Chapter 85. Constructing the duck house as if summoned by the very mention of him, the cat appeared by the riverbank, showing no sign of embarrassment upon seeing the two of them. It boldly approached and, with a voice that boomed, inquired, Bro, what are you two doing here? Jin Jiangmian replied. Shiyu. What is this awkward situation you speak of? Is this not it? We were just catching wild ducks. And our hands got dirty, so we came to wash them before resuming our sleep. Oh, all right then, I shall head off to sleep first. The spirit cat yawned and departed, as if it had deliberately interrupted their moment. Shiyu, internally seething, wished to impulsively toss the cat away. Mion, why don't we send this cat to the tribe? What? Jin Jiang Mion was bewildered by this sudden suggestion, seeing Shiyu's serious demeanor. It was clear he was not joking. It always interrupts us. Jin Jiang Mion couldn't help but laugh. Shiyu, are you 3 years old? Haha. You want to send the spirit cat away for that reason? If the cat understood, it would surely cry, fuss, and scratch in protest. Yet, Shiyu, with utmost seriousness, explained, Mion, consider this. The cat consumes a lot, offers no assistance, and constantly disrupts us. Shouldn't we send it away? Jin Jiang Mion nodded in agreement. You have a point. Then he swiftly changed his tune, but we shall not send it away. Shiyu. All right then, I suppose all that was for naught. My plan to send the spirit cat away has failed. The following day, after breakfast, Jin Jiang Mion designated an open area to construct a duck house. To ensure harmony between the wild ducks and wild chickens, he needed to separate them and build a new shelter for the ducks. Mion, it really doesn't have to be so complicated, Shiyu remarked. What brilliant idea do you have? Shiyu gazed at the chicken coop and casually proposed, we could take a quacking duck and, in front of the others, make a demonstration. The remaining ducks would be frightened and would cease their incessant quacking. Jin Jiang Mion's lips twitched at this absurdity. Brother, wild animals lack awareness. Even if we were to perform such an act in front of the others, the remaining ducks wouldn't remember. Shiyu, do you harbor a grudge against wild ducks? I simply don't wish for you to exert extra effort constructing a duck house. Shiyu's tone remained unperturbed. That's all right. It's no trouble. After all, as their numbers grow, a shelter will still be necessary. Shiyu's gaze lingered on Jin Jiang Mion's collarbone, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. In truth, I do have a grudge. What grudge? Had it not been for the ducks disturbing our sleep last night, we wouldn't have awakened, nor would the subsequent events have transpired. As he spoke, Shiyu leaned in closer and whispered in his ear. Without those events, I wouldn't have spent the night in discomfort, devoid of anyone to assist me. At that moment, the spirit cat returned, inquiring, Bro, what are you two whispering about? Nothing at all, Jin Jiang Mion replied. But Shiyu interjected, I was telling Mion that I plan to send you away tomorrow. The spirit cat immediately flared up, ready to pounce on Shiyu. Thankfully, Jin Jiang Mion calmed it down, saying, He's just joking with you. Besides, if he wanted to send you away, I would surely object. Chapter 86. Chopping bamboo. You're the best, big bro. The spirit cat gleefully glanced at Shiyu, its eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. Shiyu, enough with the banter. Let us chop some bamboo. Jin Jiang Mion commanded. Thus, the trio ventured into the woods. The bamboo, sensing the impending calamity, knew it was in for trouble. Here he comes, he's back again. The bamboo, having enjoyed a peaceful existence for a brief while, was once again facing destruction, uncertain of which unfortunate brother would be cut down this time. One bamboo sighed, only to have a large hand rest upon it. This bamboo looks good. Let us chop it down, the person declared. The bamboo lamented, why must I grow so well, only to draw the attention of such nefarious individuals? My life is forfeit. The spirit cat, with its sharp claws, scratched fiercely at the bamboo, causing it to feel itself slowly separating from its roots before collapsing. Witnessing such a fate befall their companion, the other bamboo quaked in fear, praying they would not be chosen next. Jin Jiang Mion scanned the surroundings, meticulously selecting the finest bamboo. Spotting another prime specimen, he approached with a confident stride. Don't come any closer. The bamboo cried. After making his selection, Jin Jiang Mion called out, Little fatty, let us chop this one down too. Done for, I'm doomed. The spirit cat danced forward, its claws poised to slash the bamboo. And the melodious sound of bamboo being cut resonated through the air as another stalk fell. After a considerable time, they had gathered enough bamboo. Jin Jiang Mion stacked it neatly and bound it with vines. Shiyu transformed into a great white serpent, shouldering the load back. Upon reaching the open area, Jin Jiang Mion employed the bamboo pole measuring method to determine the dimensions of the duck house. He drew 6 circles in the ground, assigning the spirit cat the task of digging holes. Soon, half-meter deep holes were excavated. Jin Jiangmian dragged over the unused wooden planks and inserted them into the holes. Shiyu lent a hand by transporting the remaining 5 planks. Once all the wood was secured, Jin Jiangmian took bamboo poles, placed them horizontally, and bound them to the wooden supports. Following suit, he continued to bind them until a verdant bamboo wall was erected. For the roof, he first secured bamboo and then covered it with thatch. After laboring tirelessly throughout the day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the rudimentary duck house was finally completed. At this point, Jin Jiangmian was already ravenous. He glanced at one of the ducks, swallowing hard. The spirit cat, stoking the flames of excitement, suggested, "Bro, let us take one down. Then we shall." The duck squawked in alarm. Sensing the impending danger, the spirit cat pointed at the plumpest duck, exclaiming, "Bro, the loudest one is surely cursing you. Let us take this one down," the fat duck protested. "Oh? The one that quacked the loudest? No, that was clearly the thinnest one. How unjustly I am accused. Fine then, we'll go with the one you suggested." Jan Jiangmian summoned Shiyu and pointed at the plump wild duck, commanding, "Take it down." The fat duck lamented, "It dies with its eyes wide open." While Shiyu and the spirit cat dealt with the duck, Jin Jiangmian prepared the accompanying ingredients. Ginger, green onions, and garlic were essential for masking the gamey flavor, while bay leaves and chili peppers were not to be neglected. After cleaning them, he sliced the ginger, chopped the green onions, minced the garlic and chili, and set the bay leaves aside. Once the duck was cleaned and cut into pieces, he set it aside for later use. Heating the stone pot, he poured in lard, and when the oil was sufficiently hot, he added the duck meat. Chapter 87. Ginger stir-fried duck. Cooking duck meat in lard enhances its flavor, resulting in a delectably aromatic dish. Once the duck was cooked, he lifted it out, placing it in a dish to drain excess oil. The remaining oil was collected for future culinary endeavors. Leaving some lard in the stone pot, he tossed in all the accompanying ingredients, stirring for several seconds until the aromas wafted forth, then adding the drained duck meat. After stir-frying for a couple of minutes, the dish was ready to be served. The ginger stir-fried duck, both fragrant and visually appealing, would undoubtedly earn praise from anyone who beheld it. A true culinary master. "Bro, it smells amazing." The spirit cat swallowed hard, its claws inching towards the dish. "Little fatty, you cannot just grab with your claws," Jin Jiangmian quickly intervened. The spirit cat, attempting to defend itself, replied, "Hee, my claws have a flaw. When I'm hungry, I can't help myself." Jan Jiangmian placed a few pieces of meat into its bowl. "Eat from your bowl." Shiyu cast a cold glance at the spirit cat, observing its smug expression. "Mian, is it delicious?" Jin Jiangmian, savoring the meal, replied, "Delicious. How could my cooking be anything less? Why aren't you eating?" Shiyu, Jin Jiangmian, too preoccupied with his meal, continued to indulge. The duck's rear remained untouched, resting in the bowl. Jan Jiangmian glanced at the spirit cat and pointed at the duck's rear, saying, "This part has the most meat. It's delectable, I'll save it for you." The spirit cat felt deeply moved. "Bro, I'm full. Let me save it for tomorrow." "Very well, I'll save it for you." Jin Jiangmian covered the bowl with a small dustpan, tidied up the dishes, and took them to the riverbank to wash. Once Jin Jiangmian had departed, the spirit cat began to gloat. "Look, bro specifically saved this for me. You have none." Shiyu retorted, "Today you spoke of sending me away, truly malicious. One day, I shall see through your true nature as a serpent beast and cast you out." Noticing his silence, the spirit cat grew bolder, its words more assured. Shiyu, uninterested in engaging further, replied, "Mian and I share a close bond. We are inseparable." As he spoke, he swept his hand, causing the wooden bowl to tumble to the ground, sending the duck's rear rolling out. "Oh dear, what a mishap, I accidentally bumped into it," the spirit cat exclaimed. "Damn it." The serpent beast man acted with intent. The spirit cat, unable to contain its fury, let out a yowl and lunged at Shiyu, aiming to scratch him to pieces. Thus, a scuffle ensued between the cat and the man. Upon returning from washing the dishes, Jin Jiangmian found both the person and the cat sitting quite comfortably, albeit with the basin overturned. Shiyu bore marks of the cat's claws upon his face. Mian, It was the mischievous spirit cat that caused this chaos, leaping about and inadvertently knocking over the basin. Shiyu interjected. The spirit cat exclaimed, "What? This serpent beast man is accusing me falsely. This is slander, pure slander. Brother, it was not me. I did nothing." Jin Jiangmian sighed. "It appears to me that you two were fighting, which led to this mess. Can't you coexist peacefully?" With a haughty huff, the spirit cat turned away, insisting, "No way. It was the serpent beast man who knocked it over on purpose." Shiyu, in a rare moment of honesty, confessed that it was indeed due to the spirit cat's provocation and his own jealousy that led him to topple the basin. After hearing this, Jin Jiangmian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "You two clean up this mess. Don't discard the duck's rear. Place it in the basin and set it on the stove. We'll use it to feed the pigs tomorrow." With that, he retreated to his room to fetch clothes for a bath. Upon his return, noticing that the spirit cat and Shiyu had yet to make any moves, he declared, "If I return to find this place still in disarray, you both shall sleep in the woods tonight." Having delivered his ultimatum, Jin Jiangmian proceeded to take his bath. Chapter 88. A special kind of joy. The next day, Jin Jiangmian hummed a cheerful tune as he washed by the riverbank, his spirits unusually high. Shiyu sensed this newfound joy radiating from him. Seizing the opportunity, Shiyu approached and enveloped him from behind. "Mian, do share what brings you such happiness. How did you know I had something to be happy about?" Jin Jiangmian arched an eyebrow, his delight evident to even the most oblivious observer. Shiyu pressed a kiss to his cheek and softly replied, "We share a special bond." Jin Jiangmian retorted, "Uve become rather greasy, haven't you? Have you been learning from the spirit cat?" He playfully pushed Shiyu away, explaining, "I had a dream where you called me grandfather, and for some inexplicable reason, it filled me with joy." Shiyu, puzzled, responded, "I fail to see the source of your delight. That it is merely a title. If a Mian desires it, I would gladly call you so." Jan Jiangmian patted Shiyu's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "It's all right if you don't understand. Just know that I am happy. Once you've finished washing up, catch 2 large fish from the river and select a plump chicken. I will prepare a feast for us at noon to celebrate." With that, Jin Jiangmian sauntered off in high spirits. Shiyu, bewildered, mused, "Is such a celebration truly necessary?" Returning to the stove, Jin Jiangmian intended to retrieve the leftover duck's rear from last night to mix with the cooked pig feed for the wild boars. To his dismay, the basin was completely empty. "Didn't I instruct you to collect the duck's south rear and place it in the basin on the stove?" Seeing the spirit cat emerge, Jin Jiangmian pointed to the basin and inquired, "Didn't I tell you to put the duck's rear in the basin with Shiyu?" The spirit cat shook its head. "I have no idea. That serpent beast man took it away." Jin Jiangmian pondered, wondering if Shiyu had discarded the duck's rear. After feeding the wild boars, he saw Shiyu returning with 2 large fish and casually asked if he had thrown away the duck's rear. Shiyu shook his head. "No, I placed it in the basin, just as I did with the ingredients for cooking." Jin Jiangmian exclaimed, "The basin is clearly empty. Could it be that the spirit cat got up in the middle of the night and devoured the duck's rear?" "That shouldn't be possible. When the spirit cat is hungry, it returns to the storage rack to open the bamboo tube and eat the dried fish inside. There's no way it would eat something that fell on the ground. In the past, the spirit cat might have, but now, it has been well fed. Anything that falls would be beneath it. The only possibility left was that something had come to steal food from them." "Shiyu, I suspect something has been sneaking in to steal our food. I just noticed the duck's rear is missing." Shiyu replied dismissively, "The cat must have eaten it. Wasn't he the little fat one? It has no inclination to eat things that fall to the ground, especially when it has dried fish to consume. How could it possibly eat the duck's rear?" Upon hearing this, Shiyu became vigilant. "I shall keep a closer watch over the nights and Onid. Since this creature has already stolen from us, it will likely return. We shall set traps before we sleep tonight to catch it in the act." Shiyu nodded in agreement, placing the fish in a bucket and then heading towards the chicken coop. Jin Jiangmian was tasked with boiling water. The wild chickens, assuming they were being fed, were oblivious as he scanned left and right without scattering any grains. Shiyu swiftly caught a plump wild chicken, having selected his target with precision. Chapter 89. Is this a sign of loss of affection? The wild chicken squawked, "What is happening? Why am I being captured? Aren't you here to feed me?" The captured wild chicken had yet to grasp the gravity of its predicament. Shiyu approached Jin Jiangmian, holding the wild chicken, and asked, "This one seems sufficiently plump. What do you think?" "A Mian." Jiang Mian inspected the wild chicken and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. We shall use this one. Good." Shiyu secured the wild chicken's wings and legs with vine, setting it aside to prevent its escape. Now the wild chicken comprehended its fate. It was destined for the pot. Realizing its imminent demise, as Jiang Mian boiled the water, the spirit cat sauntered over, rubbing against his leg and sweetly asking, "Brother, what delicious food are you preparing?" Jiang Mian pushed the spirit cat aside, replying, "There's nothing to eat. I'm just boiling water." "Aren't you making breakfast?" Jiang Mian nodded, informing it that there would only be food at noon. The spirit cat's demeanor shifted immediately. "Brother, without food, how am I to survive?" Jiang Mian countered, "Why are you silent? Have you lost affection for me?" As the spirit cat prepared to voice its grievances, Shiyu approached, lifting it by the scruff of its neck. The spirit cat fell silent, grumbling internally, "That detestable serpent beastman always exploits my vulnerabilities. Let me go. Release me." Shiyu set it down, warning, "Behave, or you shall find yourself roasted." With that, he fetched a bone knife to cut grass to feed the sheep. The spirit cat waited until he was out of sight before returning to Jiang Mian. Seeing Jiang Mian preparing to split wood, it hurried over. "Brother, let me do it." Noticing the spirit cat's enthusiasm, Jiang Mian handed it a piece of wood, saying, "Here, use your claws to split it." The spirit cat, determined to prove it had more to offer than just eating, stood the wood upright. With a flick of its eyes, its form seemed to grow larger. It brandished its sharp claws, and with a flash of white light, the upright piece of wood was effortlessly split in two. Crashing to the ground, it steadied itself, mimicking a human stance, displaying its claws with an air of superiority. "Brother, look at me. Am I not impressive? Don't you feel a sense of invincibility?" Jiang Mian replied, "Indeed, you are formidable. However, perhaps we should not rely on that serpent beastman. Let us go our separate ways. I promise to earn you respect and secure a beautiful female beastman for you from the tribe, leading you to the pinnacle of success." Jiang Mian mused, "I never realized the spirit cat had such a knack for persuasion." Clearing his throat, he affectionately ruffled the spirit cat's fur, stating, "Little fat, I have just discovered a significant virtue of yours." "Really, brother? You found a great virtue in me? Do share what you discovered." The spirit cat resumed its feline posture. Eyes brimming with anticipation, "I realize that your skin is exceptionally thick, providing high defense, of course. This cat is indestructible." The spirit cat's tail shot up in pride. "Yet, you possess no other skills and merely boast. You cannot even dream," Jiang Mian added. The spirit cat huffed, "Your ability to tease has certainly improved." With a flick of its tail, the spirit cat declared, "How can you speak to me this way? I'm upset." "Oh," Jiang Mian replied, nonchalantly. Chapter 90. A desire to taste. "Brother, I'm truly upset. Won't you comfort me? I am inherently competitive and never coddle others." The spirit cat wore a defeated expression. It had never gained an advantage over him, which was infuriating. Just then, Shiyu returned, and the spirit cat, wishing to avoid the serpent beastman's scrutinizing gaze, huffed and walked away. "Shiyu, I'm back. The water is ready. We can proceed to slaughter the chicken." Shiyu nodded and retrieved the bound wild chicken. The wild chicken, unable to escape, silently pleaded, "Please don't come any closer." Yet, its silent pleas were in vain, as it faced an inevitable fate. Thus, the wild chicken met its end, followed by a scalding bath in boiling water, a sensation akin to being plunged into a pot of oil. As noon approached, all the ingredients were prepared, and the fish soup had been simmering in a small stone pot for quite some time. Jiang Mian ladled a bit into a bowl and tasted it, finding it perfectly seasoned and utterly delightful. Seeing this, Shiyu swallowed hard and, in a somewhat seductive tone, said, "A Mian, I too wish to have a taste." Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback. "Then, why don't you just take a bowl and serve yourself? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? If I didn't know better, I would think you wanted to taste me." Jiang Mian had indeed spoken the truth. Shiyu's desire was not for the chicken soup, but rather for him. "Be mindful," he declared, "that I wish to savor what is in your bowl." Shiyu's gaze deepened, and he leaned forward, licking his dry lips. He was parched. Jane Jiangmian promptly extended the bowl and spoon towards him. Take it away, stop hovering here. The sight of him made Jin Jiangmian's heart race uncontrollably, throwing his emotions into disarray. Shiyu gently smiled, accepting the bowl, and in Jin Jiangmian's presence, drank the remaining fish soup with the spoon he had used. Delicious. Jin Jiangmian noticed that Shiyu seemed to sense his irritation and used the excuse of washing the dishes to slip away. Once Jin Jiangmian had calmed himself, he focused on cooking. With 2 fish heads, he simmered one for fish head soup, while the other was naturally destined for pan frying. The fish, oblivious to its impending fate, found itself in a state of dismemberment, pitifully unaware. He scooped 2 generous spoonfuls of pork into the stone pot. And once the oil reached the right temperature, he placed the fragrant, marinated fish head into the lard to fry. Little did the fish head know that it could enjoy a spa treatment before being plunged into the hot oil. Jane Jiangmian carefully controlled the heat, flipping the fish head until it was golden brown on both sides, then retrieved it and set it aside on a plate. The remaining pork fat in the stone pot was then utilized to stir-fry the accompaniments. Chili, scallions, ginger, and garlic were tossed in and sautéed for 10 seconds before being poured over the fish head. Next, he heated more oil in the stone pot, ladled it out, and poured it over the fish head. Completing the fragrant pan-fried dish, the fish head was a feast for the senses, leaving even the neighboring child craving and envy. The remaining fish meat was to be transformed into poached fish slices. Half of the chicken was prepared as white-cut chicken, while the other half was stir-fried with young ginger. The dried bamboo shoots also found their place, being stir-fried with smoked meat. As the dishes were served, Jin Jiangmian called for Shiyu and Ling Miao to join the meal. Ling Miao's eyes widened at the sight of the lavish spread before him. Brother, what special occasion is it today? Why such a sumptuous feast for lunch? Ling Miao's morning hunger dissipated in an instant upon seeing the feast. Chapter 91. Planting rapeseed flowers. It was not a particularly special day, just a simple expression of joy. A desire to celebrate. Ling Miao understood immediately. When his brother was happy, he would prepare an abundance of delicious food. Ling Miao had unlocked the secret to culinary delights and thought to himself, if he could make his brother happy every day, wouldn't they enjoy such feasts daily? Brother, as long as you are happy, you will prepare a table full of delicacies, right? Not exactly. Jane Jiangmian's response left Ling Miao feeling quite dejected. The joy he felt vanished in an instant, and he was left with tears streaming inside. After lunch, Jin Jiangmian took some millet to feed the chickens and was delighted to see that the hen had laid an egg. He went to retrieve it, but upon turning around, the hen realized her egg was gone and immediately pecked the nearest rooster. Where's my egg? Who stole my egg? Jin Jiangmian placed the egg in a basket, setting it on the bottom shelf. Seeing Ling Miao full and leisurely sleeping, he picked up the cat. The sleeping Ling Miao felt a sudden jolt and opened his eyes to find himself in the fields. What is going on? Am I sleepwalking or do I have teleportation powers? What are you dawdling for? Get to work. Ling Miao then realized he had been carried over. Brother, why must I dig in the soil again? Isn't it a waste for a noble spirit cat like me to dig? Jin Jiangmian mused, wondering if Ling Miao had indeed been asleep and dreaming, thus unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. What else could you do if not dig? If you think digging is beneath you, then what are your abilities? Hunting perhaps? Or creating a new world? Ling Miao proudly lifted his head, declaring, I'm not boasting. With a flick of my claws, even a mammoth wouldn't stand a chance. Jin Jiangmian rolled his eyes, reminding him of the creature he had encountered last time, which had sent him fleeing. The creature's physical attacks were countered by his own magical defenses. And aside from retreating, Ling Miao had shown no real strength to instill any fear. With that, you think you can challenge a mammoth? You were probably just beaten to a pulp, little fatty. That's not boasting. That's mere fantasy, brother. Your words deeply wound my heart, Ling Miao replied, lowering his head, looking dispirited. Better to hurt your feelings than let you continue in your delusions. If one day you recklessly challenge a mammoth, it would be my fault for not dissuading you, and you would still harbor such foolish thoughts. Ling Miao had no retort, utterly at a loss for words. He could only comply with Jin Jiangmian's order to dig. Jin Jiangmian carefully uprooted the rapeseed seedlings and planted them in the soil Ling Miao had dug, watering them and awaiting their robust growth. After planting the rapeseed, he went to feed the wild ducks and chanced upon one laying an egg. He approached and promptly picked it up. The wild duck, surprised, squawked in outrage. What just happened? My egg fell, and before I could even take a good look, it was snatched away. What an injustice! Quacking loudly, it protested, undoubtedly cursing Jin Jiangmian. However, Jin Jiangmian understood none of this. He merely assumed the duck was hungry, squawking for food. He scattered some corn for it to eat and then gracefully turned away, taking the egg with him. The wild duck, now without its egg, quacked furiously. How shameless! Stealing my egg. Oh dear, poor thing. Go on and enjoy your meal, mother duck. Ah, how delicious. Chapter 92. The Thief Who Stole Duck Butts. Additional update. That night, Jin Jiangmian and Shiyu set up a simple trap before returning to their respective quarters to sleep. The trap was quite rudimentary. They dug a hole, using thin branches to support the entrance, covered it with leaves, and placed a fragrant roasted chicken leg atop it. Once the thieving culprit fell into the pit, the branches would collapse, sealing the entrance, thus capturing the thief. The reason for this simplistic trap was that Jin Jiangmian had scoured the area and found no signs of large beasts entering. This indicated that the thief would be of a smaller stature, making such a trap adequate for ensnaring it. In the dead of night, a small creature approached the chicken leg, enchanted by its aroma. Just as it was about to step onto the trap, a massive paw suddenly pinned it down. Who goes there? Which fool is attempting a sneak attack? You think this is a game? The thief turned out to be a peculiar little creature. Ling Miao held the bird tightly, declaring, "You won't escape." The little bird struggled fiercely, emitting a sound akin to 205, not knowing if it was trying to flee or merely expressing its desire for the chicken leg. This once adorable little bird, resembling a tiny owl, suddenly shimmered with a brilliant light. The blinding effect caused Ling Miao's eyes to hurt. Reluctantly, he withdrew his claws to shield his eyes. Damn it, are you trying to blind me with light? Who do you think you are? Ling Miao unleashed his own dazzling effect, golden and sparkling. Pleased with his brilliance, Ling Miao reveled in the moment. Once the effects faded, the little bird had transformed into a white griffin, its sharp gaze exuding an air of dominance. With a flick of its tail, it spat out the words, "Trash." Ling Miao was left dumbfounded, speechless. However, before the griffin could boast for even a few moments, it reverted to its original form, now a smaller owl than before, even diminutive compared to its previous owl form. The griffin blinked innocently, appearing helpless. Ling Miao collapsed in laughter. Ha ha ha, so it was you, you little fluffball. Ha ha ha. He reached out a paw, playfully ruffling the little owl, chuckling. Ha ha ha, you're a sight to behold in this form. The griffin muttered, "This idiot. When I evolve back, I will certainly make this stinky cat pay." 205. The little owl's voice had softened, lacking any prior fierceness. In the room, Jin Jiangmian, still groggy, heard the sounds of the cat's antics and felt a pang of concern. Wondering if the thief had indeed fallen into the trap, he rose, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. He soon found Ling Miao tormenting a silver-white owl. The little owl looked at him with pleading, helpless eyes, its expression adorably dumbfounded and pitiable. Jin Jiangmian's heart softened, and he gently pushed Ling Miao aside. What a poor little creature! If roasted, seasoned with cumin, chili powder, and a sprinkle of sesame, it would surely be delightful. The silver-white little owl seemed somewhat familiar. It appeared as though he had encountered it before. This thought struck Jin Jiangmian, and he recalled that during his last bamboo shoot foraging, it had been caught by a spirit cat, only to escape from beneath its claws. Brother, it's the one that stole that duck's backside. Now it seeks to pilfer a chicken leg, the little griffin remarked. Does this little creature still indulge in duck's backside? Jin Jiangmian inquired, somewhat astonished. Isn't this an unusually colored owl? It doesn't feast on mice and pests, yet it devours duck's backside? He reached out, lifting the chicken leg, and asked, Would you care for this chicken leg? Upon hearing this, the little griffin's eyes widened, appearing adorably dazed. It nodded, struggling to emit a sound akin to G. While the little griffin wished to articulate its desire to eat, it could only manage to speak clearly when expressing its foolishness. Jin Jiangmian placed the chicken leg before it. Go ahead, he said. The little griffin's eyes sparkled with delight, and it began pecking at the chicken leg with vigor. At that moment, Shiyu also emerged, standing beside Jin Jiangmian, observing the little bird devouring the chicken leg with a furrowed brow. So it was this little creature that had come to steal food, causing a Mian to lose sleep. The little griffin swiftly consumed the entire roasted chicken leg, still yearning for more, and let out a strange G sound. Jin-jiang-mian glanced at the spirit cat and remarked, "From what you just said, it seems you are acquainted with this little one. What does its chirping signify?" The spirit cat pressed down on the little griffin's head with its paw and replied, "It's saying that a single roasted chicken leg, one tea, keep it here." Its aspirations soared towards the vast sky. The little griffin exclaimed in disbelief, "What nonsense is this foul cat spouting? How infuriating!" It flapped its wings, attempting to peck at the spirit cat's head, but was swiftly subdued by a paw. "Strength is lacking. I cannot prevail, brother. See, it wishes to attack me as soon as it finishes eating. It is not a suitable bird." "Are you certain you weren't merely fabricating during your translation? It must understand, which is why it is so enraged with you." Jin-jiang-mian questioned skeptically. "I am but a good cat. How could I engage in such behavior?" The spirit cat would not concede. "Now you have become a cat that tells lies." He bluntly exposed the spirit cat's falsehood. "Brother, you are quite astute. When your intelligence is applied to it, you are perceptive. Yet, when directed towards the snake beast man, you are rather careless. Otherwise, how could you overlook the scheming nature of this snake beast man? Do you still wish to eat?" Jin-jiang-mian asked the little griffin. It nodded vigorously. "All right then, would you mind having what's left?" The little griffin hastily shook its head. It had already devoured the duck's backside that had fallen to the ground. How could it refuse the intact leftovers? Jin-jiang-mian turned and retrieved a plate of leftover chicken, placing it before the little griffin. "Eat up." The little griffin was overjoyed and immediately began to feast. Observing this, the spirit cat inquired incredulously, "Brother, you don't intend to keep this feathery pest, do you?" Shiyu raised an eyebrow at this question, seemingly disapproving of the addition of a new member. "Not at all. It has eaten so much already. A new mouth to feed only adds to the burden. I simply found the little bird pitiable and wished to fill its belly before sending it on its way. As for adopting it, impossible. This tiny creature is wholly unproductive and consumes excessively. I am currently impoverished in the beast realm. How can I afford to sustain a non-working mouth?" Upon hearing this, the little griffin looked up at Jin-jiang-mian with a mournful expression. Jin-jiang-mian pressed his lips together and said, "I know you understand human speech, but this is not an animal shelter. I cannot simply adopt every pitiable creature I encounter. Such exceptions possess a strong contagion. Once made, there will surely be a second." He glanced at Shiyu and the spirit cat, then shrugged. "Of course, whether or not to keep it is not solely my decision. If you both feel sympathy for it, you may allow it to stay." "I have no objections." The spirit cat and Shiyu exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's sentiments. The spirit cat directly stated, "Brother is right. It offers no utility. Keeping it merely adds another mouth to feed. Let us send it away." "Send it away, 1,000 miles beyond." The little griffin seethed internally. "I'll curse you, you little wretched cat. Once it has finished eating, just send it off," Jin-jiang-mian said nonchalantly. The spirit cat was about to agree when Shiyu interjected, "Mian, why not keep it? It may prove useful in the future." The spirit cat was filled with confusion. It could not comprehend why they had reached a consensus only moments ago. Yet now Shiyu was suddenly reversing his stance. "Are you two not in agreement? Why not deliberate further?" Jin-jiang-mian presented this dilemma, revealing his indecision. Shiyu's eyes scanned the spirit cat, his gaze laced with hidden daggers, each one aimed at the spirit cat's fragile psyche. Threatened by his gaze, the spirit cat whimpered internally, vowing, "One day, I shall stand upon your head, making you aware of who truly reigns supreme." After this internal outburst, the spirit cat calmly stated, "Then let us keep it. Whether it proves useful or not, we shall discern over time. When the snake beast man hibernates in winter, I shall subtly persuade my brother to send this little pest away." The little griffin gazed gratefully at Shiyu, thinking, "This aloof snake beast man possesses a warm heart. He is a good person." In truth, Shiyu merely believed that this creature, which could disregard his 6th-tier mark and brazenly steal food while comprehending human speech, was no ordinary bird. As they nurtured it, surprises might very well unfold. Shiyu was also confident in his ability to procure sufficient prey to sustain them through winter. Time flew by like an arrow, and days passed swiftly. The rice had reached its harvest season. The mature rice bowed its head, showcasing its elegant stature and golden ears, eagerly awaiting the harvesters. As the rice had wished, Jin Jiangmian donned a woven straw hat and strode forth with the gait of a king. He comes, he comes. He approaches in his fashionable LV straw sandals. Trailing behind him were Shiyu and the spirit cat, exuding an aura akin to that of celebrities. The spirit cat, however, appeared entirely out of place. Why did it not wander off to one side but instead linger behind the two, consuming their metaphorical dog food? The spirit cat struggled to comprehend its own thoughts. Amion, please walk slower. It rained 2 days ago, and the path is still slippery, Shiyu gently cautioned. What is there to fear? I have you behind me. If I fall, you shall catch me. Will you not? Chapter 95. Weary unexpected occurrences are akin to surprises. You may not wish for them, yet they arrive nonetheless. Indeed, Jin Jiangmian's foot slipped, and he nearly fell. Did you think he was about to tumble into Shiyu's embrace for an intimate encounter? Staring deeply into each other's eyes? Alas, Jin Jiangmian steadied himself and did not fall. Oh dear, I almost fell. But it was merely a feint. Shiyu, reaching out, grasped at air behind him. Damn it, I missed the opportunity. 2 individuals and a cat ventured into a rice field to harvest the ripe grain. The 2 wielded bone knives, deftly cutting the rice stalks and placing them upon the buns. The, of course, was not there to assist in the harvesting. Lacking human hands, it would only complicate matters. Its presence was primarily to catch the that resided in the waterlogged fields, which were nourished by a nearby river, ensuring they remained hydrated and lush. Just 2 days prior to the harvest, the heavens had graced the land with rain, and even after the water was drained, there remained sufficient moisture. During this season, the had grown sizable, making it an opportune time for foraging. The sported a small bamboo basket around its neck, ready to store whatever it managed to catch above, a sword, occasionally seizing the opportunity to snatch a large. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between the cat and the bird brought a sense of comfort to. Initially, these 2 creatures often clashed, but now, they had forged a bond and became cherished companions. As he harvested the rice, each stroke was executed with finesse, revealing his adeptness in agricultural labor. With such skill, one could only imagine the delight of those who might hire him for their own harvest. The cut rice was soon piled upon the buns, creating a picturesque tableau of golden grains interspersed with hints of green. After a morning of toil, the rice field was finally cleared. Straightened his back and twisted slightly, a wave of soreness washing over him. Apart from that solitary occasion of harvesting rice in the wild, it had been quite some time since his last venture into such labor. He felt the distance of time weigh heavily upon him. He was no longer as resilient as he once was. After just a morning's work, his back and waist ached, his endurance waning. That moment approached, placing a large hand upon him to knead the tension away, alleviating the fatigue that accompanied the harvest. Surprised at its apparent lack of discomfort, inquired, "How is it that you feel no pain?" "My waist is perfectly fine," replied, his tone devoid of any inflection. "Indeed, you possess a remarkable constitution." "Yes, for it is imperative to remain fit." Raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying implication in those words. However, he did not dwell on it. Once his weariness had subsided somewhat, he called the 2 little ones over. The proudly presented its bounty, a half-basket brimming with, suggesting that they need not return home for lunch that day, instructed the and to carry the bamboo basket back while he and headed to the riverbank to wash off the mud. Upon reaching the water's edge, proposed, "Since we are to wash, might we not do so thoroughly and emerge feeling light and refreshed?" Having known for quite some time, was well aware of his thoughts. He spoke candidly. "If you're tired and wish to conserve energy, let us refrain from mutual assistance. My spirit may be willing, but my strength is lacking. Does not require exertion." Gazed intently, responding, "Yet, I must take action." "Mustn't I? After a morning of harvesting rice, my hands are sore and fatigued." "It is still possible to avoid labor," replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he licked his parched mouth. In that instant, understood his intent. He firmly declined. "That is not permissible." Chapter 96. The harvest season is a time of abundance. He acquiesced in thought, yet his mouth remained resolute. Furthermore, how could one approach a project worth billions with such haste?